Yi Baixiu, leaning on a wooden stick, hobbled out. Zhang Juexia worried and followed him. When they opened the door, they saw Qin Eryong peeking outside. Qin Eryong was stunned when he saw Yi Baixiu. Soon he chuckled, "Brother Baixiu, is there something? Did my sister come by?"
I was just talking about that.
You came just in time. Your family's plans are working well. I heard everything even while resting at home. Qin Eryong, I tell you, if you want to stay in Yejia village, you better find someone for your sister to marry, and do it as soon as possible. Seeing Yi Baixiu angry, Qin Eryong felt uneasy. The shadow of poisoning last time still haunted him, and he didn't want to upset Yi Baixiu again. He forced a smile. "Brother Baixiu, my grandma is finding someone for her. It's just..." He sighed. "It's all her fault. She doesn't know her place. When I find her, I'll keep her at home and not let her go out." "That's good. I don't care if your sister goes out or not, as long as she doesn't cause trouble in front of me and my family." Qin Eryong quickly turned around. "Brother Baixiu, I'm leaving now. I need to get things done quickly." "Stop." Zhang Juexia called out. "Didn't your sister go home?" Qin Eryong's eyes were spinning. Yi Baixiu shouted loudly, "Stop fooling around, and tell the truth." No, I need to find her. Go look at the village entrance, and remember to tell your grandma, she still owes us 800 coins. Remind her to pay it back quickly. Otherwise, I'll take the IOU to the government office." Hearing about the debt, Qin Eryong became more timid. "Brother Baixiu, our family really can't make ends meet. I remember your grandma listens to you the most, right?" Yes. "Then go back and tell her to hurry and marry off your sister." With these words, Qin Eryong understood what he needed to do. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Juexia stopped him. "I heard your sister say your family wants to marry her to the widower down the hill. I think that's not a good idea. If he hurts your sister, your family will suffer. Listen to your sister-in-law. When I get home, I'll cause a fuss with my grandma and find a good family for my sister." Zhang Juexia waved her hand, urging Qin Eryong to leave quickly. Somehow, just as the words were on his lips, his heart softened. Oh well, it's better to do this to earn some good karma. Back home, the two understood each other without words, and no one mentioned Qin Lianhua again. After lunch, Zhang Juexia took out rice bran and bran from the grain shop, mixing them together and carrying them to the storeroom. This was her feed for the hens. As it got colder, they laid fewer eggs, so they needed some extra nutrition. After selling 60 wild rabbits, the backyard felt much more spacious. She fed the animals quickly. After finishing, she went back to the west wing, took out the peanuts she bought that day, and brought them to the main hall. She asked Yi Baixiu and Lu Mingde to help peel the shells. Lu Mingde said while peeling, "This stuff is great. The more you eat, the more addictive. You too finish peeling these today, and tonight I'll cook some good dishes to go with the wine." "What kind of dishes?" "Using these fried peanuts, 5-spice peanuts, sugar-coated peanuts. If you want salty, we'll make salty. If sweet, then sweet." Yi Baixiu was surprised to hear about so many ways to eat peanuts. "I've only had raw ones or roasted ones. If you throw the peanuts into the pot and roast them, they taste really good too." Zhang Juexia remembered how she used to eat peanuts like that when she was young back home, so she grabbed a handful and threw them into the big pot in the kitchen. "Tonight, we'll have roasted peanuts with dinner." Lu Mingde said, "I want fried peanuts, and I need some wine to go with it." "As long as you work hard, everything will be fine." Zhang Juexia watched the two work with great energy, so she stepped outside to get some fresh air in the backyard. The wheat planted on the wasteland was growing well, neatly arranged, with deep green leaves. The seedlings looked very healthy, with straight, sturdy stems that could withstand the cold winter and snow. Taking advantage of the nice sunshine, Zhang Juexia went further inside. Next spring, she planned to develop this mountain area carefully, so she wanted to start planning early. She remembered every path she walked and planned to draw a map when she got home. Unconsciously, she saw the hillside ahead, which was sunny. She struggled a lot but finally managed to climb up. The scene before her stunned her. A few little wild boars were playing happily in the sunlight. They ran around, chased each other, played, and used their noses to dig in the dirt and find food. Zhang Juexia watched from afar for a while, then realized that these were good game for hunters. She needed to call for help. She hurried back home, panting. Yi Beixiu quickly put down his work. What happened? There's wild boar on the back mountain. I need to call someone. When Lu Mingda heard about the wild boar, he dropped the peanuts he was holding and ran outside. Yi Beixiu was annoyed and patted his leg. I don't think I can catch the wild boar. Wife, go to the old house and call Big Brother and the others to help.
Zhang Juexia aderst tout digre Bexues attention.
She shouted at Lu Mingda at the gate, telling him to be careful, then ran to the old house. When she arrived, Yi Yeshan was there. Hearing about the wild boar, he got excited and grabbed his tools, rushing out. Yi Jishuan called Yi Yunsheng and Yi Yunliang to follow behind, and even Yi Bailin and Yi Bailey followed closely. The group hurried to Zhang Juexia's house. The villagers saw the whole Yi family rushing out and thought something serious had happened. The men running ahead couldn't catch up, so they stopped Zhang Juexia from behind. Zhang Juexia didn't tell them about the wild boar on the mountain. She only said there was some work at home she couldn't handle, so she asked the men at the old house for help. This action by the Yi family frightened Granny Qin. Qin Eryong found Qin Lianhua at the village entrance, pulled her back home, and told Granny Qin what Yi Beixiu had said. Although Qin Eryong was timid outside, he was authoritative at home. He jumped and told Granny Qin, "Stop worrying about that. Don't think about marrying my sister to Yi Beixiu anymore. Forget the past. When they wanted to marry her before, you didn't agree. Now you're rushing to become a concubine, and they don't want that either. Hurry up and find someone for her to marry. That widower down the mountain can't be bought with more money. If she dies young, it would be so unlucky," Granny Qin argued. "But that family offers a lot of silver. Why isn't it good enough?" "I say it's not good enough," I replied. When Granny Qin heard the noise outside, she peeked out and saw the men from the Yi family coming toward her. She suddenly felt weak and sank to the ground. Goodness, are they trying to kill us all? After a moment, when she didn't hear any footsteps, she got up, brushed the dirt off herself. Qin Eryong rolled his eyes. "Grandma, with your skills, how can you let my sister get involved with Yi Beixiu?" Granny Qin raised her hand to hit Qin Eryong. "What did I do? I only did it to help you find a wife. Grandma, didn't you mention the other day that besides the widower down the mountain, you also looked at another family for my sister?" Granny Qin spat on the ground. "Forget it. That family has mostly men and nothing else worth mentioning. Why do you care so much? As long as they give us the bride price, that's fine. If she really marries that widower and gets beaten to death someday, I won't have a wife either." Granny Qin thought for a moment. That's true. Being poor and alive is better than being dead. Yi Beixiu arrived first at the back mountain. Lu Mingda was already waiting nearby. He pulled Yi Beixiu aside and whispered, "We need to think of a way to round up these wild pigs." Yi Beixiu counted them. "Wow, more than 10. All piglets, I don't see any sows. They probably ran out playing." Lu Mingda glared at him. "If they weren't playing, how could we find them? Did your grandpa come yet? We need to get as many as possible. The meat is freshest now, and the tastiest." While they were talking, Yi Jishuan and others arrived. Yi Jishuan reached out to count the wild pigs, but Lu Mingda answered for him. "Sir, don't count. Your grandson just counted. More than 10. 10 is more than 10, and 19 is still more than 10. I need to know exactly how many there are." While they argued, Yi Yunsheng looked for good positions and arranged people in different spots. "Don't underestimate these little pigs. They're young, but if someone provokes them, they can be fierce. We can't catch them all at once, so we'll do our best. Catch as many as we can." After giving signals, Yi Yusheng, Yi Yunliang, and Yi Beixiu all shot their bows and arrows simultaneously. The little wild boar was frightened and ran in all directions like crazy. The 4 people shot the boar, which was injured and unable to move, so they could only watch their companions run away. After the other little boars escaped, they finally dared to approach with their spears. "Everyone, be careful and don't get hurt by the boars," they warned. Working together, They managed to carry the 4 little boars back to Yi Baixiu's house. Lu Mingda felt the most regretful, saying, "Why did they all run away? We'll miss out on so much meat. This one pig weighs over 100 jin, enough for us to eat for a while," Zhang Jiexia said as she walked around the 4 boars. "Now we have enough meat for the new year." Yi Jishuan didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. "Since everyone is here, help me kill them. The weather is cold, so we can keep the meat fresh. You can decide how to cook it." Zhang Jiexia was happy to help and quickly went to heat some water. With many people working together, the 2 small boars were soon cut into pieces. Lu Mingda was excited, shouting that he wanted to eat this and that. Zhang Jiexia told him, "Think carefully. You can only eat one thing a day. Today you cook me big bone soup, and tomorrow I want pig offal," he said. "That's fine, but you have to work hard," she replied. After helping Zhang Jiexia finish the work, Yi Baixiu and others carried the remaining 2 small boars home. Zhang Jiexia first boiled some big bones and a few pieces of meat in a large pot, then asked Lu Mingda to help her put the cut meat into the storage room in the backyard. Yi Baixiu watched the fire in the kitchen and saw everyone working. He couldn't help much, feeling a small regret, but he was beginning to accept the situation. His leg was only temporarily injured. It would heal in spring. He encouraged himself. For several days, the family cooked according to Lu Mingda's tastes. Whatever he wanted to eat, Zhang Jiexia made it exactly as he liked. She cheered him up, and their enthusiasm grew. After several days of eating meat, Zhang Jiexia's appetite became a bit tired of it. She took out some hawthorn and made hawthorn jam to help everyone digest. While making it, she wondered whether the hawthorn jam had been sent to Li Yingyue. She also wondered if the shopkeeper Wan Shi had tasted it yet, but there was no clear answer. As she was lost in thought, she heard someone knocking at the door. Could it be someone from the Li family, or the shopkeeper Wan Shi here to talk business? She hurried outside. When she opened the door, she saw Zhang Wei and Lu Chang dressed in official clothes, smiling happily at her. "Big sister, do you remember us? It's only been a short time, and your place has changed so much. It seems that the big sister is having a good day." Zhang Juexia quickly led them into the main hall. Lu Mingda saw that the 2 were dressed in official uniforms and hid in the storeroom in the backyard, not showing himself. Yi Baixiu supported himself with a wooden stick to greet them. Zhang Juexia brewed some tea and brought it over. "2 big brothers, what brings you here today?"
Don't mention it.
"Our brothers came to ask for a meal today." "That's great. A few days ago, we caught a wild boar, and I'll stew some meat to share with you." "Thank you, little sister. Today we're also having bad luck. We received a task from above, and when we heard it was from Yi Village, we thought, since you're so resourceful, we didn't even think twice before agreeing. But after we arrived, we didn't even get to drink water, and the woman there started complaining. When it was time to eat, she didn't leave any food for us. We just wasted our effort. From what you 2 big brothers are saying, I guess someone in our village wants to buy land, and you came to help measure it, right?" "Exactly. But if she wants to sell the land to you, it won't be cheap at all. That woman really makes me mad. I also wonder where her husband went, leaving her to handle everything alone." Zhang Juexia noticed they were truly angry, so she brought out some sugar-coated peanuts and 5 spice peanuts she made that day. "Big brothers, please have some tea and snacks first. Let my husband talk with you. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some food." She went to the backyard to tell Lu Mingda the reason for the official's visit. Lu Mingda, after hearing this, didn't plan to go to the main hall. "I'll go rest in my room. You leave some food for me. After they leave, I'll come out. Are you in trouble or something? That's why you're so afraid of the officials?" Lu Mingda stiffened his neck. "I'm not afraid of what they might do. I'm just used to relaxing and don't want to deal with them." "Fine, whatever you say. You go rest now. When they leave, I'll call you to eat." Lu Mingda grabbed Zhang Juexia. "What are you planning to cook?" "I haven't decided yet. I just made hawthorn jam."
Hawthorn jam?
"That's rare. Save some for me, but don't put it on the table. No matter how good it is, those people won't appreciate it." Zhang Juexia thought Lu Mingda made a good point, so she took some meat and bones from the storeroom. She considered that in the mountains, Cooking doesn't need to be too delicate, just hearty. She planned to stew large bones and big chunks of meat, and when it's ready, add a cabbage at the end. Regarding the meal, she plans to make flatbread using white flour and cornmeal, then cook a pancake. Once the vegetables are ready, the meal is complete, killing two birds with one stone. In the main room, Yi Baixiu is sitting with Zhang Wei and Lu Chang, drinking tea and chatting. Zhang Wei is eating 5 spiced peanuts and glances at Lu Chang. Brother, even though today's job isn't much, it's a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, how could we be here drinking tea at Baixiu's house? Exactly, Lu Chang agrees, not holding back. Brother Baixiu, we're now acquaintances. We're just humble workers, and we came all this way just to relax. Look at how things turned out. It's quite satisfying. Yi Baixiu thinks to himself, which family wants to buy land? Such poor manners. Besides the Qin family, everyone in Yi village has the surname Yi. The Qin family probably doesn't have the strength to buy land, so it must be an outsider. He picks up the teapot and pours tea into Zhang Wei and Lu Chang's cups. Calm down, brothers. My wife's meal will be ready soon. This trouble has really caused you and your wife some inconvenience. Brothers, your visit shows you respect me. I'm happy just to have you here. Zhang Juexia fetches 2 large basins, one filled with beef bones, the other with large pieces of meat and cabbage. After serving the dishes, Zhang Wei and Lu Chang's eyes nearly pop out. Young sister, you're too polite. Brothers, in the mountains, we don't have fancy food to entertain guests. These bones and meat are enough. I'll go get some wine for you, drink your fill, and enjoy yourselves. Zhang Wei can't hold back anymore and reaches out to grab a big bone to chew. With this kind of food, we're already satisfied. Eating such big pieces of meat is so satisfying. Zhang Juexia brings over a jar of wine and also brings some flatbread from the kitchen. Yi Baixiu takes it and sets it aside. Go to the kitchen and eat something first. I'll come find you later. When Zhang Juexia has eaten half her fill, Yi Baixiu comes out of the main room and whispers, "Go ask around in the village who wants to buy land." I've tried to find out, but they won't say. If I drink with them and they get drunk, maybe there's still a chance to turn things around. Zhang Juexia agrees. She thinks the villagers might not have seen much of the outside world and don't know how to handle things, which upset the officials. She's prepared good food and drinks, hoping that might change the situation. But after walking around the village, she still can't find out who wants to buy land. Unhappy, she went to the village chief Yi Jidong's house. Yi Jidong also shook his head and said, "Normally, if someone in our village wants to buy land, it should go through me. But recently, no one has come to ask about buying land." Then Yi Jidong remembered something. "North Repair's wife, a few days ago, your mother-in-law did come to ask me about buying land, but she didn't say she wanted to buy it. She just asked a few questions and then left." Zhang Juexia didn't take Yi Jidong's words seriously. Village chief, maybe the person interested in buying land isn't from our village. I think I should go back now. Normally, when officials come to the village, I, as the village chief, should host meals. Today, you two have gone to some trouble. If someone comes to us, I can't just chase them away. It's just a meal, no big deal. North Repair and I are thinking, since we're all from the same village and the officials are still here, maybe we can talk nicely. There might still be hope. But who would have thought everyone would deny now? Grandpa knows you both are kind and truly care about our village. Thank you. If no one admits it, then so be it. If they want to pay a high price to buy land, that's their own business. Since the village chief said this, Zhang Juexia felt that if he kept arguing, he would seem like he was meddling too much. Back home, Yi Baixiu was eating with Zhang Wei and Lu Chang. The 2 big bowls of food were almost finished, and only 2 pieces of flatbread remained. Zhang Wei burped happily. "This meal, sister, is really good. I haven't enjoyed a meal like this in a long time." Lu Chang stood up and agreed. "Brother Baixiu, sister, if you ever have trouble in the future, just come to the yamen and find us." Yes, find us," Zhang Wei patted his chest and promised. "Next time we go to town, my brothers will treat you both to a restaurant. Food in the mountains is rough. We can't let the 2 big brothers spend too much," Zhang Juexia said, taking out 2 pieces of meat from the backyard storeroom. This is wild boar meat from a recent hunt. You're eating the same today. Take these 2 pieces home and let your family try this wild flavor. That's not good. Are we brothers just taking and eating? Look at what you're saying, brothers. It's all gifts from the mountains, no money involved. All right, then we won't be polite. Zhang Wei and Lu Chong happily mounted their horses, bowed to Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia, and quickly disappeared. Zhang Juexia told Yi Baixiu what she had heard in the village. Yi Baixiu was also confused. During dinner, I kept trying to talk to them, but they were very resistant. They wouldn't let me bring it up, and whenever I did, they changed the subject. They also told me this matter has nothing to do with us, and the court will soon issue new orders. Zhang Juexia helped Yi Baixiu inside. This matter really has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it. You go call Lu the doctor to come eat, and I'll help him heat up the food in the kitchen. After Lu Mingda got up, he also helped analyze the situation. Maybe those 2 officials are telling the truth. Recently, the court has been short on silver because of wars. Now, with the border negotiations, they've paid a lot of silver. They wouldn't want to do such a losing deal again. Do you still have silver? If so, it might be a good time to buy some land. Zhang Juexia listened to Lu Mingda and felt interested. Maybe I should go to the town tomorrow and see how things are. I'll go with you. Zhang Juexia asked Lu Mingda, can my husband go to the town with his leg? If he wants to go, he can. Using a cane isn't a problem and walking a little is fine, but he shouldn't walk too far. Yi Baixiu smiled happily.
Great.
I finally don't have to stay at home feeling restless. Don't be too happy yet. Be careful and don't trip or bump into anything. Early the next morning, Zhang Juexia and Yi Baixiu went to Jinsui town. Lu Mingda looked at them sadly. Go early and come back early, or I'll go hungry. When they arrived in town, they went straight to the government office. Zhang Wei saw them and was surprised and happy. Do you have something to do? Zhang Juexia didn't hide anything and simply said, Brother Zhang, we want to buy some land. Zhang Wei looked around and took them to the backyard. I just want to ask one thing. Are you planning to buy land today, or is the person from your village who wanted to buy land yesterday? It's us. Zhang Wei's face tightened, and his eyes looked serious. I trust you, but I want to be clear. If this is because of someone else's matter and it causes trouble among brothers, it's not worth it. Zhang Juexia smiled and explained, Brother Zhang, honestly, yesterday at our house, we did think about helping that person. But I checked around the village, and no one admitted to wanting to buy land. So we gave up that idea. Today, my husband and I really want to buy this land. Zhang Wei listened carefully and thought for a moment. You want to buy wasteland? I haven't thought much about it. We just wanted to buy something suitable for this time, Zhang Wei said happily as he looked at Yi Baixiu. Brother Baixiu, do you think I lack cultivation? Why haven't I married someone as capable as our big sister-in-law? Zhang Juexia pretended to be angry. Big brother, is that really a compliment? I haven't met my sister-in-law, but I'm sure she's definitely better than me. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Wei stopped laughing. Let's get to the main point. How much silver can you all raise to buy land? 200 taels. There is indeed a piece of land outside the town, about 30 acres. I'll take you to see it first. If you like it, we can discuss the price. Zhang Juexia was stunned. Big brother Zhang, you. Zhang Wei saw the doubt in Zhang Juexia's eyes and explained with a smile, all the land transactions in our town are handled by us. The other day, I heard from officials in Shuanhe County that the Imperial Court has issued a document raising land prices. As for why it hasn't been sent down yet, it's because the officials want to take this chance to make some extra money. You're not outsiders, and we're not afraid of you laughing. The reason our brothers are at odds with that person from your village is because she doesn't follow the rules. If she spends less money on land, we brothers can earn a little more. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Big brother Zhang, you're right. I want to ask about the situation of the 30 acres of land next to the town. That land originally had an owner, but the owner committed a crime and it was seized by the government. You know, only those who can afford it are interested in buying those 30 acres. When they hear the owner committed a crime, they think it's bad and don't want to get involved. Less careful families might want to buy some to farm, but they don't have enough money. We don't want to sell it separately. So it's been sitting here. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia understood. Big brother Zhang, are you worried that once the imperial document arrives, this 30 acres will be even harder to sell? Are you trying to sell it quickly while the time is right? Zhang Wei gave a thumbs up to Zhang Juexia. Then Zhang Juexia remembered, Big brother Zhang, is brother Lu Chong not on duty today? Lu Chong's cousin is getting married today, so he went to help.
Oh.
You've probably heard of Lu Chong's cousin, the famous Li Kaisui in our town. Li Kaisui? Zhang Juexia was surprised. Could it be that Li Kaisui married Zhang Qiuyue? Big sister, you haven't even heard of Li Kaisui? Brother Zhang, what is Master Li's full name? Zhang Wei laughed loudly. You're asking that? Luckily, Master Li isn't here. He would be very upset if he heard. In our town, no one seems to know his real name. Is it really that funny? Is Master Li such an important person? Why does everyone need to know his full name? Zhang Wei's eyes filled with tears from laughing. His full name is Li Jini. Remember that. Do you know why he's so proud in our town? His older brother is related by marriage to our county official. Because of this relationship, he can do as he pleases here. The young wife he married today is probably his 8th wife, about your age. Zhang Jiexia was busy driving the cart, catching only bits of what Zhang Wei said. One wants to marry, the other wants to be married. Each has their own reasons. That's true. Master Li isn't short of money, but he lacks a son. His first wife only had a daughter. The other wives he married later haven't had children. The reason he went all out for his 8th wife today is because she's pregnant with his child. People are just born lucky. If she gives birth to a boy, the entire Li family will listen to her. Zhang Jiexia didn't agree with Zhang Wei's words. She knew a little about stories of women leaving children behind. Brother Zhang, do you know where this 8th wife of Master Li is from? I heard she's from Daya village, also surnamed Zhang. Zhang Wei leaned out slightly. There's a funny story about this. This 8th wife is the same woman Lu Sanla recently divorced. Zhang Jiexia sneakily looked back and saw Zhang Wei talking animatedly, shaking her head. Men and women are alike. Both love gossip and can't resist exploring it. If one day Master Li takes this 8th wife out and meets Lu Sanla, what would he call her? Zhang Wei chuckled to himself. Inside the carriage, Yi Beixiu was smiling with a half-open mouth. After leaving the city gates, Zhang Wei stuck his head out and directed Zhang Jiexia. Go straight, turn left, then right. When they got off the carriage, Zhang Jiexia saw a large piece of land ahead. Zhang Juexia looked around at the distance, feeling somewhat satisfied inside, but showed a look of dislike on his face. It's okay, I guess. Didn't they say it's pretty close to the town? But I feel like it's a bit far. Far? Well, whatever you say, Yi Beixiu said as he leaned on his stick and walked around. Big brother Zhang, who is farming this land now. Probably tenants are working it. The owner might have done something wrong, but there are plenty of people farming here. I tell you, with this location, tenants are not a problem. You don't need to worry about that. My advice is, if you have some money, it's a good time to buy the land while the price is right. Zhang Juexia thought Zhang Wei's words made sense. Big brother Zhang, is there really nothing suspicious about this land? Zhang Wei's face stiffened, and he frowned slightly. Little sister, are you doubting me? I tell you, everyone knows what kind of person I am. You consider me a friend, and I consider you a friend, too. Yi Beixiu nervously tugged at Zhang Juexia's sleeve, signaling her to be careful when speaking. Zhang Juexia smiled. Everyone, don't worry. I only asked directly because I consider Big Brother Zhang one of us. If I didn't trust him, I might have to ask someone else about this when we get into town. Zhang Wei relaxed a bit. You're right, little sister. I was overthinking. Besides the price, there's nothing else wrong with this land. Not long ago, Master Li wanted to buy this land for his 8th wife, and we thought we could make a profit, but the deal didn't go through, so it's been put on hold. Big brother Zhang, what's the current price for this land? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Are you thinking of buying it? If the price is right, I'll take it. Like you said, whether I farm it myself or rent it out, it's still an income for the family. Master Li was asking 8 taels of silver per acre back then, but the deal didn't go through. Now we can negotiate at 8 taels. What do you think? Yi Baixiu pulled Zhang Juexia aside and whispered, if the price is right, we can get good land in the mountains for 10 taels per acre. Zhang Juexia nodded to Yi Baixiu. Don't rush. I need to think about it some more. After some thought, Zhang Juexia approached Zhang Wei. Big brother Zhang, you know our family situation. We just built a house and bought some mountain land. My husband's legs aren't good, and he's spent a lot of silver on treatment.
You see.
Zhang Wei clenched his teeth. All right, I'll help you talk to our boss and see what he says. Tomorrow, don't rush the horse cart. Wear some worn-out clothes and say that the silver is pooled from the whole family. Say, you don't want to stay in the mountains and just want to come out to earn a living. Zhang Juexia bows to Zhang Wei and says, Thank you, big brother Zhang. On the way back to town, Zhang Juexia drives the cart while thinking about how to spend the least amount of silver to get this done. When Zhang Wei gets off the cart, Zhang Juexia stops him. Big brother Zhang, we're now friends, so I need to tell you something. I really want to buy that land, but if it costs more than 200 taels of silver, I can't afford it.
So I won't buy it.
If it's less than 200 taels, I will pay 200 taels, and any extra money will go to you. Big brother Zhang. What do you think? Zhang Wei stumbles a bit and turns to look at Zhang Juexia, thinking to himself that this young wife is so clever, she even includes me in her plans. Then he thinks that if they agree on the deal, he might make some profit.
I'll try my best, he says.
Thanks, big brother Zhang. On the way home, Zhang Juexia feels very happy, swinging his whip happily. Yi Baixiu feels a bit nervous inside. Wife, do you think big brother Zhang can help with this? Don't worry, he will do his best. That's good. Our family suddenly wants to buy land, about 30 acres. I feel empty inside, and don't know how to respond. People grow and learn to handle things over time. Recently, you've been reading some books with Dr. Liu and learning some social skills, right? Yes, I listened to you, and I will learn to handle things slowly. Keep it up. I believe in you. Think about it, if our family buys land, in the future, when dealing with tenants, it will be you taking the lead. Yes, wife. I won't let you down. When they get home, Lumingda cares a lot about this matter. Zhang Juexia recounts everything to him, and Lumingda agrees with his approach, saying, I think Zhang Wei will do his best. The way you handled this shows you left some room for flexibility. Then he sighs. Zhang Juexia asks why he sighs, but he just shakes his head and doesn't say. Zhang Juexia doesn't press him. I'm hungry now. I need to cook, he says. Seeing Zhang Juexia go into the kitchen, Lumingda whispers to Yi Baixiu, if your young wife were a man, she would probably do great things. While I'm staying at your house, read those books she bought carefully and think about them. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Otherwise, she might leave you behind. Yi Baixiu nervously sweated in his palms. Master, is this matter really so serious? Lumingda raised his beard. How many times have I told you? You can't call me master, call me doctor. There's not even a patient here, so how can I be a doctor? Besides, you answer my questions every day, so I should be able to call you master. Old man came to your house just to treat your illness. Do you understand? But I'm almost better now. Can you leave? Yi Baixiu shook his head. Then stop arguing. Next time I hear you call me master, I won't teach you anything. Got it, Dr. Liu. I'll go check if the food is ready. If you'd been so obedient earlier, that would be good. Yi Baixiu went to the kitchen to help Zhang Juexia with what he could do. Wife, if one day you meet someone even more capable than you, would you still stay with me? Zhang Juexia hesitated. What did Dr. Liu say? Don't think too much. Since we live under the same roof, it means we're destined. Besides, compared to the idle people in the village, you're much better. Yi Baixiu still looked worried. Zhang Juexia helplessly shook her head and smiled. You're healing at home, but you've become sentimental. The brave, fiery Yi Baixiu who used to dare to fight and take risks, come back. Yi Baixiu put down his wooden stick and tried to stand straight. At first he wobbled, but after adjusting, he finally stood tall. Yi Baixiu, will become a proud and upright man. To quickly get the 30 acres of land, Zhang Juexia got up without washing her face or fixing her hair. She found patched clothes from the Zhang family and put them on outside her dress. Yi Beixiu also found his most worn-out clothes and put them on. Lu Mingda looked at them confused. Are you two going to beg on the street just to buy land? He added, if you really need money, I have some.
Take it.
Zhang Juexia deliberately turned around in front of Lu Mingda. Dr. Lu, are we really beggars? Lu Mingda backed away disdainfully. More than that, we're practically beggars. After hearing this, Zhang Juexia felt relieved. She pulled Yi Beixiu into a carriage. Dr. Lu, I left the food in the pot for you. Remember to eat. Zhang Juexia drove off, leaving Lu Mingda standing in the yard, enjoying the breeze. When they reached town, Zhang Juexia parked the carriage at Manhwa restaurant. Master Wan saw the couple and quickly went to greet them. But as he approached, he was surprised and took a few steps back. What are you doing? Shopkeeper Wan. We'll leave the carriage here for now. We'll talk later.
No. Oh.
Before Wan could finish, Zhang Juexia helped Yi Beixiu walk away quickly. Wan looked at their retreating figures and shook his head. What's really going on? How did it end up like this? He suddenly patted his thigh. They left so hurriedly, they forgot the main thing. As they neared the government office, Zhang Juexia reminded Yi Beixiu, husband, you need to act a little more weak and slow down when you walk so your leg looks more injured. Yi Beixiu replied quietly, got it. He cooperated and pretended to be old and sick, walking with difficulty and coughing now and then. Zhang Juexia wanted to laugh but didn't dare, holding back his amusement. Zhang Wei ran out from the office and whispered to them, don't pretend anymore. The matter is done. Follow me to the back courtyard. Inside the house in the back courtyard, Zhang Wei looked happy. Did you bring the money? Yes. Good. Wait here, I'll handle the formalities. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Juexia handed over a banknote for 200 taels of silver. Zhang Wei told them, there's water in the kettle. If you're thirsty, just drink some. Also, quickly take off those clothes outside. They look terrible. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Juexia muttered softly, he's the one who made us dress like this. Now he's complaining. We're not taking them off, let's see what he does. I think it's fine how we are. Wife, you don't know how embarrassed I was just now. No, I think you handled it quite well.
Ye Beiqiu Ganti Patet Zhang Yuekas shoulder.
Really? Tell me how. Everywhere is fine, Zhang Juexia replied stubbornly. Yi Beixiu looked at his stubborn wife and couldn't help but smile, knowing this wasn't home and he should be more restrained. After an hour, Zhang Wei came in with the land deed. You're all set. Zhang Juexia took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Wei. Brother Zhang, please accept our gratitude. Zhang Wei refused insistently. Aren't you embarrassing me? My sister gave me this idea, and I earned some silver too. Put it away and stop fussing. Yi Beixiu bowed to Zhang Wei. Thanks a lot, Brother Zhang. You've been busy all morning. How about we go to Manhwa restaurant for a meal? Zhang Wei waved his hand. Manhwa restaurant's food is way too expensive. Why go there? When I have free time, Lu Chong, and I will visit your house. Eating lots of meat is so enjoyable. Today, I won't stay for dinner. I have things to do. You can do whatever you want. Once Brother Beixiu's leg heals enough, I'll take him to meet the tenants. All the tenants in the field have signed agreements, so don't worry about collecting rent. After harvesting this batch of grain, you can decide whether to let them stay or leave. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang, said Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu as they left the government office, both feeling dizzy. Hubby, who do you think will believe that I am carrying land worth 30 acres under my clothes? Zhang Juexia asked. I believe it. Yi Beixiu looked up at the sky. Let's not rush home. Let's take a walk. They passed by Yaoji cloth shop. Zhang Juexia wanted to go in and take off her outer clothes, but she thought it might be safer to stay cautious. As she was lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into someone walking toward her. Watch where you're going. The person snapped. I'm sorry. Zhang Juexia hurried to apologize, not looking up since she was the one who bumped into the other person first. Hey, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's sister. From the sound of her voice, Zhang Jiexia guessed it was Zhang Qiuyue. She looked up and examined Zhang Qiuyue. Her hair was styled into an intricate bun decorated with jewelry and hairpins that sparkled in the sunlight. She wore a tight silk top, with a slight bump at her belly. Zhang Qiuyue protected her belly with her right hand and held a handkerchief over her mouth with her left, looking at Zhang Jiexia with disdain. If it weren't for walking opposite you, I wouldn't recognize you. So what? Just a few days, and you've fallen into ruin? Well, who you are and your fate. How could you expect to live a good life? Zhang Qiuyue sneered as she looked down on Zhang Jiexia. Yi Beixiu was the first to step forward, unwilling to listen to Zhang Qiuyue's insults. He wanted to argue with her, but Zhang Jiexia grabbed his arm. She doesn't need your help. I can handle her myself, she said, giving him a look that said she was enjoying the show. Wow, sister, with your new outfit, you must be doing well. Did you marry into a wealthy family? A young girl nearby crossed her arms and loudly exclaimed. You don't even recognize our Auntie Eighth? The girl challenged. Auntie Eighth? Which family does she belong to? Zhang Jiexia asked, feeling annoyed. The girl replied proudly. You must have heard of Master Li. She's the new wife of our Master Li, and she's called Auntie Eighth. Oh, I see. Auntie Eighth must be very impressive. Zhang Qiuyue proudly accepted Zhang Jiexia's gift. If you had been more obedient earlier, I might have given you something. Now it's too late. How could I dare take things from Auntie Eighth? Just yesterday, I heard from the townspeople that Master Li married a new wife, Auntie Eighth, but I didn't expect it to be my sister. I remember my sister married a rich man in town to become a young mistress. How did she end up as Auntie Eighth? Zhang Qiuyue's face alternated between pale and red, like a dye shop had exploded. You. Zhang Jiexia straightened up, looking sharp and firm at Zhang Qiuyue. What you? Isn't it true? Do you not know what you've done? Just because you're living in wealth, you think everyone else is the same and willing to be a little wife for the big master? Bah! Zhang Qiuyue angrily shouted, Chun Chao. Go back to the house and call someone to deal with her. Chun Chao hesitated. Her task was to protect the pregnant Auntie Eighth. If she ran away and something happened to the baby, she would be in danger. Seeing Chun Chao didn't move, Zhang Qiuyue became even more furious. She stepped forward and slapped Chun Chao. Didn't you hear what I said? Chun Chao meekly knelt on the ground. Auntie Eighth, please spare me. I dare not leave. I still need to protect the young master. As the servants and mistress argued, a crowd quickly gathered around. Who is this? So arrogant and domineering. That's Auntie Eighth from Master Li's house, the one he just married yesterday. I was wondering why she's so fierce. Isn't she the newlywed wife? Why is her belly so big? I remember hearing that Master Li's Auntie Eighth was the one causing trouble not long ago. She was the girl from the Zhang family who married Lu's son to help her sister. Yes, that's her. A circle of people pointed and whispered around Zhang Qiuyue. All her past nonsense was brought up again. Zhang Jiexia looked at her with pride. Not far away, Master Li's original wife, Qian Yulin, watched this scene quietly. Next to her, Lu Mama carefully observed her mistress's expression. Madam, should I step in? It doesn't concern us. Her messy affairs don't embarrass the master, but honestly, it makes me uncomfortable, Lu Mama replied softly. By the way, that girl arguing with Auntie Eighth is quite interesting. Qian Yulin glanced at Zhang Jiexia before turning to leave with Lu Mama. After returning home, she sent someone who could speak well to talk casually in front of the master, to see what kind of people he was planning to marry into the family. Yes, madam, Zhang Qiuyue didn't expect things to turn out like this. She stomped her foot and turned to climb into the carriage. Chun Chao called out loudly behind her, Eighth Auntie, be careful of the little young master in your belly. Zhang Jiexia snorted, the baby isn't born yet. How do I know if it's a boy or girl? But then again, Tian Kaihong might be able to predict it correctly. Zhang Qiuyue's sharp ears caught her words, and she stopped. What did you just say? You said my mother can predict things? Is that true? Of course it's true. She told me long ago that she would send a daughter to be a warm bed companion for Li Kaiju. And now it's real, Jexia replied. You. Zhang Qiuyue was so angry her head felt dizzy. She sat in the carriage, her chest rising and falling. Chun Chao carefully advised her, Madam, it's not worth getting angry. If you get too upset, it might harm the little young master. Suddenly, Chun Chao was slapped again. Who told you that my belly is already holding a little young master? Don't say that anymore. Chun Chao covered her cheek, looking wronged. Yesterday, when the in-law's wife left, she specifically told me to call the little young master. She said that if I kept calling him that, it might really come true. Zhang Qiuyue leaned her head back in frustration, and with a loud bang, her head hit the back of the carriage. She was so angry she jumped up suddenly, hitting her head again. She wailed, Can't anyone let me live in peace? Eighth auntie, for the sake of the little young master in your belly, you must stay alive. Zhang Qiuyue's carriage drove away as Yi Beixiu held Zhang Jiexia's hand and continued walking forward. I think I heard something. So, what if you know the truth? It's all in the past. No need to dwell on it, Zhang Jiexia said with a playful smile, looking at Yi Beixiu seriously. What do you regret? Zhang Jiexia looked at Yi Beixiu, who was serious, and grinned mischievously. What's there to regret? Everything's over. Yi Beixiu held Zhang Jiexia's hand silently and kept walking forward. They arrived at Manhwa restaurant. Manager Wan Shi had been waiting impatiently, sending the young servant out to look for them many times. When they finally arrived, he was overjoyed. He put down his ledger and hurried over. Brother Beixiu, it's been many days. I've prepared wine and food in the backyard. Let's chat while we eat. No need to eat. My wife and I have other things to do. Let's keep it brief. The shopkeeper Wan Shi was very enthusiastic in inviting guests, making Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu feel that if they didn't stay for the meal, it seemed like they looked down on him. Wan Shi took the two to the backyard. Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu exchanged smiles. Shopkeeper Wan, please find us a room so we can change clothes, then we'll have drinks and chat. Of course, of course. After changing, they sat at the table, and Wan Shi had prepared the food. Thank you very much for your warm hospitality today. You're welcome, you're welcome. You've helped me a lot too. About that kind of food your young lady gave me the other day, I wanted to ask if you still have some. We are old friends, so I'll be honest. An old customer at the restaurant liked that flavor. I thought it was just ordinary stuff, so I asked the kitchen to try making some, but they couldn't match your taste. Wan Shi looked at the two, then wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. I admit, I wasn't very polite about this.
Please don't take it badly.
Zhang Jiexia smiled and replied, How could we? Shopkeeper Wan, your actions are very kind. By the way, what do you need us to do today? Wan Shi happily patted the table. That's great. That's why I like doing business with you too. Could you send me some more hawthorn jam? Shopkeeper Wan, you've already tasted the jam, so you must know it's a bit expensive. Wan Shi nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, we can discuss the price. How many do you need? Can you send 50 jars? Zhang Jiexia thought about how much hawthorn they still had at home, but Wan Shi thought it might be difficult. How about 40 jars instead? Yi Beixiu nudged Zhang Jiexia, who then stood up. Shopkeeper Wan, you've supported us for so long. How can we not help you with this small favor? 50 jars is 50 jars. As for the price, Wan Shi stood up excitedly. Thank you, young lady Yi. We can negotiate the price. Zhang Jiexia signaled Wan Shi to sit down first. Shopkeeper Wan, let's be polite first. We should discuss the price without hurting feelings. As I mentioned, these are costly to make and require a lot of effort. In Shuana County, I sell each jar for 300 coins. You've always taken good care of us, so how about 200 coins per jar? Wan Shi's heart sank. He realized he was late to act. Although the price was higher, there was still profit. He clenched his teeth, raised his cup, and said, Deal. All right, Master Wan, when will you be delivering the goods? The sooner the better. I have a small request. Could you send some wine to our restaurant every month from now on? As for the amount, just like now, I'll inform you in advance. No problem. Master Wan, you're getting more polite. My husband and I also hope your business thrives so we can both benefit. Listening to Zhang Juexia's kind words, Wan Shi couldn't help but get a bit tipsy. Since Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu had other matters to attend to and didn't want to stay too long at the table, they exchanged polite farewells and prepared to leave. As Wan Shi saw them out, he specifically reminded, make sure to send the canned food early and bring some wild game when you come. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu left Manfu restaurant, their smiles growing wider. My wife, you are so clever. I used to worry about what to do now that I can't go hunting. Now I see there's endless work. All thanks to you. Today's lunch didn't have honey or sugar, did it? Why is someone's mouth so sweet? Yi Beixiu stepped out of the carriage. Wife, why don't I drive the cart and you sit inside? Zhang Juexia shot him a sidelong glance. You'll have plenty of chances to sit inside later. Though Yi Beixiu was a bit reluctant, he obediently entered the carriage. First, Zhang Juexia went to the grocery shop and bought 6 jean of rock sugar, ordered 100 clay jars, and arranged to pick up the goods in a few days. Then she drove her horse carriage to the market, hoping to buy some hawthorn to take home. The man who sold peanuts last time was still there, so he wasn't lying, his family did have quite a lot of peanuts. Zhang Juexia got off the carriage and bought a bag of peanuts from him. The man was so excited he couldn't speak properly, only saying that Zhang Juexia was kind-hearted and a good person. Everyone loves to hear good words. Watching him carry the bag of peanuts onto the carriage and settle it, she asked, does this market sell hawthorn? The man thought for a moment. Yes, just ahead. I'll take you there. I only know you live in Lijiawan, but I don't know your name. Lu Dalong. I'm a dragon. That's how my parents named me. Lu Dalong took Zhang Juexia to a corner, where an old lady was selling hawthorn. Sure enough, she was selling mountain produce. She was a poor woman, relying on her grandson. Her grandson gathered mountain goods, which she sold. Zhang Juexia thanked Lu Dalong and went to buy hawthorn. It cost 3 won per jean, and she didn't haggle. The old lady told her, I still have a lot of hawthorn at home. If you want more, come find me. All right, if I need anything in the future, I will come to the market to find you, Lu Dalong said as he saw Zhang Juexia struggling to carry a large bag of hawthorns. He stepped forward to help, placing the bag onto the cart. Yi Beixiu exchanged a few polite words with Lu Dalong. During this time, Zhang Juexia bought 50 eggs. The two of them then left the market. Having finished their errands, Zhang Juexia was ready to go home. Zhang Qiuyue originally went to town to show off a little, but unexpectedly met Zhang Juexia and got very angry. She didn't know who was gossiping so much, but before she even reached home, her actions in town reached Li Caiji's ears. Zhang Qiuyue was grounded for 2 months, claiming she needed to rest at home to take care of her pregnancy. She was so angry she smashed things in her house and reported the news to Qian Yulin. Qian Yulin calmly waved his hand and said, if you broke things, just replace them with anti-ba. No big deal. Yao Zhonggui, who witnessed the argument between Zhang Juexia and Zhang Qiuyue on the street, was very impressed with Zhang Juexia. He said, young lady Yi, you are truly remarkable. I tried to ask her questions, but she didn't say a word or complain. If it weren't for Annie Ba, we wouldn't know what's really going on. When Lu Taifu heard this, she came over and said, I knew it. I thought she looked a lot like Liliang. Yao Zhonggui disdainfully curled his lips and said, now your third young master can safely marry and have children. I tell you, her life is good, and she has no intention of reconnecting with you. You don't need to pretend to be so concerned. Lu Taifu was speechless and stammered, back in the day, only a few of us sisters knew Liliang. If you really wanted to help her child, you could have thought of a way. Besides, you saw how much she and her mother look alike. If your family wants to climb higher, just give up this marriage. Why go through so much trouble? If you're not tired, I, the spectator, feel exhausted just watching. Tears welled up in Lu Taifu's eyes as she said, Tawa, there are some things you don't understand. She staggered away from Yao Ji cloth shop. Yao Zhonggui, furious, threw his scissors forcefully into a pile of cloth. On the way home, Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu chatted casually. Madam, I feel like hawthorn preserves are a bit expensive today, Zhang Jiexia said. Expensive? Master one is clever. If he didn't sell each jar for 1 or 2 silver coins, he'd be ashamed to invite us to such a nice meal, Yi Beixiu replied, surprised. Hubby, you're still too naive. You spend too much time with the mountains and don't realize the dangers outside. That's why I'm sent by heaven to protect you, she said with a smile. Yi Beixiu's face turned red, and he fidgeted nervously. My wife. Don't talk nonsense, he said. Zhang Jiexia laughed loudly. There was a steep ahead, and Ahua was quick-witted, so she hurriedly stopped. Ahua spun around in place, and Zhang Jiexia jumped down from the carriage to check. Husband, is there someone here? Yi Beixiu supported himself with a wooden stick and jumped down. He placed his hand near the person's mouth. Still breathing. What should we do? Yi Beixiu looked around. There's no village in front, no shop behind, and it's cold. If we leave this person here, they probably won't survive. After thinking for a moment, Yi Beixiu said, My wife, saving a life is the most important. We have Lu Doctor at home. Maybe we should bring him back. There might still be hope. Zhang Jiexia hesitated, wondering whether to save the person, especially since Lu Mingda was hiding at their house. What if this person? Zhang Jiexia voiced her doubts. Yi Beixiu also hesitated because Lu Mingda had healed his leg and taught him to read. But if they didn't save this person, they would feel guilty. Husband, check this person to see if there's anything useful. Yi Beixiu understood and searched around but found nothing. My wife, I think we should carry him onto the carriage. If Lu Doctor is on the carriage, I believe he will help.
All right.
When Lu Mingda saw them return, he came forward to check if they had bought the land. Zhang Jiexia smiled and told him, Lu Doctor, the land purchase went smoothly, just as you expected. But on the way, we encountered a dying person, and out of kindness, we brought him back. Please help us see if he can be saved. Lu Mingda was cautious. He looked around outside the door and then told them to close the door quickly. We don't know this person's background. To be safe, it's best to move him to the storeroom in the backyard. I'll treat his injuries. After settling the person, Lu Mingda arrived. He lifted his shirt and examined him. Xiar, you go outside first. This person is injured, so let Beixiu help me. My wife, I am here. Go to the front yard and boil some hot water. It might be needed soon. Zhang Jiexia absent-mindedly boiled water, worried about what trouble might come from saving this person. When the water boiled, she didn't notice. Yi Beixiu, leaning on his stick, reminded her from the kitchen, and she realized, I was distracted. This person is badly hurt, with multiple injuries. Luckily, we brought him back. Otherwise, he might not survive. What about him now? Dr. Lu only stopped the bleeding from his wound. From what he said, you will need to go to the town again tomorrow because there are no medicines at home. Just go if you must. If you're fine, it's okay. Tired, Lu Mingda came to the front yard. Xiar, please help me prepare some food and get the bedding ready. This person is badly hurt, so I need to stay in the backyard with him tonight. It's cold outside and the storage room has no heating, so tonight will be tough. Dr. Lu, maybe we should move this person to the front yard for easier care.
No.
Saving a person is important, but he hasn't woken up yet. We don't know if he's a good or bad person, so we should stay cautious. Yi Beixiu insisted on staying in the backyard to watch over him, but was met with 2 quick replies from Lu Mingda. Can you walk easily, or do you know medical skills? Yi Beixiu had no more words to say. Xiar, I will write a prescription. Tomorrow morning, you must go early to the town to buy medicine. Be very careful and keep the secret. Don't let anyone know you're helping. I will split the prescription into 2 parts, one for treating the knife wound and the other for blood replenishment and pain relief. Remember, when you give it to Li Yidong, split it again. Always be cautious. Zhang Jiexia took the prescription. Don't worry, Dr. Lu. I understand. Because of worries, Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu didn't sleep well that night. Early in the morning, they went to the backyard. Lu Mingda's eyes were bloodshot, showing signs of exhaustion. Zhang Juexia saw this and guessed he hadn't slept all night. Lu Mingda signaled Yi Beixiu he's been running a fever all night and just fell asleep. You watch over him first. I'll rest for a bit. After tidying up, Zhang Juexia rode a carriage to the town to buy medicine. Once she got the medicine, she didn't stay long and hurried back home. She specifically asked Bai Shu if there was anything unusual in the town. Bai Shu thought for a moment and shook his head. On the way home, she was very careful and didn't encounter any suspicious people. Lu Mingda brewed medicine for the injured person in the backyard. After boiling, he asked Zhang Juexia to dispose of the leftover herbs. By the next morning, the person had woken up. Zhang Juexia went early to the town to pick up a ceramic jar she had ordered. When she arrived, she was stunned. The guards at the city gate were many times more than usual, and everyone entering was thoroughly questioned. When it was her turn, her carriage was inspected carefully, and she was asked multiple times why she was entering the city. She answered honestly, and after registration, she was allowed to enter. There were also soldiers patrolling with knives, which made Zhang Juexia's palms sweat with nervousness. When she arrived at the grocery store, the shopkeeper quickly asked the assistant to help Zhang Juexia load the clay jar onto the cart. I've been waiting for you. After I send you off, I will close the shop and stop business. We can't afford any trouble. But what happened? Someone said they were catching a person? Who would believe that? Anyway, closing early is always good. I'd rather not earn money or cause trouble. Last night, there was a commotion. They said the pharmacy was searched thoroughly. Hearing about the pharmacy, Zhang Juexia's heart skipped a beat. After the young assistant helped her pack the items, she paid and then hurried to Li's pharmacy by carriage. She saw that the pharmacy door was still open and nothing seemed unusual inside, so she relaxed. At the city gate, she faced the same trouble, being checked again. But the records matched those from when she entered, so she was soon allowed to pass. She drove the carriage quickly, occasionally talking to Ahua. Ahua, thank you for your hard work. I'm worried about trouble at home, so I need you to go faster. Ahua seemed to understand and quickened her steps. When they reached the house, she looked around like Lu Mingda did, then entered and closed the door tightly. Seeing her hurried steps, Lu Mingda knew something was wrong. Is there something unusual in town? Zhang Juexia pointed to the backyard. That person has woken up. Yes, and now they're just staring blankly. They were causing a fuss earlier, saying they didn't want to trouble us. That person probably isn't involved in your trouble, Lu Mingda thought for a moment. It should be unrelated. Then he looked serious. I've told you many times, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just hiding from people.
Got it.
Don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health. Did that person say where they're from or where they're going? No, they didn't say. But I didn't ask either. I'll ask when I get a chance. The town was heavily on alert this time, with checks at the city gates. Some shops had closed. I heard the pharmacy was searched, but Li's pharmacy was fine. I didn't go inside.
Good job.
I think once those people remember us, that person will probably recover and leave. Lu Laozhong, I feel uneasy. What if that person isn't a good person? Or what if they're a master and sneakily hurt us in the middle of the night? Lu Mingda looked at Zhang Juexia seriously. You're overthinking it, he said. People were released by Lu Mingda, but he gave the jade pendant to Zhang Juexia. You saved that person, so keep the jade pendant. It looks valuable, and it might come in handy someday. Zhang Juexia took it and said, if that person leaves while I'm around, I want him to write me a loan note. Money is more useful than this jade. Lu Mingda looked at Zhang Juexia as if he didn't understand, and said, just keep it safe. Only a few people in the entire Dezhou country can produce such a fine jade pendant. Zhang Juexia stored the pendant carefully. That night, soldiers entered Yejia village, and Yi Jidong led them to search house by house. To avoid trouble, Lu Mingda hid in the cellar. Since Zhang Juexia's house was near the mountain and outside the village, the soldiers searched thoroughly and questioned many people. After the search, they found nothing. As they left, they still urged Yi Beixiu, your place is close to the mountain. If someone asks for help in the middle of the night, report it to the authorities. Yi Baixiu nodded repeatedly. After the soldiers left, Zhang Juexia couldn't sleep at all. Hubby, you say Lu Longzhong is really amazing. How does he see through everything? He's been traveling outside for many years, so he's experienced. Wife, what do you think the outside world looks like? I'm also curious. Then let's find some time to go see for ourselves. Yes, life must go on no matter what happens outside. Zhang Juexia received a order from Manhwa restaurant and had to deliver it quickly. Yi Baixiu and she hurried to check the order, but with limited time and urgent tasks, their strength was not enough. I'll go to the old house and call sister-in-law and Suyin to help. That should be faster. Yi Baixiu agreed, knowing that such detailed work was not suitable for someone rough like him. Hurry up, when they come, I can rest a bit too. Hubby, we're doing this to earn silver. I think we should ask sister-in-law and Suyin to help, and we'll pay them. What do you think? Sure, I agree. I'll listen to you. Zhang Juexia hadn't been to the old house for a long time. When she entered the yard, she felt it was so quiet it made her uneasy. She called out for her grandparents. Wang Guilon, looking tired, came out of the house. Xiar is here, come inside. After entering, Zhang Juexia didn't stay long and got straight to the point. Wang Guilon stood up and said, I'll go with you to call them. Li Yiqin and Yi Siyun happily followed Zhang Juexia without hesitation. At first, Zhang Juexia was worried about Li Yiqin's health, but Li Yiqin was very indifferent. People in our countryside don't care much about these things. Our family has no land to farm, but families with land are busy working in the fields all day long. Big sister-in-law, this is your first pregnancy, you need to be careful. I know. Then Li Yiqin sighed again. Xiar, even if you don't pay us wages, I would still be happy to work at your house. Talking to you makes me feel better. Even the usually cautious Yi Siyun nodded in agreement this time. But what happened? When I went to the old house, I felt something was wrong. Li Yiqin looked around. Where did Baixiu go? He probably went to the backyard with Dr. Lu. You don't know? I've been dreaming of moving out quickly. I'd be happy even if I had to live in a simple shelter. What exactly happened? Grandma doesn't look happy either. Li Yiqin lowered her voice. Since Baixiu isn't here, I'll tell you. The family is in this state because of Aunt San causing trouble. When you went to the old house today, did you notice she wasn't home? Yes. Aunt San argued with Grandpa and Grandma and took the children back to her parents' house. Uncle was angry, but didn't go after her. Overall, the atmosphere at home is very bad. Zhang Juexia was surprised and put down her work. Aren't you guys separated already? Why is there so much fuss? Pang Xiujian was also convinced. Everyone respected Yi Baixiu and didn't speak badly behind his back. But she really didn't act like a proper mother-in-law. She caused trouble and wouldn't give up. Li Yiqin looked at Yi Siyun, who also showed impatience. Big sister-in-law, don't look at me like that. Just say what you want. Anyway, I also think Aunt Sen went too far this time. Alright, Xiar, normally, since you and Aunt Sen have been close recently, we shouldn't talk behind her back. But after spending time with you, we see that you understand the big picture, care about the overall situation, and help justice more than family.
Zhang Juexia interruptă Li Yiqin.
Big sister-in-law, don't say more nice words. Just get to the point. Maybe talking about it will make us feel better, and it's better for the baby in my belly. Aunt San has been causing trouble lately, trying to restart the family division. Grandpa and Grandma didn't agree, so she took Bei Li and Bei Feng back to her parents' house. When the family division was first decided, it was based on her wishes. Why is she causing trouble again now? Zhang Juexia was also speechless. She really thinks dividing the family is a game for children to play. Everyone knows this reason, but Aunt Third refuses to admit it. She says that Grandpa's distribution was unfair back then. I think she benefited from it. How could it be unfair? This matter started with Aunt Third buying land. When I heard about the land purchase, I was surprised. Was it just a few days ago? Did the officials also come?
Exactly.
I understand now, but I'm still a bit confused. She did ask around on the street and even went to the old house, but no one admitted to selling the land. Aunt Third is not good at handling things. She upset the officials and then went back to her parents' house to discuss the matter. After talking it over, she decided not to buy the land anymore. She caused trouble by wanting to split the family again, claiming that half of the uncultivated land should go to her. Grandpa and Grandma were clearly unhappy. The family division wasn't supposed to be like that. Everything was already registered, and they couldn't just change it. She said Grandpa and Grandma favored others, claiming they knew the land's price had gone up but didn't tell her, so she bought the land with money but couldn't get good land. What exactly happened when my mother-in-law bought the land? Who knows? But from what she said, we pieced together some clues. It seems she didn't want to give the officials their due benefits, spoke harshly, and offended the officials. My grandpa told me he asked Uncle Ji-dong. The land's price had increased, but the official documents confirming the price increase only arrived yesterday. Uncle Yin-hai had just bought some wasteland. When he bought it, it hadn't increased in price, unlike Aunt Third's case, which was just 2 days earlier. Always careful and sensible, Yi Seun couldn't hold back anymore. Sister-in-law, I just don't understand. Aunt Third's own poor handling caused all this fuss, so why is it affecting the whole family? You don't know. She was crying and making a scene. We really can't afford to lose face over her. Listening to her mother-in-law's words, Zhang Juesha couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She's now taken the children back to her parents' house. What kind of rules does Uncle Third follow? Li Qin was even angrier. You don't know Uncle Third either. He always goes along with Aunt Third in everything. So, we just have to go along with her and let her cause trouble? What else can we do? The family division is already settled. Zhang Juesha changed the subject and started talking about something else. Li Qin warned her, I'm just telling you this, so you don't let Beishio find out. If he knows, it'll only cause more trouble. I understand. It's been a long time since Zhang Juesha saw Yi Seun. She noticed she was wearing a brand new silver hairpin. Seun, you look even more beautiful. Yi Seun shyly lowered her head. Sister-in-law, you're teasing me again. The silver hairpin on her head also looked nice. Li Qin smiled and said, Zhao Exine gave it to me, so it must look nice. Big sister-in-law. Seun, it's nothing. When Zhao Exine gives you something, it shows he cares about you. Has the Zhao family decided on a wedding date yet? My parents want to finish building the new house and settle everything nicely, so Seun can get married from the new home. That's good. Yes, after Seun gets married and a couple of years pass, Balin will probably get married too. Zhang Juesha listened to Li Qin's old-fashioned words and couldn't help but smile. Big sister-in-law, your child hasn't even been born yet, and you're already worried. This made Yi Seun laugh along. The 3 skillful women worked quickly, finishing 50 jars of hawthorn jam in just 2 days. Zhang Juesha paid Li Qin and Yi Seun for their work, then asked Lu Mingda to help her check her pulse. Only after that did she leave. Big sister-in-law, ask your eldest brother to come early tomorrow morning to help move things to the cart, and then go to town with me. Okay, if your eldest brother finds out, he'll be very happy. You don't know, after he learned to drive the cart that day, he kept hoping you'd have something to do so he could drive to town. If I ask him to drive the cart every day, he might get annoyed. He won't be annoyed. He just likes going out and thinks it's lively outside. After seeing Li Qin and Yi Seun off, Zhang Juesha also felt tired and went inside to lie on the bed. Yi Beishio saw how exhausted Zhang Juesha was and hurried to massage her legs and back. Since it's Big Brother driving the cart, I might as well go to town with you. If you're willing to go, then go, but only if you promise your legs will be comfortable. Of course. I'm looking forward to my legs getting better, so I can help share house chores with my wife. Don't tell Big Brother about us buying land in town. Keep it a secret from Grandpa and Grandma too. Yi Beishio paused and asked, but did something happen? Nothing. No, you're hiding something from me. Really, nothing. Go to sleep. Yi Beishio arrived home early, loaded the goods, and then Yi Beishio and Zhang Juesha got on the cart. Beishio, are you worried about your first time driving the cart? Isn't that right? Big Brother, don't overthink. Just drive well. On the way, Yi Beishu and Yi Beishu discussed, next year, when we build a new house, we also want to raise some wild rabbits and chickens at home. Yi Beishu looked at Zhang Juexia, who shrugged to show she had no opinion. Good idea, big brother. Look, we're still sending wild rabbits to the restaurant now. If we raise them at home, we won't need to hunt in the deep mountains anymore. It's safer. My sister-in-law, and I think the same way. Next year, we will have a child, and she doesn't want me to go deep into the mountains anymore. That's right. Having a child means more responsibilities, and you can't take risks like that again. Yes, your sister-in-law also envies Xiar for living such a good life. She told me to follow your steps closely. Even if I only learn a little, enough to raise a child is good enough. Big brother said so, and your sister-in-law is also very good. No, she's not as good as Xiar and your family. Hearing the two men compliment each other in a playful way, Zhang Juexia couldn't stand it and had to interrupt. Big brother, the road ahead is a bit steep. Please pay attention and stop talking for now. Yi Beishan immediately focused and drove without saying a word. Inside the carriage, Yi Beishu hugged Zhang Juexia and whispered in her ear, I like it when others praise my wife.
My wife is the best.
Zhang Juexia pointed outside, where the carriage was packed with goods, and they sat at the very edge. The words spoken inside could probably be heard clearly outside. This time going to town, it wasn't as grand as last time. There were no interrogations, just paying the town entrance tax to get in. There were no patrol soldiers on the streets, and shops were open. Yi Beishan drove the horse carriage directly to the back courtyard of Manhwa restaurant, where the manager, Wan Shi, personally received them. He watched carefully as the clerk carefully moved the hawthorn preserves into the storage room. Go to the kitchen and give the wild rabbits to Wang Dong. I'll brew some tea at the front, and we can chat while drinking. Wang Dong was quick and efficiently settled the bill with Zhang Juexia. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhang Juexia went to the front yard to find Wan Shi. Wan Shi had already prepared the tea and was waiting for them. Knowing that Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishu would probably discuss something with Wan Shi, Yi Beishan didn't follow inside. Wan Shi first handed the money for the preserves to Zhang Juexia. Young lady Yi, here are 10 taels of silver.
Keep it.
I didn't expect you to deliver so quickly. I know you, Wan, are eager to make money. That's why I hurried to finish and bring it to you. Wan Shi smiled and said, Young lady Yi, if I order 100 jars next time, do you think you can make that many? Zhang Juexia pretended to find it difficult, but was secretly very happy. These 50 jars were made with extra effort. If I need 100, I need you to give me 2 or 3 days' notice. All right, I remember Brother Beishu lives in Yejia village, right? Yes, that's right. After leaving Manhwa restaurant, Yi Beishu asked Zhang Juexia curiously, why was Wan Shi so enthusiastic today? I felt a little overwhelmed by his warmth. Zhang Juexia smiled and said, because the hawthorn jam made him some money, he needs to maintain good relations with us. It's that simple. Of course, think about it. If you were the shopkeeper Wan, anyone who brought him more money would be treated politely. In the past, you sent him wild game, and others did too. But now, it's different. Others can't make hawthorn jam, but we can. Yi Beishu frowned, thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. Let's go to the general store first, order 200 clay jars, then go to the market to buy hawthorn from the old lady. Following Zhang Juexia's plan, the three of them finished their errands in Jinshui town by noon. Before, we just rushed in and out of town. Let's find a shop to eat something before heading home. How does Dr. Liu eat? I left him some food. He just needs to heat it up. Yi Beishu told Yi Beishan to stop the carriage at a noodle shop, and the three went inside to have a bowl of noodles. The noodles were average in taste, but chewy. Zhang Juexia looked at the large bowl in front of her and felt a bit pressured, so she picked some noodles and put them into Yi Beishu's bowl. Did you hear? The new wife of Master Li caused a scene on the street the other day. I heard Master Li was very angry and kept her confined. Is it strange for a wife to be confined? I haven't finished talking. I heard Master Li found someone else he favors. So, it seems Master Li is planning another wedding. I don't know if they'll get married, but I think with his money, he definitely wants to have a son. That's true. But families that push their daughters to be concubines often have strong pregnancies, and even if they have a son, they might not stay in the Lee family.
Why?
The person was so angry they slammed their chopsticks on the table.
Why?
Are you brainless? Do you think Master Lee's main wife is just sitting around? Everyone in the noodle shop gasped. I thought marrying into a wealthy family was all about enjoying life. Why are there so many problems? Zhang Juexia listened to the gossip while drinking her noodles, thinking that the family of a local rich man felt like a palace drama. After finishing the noodles, Zhang Juexia bought 2 large bags of hot steamed buns from the next shop, one for them to eat and the other for Yi Beishan to take back to the old house. On the way, the 3 of them imagined the future and briefly discussed plans for next spring. Yi Beishan mentioned building a new house and smiled happily. Beishiu, I like this courtyard of yours. When I build my house, I'll make a front and backyard. My parents can live in the front yard and my big sister-in-law, and I will stay in the backyard. Big brother, I've seen your land. There are many flat areas below. Actually, you and big sister-in-law could build another yard, suggested Xiar. Xiar, don't talk nonsense, Zhang Juexia said confused. Husband, why do you say I'm talking nonsense? I just think that big sister-in-law and big brother have their own children now, so they should live independently. Yi Beishan waved his whip happily. Xiar, I think your idea is good. But Suyin isn't married yet, and Bei Lin isn't engaged. If I separate from your big sister-in-law and live elsewhere, people will gossip about us. Yi Beishiu agreed with Yi Beishan. Now you understand. If in the future, the brothers split the family, don't say I didn't warn you. If it gets to the uncles, they might think big brother and big sister-in-law are planning to rebel. Zhang Juexia nodded as if she understood, but was still a bit confused. She tried to adapt to life here, but some rules she didn't fully understand.
Ye Beishan siket.
Honestly, I envy you too. But with blessings come difficulties. I have my parents' protection, so I'm not as brave as Beishiu. Yi Beishan spoke clearly, and Zhang Juexia agreed. Big brother, the husband and I are like children without umbrellas. We have to run faster than others. Yi Beishan looked up at the sky. It's not going to rain, so why bring up umbrellas? Zhang Juexia laughed loudly at Yi Beishan's joke. When they entered the village, Yi Beishan stopped the carriage at the nearest road to the old house. Zhang Juexia handed him some buns, and he didn't refuse. She drove the carriage and saw the main gate was open. Without stopping, she went straight into the yard. Here they come. Here they come. The couple is here, someone shouted as a group surrounded her before she got off the carriage.
Who are you?
Why are you coming to my house? Yi Beishiu lifted the curtain and protected Zhang Juexia. Grandpa, grandma, uncle, second uncle. Why are you here? I'm your grandson. I can visit my own family, said Peng Xiujian, coming out of the main house, annoyed. He scolded Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu. An outsider is eating and drinking well in your house. Why can't we come too? Zhang Juexia helped Yi Beishiu down from the carriage, feeling annoyed. Of course you can come. This is your son's home. You've always wanted to come whenever you liked and leave whenever you wanted. Peng Xiujuan was about to wave to Zhang Juexia, but Yi Beishiu blocked her. My wife is right. You've always done the same. Why are you now saying otherwise?
You. Ye Beikus grandmoter, Zol Anu, Siteput Kulosir.
She pushed Peng Xiujuan gently, smiling warmly. It's been a long time since I last came up the mountain. I didn't expect that our Xiu's life has been getting better and better. Yi Beishiu just responded with a and said nothing more. Peng Xiujuan looked displeased. Your grandparents came from far away, and you are just so dismissive of them. How should I treat them? I wasn't home, but you already brought people inside. Yi Beishiu's grandfather, Peng Yu, coughed. Stop standing around in the yard.
Come inside and talk.
Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu followed them into the main room. She felt like a guest in her own home. Even more so when she saw the clutter. Teapots and cups casually placed, peanut shells scattered everywhere. Beishiu's wife, go to the kitchen and prepare some food. Everyone's hungry. Oh, and add more meat. Your grandparents have poor teeth, so cook the dishes softer. Zhang Jiexia pretended not to hear and remained still. Yi Beixiu stood up. We've already eaten. We've been busy all day and are tired. If there's nothing else, you should go back. You unfilial child. Are you doing this for her? You've become so unrecognizable, haven't you? Mother, this is my home, not yours. If you want to host them, you can take them to your house, Zhou Ernia said, pinching her face. You're all mother and son. How can you be so clear about it? Beixiu, listen to your mother. Let your wife cook for us. We're family after all. We shouldn't let outsiders get the better of us. Zhang Jiexia caught her meaning and was furious. She jumped up. You're just outsiders. Be smart and leave my house now. Peng Yu pointed at Yi Beixiu. Beixiu, this is the woman you married? Such rudeness. You should divorce her immediately. Your cousin isn't married yet, so marry her instead. Yi Beixiu protected Zhang Jiexia behind him, annoyed. Grandfather, I respect you as my grandfather because my mother gave birth to me. Please don't interfere in my affairs. This is the Yi family. I have grandparents here. If you want to worry, go back to your Peng family and stop bothering us. Peng Yu's eyes widened. He grabbed something nearby, ready to throw it at Yi Beixiu. Zhang Jiexia shouted loudly, If you don't leave now, I will report you to the authorities. You broke our things and must pay for them. Hearing about reporting, the Peng family members calmed down. They remembered that their purpose for coming to Yi Beixiu's house today was not to show off, but to ask for help. Zhou Yunyo's wrinkled face once again approached Yi Beixiu. Sure, you just said your mother gave birth to you. But it was also me and your grandfather who raised your mother. We broke bones and still had tendons connected. Don't let small matters cause a rift between us. Seeing Yi Beixiu's expression soften, Zhou Yunyo quickly signaled to Peng Xiujuan. Nearby, Yi Beixiu's second uncle, Peng Hao, couldn't hold back. Mother, why bother? We came to Yi Beixiu's house because we have something to ask. Just say it quickly. I've drunk a whole pot of tea and eaten so many peanuts. My stomach is full and bloated. There's no room for more food. Yi Beixiu's eldest uncle, Peng Qi, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Peng Xiujuan was pushed forward by Peng Qi. You tell your son, since it's your matter anyway. Help me buy some land. Your two younger brothers are getting old, and I need to save money for their education. We don't have money to buy land or to support your children. Yi Beixiu, tell them to leave quickly. I am talking to my son. What does it have to do with you? Her words are my meaning. We just separated the family recently, and you still have money in your hands. Is there anyone at home? May I ask if this is Yi Beixiu and Zhang Jiexia's house? Is Dr. Lumingda here? Zhang Jiexia hurriedly ran outside. Ganchao, why are you here? Sister, I came too. Li Yingyue jumped down from the carriage, and Anur quickly protected her. The people inside the house heard the noise and came out. Seeing Li Yingyue dressed in fine clothes, everyone was stunned. Li Yingyue, feeling annoyed, turned her head aside and quietly asked Zhang Jiexia, Who are these people? They are so annoying. A bunch of debt collectors. None of them are good people. Li Yingyue looked at Zhang Jiexia with sympathy. What's the plan? Tell them to leave quickly. Li Yingyue strode forward confidently, pointing at Yi Beixiu. Are these your relatives? Her question was straightforward. Yi Beixiu nodded and politely bowed to Li Yingyue. Miss Li, please come inside. Zhou Yunyo, with her wrinkled face, leaned in. This young lady is very pretty. Come in quickly and have some water. Li Yingyue disdainfully covered her mouth with a handkerchief and fake smiled.
Who are you?
I am Beixiu's grandmother. This is Beixiu's grandfather. That is Beixiu's eldest uncle, and this is his second uncle. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce the most important person. She is Beixiu's mother, his biological mother.
Li Yingyue pili.
I come from Xuanhe County. The county magistrate's wife is my eldest aunt. I was just outside listening, and it seems you had some trouble and asked Yi Beixiu for help. I think it's better if I hear the story directly. I believe I can handle it better than Yi Beixiu. The Peng family listened quietly to Li Yingyue's introduction, afraid to make a sound. Pang Hao was quick-witted. He knew that this young lady was not someone people of their status usually interacted with. He quickly moved closer to Li Yingyue and said, "Miss Li, it's like this." Li Yingyue pretended to be kind and patient. "Yi Beixiu's second uncle, take your time and tell me." "I have plenty of time." Pang Hao steadied himself and organized his words again.
My sister wanted to buy some land.
The officials didn't process her request that day. When she tried again later, the land prices had gone up. "My older brother and I thought of going to the town to find someone and see if we could help my sister buy cheaper land. But we were tricked by the townspeople and they stole all the money my sister had saved for the land." "How much silver?" 40 taels. Zhang Juexia gasped in shock. Li Yingyue deliberately asked, "Did you brothers secretly keep that silver for yourselves?" "Of course not. She's my real sister. How could I do such a thing? We were truly deceived." "That's quite a coincidence. So, I was listening just now, and you asked Yi Beixiu to help his mother buy land?" "My sister is his mother. If she's doing well, he should help her buy land. Otherwise, he'd just watch his mother and 2 brothers go hungry." "You lost the money, but you let Yi Beixiu pay for it? That's what you mean, right?" "Yes, that's right. And Miss Li, you're clever and clear in your words. We've been arguing with Yi Beixiu and his wife for a long time, but they still don't understand." Li Yingyue happily looked back at Zhang Juexia and winked. Zhang Juexia understood and signaled Yi Beixiu not to act rashly. "Are you really related to Yi Beixiu?" Pang Hao pounded his chest confidently. "Of course. Family is family. You can't fake that." "Good. Very good," Li Yingyue shouted loudly.
Bring them in.
At her command, several burly men rushed inside. Li Yingyue pointed at the Pang family and said, "They are all relatives of Yi Beixiu. Take them all away." Pang Yu was the first to wet his pants. He crawled on the ground and knelt down. "Miss, please spare us. Spare us. We are just outsiders of Yi Beixiu, passing by his house." Li Yingyue frowned. "But just now you all admitted you are relatives of Yi Beixiu. Elder, you don't need to be afraid. Recently, Yi Beixiu owed me some money in the county. Today, I came to collect the debt. I saw that Yi Beixiu was limping and didn't seem to have any money. I thought, since you are his family, I might take you to the county, to the mine, to work off the debt." Zhou Nunyo's face, full of wrinkles, twisted in fear. "Miss, we are really just passing by. We'll leave right now." Zhou Nunyo helped Pang Yu up and pulled Pang Qi and Pang Hao to leave. The big men, after getting Li Yue's signal, moved closer again. "If you just leave like this, it's too easy on you. Miss, please spare us. Spare us. Beixiu, tell this young lady quickly that we are your outsiders, not your relatives." Pang Yu begged Yi Beixiu for help, urging him to clarify. Yi Beixiu turned his head away. Seeing that Yi Beixiu ignored him, Pang Xiujuan's anger flared up. "You raised a good son. Didn't you say your son has money and is living well? It's not even New Year yet, and the debt collectors are here. Are you in cahoots with your son, deliberately letting our family be used to pay the debt?" Pang Xiujuan's eyes filled with tears of grievance. "Father? After all these years, haven't I done anything but take care of you all? Who knows what you're really thinking?" "Everyone stop arguing," Pang Hao shouted loudly. "Miss, we are really not Yi Beixiu's relatives. She is Yi Beixiu's biological mother. You should take her to pay the debt." Pang Hao pointed at Pang Xiujuan. Li Yingyue nodded with satisfaction. The more people designated to pay the debt, the better. That way, the debt can be paid off faster. Let her be the one. Pang Xiujuan was anxious. Ignoring everything, she hurried forward, holding Li Yingyue's arm and begging bitterly, "Miss, please, you are generous. The money was owed by Yi Beixiu. Please go ask him. We really are not his relatives. Please, I have 2 children to support." Seeing Li Yingyue unmoved, Pang Xiujuan turned and scolded Yi Beixiu harshly. "You scoundrel, what kind of debt do you owe?" She pointed at Zhang Juexia and scolded, "You shameless flirt, it's because of you that Yi Beixiu is like this." Zhang Juexia took a step back to avoid Pang Xiujuan. "Mom, Yi Beixiu owes money. What does that have to do with me? Besides, you just divided the family, so you have some money now. Yi Beishio is your own son. You can't just abandon him. Save what? I can't even take care of myself. How can I help you? Miss, I told the truth just now. Please let us go. I'm begging you. Li Yingwei crossed her arms and sighed. Sometimes you say Yi Beishio is your relative, sometimes not. It really gives me a headache. How about we go to the official office and sort this out properly? Miss, young lady, we are really not related to Yi Beishio. Please, let us go. Pang Yu knelt and knocked his head repeatedly. Pang Xiujuan was crying nearby. Yi Beishio looked sad, his eyes dull. Miss Li, everyone should take responsibility for their own actions. Let them go. Li Yingwei raised her chin and asked deliberately, really?
Yes.
Then hurry up and leave. If I catch you again, I'll punish you. The Pang family hurriedly ran away. During this moment, Pang Xiujuan also slipped away. Li Yingwei looked at them with sympathy and glanced at Yi Beishio.
Zhang Zhuejia patet Ye Beiqiu's shoulder. Don't be sad.
Some things you need to accept. I know, Yi Beishio replied. Lu Mingda ran in from outside. You finally came back. These people are just bandits. They chased me out and took things like a bag of peanuts, eating and grabbing. The problem is the owner isn't home, so I couldn't stop them, and I was driven out too. Zhang Juexia comforted Lu Mingda. Sorry you had to go through that. It's not about feeling wronged, but those people are really terrible, Lu Mingda said, his face darkening when he saw Gong Chao. Why are you here? I told you not to let anyone visit without my permission.
Liu Langzong, stop scolding Gan Gao.
I came to find your wife because she cares about you. She asked Gong Chao to come along in my name. Outside in the carriage, your wife brought you many good things. Lu Mingda heard about the gifts and hurried outside, joking with Li Yingwei. You sure know how to show off. As long as you scare them away, that's all that matters. Li Yingwei smiled happily and turned to ask Zhang Juexia, did what I did hurt your husband? I wonder why he looks unhappy.
My own mother looks like that.
No matter who bears responsibility, it's hard for everyone. It's okay, I'll find time to talk to him. Your husband is truly unfortunate. Luckily, you're there for him. Yi Beishio quietly took the broom into the house and cleaned the main hall thoroughly. He picked up the empty bag used for peanuts and sighed. It was a big bag full of peanuts now gone. No wonder the pockets of the Pang family members looked full, probably all filled with money. His hands clenched tightly. Zhang Juexia stepped aside to let Li Yingwei into the house. It's funny to see you laugh, but today, you really should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to handle them. Li Yingwei looked back and didn't see Yi Beishio. She muttered softly, who are these people? When they want money, they talk about family. But as soon as they owe money, they run faster than rabbits. I think it's good. Today, you taught Yi Beishio a lesson so he can see clearly what his relatives are really like. I feel a bit embarrassed. I'm afraid your husband will be upset for a while. If it were me, I'd just find another way, or even chase them away. Seeing Li Yingwei still hesitating about this, Zhang Juexia placed a brewed tea in front of her. Stop sighing or your face will get wrinkles. Honestly, you should really thank you today. Let's talk about the main matter. What brought you here? Li Yingwei gulped down a cup of tea. Don't say that, I was really thirsty. Sister, aren't you looking forward to me coming? Besides, it's obviously you who lured me with delicious food, yet you act surprised. The hawthorn jam, have you tried it? How does it taste? Delicious. That's good. Wait a moment. Zhang Juexia took out a small purse from inside the house and handed it to Li Yingwei. See if you like it. Li Yingwei took the purse and looked at it carefully. Sister, your craftsmanship is amazing. Oh, why did you embed a pearl in it? That's too precious.
No.
Li Yingwei returned the purse to Zhang Juexia. After taking the purse, Zhang Juexia solemnly placed it in Li Yingwei's hand. Don't refuse. That's not like your character. Look closely at the fabric. This was a gift from you. Without your help that day, I wouldn't have been able to sell those pearls for so much money. I truly want to thank you. If you hadn't come to my house, I'd still bring this purse to you when I visit Xuanhe County. Li Yingyue felt Zhang Juexia's sincerity and happily took the purse. Thank you, sister. You're being polite again. Honestly, given our backgrounds, if it weren't for the connection over pearls, we probably wouldn't have met. Now that you're willing to lower yourself and accept me as sister, I should show some gratitude. Zhang Juexia sincerely expressed her feelings. Li Yingyue carefully placed the purse on herself, tilted her head, and smiled happily at Zhang Juexia. Sister, please don't bring up this kind of thing again. From now on, I've already accepted you as my sister. Even my father and mother agree. They said that when you're free, you should come to my house and visit. All right, when I have free time, I'll definitely come. Don't think I'll mind. Of course not.
Li Yingyue exclaimed.
The things I brought for sister are still on the carriage. I'll have them moved inside. Don't stop me, they're just some household items. Zhang Juexia wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The people who came with Li Yingyue had already filled the house with rice, flour, grains, and oil. Sister, don't mind. These are just everyday household items. That's already very good. We might be eating these until the new year. As long as they're useful to you, that's enough. Let's get to the main point. The canned food you sent interested not only me but also my father. He asked the cooks in the mansion to try making it, and the taste is just a little different from yours. Zhang Juexia smiled. What does my sister think? Although my father left the decision to me when I arrived, I still want to hear your opinion. Actually, it's not just hawthorn that can be made into canned food. Pears, peaches, tangerines, and even other fruits can be canned. Have you ever thought about how our business could last for a long time? Li Yingyue's bright, clear eyes sparkled like stars. She happily stood up. Earlier this year, a master told me I would meet a noble person and get rich. I thought, since the year is almost over, I should have met this noble person by now. Maybe the master was lying. But it turns out my noble person has already appeared, its sister. Zhang Juexia pulled Li Yingyue to sit down. This year, I bought a large piece of wasteland, planning to plant fruit trees next year. Fresh fruit doesn't last long, so making it into canned food is better. First, it keeps longer, and second, it can bring good income. Actually, I gave someone a jar of hawthorn preserves for you, but I had my own reasons. After all, I couldn't do this business alone. A few days ago, Manhwa restaurant ordered 50 jars, and I was very busy. Since your family's business is big and backed by the government, I thought I could ask for your help. Also, because of my sister, I want you to earn enough dowry. Li Yingyue's cheerful face turned red. Listening to what my sister said earlier, it sounds pretty reliable. What about the rest? Li Yingyue shyly lowered her head. Zhang Juexia smiled happily. Although Li Yingyue is a wealthy young lady with a bit of a wild spirit, she is still from ancient times, and there's a bit of a gap between them. Zhang Juexia decided not to tease her anymore. Here's what I think. I'll give you the recipe and tell you all about the marketing ideas. How you sell it and how much money you make, I don't care. You just need to give me 10% profit, paid once a year. Li Yingyue looked at Zhang Juexia in surprise. Your request is so simple? Yes, I don't need to worry. I get money, without much effort. What's wrong with that? When Li Yingyue was about to leave, her father Li Jinyuan specifically reminded her that his bottom line was a 50-50 split. If it's too high, forget it. But unexpectedly, they didn't even give her a chance to negotiate. They just asked for 10%. That was too. Li Yingyue instantly felt disappointed. Sister, at least give me a chance to negotiate. That opportunity is gone. But I have one more request. I've given you the recipe, but you must allow me to make it myself. Of course, I'll only do small-scale production since in Jinshui town, only a few can afford hawthorn preserves. Also, your family needs to help me buy some fruit tree seedlings. I plan to plant them on the back mountain. When I harvest the fruit someday, your family must buy my produce first. Li Yingyue nodded repeatedly. That's no problem. We can put all that in the contract. The two discussed some details, and Li Yingyue was about to leave with her people. Zhang Juexia didn't stop her. Although her family had a spare room, they had no bedding. It wouldn't be polite to keep her. I'll stay at my uncle's house these days. If you need anything, just go to Li Jiny's house in town to find me.
Got it.
But inside, Zhang Juexia was thinking that she and Li's family really seemed to be destined. You need to hurry. Think about it. There are more than 2 months until the new year.
We should make some money before then.
Don't worry, sister. I've thought this through. This secret recipe is the foundation of our livelihood. I need to find trustworthy people. It won't take many days. After seeing Li Yingwei off, Zhang Juexia realized that Gong Chao had not left with her. Her master said, "Let me stay close to the master and take good care of him." Since it was already this serious, Zhang Juexia felt it was hard to keep pushing him away. Besides, having more people at home to help with chores was always good. Lu Mingda also didn't chase Gong Chao away, which showed he approved. When I'm not around, my medical skills decline a lot. I need to give him a good talk. That's your and your master's business. It has nothing to do with me. Gong Chao, you can sleep in the same room as your master. His bed is big and warm enough. Zhang Juexia wanted to share this happy news with Yi Beixiu, as it was also their new business. With Li family skills, they might grow big. Maybe she could sit at home counting money someday. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she hurried to talk to Yi Beixiu. But after searching everywhere, she couldn't find him, and her heart started to race. She wondered if he was upset about what happened earlier. She shouted loudly, "Lu doctor, have you seen my Yi Beixiu?" Lu Mingda was busy checking Gong Chao's studies, annoyed, and replied, "I saw him just now, leaving with a wooden stick. His legs aren't very steady, and he still wanted to go out."
I really can't believe it.
"Did you see which way he went?" "No, I didn't." Zhang Juexia frowned, feeling frustrated. If she had known he was so upset, she wouldn't have left Gong Chao behind. Zhang Juexia waited at home for half an hour, but still didn't see Yi Beixiu return. She couldn't sit still. She went to the back mountain and shouted loudly a few times, but no response. Where could he have gone? What if he was really upset? Her heart pounded faster and faster. Oh no, where did Yi Beixiu go? She quickly ran back home, planning to ask Lu Mingda and his apprentice to help look for him. She hurried back and saw Yi Beixiu standing in the yard, staring into space. "You're back," she exclaimed. "Where did you go? Do you know I was worried about you?" She raised her fist and started hitting him hard. All right, wife, I was wrong. I made you worry. I was wrong. Please don't be angry." "Who's angry?"
I was just worried about you.
For some reason, Zhang Juexia suddenly burst into tears. Yi Beixiu quickly hugged her. "Wife, it's my fault. I made you worry. When you go out, at least tell me so I know what you're doing. You quietly left the house without saying a word, which made people worried. All right, my wife, don't cry anymore. It won't happen again." Yi Beixiu gently wiped away Zhang Juexia's tears. In that moment, his heart was deeply touched. He wasn't completely without possessions. He still had her, his wife. The two hugged in the yard for a long time until Lu Mingda cleared his throat and they finally let go of each other. "This yard is quite cold. You two should go inside." Shyly, Zhang Juexia snuggled into Yi Beixiu's arms, and he bent down to pick her up. Your leg. Your leg." Lu Mingda shook his head, and his beard twitched. If your leg hurts, don't come to me. You brought this on yourself." Yi Beixiu gently laid Zhang Juexia on the bed, and she quickly checked his leg. "It's fine. If there is a problem, I'm not afraid. There's a doctor in the village." "Where did you learn to be so cheeky?" Hey, let me be honest. This is just my nature. I used to live under too much pressure and forgot I had this skill. Now that I am loved by someone, I've slowly regained those lost abilities." Zhang Juexia cupped Yi Beixiu's face with both hands. "I love looking at this face, and I also like your cheeky ways. I hope you forget the unhappy past and stay happy every day." Yi Beixiu's eyes sparkled, and his muscles tensed with excitement. "My wife, it's so good to have you. Do you know I love you?"
"Yes."
Zhang Juexia let go of Yi Beixiu. "Tell me, what did you do just now outside?"
Yebeikyu pautut sedli.
"Sweetheart, can't you say more nice words?" "Nice words can't be said every day. If I say too many, you'll get tired of hearing them." "No, I won't. I'll never get tired of hearing your kind words." Stop. Just get to the point. I went to the back mountain just now, but no one answered when I called. I think you probably went to the village. Tell me, what exactly did you do? Yi Beixiu threw a pouch onto Zhang Juexia's hand. Zhang Juexia weighed it and was shocked. What is this? 40 taels of silver. You and Miss Li were talking inside, and I kept thinking something was wrong. I know exactly what my two uncles are like. They don't know anyone in town, so only my mother would believe such nonsense. Did you go after them? Is your leg gone? Don't worry, listen to me. I didn't go far when I left, and I just happened to meet Uncle Yunhai. He came back early from the town today, so I asked him to take me along and we caught up with them. You really are quite capable to make your two uncles spit out the meat they had already taken. Thanks to Miss Li's strong stance. I said a few harsh words, and they were so scared they told the truth and handed over the money willingly. Zhang Juexia shook his head. What kind of people are your maternal family? Normally, with grandparents like yours, how could they become relatives with them? Because my mother is good-looking. Look at me. Am I not more handsome than my older brothers? Back in the day, my mother was a beauty in 10 miles around, and my father went to great lengths to marry her. At first, my grandparents didn't agree, but my father was willing. You know quite a lot. Growing up, I also heard it from adults. I pieced it together slowly. You think I haven't doubted what you suspect? That's true. My husband is quite clever. By the way, what should we do with this money? Return it to your mother? Why give it back? She's already had enough. Just now, I made it clear to my maternal family. If they come to the mountain to find my mother again, I'll send them to work at the mine to pay off the debt. That method will definitely work. My maternal family, once they hear about our family's division and see that my mother has money, they'll try to trick her into giving it to them. This kind of thing happens every now and then. It used to be small amounts, and everyone was reluctant to cause trouble, so they turned a blind eye. Now, not only are they older, but they've also become bolder, daring to steal 40 taels of silver. Zhang Juexia still felt the silver was too hot to handle. Maybe we should give this money to Uncle San, or to the grandparents. Keeping it here with us isn't a good idea. Ye Beixiu thought for a moment. If we give the money to Uncle San, he'll eventually give it to my mother anyway. It's better not to give it at all. If we give it to the grandparents for safekeeping, they're old. If my mother finds out, she'll cause trouble for them. Actually, I don't want to involve your mother. I'm still a bit afraid of her. With me here, you don't need to be afraid. You can take this money openly and honestly. Who allowed her to be so careless when the family split? She shouldn't get to keep all the good things. This 40 taels of silver was lost by her. She's an adult now, so she should pay the price. Ye Beixiu spoke firmly. Zhang Juexia carefully kept the hot silver aside. Yi Beixiu was very happy to see his little wife listening to him. He said, "Don't feel pressured. Here's what I think. Bailey and Beifeng are good kids. Because of my mother, my relationship with them is closer. When they grow up and need money, I will give them some. This way, the money is used well." Zhang Juexia also liked this idea and praised Yi Beixiu for being clever. Yi Beixiu moved his handsome face closer to Zhang Juexia and asked, "Wife, I am so smart. What reward will you give me?" A good night's sleep. When Zhang Juexia woke up, the sun was shining brightly outside. She stretched lazily, dressed, and went outside. Yi Beixiu was leaning on a stick, practicing breathing behind Lu Mingda. When he saw Zhang Juexia come out, he pointed to the kitchen with his finger. Zhang Juexia glared at him. If it weren't for his lack of restraint last night, she wouldn't have gotten up so late. After a restless night, she was hungry and ate quickly. Li Yingwei arrived with a few people and knocked on the door. She stepped forward and took Zhang Juexia's arm. "Sister, I'm here again." Zhang Juexia was surprised that Li Yingwei had come from the town so early. "Your speed is really fast. To earn silver, you have to be quick. I've already arranged to buy hawthorn and order clay jars. That's fast. Did you forget what I told you? Choose jars with different shapes. Even if they are the same, selling at different prices depending on the jar." Li Yingwei pulled Zhang Juexia into the house. "Sister, I understand everything you told me yesterday." They sat down, and Li Yingwei took out some papers, placing them in front of Zhang Juexia. These are the contracts I drafted after I went back yesterday. Take a look. If anything needs changing, I'll fix it. Recently, Zhang Juexia had learned many characters from Lu Mingda, so reading this contract was easy. She took it and read it carefully. Li Yingyue had prepared Lu Mingda to help read it, and seeing Zhang Juexia read so seriously, she asked, "Sister, do you know how to read?" "Recently, my husband and I have been studying with Lu Longzhong, and I've learned quite a few characters." "Sister, you are amazing. It's nothing. Just knowing a few characters." "All right, I won't bother you. Such an important matter, and you only need a few characters to understand it. Quickly check the contract, and if anything's wrong, we'll change it." After reading, Zhang Juexia couldn't help but admire. Wealthy families are truly powerful. This contract was definitely drafted by a professional. She listed out the few requests she made yesterday, ensuring nothing was missed. "Little sister, there's no problem with this contract."
"You can sign it," she said.
Zhang Juexia signed her name and pressed her thumbprint. After checking a few times to confirm everything was correct, she handed it to Li Yingyue. Li Yingyue had already signed her part yesterday. She looked it over again, making sure it was right, then took one copy of the contract and handed it to Zhang Juexia. "Big sister, this one is yours.
Please keep it safe."
I hope we have a happy partnership."
"Happy partnership."
"Actually, I didn't expect to sign a contract with you so quickly. Yesterday, my father also came to Jinshui town. He was very interested in this business and urged me to sign the contract with you quickly so we could start earning money. He also asked me to be responsible for this matter. Anyway, I want to thank you, big sister. You've really helped me a lot. We already agreed yesterday. It's a win-win situation," Zhang Juexia replied. "Yes, but I still think I benefit the most. People think that someone like me from my background has nothing to worry about. But really, we are only outwardly glamorous. Inside, who knows what we're truly like?" Seeing Li Yingyue look worried, Zhang Juexia asked with concern, "Are you facing any trouble? Do you need me to do anything? Now that we have this new way to make money, we should be happy. What's wrong?" Li Yingyue held Zhang Juexia and started to cry. "Big sister, you are truly my benefactor. Yesterday I talked a lot with my father. He agreed to let me handle this business and said that if I do well, I can choose my own marriage." She wiped her tears and said, "Since there are no outsiders here, I'm not afraid of you laughing. For girls like us, family interests come first. Marriage is just a way to exchange benefits within the family. You know how important it is to me that my father agreed I could choose my marriage." Zhang Juexia felt the same and said, "I understand. So, let's work hard. When the time comes, your family will see you in a new light, and you can find a good husband. This is a win-win situation." "Big sister, are you teasing me again?" "I don't have time to tease you now. Let's get to work quickly." Li Yingyue stood up. "The people I brought are all contracted with our family. Don't worry, big sister, just teach them well." Zhang Juexia and Li Yingyue went into the kitchen together. Li Yingyue first scolded the people there. Next, Zhang Juexia began the on-site teaching. Actually, this hawthorn can was just a lucky coincidence for Zhang Juexia, a person from another time. There wasn't much to teach, just some small details. As long as she understood these, it would be fine. After about an hour, these people had learned everything. Zhang Juexia also specifically told Li Yingyue that hygiene was very important when handling food, and she must not make any mistakes in this regard. Li Yingyue replied, "Our county town has a restaurant business, so I know these details well. Sister, I will return to Shuanhe County soon. Tomorrow, can you go to my uncle's house in the town? I want to introduce you to my aunt. If you encounter an urgent matter in the future, you can ask her for help." Zhang Juexia was naturally happy to meet new people. "Do I need to prepare anything?" she asked. "No, you don't. I can send someone to pick you up tomorrow," Li Yingyue replied. "No need, I can take the carriage myself. It's convenient for the round trip. Just tell me the exact location." After thinking for a moment, Li Yingyue said, "I'll write a note with my address. You can take it tomorrow. If I am busy and can't meet you at the gate, they won't dare to ignore you." Li Yingyue was quite thoughtful. "I've also written the address on it. Anyway, you can take the carriage to the town early or late. It doesn't matter much, as long as you arrive before lunch. Zhang Juexia looked at the note, which read, Li House, San Tai Street, Si Shi Alley. She knew that street. Passing by, she felt it was a place where wealthy families lived. She had heard too much about Li Saiju's reputation. She didn't expect to visit his house tomorrow. Zhang Juexia was a bit hopeful. Li Yinghua hesitated and said, You also know this, but our family is quite complicated. I'm sure you've heard of my uncle's reputation. To have a son, he married several wives. So, when you go to his house tomorrow, don't be surprised. I don't really agree with my uncle's actions, but as a younger person, I can't control him. However, my aunt and cousin are very kind, so you can rest assured. Li Yinghua finished saying what she wanted and prepared to leave with her people for the town. Zhang Juexia wanted to stay for a meal, but Li Yinghua refused directly. When I have free time, I'll bring fewer people and definitely eat at sister's house. Zhang Juexia understood her good intentions and didn't insist. She only told her she would meet her at Li's house tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Li Yinghua said, and she and her group got into the carriage. On the way back to the town, Li Yinghua's other maid, Mayor, complained resentfully to her mistress, I think the young lady doesn't need to go to such lengths to please Lady Yi. Today, when she was teaching everyone how to make canned food, I was there too. It's really a simple task. Just look and you can do it. Why make such a fuss? Besides, she has the nerve to ask the young lady for a profit. If it were up to her and the young lady, she could have given it to the young lady for free. Li Yinghua opened her eyes slightly and stared blankly at Mayor. Are you done? Mayor felt nervous under Li Yinghua's gaze. Mistress, I meant well. Li Yinghua suddenly slapped her. You've served me for some time now. Do you really think I am a kind person? You're quite capable. If you can come up with a way to make money, I won't just give you a share of the profit, I'll give you 5 times the profit. Would you like that? Mayor, ignoring the bumpy carriage, knelt inside the carriage. Young lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me. When you return to the county seat in a few days, go back where you came from. This small temple can't hold a big Buddha like you. Young lady, I was wrong.
Don't drive me away.
Please, I beg you. Someone, get her off the carriage. Li Yinghua returned to her family's estate in Jinshui town. She calmed herself inside the carriage before stepping out. Once inside her courtyard, she told Xinger, handle Mayor's matter. Xinger also knelt and pleaded with Li Yinghua, young lady, you know the situation with Mayor. Her parents only care about her drunken brother. If she's sent back home, she won't have a good ending. Li Yinghua's lips pressed tightly together, trembling slightly, as if trying to control her emotions. Her forehead veins bulged, clearly showing she was extremely angry. After half an incense stick's time, Li Yinghua finally spoke. She was rude first. When will it be her turn to tell the mistress what to do? She really thinks that because my brother made a joke, she can act arrogantly. Xinger, tell her she doesn't have to leave if she doesn't want to. She said canned food is easy to make, right? Then let her go to the farm with those who make canned food, and do it there. Xinger bowed and thanked her, then quickly told Mayor about this. Mayor, feeling wronged, confided her hardships to Xinger. At this moment, Xinger dared not speak to her anymore. If you feel wronged, just go home, Xinger said. Zhang Juexia was at home, sneezing twice in a row, muttering softly, who misses me? Yi Baixiu teased her with a smile. Maybe someone is scolding you.
Who is scolding me?
I am such a good person. Who would be willing to scold me? Because she planned to go to town tomorrow, Zhang Juexia prepared to gather the vegetables from the mountain and her home, keeping some for herself and selling the rest. Gong Chao was conveniently borrowed for this task, and the two of them spent the afternoon finishing it. She asked Gong Chao, do you think farming is easier or studying medicine? Gong Chao shyly stuck out her tongue. Neither is easy. Then you haven't truly understood the essence of farming. Later, I will cook, and you can pick the prettiest cabbage and help carry the radishes onto the cart. Tomorrow, I will sell them for silver. While saying this, Lu Mingda happened to be nearby.
Hurry up and go, he said.
Zhang Juexia smiled slightly. Today, we're having extra food, fried radish balls, and braised pork with big cabbage. Lu Lianzhong, just wait, we'll be eating soon. Yi Beixiu was still helping Zhang Juexia light the fire. During this time, Zhang Juexia also told Yi Beixiu about her contract with Li Yingyue. Yi Beixiu frowned. Isn't 1 point of profit a little too little? You think so too? Yes. Since sending out the canned goods, I've been thinking about this, and after careful consideration, I made this decision. Would you like to hear about it? Yi Beixiu nodded. Have you thought about what would happen if the Li family, following their cook's method, directly sells the canned goods outside without involving us? Do you have a way to prove that these cans were originally made by me? Yi Beixiu tilted his head and thought, how can we prove that? Our family can sell them, and the Li family can sell them too. Exactly. If we really want to compete with the Li family and take this matter to the officials, how much chance do we have of winning? Yi Beixiu's hand trembled slightly. Probably not even a little chance. We're mountain folk. We don't have any connections. Since the canned goods were sent out, he had been thinking about the Li family's attitude and how Li Yingyue was handling this matter. Unexpectedly, he guessed right. If the Li family really bypassed them to sell the cans, they wouldn't have any way to fight back. Not even a half profit would remain. After a moment, Yi Beixiu sighed. My wife's thoughts are so thorough. Ultimately, we have no backing. I also want to use this matter to attract attention. If we can align with the Li family, we won't have to worry about others causing trouble in future business. Yi Beixiu clenched his fists, eyes shining as he looked at Zhang Juexia. Wife, one day I will become your support. I believe in you. Young lady, if one day you encounter a chance to succeed, will you leave home for it? The man aspires to explore the world. What's wrong with that? Besides, I also want to go out and see more. Thank you, young lady. Marrying you is truly my blessing. Zhang Juexia smiled and said, I've already told Li Yingyue my ideas. She will handle the details. We shouldn't underestimate this opportunity. If the Li family can expand this business across the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, we might just sit at home counting our silver. Is it really that good? Almost. But there are many worries: initial investment, where to produce the goods, transportation, and so on. The main thing is to open up the wealthy market. Given our current situation, we can't help with any of that. It's smarter to step back a little and let capable people handle it. If we push too hard and ask for 70 or 80% of the profit, do you believe that within a year, the Li family will tell us the business is too hard, losing a lot of silver, and end the partnership?
Ye Beiqiu giritli admires Zhang Juexia.
In the courtyard, Lu Mingda also clapped and said, It's rare to meet someone so insightful. Sometimes, not fighting is the best fight. Taking a step back can lead to a brighter future. Thanks to Lu Longzhong for your guidance these days. You're welcome. By the way, the food should taste good. Zhang Juexia helplessly shook her head. After the meal, she remembered the soap she made that day. She had already tested it, and it worked well for laundry. Even Lu Longzhong praised her soap for making clothes clean. She thought about taking some to the town to see if she could sell it. After tidying up, she looked forward to tomorrow. Yi Beixiu was a bit annoyed that he hadn't made her more beautiful clothes. Zhang Juexia smiled. The dress I'm wearing is also new this year. I am naturally beautiful, so you don't need to worry about that. Besides, we don't have the strength of the Li family, so there's no need to pretend to be something we're not. Maybe I can go with you tomorrow? The Li family didn't invite you. How about next time? But I'm still worried about you. Go to sleep. Zhang Juexia pulled the blanket over herself and turned away, ignoring Yi Beixiu. Truly, if this man started nagging, he might even outdo a woman. The next morning, Zhang Juexia woke up early. She had many things to do in the town, so after breakfast, she set out. When she arrived, she headed straight to Manhwa restaurant. Master Wanshi saw her smiling so much that her eyes disappeared. Young lady, if you don't come, I'll come to your house to find you. That hawthorn jam, send me 50 jars. Oh no, just give me 100 jars. Master Wanshi, my husband told me that it usually starts snowing around this time of year. You know, if it snows where we are, it's hard to go out. The hawthorn jam sells better as the new year approaches, so just order 200 jars. I'll prepare them for you, and when I deliver, you'll be counting your silver. Wanshi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Young lady Yi, what about the price? Zhang Juexia waved her hand, pretending to be mysterious. Master Wanshi, it's not that I don't want to give you a good deal, but this price can't be negotiated further. I've already started working with the Li family. If one jar is short by 300 coins, we won't agree. She took out the name tag Li Yinghui gave her and showed it to Wanshi. Honestly, I was visiting the Li family at noon today. It's inconvenient to come to town, so I brought some vegetables to sell. Wanshi's eyes widened when he saw the name tag in Zhang Juexia's hand. He hurriedly ordered the young assistant to take the vegetables from her cart to the back kitchen. The young assistant looked confused. Boss, do we need all these vegetables? Yes, all of them. Tell the kitchen to settle the bill with young lady Yi at the highest price. Zhang Juexia smiled slightly. Master Wanshi, what about these jars? Just follow what young lady Yi said. Send me 200 jars, but deliver them early. Understood. Zhang Juexia took the money from the assistant, counted it carefully, and then said to Wanshi, goodbye. Wanshi watched her carriage go farther away. This young lady is quite a character. In such a short time, she's already doing business with the Li family. The young assistant leaned in, feeling dissatisfied. Boss, what's so great about the Li family? Our Manfu Tavern is the biggest in Jinshui town. When you go out, Wanshi slapped the young assistant's head. You don't know anything. If the Li family wasn't capable, how could they do business in the capital? On her way past the general store, Zhang Juexia told them she would pick up the ordered ceramic jars in the afternoon. Then she slowly drove her carriage to visit the Li residence. As she approached, she remembered she forgot to ask if the store would sell her soap. She wanted to turn back, but then remembered she still needed to get the ceramic jars. She annoyedly patted her forehead, thinking, I'm not that old. How come I forget things so easily? At the gate of the Li residence, she parked her carriage, took the invitation card given to her by Li Yinghui, and jumped down. She tidied her clothes and prepared to knock on the door. Why won't you let us enter through the main gate? She asked. It's our family rule, came the reply. Bah, what nonsense rules. When my daughter is pregnant with your lord's child, see if you still dare to block me, she retorted. Zhang Juexia paused, rubbed her eyes, and looked carefully ahead. It was clear that the noisy person at the main door was Tian Kaihong, with Zhang Difu standing nearby. Zhang Difu was the first to notice her. His lips moved slightly, and he called out, Xiar. Hearing the commotion, Tian Kaihong stopped her shouting. When she saw Zhang Juexia, her face lit up with a proud smile. What are you doing here? Are you trying to find Qiuya and cause trouble? Zhang Juexia deliberately looked up at the sky. Causing trouble with Qiuya? That would be fitting. But now it's winter, and all the trees are bare. You. Tian Kaihong stomped her foot. Zhang Juexia, you're here to ask for something, but can't you speak properly? I can say whatever I want. And look at how you're judging me. Don't think I came here to beg. Today, I am a guest. I can't go through the main gate, but I can walk in through the side door. Zhang Difu, the housekeeper of the Li family, stepped out from inside. Who's making noise here? The gatekeeper nearby leaned in and whispered. Li Zhong, the housekeeper, snorted coldly. Since you're family of the 8th madam, you should follow the rules of the house. Turn the corner, and you'll find the side gate. Use that entrance. Today, we have distinguished guests, so stop causing trouble. It's important to handle official business. If you delay and upset the 8th madam's unborn child, you might regret it. Tian Kaihong immediately became obedient, nervously pulling Zhang Difu toward the side gate. Zhang Difu, unwilling, called out, Xiar, I stopped talking nonsense. If Qiuya gets anxious waiting, you'll be responsible, Li Zhong said, noticing Zhang Juexia standing still. Young lady, who are you? Zhang Juexia showed him her invitation card. Li Zhong took it, glanced at it, then quickly bowed and gave a respectful bow to her. So you're Lady Yi. Today you are our honored guest. Madam and Miss have asked about you several times. Please come in. Tian Kaihong was so shocked she stopped in her tracks. When Zhang Juexia entered the main gate, she deliberately turned back and gave a contemptuous smile. Tian Kaihong cursed as she arrived at the backyard of the Li residence. Seeing Zhang Qiuyue, she also looked displeased. Zhang Qiuyue asked what happened, and Tian Kaihong blurted everything out. Zhang Juexia actually became a guest at your house. My father and I were driven to the side door by that steward Li. She arrogantly entered through the main gate. And she dares to look down on me. Qiuyue, you must be proud and try to have a son soon, so those who look down on us will regret it. Hearing this, Zhang Qiuyue was also very angry. Chun Chao, go and check what kind of guest is being hosted today. I want to see. It's probably just a poor relative, no need for such a big fuss. Chun Chao was eager to leave. When Zhang Qiuyue asked her to do something, she quickly slipped away. On her way to the front yard, Chun Chao deliberately dawdled. She felt bitter inside. She originally thought that Annie was pregnant and that serving her would be a good job. But she didn't expect her boss to be so clueless, and her family was also acting strangely. Zhang Juexia was brought into the Li residence by Li Zhong. Not far into the visit, Li Yingyue came out to greet her. She warmly pulled Zhang Juexia toward the main hall. Zhang Juexia entered empty-handed and felt a bit shy. She thought, I shouldn't have listened to Li Yingyue. At least I brought some snacks so it wouldn't be so awkward. Later, sister, you should relax and act as if you're at your own home. My uncle's family lacks nothing, and my aunt is usually very reserved. She likes having many people around. Next time you come to town for business, go chat with her. I think, knowing your personality, my aunt will definitely like you. Li Yingyue's words eased Zhang Juexia's mind. Little sister, are we almost there? This yard is quite big. My legs are tired from walking. Sister, you're joking again, said Qian Yulin, already waiting at the main hall door. When she saw Zhang Juexia, she paused briefly but quickly smiled and greeted her. I've been listening to you talk all day about how she met a sister. Today, I finally believe it. Look at how close these two sisters are, she said with a smile. Zhang Juexia quickly knelt and bowed to Qian Yulin. Madam, hello. Good. Come inside quickly. Your sisters are here. Come out and greet them. A girl with a delicate appearance, fair skin, and a sweet smile came over. Hello, Sister Juexia. My name is Li Yingru, she said with a smile, pointing at herself. You're quite clever. Li Yingru stuck out her tongue at Li Yingyue. Qian Yulin affectionately watched the sisters and said, These two sisters, they're not easy to tease. Zhang Juexia smiled and said, Madam is too kind. The two young ladies truly make people envy them. Over there, the servants of the Li family had already set up the banquet, waiting for everyone to sit down. Qian Yulin gently urged Zhang Juexia to take her seat. Today, we didn't invite anyone else, just the four of us. We mainly want to relax and enjoy ourselves. Juexia, your aunt treats you like family and doesn't stand on ceremony. Zhang Juexia quickly stood up. You've gone to trouble for us, madam. You're such a well-behaved girl. Sit down quickly, said Qian Yulin. Then she took off a jade bracelet from her arm. Juexia, since this is our first meeting, I didn't prepare anything special. Please accept this jade bracelet as a gift. Oh no, that's too valuable, Zhang Juexia hurriedly declined. Li Yingyue took the bracelet from Qian Yulin's hand and placed it on Zhang Juexia's arm directly. Sister, don't be so polite. Madam just said you're a noble guest of our family. Yes, just accept it quickly. You're running such a successful business, and you've handed the work over to Yingyue. My little gesture is nothing. Madam is right. Yingyue and I are working together for mutual benefit. Today, Yingyue just told me that the hawthorn jam sold at Manhwa restaurant for 500 coins per jar was made by you. I've always admired capable people who dare to do things. Yingyue is busy most days and doesn't often return to Jinshui town. Today, I want to say that I've accepted you as my niece. If you encounter any trouble in Jinshui town, just come find me. I can't promise everything, but in Jinshui town, the Li family really can handle any problem. Zhang Juexia raised her cup and stood up. Juexia, thank you for your kindness, madam. Just call me Auntie, as Yingyue said. Auntie. Ah, such a good girl. I heard from Inua that your husband's family is in Yi village?
Yes.
Is your husband's leg almost fully recovered? After the new year, it will be as good as anyone's. That's good, that's good. Heaven is kind, and good people are rewarded. During these exchanges, Zhang Jixia didn't feel nervous. The meal was enjoyed happily by everyone. Chun Chao wandered outside the main hall for about 15 minutes, listening to the occasional laughter inside. During the serving of dishes, she peeked inside and saw clearly who was there. It turned out to be herself. Chun Chao understood why Zhang Qiuyue and Tian Kaihong were angry. She also remembered the few slaps she received that day, and now her face still hurt. She quickly turned back to Zhang Qiuyue's courtyard, thinking to herself, this will be interesting to watch. After Chun Chao returned, she exaggerated and told about the main hall's affairs, saying, the lady treats her like a niece and even gave her a jade bracelet she had worn for many years. Zhang Qiuyue grew angrier the more she listened, and she couldn't help but push the teapot and teacups off the table. My dear aunt, please calm down. For nothing else, you should think about the baby in your belly. After comforting Zhang Qiuyue, Tian Kaihong turned and glared at Zhang Difu. Look at how well you raised your daughter. She's everywhere. No, I need to go to the front hall and tell the lady that Zhang Juexia is not a good person, so she doesn't fall for her tricks. Tian Kaihong tried to stop her, but couldn't. Eighth aunt, you should think carefully. Last time, because of that person, you were restricted from walking. If not for the lady pleading with the master, you might still be confined in the yard. Even though the master doesn't let you go outside now, at least the in-laws and their family came to see you. Chun Chao's words sounded reasonable, but to Zhang Qiuyue, it felt like stabbing her in the heart. If I don't go, then she wins. Dad, Mom, come with me. Today, I will expose her publicly. This unfilial daughter who doesn't acknowledge her parents. Qian Yulin and Zhang Juexia chatted casually, with Li Yingyue occasionally interjecting.
Li Yingyue sat quietly, listening carefully.
I think it's better to be like Juexia. Marry into a small family with fewer messy affairs and still be able to run the household. Zhang Juexia was truly shocked by Qian Yulin's words. She couldn't believe that a wealthy lady would envy her. That was a bit too unbelievable. Qian Yulin smiled calmly. Did I scare you a little? Yes, madam.
Ah.
Do you know how many families in Jinshui town envy you? Envy me for what? Just sitting behind this wall, unable to come out or go in. Li Yingyue stepped forward, tenderly hugging Qian Yulin, shaking her head at Zhang Juexia. Li Yingyue also stood up and leaned beside Qian Yulin. Mother, weren't you feeling so happy today? Why are you talking about these things now? Zhang Juexia didn't understand and stood up, not saying anything. Madam, the eighth aunt wants to see you outside. She also brought her parents, saying she has something to discuss with you. Qian Yulin steadied herself. I'm fine, just happy today, and I accidentally spoke my mind. Soon, Qian Yulin's entire demeanor changed as if she had become a different person. She straightened her back and issued a command, let Annie 8 come in and speak. She signaled to Li Yingyue and Li Yingyue to step back. Zhang Juexia was sensible and understood that Zhang Qiuyue had come for her, so she sat still. Zhang Qiuyue was brought into the main hall by the servants. She glanced around cautiously. As Li family's concubine, she knew she was not allowed to eat in the main hall unless specifically invited. She thought about how Zhang Juexia could sit in the main hall and eat with the head lady of the Li family, chatting happily, which made her feel like a knife was stabbing her heart.
Why?
Her heart grew more upset. When she entered the main hall, she had to bow and greet Qian Yulin. Greetings, madam. Get up quickly. Now that you're pregnant, I can't accept this formal greeting. Hurry and bring a stool for Auntie 8 so she can sit and talk, Qian Yulin said kindly. Zhang Qiuyue gratefully sat down, but she dared not sit fully, only occupying a small part of the stool. Qian Yulin pretended to care and asked, I just heard they said your parents are here. Why didn't I see them come in? They didn't dare come in without your invitation, Zhang Qiuyue replied. That's nonsense. Guests should be welcomed. Quickly let them come in, Qian Yulin said. A clever young girl was about to call someone outside, but Zhang Qiuyue stopped her. Madam, wait a moment. She glared at Zhang Juexia and then stood up. Madam, to be honest, the young lady you are hosting today, Yi Ziniangzi, is my sister. Zhang Juexia immediately stood up. Don't talk nonsense. We don't know each other at all. Auntie 8 can't be suffering from hysteria. Can she? I knew you'd argue. Do you dare to let your parents come in and verify? Zhang Juexia found Zhang Qiuyue's behavior amusing. Mrs. Li isn't a court or a judge. If I say I don't know you, then I don't know you. Why make such a fuss? I knew you wouldn't dare see them, Zhang Juexia said with disdain. What's there to be afraid of? Just call them in, Zhang Juexia said, feeling annoyed. Some people are just irritating. The more you dislike interacting with them, the more they cling like sticky honey. She stood up and bowed to Qian Yulin. It's my fault for disturbing your peace, madam. Qian Yulin waved her hand. Yi Ziniangzi, don't say that. You're a guest at Li's house. How could you disturb my peace? Auntie 8, stop hiding. Please bring your parents in quickly. Tian Kaihong and Zhang Difu were called in. Tian Kaihong came in and immediately started to get close to Qian Yulin. If you follow our Chuyue's way, wouldn't you still have to call me auntie? Everyone tried not to laugh. Grandma Lu, who was close to Qian Yulin, scolded Tian Kaihong in front of everyone. Don't talk nonsense. Our lady is officially married to the Li family. How can she be related to a concubine's family? Auntie, now that you're a concubine of the Li family, you need to control your family members and not break the rules. Zhang Qiuyue reluctantly stood up and replied, yes. Tian Kaihong pouted and muttered softly, if I can't have children, why are there so many rules? Who are they scaring? Zhang Qiuyue quickly pulled on her sleeve and told her not to speak nonsense. Zhang Difu saw Zhang Jiexia and called out, Xiar. Jiexia didn't want to waste words with them. Madam, it's getting late. I will go back first. When I come to town next time, I will visit you again. Tian Kaihong shouted loudly. Who told you to leave? You haven't finished talking, and you're just leaving? Qian Yulin looked coldly at Tian Kaihong. Are you her biological mother? Isn't that obvious? Madam Li, is this the right way to address her? I'm just reminding you for Qiuyue's sake. Zhang Jiexia is not a good person. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Oh, what's so bad about her? Madam Zhang, can you tell me more? She doesn't recognize her relatives. She claims she's from our Zhang family, but she says she doesn't know us. Madam, don't listen to their nonsense. Jiexia has her reasons for doing this. What reasons?
Just tell me.
Even now, you're still lying. I'm living a good and happy life now. I don't want to bring up the past. Please forgive me, madam. Stop making excuses. It's clear you're unfilial. You're talking nonsense and thinking everyone is easy to deceive. Zhang Qiuyue couldn't hold back anymore. If she didn't act now, Tian Kaihong wouldn't stand a chance against Jiexia. Zhang Qiuyue, what have I done wrong to be called unfilial? Tell me, she demanded. You don't acknowledge your parents. I don't acknowledge my parents. They don't think about what they've done. Does it look like proper parenting? Do you admit they're your parents? I didn't say they weren't. They abandoned me before I married. They already signed papers to cut ties with me.
You.
Zhang Qiuyue was speechless. Zhang Juexia really didn't want to get involved with these useless people, as it affected her mood. She bowed again to Qian Yulin and said, I'm truly sorry to make the madam laugh. It's best if she doesn't get involved in such messy affairs. Please, kindly send someone from the government to help us settle this lawsuit. Let them see whether the document severing the relationship is valid or not. Madam Lu, please bring my name card and invite the officials from the government to come here. I'm tired and need to rest properly, said Tian Kaihong. When she heard about calling the officials, she felt anxious because she had suffered a lot from the government recently. No, Lady Li, Zhang Juexia said she doesn't know us, so she probably doesn't, she hurriedly added. Qian Yulin raised an eyebrow. No, you can't just say whatever you want. I already told you, Zhang Juexia is a guest invited by our Li family. Auntie 8, what you're doing puts me in a difficult position. Zhang Qiuyue tightly grabbed her clothes, her heart pounding. She originally just wanted to reveal Zhang Juexia's true nature, but things turned out differently. Panicking, she knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, please forgive me, madam. Are you all dead? How can you let Auntie 8 kneel on the ground? If something happens to the baby in her belly, can you bear the responsibility? The servants quickly helped Zhang Qiuyue to her feet. Madam, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, she said. Do you know what your mistake was? I shouldn't have spoken nonsense and disturbed the madam's guest. Since you know your mistake, go back to your courtyard now. Auntie 8, your main task now is to rest and take care of the baby. You know that the master has high hopes for you, so don't let him down. Come, help Auntie 8 back to her courtyard. Make sure she doesn't stumble or get hurt. If she has even a tiny mistake, I will hold all of you accountable. Tian Kaihong watched as everyone helped Zhang Qiuyue out of the courtyard, feeling anxious and helpless. Lady Li this. Qian Yulin only glanced at Tian Kaihong with her eyes. Since you are Auntie 8's parents, you should advise her to rest and take care of herself, not cause trouble with her. Tian Kaihong was truly frightened by Qian Yulin's commanding presence and replied meekly, yes. Qian Yulin waved her hand. Since you don't want to provoke the officials, I won't insist. Don't stand here anymore. Those who don't know better might think our Li family doesn't treat your family well. Madame Lu nodded in agreement, saying, Madam, you must not say such things. Everyone knows you are kind and caring. Never mind. Let's send a carriage to take Auntie 8's parents home, said Tian Kaihong happily when she heard about the carriage. Her face lit up with a smile. Thank you, madam. I knew you were a good person. Tian Kaihong shot a sharp look at Zhang Jiexia, then turned to call Zhang Difu. She saw that Zhang Difu kept staring at Zhang Jiexia, which made her even angrier. Stop looking and go quickly. Look at us. Qiuye is better. The Leaf family sent a carriage to take us back to the village, and it makes us look good. Tian Kaihong and Zhang Difu pulled each other as they left the main hall. Only Zhang Jiexia and Qian Yulin remained inside. Qian Yulin looked outside silently. Zhang Jiexia sat quietly in her chair. After a while, Qian Yulin smiled at Zhang Jiexia. My way of handling things, do you think it's not satisfying enough? Yes, I do want the officials to settle this matter officially, Zhang Jiexia replied. Good officials find it hard to settle family issues. You're young. Even if you have a document, people will gossip. Don't use this trick unless it's really important, said Qian Yulin. Thank you for your reminder, madam, said Qian Yulin, pretending to be angry. You said to call me auntie, but now you call me madam. I'm really upset. Yes, auntie. Jiexia, I have a question. Don't you suspect Jiexia's true identity? What suspicion is there? You and Zhang Qiuyue are not real sisters, but you still pretend to be family. Also, recently, Zhang Qiuyue's marriage has caused a lot of fuss in town. My husband wants to marry her, and I had to find out everything about her past. So, madam, you already knew about my relationship with Zhang Qiuyue, Jiexia asked. There's nothing to hide. Luckily, your stepmother took your sister's side and snatched the Lu family's engagement, said Zhang Jiexia, confused.
She frowned.
Auntie, why do you say that? Do you mean you're so clever? You've heard of matching families, right? When you and Lu's family made a childhood promise, your families were doing well. Your mother was capable, and your family was better off than Lu's. But what happened later? Later, Lu's family's life kept improving. I remember Zhang Difu often mentioned that they had a house in town and were wealthy, and he was proud of it. The Lu family's life is getting better and better. Lu Sanla is now a young scholar. Do you think the Lu family would agree to let Lu Sanla marry someone with no background, someone who might even cause trouble for their family? Zhang Juexia shook her head. But the Lu family did go to Zhang's house to formally propose and give a dowry. So what? Lu Sanla had already arranged a marriage when he was young. Everyone in the town knew about it. When he gets married, the Lu family makes a big fuss, using good wood for furniture, and everyone talks about it openly. Then why does the Lu family do this? Lu Hong is very good at pretending. I think he only wants a good reputation. I believe that if your stepmother hadn't asked Zhang Qiuying to marry you, even if you married into the Lu family, You wouldn't escape a bad reputation. Zhang Juexia stood up in shock. Annie, this. Qian Yulin signaled her to sit down. You're still young. Don't panic when things happen. Since I asked you to call me Auntie, I don't see you as a stranger. Our Li family needs to do business with you, so we have to know everything about you. We already know about your past. Even before Lu Sanla married your family's girl, he had secretly agreed to marry the daughter of the county scholar. The Li family found out about that too. This. Zhang Juexia felt confused inside. She was scared and unsettled, feeling unsafe. So, Tian Kaihong and Zhang Qiuying's schemes were also part of Lu family's plans. Auntie, I don't understand. When my mother was alive, her best friend was Mrs. Lu. I think she arranged my marriage with the Lu family because she was also worried about my future. That's only your mother's trust being misplaced. Of course, these are just my guesses. But after dealing with the Lu family for so many years, I think I'm not far from the truth. Don't worry. You've married into the Yi family now, and that's a fact. Tian Kaihong and Zhang Qiuying brought this on themselves. As for your biological father, once you have a stepmother, you also have a stepfather. That's true. If you don't want to acknowledge him, that's fine. You're already married, so it's best to focus on living your own life. Zhang Juexia was moved by Qian Yulin's words, and her eyes turned red. Thank you, Auntie. I don't understand one thing. Why are you helping me? Helping you is helping our Li family. We're now business partners. Zhang Juexia received too much information from Qian Yulin and needed to take a break. Qian Yulin elegantly picked up his teacup and took a few sips. Lu Mama, put the gift I prepared on Lady Ye's carriage. Obediently, Zhang Juexia, though still a bit confused, stood up to leave. Li Yingyue saw her off to the carriage, waving goodbye. As Zhang Juexia drove the carriage, she felt the cold wind blowing fiercely, making her dizzy. Li Yingyue entered the main hall and, seeing that Qian Yulin was still there, asked her doubts aloud. Auntie, why did you tell Zhang Juexia all this? She is very eager to join our family, so we should show some kindness, replied Qian Yulin. But she... Are you worried she can't handle it? Yes, I am a little worried. After all, compared to Lu's family and Ye's family, there's no real comparison. Do you know why I want to help her? Li Yingyue shook her head. Zhang Juexia was forced into marriage with Yi Beixiu. She's facing a tough situation but is handling it well. Think about it. If it were you, what would you do? I might curse the heavens and the earth. Then, besides crying and accepting it, there wouldn't be many options. But Zhang Juexia turned her adversity into strength and is living her life happily. That's what I admire about her. Li Yingyue pretended to be jealous and leaned on Qian Yulin, acting spoiled. The business she sent us is really a good opportunity. You should work hard. Don't worry about her motives for approaching us. Just the fact that she's willing to share profits makes her a good friend. Women face many harsh judgments in this world, so why make things difficult for each other? If Andy hadn't married Uncle, she might have achieved even more. Don't talk nonsense. Uncle has been living wisely all these years. He knows when to let go, which gives me room to act. Remember, no matter how high the wall of the husband's family is, it shouldn't lock our hearts away. People must be independent to earn respect. Although this path is difficult for women. Li Yingyue listened carefully to Qian Yulin's words, nodding occasionally. Zhang Juexia arrived at the general store, feeling somewhat calmer. The shopkeeper saw her carriage and knew she was here to buy clay pots. He quickly asked the young clerk to bring out the pots. I figured you'd come in the next few days, so I had everything prepared. Thank you, shopkeeper. Zhang Juexia stood on the ground, shivering as she stomped her feet and blew warm air into her hands. The shopkeeper sighed, You little lady really have a tough life. Driving a cart is usually a man's job. Why do you insist on doing it? Next year, my husband's leg will heal well, and I won't have to do this anymore. That's true. Life isn't easy for anyone. If the men in the family can do the work, you wouldn't have to show yourself so often. Though the shopkeeper kept talking, he was kind-hearted. He asked the young assistant to help Zhang Juexia prepare the cart and specifically told her to be careful on the road. Zhang Juexia remembered she hadn't bought rock sugar yet, so she bought 12 jin of it from the shop. Shopkeeper, do you sell gloves here?
Huh?
Something to keep hands warm in cold weather. The shopkeeper shook his head confusedly. It's cold now. People don't go out much. Who would wear such things? Little lady, what are you thinking about all day? Zhang Juexia chuckled and hurriedly hitched her horse-drawn cart onto the road. After going about 50 meters, she heard someone shout from behind. She stopped the cart and looked back. Brother Li Dong, what are you doing? Li Dong, panting from running after the cart, caught his breath and said, Finally found you. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Yes, let's talk ahead. Li Dong moved forward, noticing the busy pedestrians, and suggested, It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to Feline Inn. All right, Brother Li, hop on the cart. I have something to discuss with you too. Zhang Juexia parked the cart at Feline Inn, and Li Dong led her into a room. This is the guest room the innkeeper prepared for business talks. Li Dong hurried to make tea, but Zhang Juexia stopped him. Brother Li, it's getting dark early. I need to hurry on my way. If you have something to say, just tell me quickly. All right, I won't beat around the bush. Do you still have that jar of canned food you gave me last time? Zhang Juexia had to tell the truth. Li Dong angrily patted his thigh. This is all my fault. When you said it was food, I was careless. I didn't realize I'd open it and taste it that day. It was so delicious. I also heard that Manhwa restaurant sells it at a good price, so I thought I could sell it elsewhere. There's definitely a market. Brother Li, no need to worry. Do you have paper and a pen? Yes, I do. Li Dong went outside to find paper and pen, then returned. Zhang Juexia wrote a letter and handed it to him. Take this to Miss Li in Shuanhe County. She'll surely help you get some. You can sell it when you get it. Thank you so much, Lady Yi, he said. It's nothing. You helped me a lot too, she replied. Zhang Juexia then remembered something and took the finished soap from the cart. When she picked up the soap, she noticed the gifts from the Li family, silk fabrics in bright colors. The gifts were quite eye-catching in the cart. She sighed, thinking, who would dare to wear clothes made from this? If she gave it to me, it would probably just stay hidden at home. Soon, she had a new idea. She shook her head and decided to handle this matter first. Li Dong took the soap from Zhang Juexia and examined it carefully. The craftsmanship is a bit rough. If it cleans well, it should sell easily, he said. Zhang Juexia kept some details to herself. Recently, my husband and I were eager to earn money, so I bought some from a small vendor. I was busy with other things and didn't have time to sell it myself. I was thinking of asking Brother Li to help sell it. Is that all? Yes, just these for now. 60 coins each. You could sell them for 80 coins on the street, but we only earn this kind of money from running errands. We have to make some silver coins. After a moment of thought, Zhang Juexia gritted her teeth. These won't bring me silver anyway. Thanks, Brother Li. I'll go get the money for you, he said. With money exchanged for goods, Zhang Juexia's soap was sold. When Li Dong handed the silver to Zhang Juexia, he reminded her, big families use a lot of soap. If you make it more delicate and add some new patterns, the price could go up. Brother Li, if I meet that small vendor again and get more soap from him, can you help me sell it? She asked. We're short on silver, and I want to find more ways to earn money. Of course. Whatever you have, I can sell. I've been doing business with Brother Zhao Long for many years, so I know some ways. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Dong stood at the inn's door until Zhang Juexia's cart disappeared from sight. Then, he went back to his room. When Zhang Juexia passed by Yao's cloth shop, she stopped her horse. Shopkeeper Yao saw her and quickly came out. It's been a long time since you brought me finished silk threads. You don't know how good your skills are. Today, I even had a customer ask about them, he said. I've been busy lately and didn't have time to make more, she replied. Young lady, let's discuss something. If you're busy, someone else can do it. Or maybe you could find time to teach my embroidery girls. Before Zhang Juexia could reply, shopkeeper Yao quickly added, It's not for free. I'll pay you in silver. Let me think about it. My older sister-in-law and younger sister are also learning at home. Today, shopkeeper Yao came to ask, Do you sell gloves in your shop? Shopkeeper Yao looked confused. Young lady, what? What's a glove? Zhang Juexia sighed helplessly. It's something people wear on their hands to keep warm when it's cold. Yes, when it's cold. The ladies in our town hold hand warmers to stay warm. I haven't heard of what you're talking about. Zhang Juexia thought it wouldn't help to say more. She remembered they had some cotton fabric at home, so she decided to buy some cotton to make gloves herself. She also remembered the last time guests came, and they didn't have enough blankets. Shopkeeper Yao, please give me 10 jean of cotton. Have the clerk put it on the cart. And let's agree on the price, same as last time. No raising the price. Fine, I won't make a penny from you. Of course. Who doesn't want to make money in business? Zhang Juexia took out her improved purse. Shopkeeper Yao, do you need to see this? Yao examined it carefully. This is quite a rare item. If the color were brighter, the ladies would probably like it. Zhang Juexia pulled Yao to the cart, lifted the curtain, and pointed at some silk fabrics. How about this color? Yao was surprised by what was inside Zhang Juexia's cart.
This.
Yao, shopkeeper, just tell me if this color is good or not. Yes, of course, it's fine. But if you make a purse from this fabric, isn't that a waste? Can this fabric be sold for a good price? Definitely. If I make it, how much are you willing to pay? Yao's eyes twinkled, and he frowned, thinking for a while. Zhang Juexia was a bit anxious. I need to hurry, so I don't have time to beat around the bush.
Just tell me a price.
If I think it's too high, I'll ask Xuanhe County. Anyway, I'll sell to whoever offers the best price. 100 won each. 200 won. Yao didn't reply. Zhang Juexia started her cart and left. All these materials are top quality, and I put in the effort to craft them. Not a penny less. Yao quickly stopped her. Young lady, I know you're talented, but let me finish what I have to say. 200 coins is 200 coins, but you need to deliver the goods to me a month before the new year. As the holiday approaches, I also want to earn some money for the celebration. All right, Zhang Juexia said without turning back and drove away. Shopkeeper Yao watched the departing carriage and muttered, looks just like your mother, but that's her personality. Though everyone is quick-tempered, your mother isn't so scheming. Zhang Juexia felt she had spent too much time in the town and worried it would get dark soon, making travel unsafe.
Ahua. We need to hurry up, she said.
Ahua seemed to understand and quickened her steps. Yes, just like that. Once it gets dark, we might not see the way home clearly. Ahua hurried ahead, and Zhang Juexia leaned on the carriage, thinking about the day's events. She wasn't sure if what Qian Yulin said was true, and she barely remembered the other members of Lu's family. However, Lu Sanla and the original owner still had some impressions in her mind. Their mothers often played together, so the children naturally grew close. But after her own mother died, the two families rarely interacted. Zhang Juexia leaned forward suddenly, remembering something. Lu Tai must know the original owner. Why didn't she recognize Zhang Qiuyue when they discussed marriage? Was this also Lu's family's plan? And what was their real purpose? Was it just for reputation, as Qian Yulin said? But after Lu Sanla married and divorced, and then remarried, her reputation would improve. Zhang Juexia felt it was complicated. Luckily, she was forced to marry Yi Beixiu by Tian Kaiheng. Thinking of Yi Beixiu, a smile appeared on her face. During this time, she had indeed grown fond of him. First, she appreciated his looks, then she was won over by his character. Honestly, in ancient times, it was rare to find a man responsible and free from chauvinism. Ahua suddenly braked sharply, almost throwing her off the carriage. Ahua, what's wrong? Ahua's forehooves kicked wildly, refusing to move forward. Ahua, be good. I may be braver than most, but these deep mountains and forests scare me, especially with night falling soon. Let's hurry. Ahua neighed loudly at the sky, but refused to move. Zhang Juexia had to nervously get out of the carriage, looking around. I'll never drive alone again. Anyone who goes out alone is a fool, she muttered, gathering her courage and checking the surroundings. The road ahead was bright and white. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, still a white, bright scene. She rubbed her eyes with her hand and moved forward. Oh my, how much silver is this? 10 shiny silver ingots lay on the ground. Zhang Juexia quickly looked around, but there was no one in sight. The cold wind blew past her ears, making them ache. Ahua, waiting impatiently, nudged her with her mouth, signaling her to leave quickly. Zhang Juexia resolutely packed the silver and placed it on the cart. If you see silver and don't take it, you're a fool. She got on the cart, and Ahua hurriedly followed. But inside, Zhang Juexia felt nervous and uneasy. Yi Beixiu was like an ant on a hot pan. It was already dark, and Zhang Juexia hadn't returned home. He couldn't stay at home anymore. He insisted on going out to find Zhang Juexia. Are you faster than others? Or better at walking? Lu Mingda's words made Yi Beixiu lose his temper. My wife, I worry about her. Even if I have to crawl, I will go to meet her. Come on, stop bothering your wife. She's probably delayed by something and will be back soon. Then I must go too. Lu Mingda stopped Yi Beixiu from leaving. They argued and Gan Chao volunteered. I'll go see what's happening. You two are really annoying. Light the torch. Before the torch was lit, they heard the sound of galloping horses approaching quickly. Yi Beixiu, regardless of everything, limped out hurriedly. Wife, you're finally back. Zhang Juexia was extremely anxious inside. She looked around and lowered her voice.
Let's go inside first.
The carriage rushed into the yard. Zhang Juexia hurriedly ran to close the door, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Yi Beixiu noticed something was wrong with Zhang Juexia. Wife, did something happen? Let's talk inside. Zhang Juexia took a heavy bundle from the carriage and placed it on the table. She signaled to Yi Beixiu, open it and see. Yi Beixiu opened it and was stunned.
This.
Lu Mingda had entered the house unnoticed. He broke the silence. Did you encounter this on the way? Yes, on the way here. But Ahua helped. It stopped and wouldn't move, so I checked and found this. Lu Mingda looked at it. It's official silver. This. Lu Mingda looked at Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu's expressions, then smiled. It's just official silver. Why are you making such a fuss? Find a place to melt it into small silver pieces. I was actually thinking of returning it to the owner. What if the person who dropped the silver notices it? The silver has no mark, so it's hard to tell who dropped it. Since you're lucky enough to find it, it belongs to you. Quickly hide it and relax if there's nothing else. Let your husband do the cooking. I'm already very hungry. Since Lu Mingda said that, Zhang Juexia no longer worried. After all, it was her good luck. She hid the silver well, sat down to drink some water, and calmed herself. Over there, Yi Beixiu finished cooking. She ate a few bites carelessly and then went to rest on the bed. In the middle of the night, Yi Beixiu leaned against her and said, My wife, you really worried me. Next time you go out, you should ask Big Brother to help you. After the new year, my leg will be better, and I won't let you work so hard. Yes, I also feel a bit scared. I should be happy about finding the silver, but I just feel uneasy inside. Yi Beixiu's big hand wrapped around Zhang Juexia, pulling her into his arms. Don't think too much. I'm here for you. When Zhang Juexia woke up, Yi Beixiu and Lu Mingda were already standing in the yard. She thought about yesterday's events and realized she needed to train more. If she couldn't do it herself, she would learn some simple moves from them for safety. Zhang Juexia followed behind them and practiced for a little while. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking loudly on the door. She was so scared her face changed. Yi Beixiu signaled her not to panic and strode to open the door. Beixiu-ji, are you home? Why are you knocking so hard? Your new house is big, and I was worried you couldn't hear me. From the sound of his voice, she guessed it was Qin Eryoung, so she wasn't as scared anymore. Lu Mingda half opened his eyes and sighed. Whatever happens, don't panic. It's just a small matter. After saying that, he calmed his breath. If you have something to do, I will step back. Qin Eryoung said he had something to discuss with Yi Beixiu and wanted to come inside. Yi Beixiu insisted on talking outside the door, and they argued back and forth. Hubby, let him come in. It's cold outside, and that's not good manners. Ji, look at you. Why are you so formal with me? Even though we're no longer relatives, we're still from the same village. Yi Beishio took Qin Eryong into the yard. Tell me, what's the matter? Qin Eryong's eyes kept looking around nervously. Yi Beishio reached out and turned his head. Do you believe I'll slap your head crooked? I believe. If you don't have anything important, you should go now. Beishio Ji, I really have something to ask. Can you lend me 5 taels of silver? Zhang Juexia felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Could it be that he saw her pick up the silver yesterday? She quickly dismissed the thought. After all, she was sure that no one else was nearby at the time. Yi Beishio turned around and gave her a reassuring look before asking Qin Eryong, why do you need to borrow silver? Qin Eryong chuckled. A few days ago, my mother-in-law looked for a wife for me. She's not as pretty as my sister-in-law, but I liked her at first sight. She wants 10 taels of silver as bride price, and not a cent less. I am determined to marry her, but our family only has 5 taels. We can't come up with more. I've thought about it, and right now, only Brother Beishio can lend us 5 taels. That's why I came to ask you for a loan. I heard your sister got married a few days ago. Why didn't your family receive any bride price? Oh, Brother Beishio, don't mention that. I listened to you back then and didn't let my sister marry that widower. But my new brother-in-law's family is really poor. We managed to gather 5 taels to give to our family. So, you're blaming me for your sister's situation?
How could that be?
It has nothing to do with you, Brother Beishio. She's my real sister, and I can't just ignore her life and death because of silver. That's somewhat decent of you. But your family still owes me 800 coins. You should remember that, Beishio said. I remember. Brother Beishio, look, I've been close to you since we were kids. My sister's situation. It's true that my mother-in-law didn't do right, but she's paying the price now. You can't just watch me stay single forever.
Yebeikyu similet.
If I don't lend you the silver, you won't be able to marry, and that would make me the bad guy. That's not possible. I'm just looking out for Brother Beishio, the most capable person in our village who can lend 5 taels. You're quite smooth-talking. It's true, in our mountain village, you're really quite clever. As for the silver, I need to discuss it with your wife first before making a decision. This one still can't do it. Yi Beishio listened to him, then turned around and glared. Whether to lend the money or not, if not, forget it. Yes, I will lend it. Yi Beishio went inside to discuss this with Zhang Juexia. Zhang Juexia simply replied, Sir, this is your decision. I follow your lead. Yi Beishio was confused. He thought that Qin Eryong's status was somewhat special and worried that Zhang Juexia might overthink, so he came inside to talk. But, unexpectedly, she paid no attention to this matter. After all, he's from the same village. We see each other often. Maybe we should just give it to him. Have you thought about why he's still asking for 5 taels of silver? Yi Beishio was stunned. The Qin family's life was indeed not very good. Qin Eryong was spoiled by his grandmother and didn't want him to go hunting in the mountains. They mainly relied on small trips to hunt a few wild chickens and rabbits, just enough for the family to eat. Yi Beishio clenched his teeth. Then I'll go out and tell him we won't lend it.
Wait.
How is Qin Eryong at work? Since he was young, he's been talkative and clever, knows how to work hard and save strength. He's a good kid, just spoiled by his grandmother. Zhang Juexia thought for a moment. Ask him if, when spring comes, he can work for us to pay off the debt. If he's willing, you can lend. If not, forget it. When spring arrives, we need to clear land and farm, and we lack workers. I was thinking about asking my older brothers for help, but then my father bought some wasteland. Naturally, he's going to focus on himself. So we need to plan early. 20 coins a day, depending on his performance. If he does well, he'll get extra pay. Tell him, no matter what, about food and drink too. If he's willing to stay away from his grandmother and agrees, I'll have him sign a written agreement. Yes, say good things up front, so he won't deny it later. Yi Beishio talked with Qin Eryong, who agreed without hesitation. Brother Beishio, honestly, I've admired you since I was young. Working with you makes me happy. Zhang Juexia had already written the agreement inside. Yi Beishio carefully examined it, then took it out for Qin Er-young to sign and stamp. Zhang Juexia went inside and took 5 taels of broken silver. Brother Beishiu, I can't read or write, but I trust you. I just signed with my fingerprint. Qin Er-young happily took the 5 taels of silver and left. Brother Beishiu, after the new year, I'll start working. This is great. My wife will be easier to talk to now. I have a steady job and I earn daily. Yi Beishiu stood in the yard for a moment before going inside. He wanted to explain something to Zhang Juexia, but didn't know how to start. Thank you, wife. What's there to thank me for? I'm doing it for ourselves. I'm just worried that after the new year, with Qin Er-young joining us, there will only be 3 of us to clear the land and farm. We won't have enough hands. Leave this to me. We can pay 20 coins a day, and I believe we can find someone. Paying money can definitely attract people, but I still feel it's better to find someone we know well. That way, we can trust them and work better. Yi Beishiu thought for a moment. I have a good friend I met while hunting. I'll ask him if he's willing to come and help us. How come I don't know this person? When I was injured, he used to come often. Later, when he saw I was no longer depressed and got married, he stopped coming. He's also a poor soul, living with his grandmother. Their home is in Qingfeng village at the foot of the mountain. They have no land, so he goes up the mountain to find things to survive. We used to explore the deep mountains together, but since I got hurt, he hasn't dared to go anymore. Since we need help, I thought I could help him out because he used to help me. That sounds good. Anyway, whoever comes to help us will get 20 coins a day first. Once we earn some silver and see how they perform, we can raise their wages. All right, let's follow the wife's advice. I asked Lu Longzhong the other day, and he said my leg will be better by the end of December and I might not need a crutch anymore. I plan to go down to ask him then. Later, we can also ask other villagers if anyone is willing to work. If we still don't have enough people, we can find folks from below the village. As for finding workers, you just handle it. I will make sure everything is arranged properly. Zhang Juexia remembered something else. I asked Li Yingyue to help find some fruit tree saplings. I plan to plant fruit trees on the back mountain. Also, some herbs I found when I went into the mountain, I plan to move them to the back mountain too. The honeysuckle I tried planting last time is growing well. I also want to move some Sichuan pepper trees there. I even thought about picking some, drying them, and selling them at the general store. But forget about that this year. Next year, I will make sure to get it done. Yi Beishiu admired Zhang Juexia more and more. We've been relying on the mountain all these years and never thought of these ideas. If we had thought of even one earlier, my father wouldn't have died.
Zhang Juexia comforted Ye Beishiu.
The wheat we planted on the land looks pretty good. If it works, I plan to open more land next year to grow crops. Husband, we still have 30 acres outside. After the new year, don't forget to go collect the rent. Yes, I've been thinking about that too. Anyway, after the new year, there are many things to do. I am thinking of raising some chickens in the mountains, and I will need to buy some chicks. Before the holiday, we also need to send gifts to Zhang Wei and Lu Chong, as we will need their help in the future. This matter is not urgent. We can talk about it after the lunar month begins. I also promised shopkeeper want to send him 200 jars of hawthorn preserves. I have already bought everything. I need to go to the old house to find sister-in-law and Siyun to help me. You should go quickly. I will feed the wild rabbits and the 2 hens in the backyard. Zhang Juexia arrived at the old house. Li Yiqin and Yi Siyun were busy making rope. When they saw Zhang Juexia, they put down their work and went to greet him. Zhang Juexia casually took out a piece of rope and looked at it. Not bad. You can't just leave these at home after making them. You need to sell them quickly. These things are also based on style. If you sell them late, the style might go out of fashion and you won't get a good price. Is that so? Of course. Li Yiqin tidied up the finished ropes and placed them in front of Zhang Juexia. At first, we were too shy to bother you. We thought we could sell these when we went to town someday. But now that you mention it, we need to trouble you to help us sell them when you go to town. You should have told me earlier. I just came back from town yesterday. It's not too late now. Yi Siyun poured a glass of water for Zhang Juexia and handed it to him. Sister-in-law, drink some water.
Thank you.
Li Qin then remembered and asked Zhang Jiexia, "You are so busy. Why do you have time to come to the old house today? Tell me, is there something you want to ask us?" "Sister-in-law, you are really perceptive." "Yes, I do have something. It's about the work we did last time. I need your help again." Without hesitation, Li Yiqin stood up, pulled Yi Suyun and Zhang Jiexia, and headed outside. "I'm not afraid of you laughing, but this is money to be made. Why are you so polite with us?" "Exactly, sister-in-law. You're not only polite, but also talk too much." "Where am I talking too much? I haven't even greeted the grandparents yet, and you pulled me out." "The grandparents are not outsiders. They won't be angry." After the three of them walked away, Pang Xiujuan looked on angrily, throwing the wooden basin on the ground.
People who only think about themselves.
"How could my son be so blind to marry someone like you?" Just then, Wang Guilon, who had just returned home, overheard this. "Third daughter-in-law, what are you talking about?"
I feel like you're talking about me.
"It's not my son who was blind. It's you." Pang Xiujian didn't dare to speak anymore and focused on washing clothes. Wang Guilon stood behind her, watched for about half an incense stick, then turned and went into the house. Inside, she complained to Yi Jishuan that third daughter-in-law really needs a good talking to. "Xiao'er isn't the kind to be bossy. I think she's the one. Don't argue with her. Next year, we won't be living under the same roof. As long as the children stay united and work together, our old Yi family will be fine," Wang Guilon said thoughtfully. "No, I need to go to Bei Xiu's family to help Xiao'er. Don't accept money for the kids doing chores. I'm not stupid. It's not easy for the children to do some work. We should help if we can," Wang Guilon replied. When she arrived, Zhang Jiexia and the others were already working. Yi Beixiu, who usually didn't like to work, had made quite a few jars of canned food this time, adding some hawthorn to the mix. "Grandma, why are you here? Why can't I come? I have hands and feet, and this kind of work isn't tiring. I'll help you a little so you won't have to work so hard."
Thanks, Grandma.
"I'll pay you for your work." "No need for payment. Just seeing you all live well is better than anything." Hearing Wang Guilon's words, Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu felt very touched. Zhang Jiexia smiled warmly and said, "Since we all get to enjoy Grandma's kindness at noon, let's eat something tasty." "Grandma, please don't say you won't eat with us. We still want to enjoy your company," everyone said happily. They talked and worked in the main hall, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Li Qin worked quickly but didn't stop talking. "Xiao'er, I heard from Qin's family that Qin Er-yong borrowed money from you to get married." "Yes, big sister-in-law, you're quite well informed." "Well, they told me that too. At first, I didn't believe it and argued with a few of the aunts. I heard that Qin's wife borrowed money from our village, but didn't get a single coin. Qin Er-yong is really clever. He thought of borrowing from your family. Everyone has their difficulties. Qin Er-yong promised to work for us after the new year. After discussing with Bei Xiu, we lent him the money. If he spends it on gambling or eating, we definitely wouldn't lend him any. From what I hear, he's planning to marry and live a good life," Wang Guilon said after listening to Zhang Jiexia. After hearing this, Wang Guilon nodded in agreement. Xiao'er and Bei Xiu did the right thing. Although Qin's wife isn't honest, it isn't Qin Er-yong's fault. Besides, helping him now might earn his lifelong gratitude. "We all understand this principle, Grandma. North Mountain and I are just worried that second brother Qin borrowed money and might not repay it, and the ones who will suffer are Xiao and Xiao'er. Didn't they make him work to pay back the debt?" "Yes, that's true." Zhang Jiexia suddenly remembered something else. "Grandma, sister-in-law, do you know who in our village is good at sewing and needlework?" Wang Guilon thought for a moment. "For women, sewing isn't very hard. If I had to choose who does it best, I'd have to think more." Li Yiqin's eyes turned. "Xiao'er, are you asking about this for a reason?" "I know someone. Aunt Maying, the eldest daughter-in-law of the village head. I've seen her work with my own eyes, and her sewing is really good." Hearing this, Qiner remembered. Yes, Mei Ying's sewing is good. But there's another person whose needlework is also quite nice.
Who is that?
Lu Shuiyan, Qin's second brother's mother. Grandma, I don't remember this person. Usually, Chin's household is run by Granny Chin, who is very lively. No one else really gets a say. Besides, do you think Chin's life can go on just because Granny Chin jumps around and their husband occasionally hunts in the mountains? What do they rely on then? Of course, they rely on Lu Shuiyen's sewing skills. Grandma, that auntie rarely goes out. Granny Chin wouldn't let her go out. She needs her to stay home and work to earn money for the family's expenses.
Sigh.
There was a sigh in the room. With a mother-in-law like Granny Chin, Lu Shuiyen probably can't escape her nagging fate. Wang Guilon chuckled. You kids are worrying about others. She has skills, and Granny Chin just talks big. Usually, she doesn't dare do much to her. Suyun in our house, it's just you who isn't married yet. Listen carefully, learn skills from your sisters-in-law. Whatever skill you learn well, it's the foundation for a woman's independence. Yi Suyun listened to Wang Guilon's words and nodded seriously. Grandma, I will. Your sisters-in-law treat me like their own child. Grandma is just worried about you. When you get married next year, you'll be far from Grandma. When something happens, she wants to help but can't. Women should be strong and stand on their own in their in-laws' house. That's how people will respect you. Yi Suyun's eyes turned red as she nodded seriously. Grandma, I understand all these principles. That's good, that's good. Zhang Juexiao listened to Wang Guilon and agreed in her heart, but she was also very curious. After all, Wang Guilon was a village woman who had never left the mountains, yet her insights were much wiser than others. Grandma, you know so much. Where did you hear these things? You clever girl, I knew you'd ask that. My grandmother once worked in a wealthy household as a maid. I was raised by her when I was young. She taught me these lessons. No wonder Grandma knows so much and is so kind-hearted. Thanks to her good example and teachings, Wang Guilon sighed and stopped talking, quietly continuing her work. Zhang Juexia looked outside. Big sister-in-law, can you help me with cooking? Wang Guilon heard this and urged them to leave the room. Zhang Juexia also asked Li Yiqin to help, mainly wanting her to rest. Li Yiqin walked around the yard a few times. My pregnancy is going well. Even Lu doctor said so. It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but now I can eat and drink normally. That's good. Big sister-in-law, is there anything special you want to eat? Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Then we'll steam rice, make braised pork, and stir-fry some bok choy with meat. Okay. Zhang Juexia told Li Yiqin to sit and keep the fire going while she handled everything else. Li Yiqin talked about the people and events in the old house these days. Xiar, I don't know why, but third aunt suddenly calmed down recently. She's not causing trouble or talking about splitting the family anymore. No one even goes to her parents' house to call her. She just took her children and came back by herself. At first, when she returned, we were all worried she'd cause trouble again. But as we waited, she became even quieter. Do you think she was upset or bought off? Maybe she's just tired of arguing with us. Zhang Juexia thought to herself. She wasn't wrong. She lost her silver, so she finally quieted down. Maybe so. Big sister-in-law, our mother-in-law has also calmed down. Life is easier now. I hope she stays like this. Exactly. Sigh, I really want to move out of the old house soon. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Your eldest auntie is heavily influenced by Grandpa and Grandma. The other day, she said that as long as Suyun gets married and Bei Lin finds a partner, she wants my father to split the family earlier. She's jealous seeing you and Bei Xiu living happily. She says only when the children are away from their parents can they truly grow up. My aunt really understands things, Zhang Juexia and Li Yiqin said casually while cooking, without interrupting their work. Soon, a delicious-smelling lunch was ready. After eating, everyone continued working without resting. They hurried and worked hard, finishing 200 jars of hawthorn jam in just 4 days. The night before delivery, Zhang Juexia stayed up late, relying on her memory and tried to make a pair of cotton gloves. After putting them on, she showed them to Yi Beixiu. He took her hand, looked at it carefully, and then insisted she take them off so he could try them on. Zhang Juexia hesitated, worried. Your hands are so big. What if I stretch them out? It's okay, I just want to try. They look warm, he said. Persuaded by his gentle insistence, she finally took them off, and Yi Beishio tried on the gloves. You're a grown man, wearing such pink gloves, but they look pretty good on you. Tomorrow after I finish my work, I'll make you a pair in this color. Yi Beishio curled his hands inside the gloves and playfully reached out to tickle Zhang Juexia. My wife, say that again, he said. I didn't say anything, she replied. Come on, tell me what you just said, he pressed. His lips pressed against her face until they both caught their breath. My wife, I like everything you do. You're so beautiful, he whispered. They rolled around on the bed until they were exhausted. Yi Beishio looked a bit regretful. My wife, you still need to go to town tomorrow to deliver goods, and Zhang Juexia, too tired to respond, said, Tomorrow's things can wait. I asked my older brother to help. Before she finished, she had already fallen asleep. Yi Beishan came early to knock on the door. Lu Mingda, yawning, opened it. You're early today. I need to go to town today, so I came early to avoid delays, Yi Beishio explained. They're still not up yet, just wait a bit, Lu Mingda said. After hearing the noise outside, Yi Beishio woke Zhang Juexia. She reluctantly got up, remembered she had many things to do, and quickly washed her face to feel more alert. Yi Beishio hurriedly prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Lu Beishan's eyes widened in surprise. Beishio, did you make this? Big brother, sister-in-law is pregnant now, so you should learn from me and do more chores at home. But your sister-in-law said cooking is a woman's job, and she doesn't want me to do it. That's because you're not paying attention. When I got married, someone told me I shouldn't listen to women. Tomorrow, get up early and cook breakfast for sister-in-law.
She'll be happy.
Think about it. Big sister-in-law is pregnant. If she feels happy, her baby inside her will be happier too. Yi Beishio lowered his head, trying not to laugh. Yi Beishan thought for a moment and seemed to understand something. Beishio, how do you know so much? Do you understand about women being pregnant? I'm just listening to Lu the doctor. The more I listen, the more I understand.
Oh.
That makes sense. After breakfast, Yi Beishan went to drive the carriage, and Yi Beishio accompanied Zhang Juexia onto the cart. Most of the space inside the carriage was filled with hawthorn jam cans. Zhang Juexia sat inside, while Yi Beishio and Yi Beishan sat together. Yi Beishan looked back at the carriage and then glanced at Yi Beishio. Big brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be shy or act like a girl. I'm not acting like a girl. Then why don't you say what you mean?
Well.
Yi Beishan scratched his head. I just want to ask if your wife is happy. Will her smart and sensible baby be born? Of course.
Really?
Big brother, have I ever lied to you? When did you start being so slow? If you don't believe me, make dinner for your wife tomorrow and see if she's happy. But I don't know how to cook. Do you have hands? Do you have a brain? If you don't know how, just learn. Yi Beishio's playful look made Zhang Juexia laugh. Look at you. I don't want to say it, but you insist on making me say it, and now your wife is laughing at you. Zhang Juexia lifted the curtain of the carriage and secretly gave Yi Beishio a thumbs up, then smiled at Yi Beishan. Big brother, I think Beishio is right. If you want your wife to give birth to a clever and lively baby, she needs to be happy every day. Yi Beishan shyly grinned. All right, I'll listen to you. They entered the town and headed straight to Manhwa restaurant. Shopkeeper Wan saw Zhang Juexia smiling so much he couldn't see clearly and said, I've been waiting for you. Shopkeeper Wan, business has been good lately. Thanks to you, it's really great. Wan Shi personally watched the young clerk move the hawthorn jam cans into storage, checked everything carefully, then took Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio inside to settle the bill. Yi Beishan still drove the carriage himself and waited outside the restaurant. Wan Shi had prepared 40 taels of silver, and when he handed it to Zhang Juexia, he specifically reminded him, I think these cans will be enough before the new year. I also have a favor to ask. If your wife has new dishes in the future, please think of our Manhwa restaurant. That's for sure. Wan Shi happily saw Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio off the restaurant's front door. When their carriage disappeared from sight, he finally went inside. Recently, Their restaurant's canned food was selling very well, almost becoming a way to attract customers. Thinking about the money, he smiled happily. With money in hand, Zhang Juexia wanted to buy things. She first went to a snack shop and bought a few boxes of treats. Passing by a bun shop, she bought 2 large bags of meat buns. Still feeling unsatisfied, she asked Yi Beishan to drive the carriage around the town. Is there no place here selling cooked food? What cooked food? The buns you're holding are already cooked, Zhang Juexia explained. I mean cooked meat, like prepared chicken or other ready-to-eat meat dishes. We should buy that at the restaurant. It seems that Manhwa restaurant doesn't sell the kind of cooked food I mean either. We've eaten there before. Forget it, big brother. Let's go to Yaoji cloth shop and sell the woven ropes made by my sister-in-law and her friends first. Hearing about selling her sister-in-law's woven ropes, Yi Beishan got excited and urged Ahua to run quickly. The carriage stopped at Yaoji cloth shop, and the shopkeeper, Yao, came out to greet them. I knew it was you when I saw your carriage. Yao took Zhang Juexia into the shop. She placed the ropes on the counter. Shopkeeper Yao, here are the ropes you asked for. Count them and settle the bill.
So many?
I just got them a few days ago, and you've already made so many. I told you, my sister-in-law and younger sister both weave ropes. These are made by them, but I taught them. Yao smiled. Looking at the style, I can tell you taught them. After counting, Yao said, since it's you, let's settle for 2 taels of silver. Can it be a bit more? Their skills are quite good. Stop bargaining with me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't settle for 2 taels.
Be content, miss.
If it were someone else, I'd give at most 1 tael and 800 coins.
Thank you, shopkeeper Yao.
Zhang Juexia placed the finished cotton gloves in front of Yao. Since I'm giving you a good sample, take a look. Yao picked up the gloves and examined them carefully. Are these the gloves you asked about the other day?
Yes.
Yao tried them on and said, they're really good, very warm. I've already shown you the style. Whether you can make money depends on how you sell them, Yao said, staring at Zhang Juexia. Tell me, what are your requirements? You really understand me, shopkeeper Yao. I just came up with an idea. The rest is up to you. You just need to sell one and give me 1/4 of the profit. Shopkeeper Yao thought for a moment. 4/10 profit is too much. If you don't supply anything or put in effort, at most 2/10. Otherwise, we won't be able to agree. Shopkeeper Yao, if I had someone or a shop in town, I wouldn't come to you for such a good deal, said Zhang Juexia. You just need to find some skilled embroidery women, use good materials, and add nice patterns on top. Then sell to wealthy ladies and young women. At first, it'll be a rare item, and you won't decide the price. Later, you can use regular materials and make more, ensuring all colors are available. It should look so attractive from afar that people can't help but want to touch it. Now that it's cold, everyone in town should have one. If you're still not satisfied, sell to the county. I can't say what will happen next year, but this year, you're sure to make some silver. Young lady, you make a good point. But have you thought about whether people can just look and copy this? I can't guarantee it will sell, replied Yao. Even if others can copy, they need fabric and cotton at home. You have skilled embroidery women, so your needlework should be better than others. Then, focus on matching colors well. Basically, just clever tricks. If we make ours look better than theirs and the prices are similar, we'll win, said Yao, patting Zhang Juexia's shoulder. How come your head has so many ideas? Then you should raise the profit margin to 30%, Zhang Juexia suggested. Yao didn't rush to reply but picked up an abacus and started calculating. She muttered to herself, then suddenly slammed the abacus onto the table. Fine, 30% it is. I just calculated that my cost is about 40%, so we're sharing profits equally. Even though you just gave the idea, I don't have such a good mind. Besides, I'm free now, so I might as well find something to do. Thanks, shopkeeper Yao, said Zhang Juexia. Don't rush to leave. I'll find someone to sign a simple contract, Yao replied. While waiting for her, Zhang Juexia looked outside the shop at the busy street. The town of Jinshui was small but important because it was a transportation hub in the middle of the region. People from nearby areas came here to buy things. Soon, Yao ran over with a piece of paper. Take a look quickly. If it's suitable, I'll have someone write another copy. Zhang Juexia read it, then asked Yi Beixiu to review it. After both confirmed there were no issues, they handed it back to Yao. Are you both literate? Yes, we both learn from each other and can recognize some big characters. Really impressive. I'll go and come back soon. Shopkeeper Yao unexpectedly got a profitable business opportunity. He was happy and left quickly. Soon, the two signed an agreement. Just trust me with this business. Don't forget about the purse you mentioned last time. You need to hurry back and take care of it. Zhang Jiexia responded, Shopkeeper Yao, you can't rush hot tofu. I need to take my time. Anyway, you can't miss this good chance to make money during the new year. As I said, deliver before the lunar month ends. I'll take as many as you send, as long as the quality is guaranteed. Got it, Shopkeeper Yao. I've never been vague about earning money. After saying that, Zhang Jiexia put on gloves and was about to leave. Why did you take the sample you said you made for me? I saw you wearing it. Isn't it cold? My little hands need it. After sending Zhang Jiexia away, Shopkeeper Yao returned to the shop. She quickly started organizing the glove-making work. If this business takes off, we'll have a great new year. Missy is really a remarkable person, smart and full of ideas. Whoever marries her will be very lucky. Yao was sewing fabric, sighing, it's a pity some people don't appreciate her. Who's so blind to overlook her? Let's not worry about that. Anyway, she's already married. Did you see? Her husband is tall and handsome. Since he came into our shop, his eyes haven't left her. But I think his leg looks a bit lame, someone said. Yao became impatient. Stop. Even if he's good, he's already taken. It's none of our business. Today, I'm making it clear, these gloves must be well made. Use all your creative ideas. If they sell well this year's new year, I'll give you a big red envelope. Thank you, shopkeeper. The embroiderers all shut their mouths and focused on their work after hearing Yao's words. Zhang Jiexia sat in the carriage and looked over the contract again. Yi Beixiu sighed nearby, my wife. I didn't expect that after working all night yesterday, you could cooperate with shopkeeper Yao. Yi Beixian also praised Zhang Jiexia. Your sister-in-law is really capable, smart, and full of ideas. Whoever marries her will be very lucky. Big brother, from now on, when we eat meat, you can have more soup, Yi Beixiu joked with a smile. Yi Beixian didn't take it seriously. Junior sister, since Beixiu married you, he seems like a different person. Now, joking about it is really smooth. Zhang Juexia smiled slightly. Big brother, there's a market ahead. I need to stop and buy some things. Exactly. I want to take a look too, to see if your big sister-in-law needs anything. Zhang Juexia bought 50 eggs and, upon meeting Lu Dalong, bought some peanuts. They continued walking inside, but the old lady selling hawthorn hadn't arrived. While Zhang Juexia was lost in thought, he overheard a quarrel. Now that it's cold, hens don't lay eggs as often. Buying them home is just wasting food. If it weren't for my daughter-in-law postpartum, I wouldn't buy this stuff. You have so many chickens. If you don't sell them cheaper, when will they be sold? It's not that I need money urgently. I don't want to sell them either. But you should consider timing. If you don't sell this batch, the weather will get colder next time. Maybe even snow. Who will buy from you then? Can you raise the price to 60 coins per chicken? The woman's loud voice attracted many onlookers. Zhang Juexia also became a good person, standing among the crowd. No, 50 coins per chicken, no increase. If you won't sell, I'll buy from others. The chicken seller gritted her teeth. Fine, 50 coins per chicken. Take them if you want. The onlookers lost interest and dispersed. At this moment, the seller seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, my family is in urgent need. I want to sell these chickens quickly. 50 coins each. Please be kind. Seeing how pitiful the seller looked and attracted by the price, Zhang Juexia said, I'll buy all your chickens. Yi Beixiu leaned close and whispered, Wife, why are you buying so many chickens? To kill and eat. Hearing this, the seller, excited that someone wanted to buy all her chickens, trembled with emotion. Good person. Little lady, you're so kind. Good people are rewarded. Old lady, there are 11 chickens in total. That will be 550 coins. Here you go. But now that the chickens were bought, how to take them home was a problem. They couldn't just tie the chickens and put them directly on the cart, or it would get terribly dirty. Lu Dalong offered his sack for peanuts to Zhang Juexia so she could carry the chickens.
Thank you. Don't mention it.
Little lady, you helped me a lot, buying so many peanuts. The chickens were packed into the sack and tied to the back of the cart. The three of them then prepared to return to the village. They got into the carriage, and Zhang Juexia finally saw the things Yi Beishan bought for Li Yiqin. Your older sister-in-law loves these baked flatbreads. I bought some for her when she first got married. Xiar, let me try one first. I bought 2 packs, one for you and your family. Zhang Juexia had been running all morning and was a bit hungry, so he took a flatbread and started eating. Big brother, the sesame on this flatbread is plentiful and tastes good. But our family is small, so we don't need that many.
Let's keep 4 to try.
The rest you can take back to the old house. You have a big family. You don't need to be polite. Our pack has 20, and yours has 10. Since you and Beishio got married, you've been helping us earn money. Now that my wife and I are doing well, we can still afford the cost of 10 flatbreads. Zhang Juexia didn't refuse anymore. Thank you, big brother. As the weather grew colder, fewer people were on the road. The journey was smooth, and soon they reached the village entrance. Big brother, once we enter the village, we should go more slowly. In this cold weather, who would be out for a walk? Before Yi Beishan finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, startling him. He braked sharply. If Yi Beishio hadn't been holding Zhang Juexia, his head might have hit the carriage.
Who is that?
Walking without looking, not knowing to give way to the carriage. What if you got hit? Yi Beishan raised his voice at the person across from him.
Beishan, I'm sorry.
The person seemed frightened and spoke nervously. Yi Beishan looked closely at the person, thought for a moment, and then remembered who it was. He looked back at the curtain of the carriage and called out loudly, Aunt Qin, is that you? Why are you out today?
Aunt Qin?
Zhang Juexia peeked out and saw a middle-aged woman about the same age as Pang Xiujian, dressed plainly with her hair simply tied at the back. Although it was her first time seeing her, she looked so familiar, as if they'd met somewhere before. Yi Beishan had already stepped down from the carriage and went forward to ask what was happening. Yi Beishio and Zhang Juexia also got out, helping each other. Who is this person? I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Zhang Juexia said while thinking, and Yi Beishio cast a guilty glance at him. Yi Beishan turned around. Beishio, Xiar, Aunt Qin has something to say to you. Beishio, thank you for lending money to Eryong, so he wouldn't be left stranded. Beishio, thank you for letting Eryong work with you. Only then would he not be wasted. As a mother, I can also rest assured. Zhang Juexia understood. Aunt Qin, Eryong's mother, is also Qin Lianhua's mother. Zhang Juexia carefully looked at her again. They really looked alike. No wonder the villagers said Qin Lianhua was pretty. Her good genes must be the reason. But these mother and daughter not only looked alike, they also shared the same skill in stopping carts. Yi Beishio saw that Zhang Juexia hadn't spoken, and Yi Beishan kept winking at him. Only then did he speak. Aunt Qin, don't be polite. I helped Eryong partly because I care. I just hope he can work well for us next spring. When we get home, I'll tell him carefully.
I'll make sure he works hard then.
Eryong is getting married the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to come to the celebration. Lu Shuiyan, Eryong's mother, lowered her head and walked forward. Wait a moment, Auntie, Zhang Juexia called out. Not only did Lu Shuiyan stop, but Yi Beishan, who was holding the reins, paused his hand in midair. Yi Beishio, with his injured leg, hesitated to get on the carriage. Madam, let's talk at home. We're on the road now. Zhang Juexia glared at Yi Beishio. Lu Shuiyan turned around, looked up, and softly asked, Yi Beishio's wife, do you need something? No, I just wanted to tell Annie that there's a big stone ahead. If you walk with your head down, you might trip. I understand. Yi Beishio's leg had not been raised fully, and after holding it for a while, he suddenly groaned. Madam, come help me. I think something's wrong with my leg. Zhang Juexia saw his expression and knew he was pretending. I'm not as petty as you think. She's already mine. Why should I hold a grudge? I knew my wife is the most generous. Yi Beixiu quickly climbed onto the carriage and pulled Zhang Juexia up. Big brother, we're almost home. We need to speed up. Aren't you afraid of hitting someone again like before? Who would be so careless? Yi Beixiu still got off at the nearest road to the old house. Zhang Juexia handed him 2 boxes of snacks and a pack of meat buns. This time, Yi Beixiu didn't refuse and took them. I'll take these home for Grandma and Grandpa. Big brother, those snacks are quite filling. Give 1 box to Grandma and Grandpa and the other to sister-in-law so she can eat when she's hungry. No need, there are many people at home. I'll share the other box with everyone. If sister-in-law wants some, I'll buy her some when I go to town. Big brother, I already bought meat buns. Sharing them among everyone is fine. My sister-in-law is pregnant, so consider it my good wishes.
Don't think too much about it.
Yi Beixiu looked at the snacks and thought for a moment. All right then, I'll thank you on behalf of my sister-in-law. Yi Beixiu hurriedly urged Yi Beixiu to leave. You're about to become a father, but you're getting more and more talkative. I'm starving and want to go home to eat. You never stop talking. Big brother, if my sister-in-law is free this afternoon, let her bring Su Yun to my house. If mom is free, let her come too. Yi Beixiu raised his hand to show he understood. Zhang Juexia picked up a whip and waved it in the air. Ahua. My husband is hungry, so we need to hurry. Ahua strode forward quickly. Back home, Lu Mingda also started to complain about being hungry. Zhang Juexia handed him snacks, meat buns, and baked flatbreads all at once. Eat whatever you want. If the buns are cold, go heat them in the kitchen. I'll have a bite of snacks first. Ganqiao, go heat the buns in the kitchen. Ganqiao took the buns reluctantly and went to the kitchen. Yi Beixiu wanted to help, but Zhang Juexia stopped him. Help me first by taking the chickens out of the sack and putting them in the backyard, then feed them. The two went to the backyard and settled the chickens. Madam, are all these chickens really bought just to eat? Of course, otherwise why would I buy them at this time? Are we going to eat them today? Let's feed them for a few days first and see when we have time. Ganqiao had already heated the buns and made egg soup. Though it didn't taste as good as Zhang Juexia's, it was still pretty good. I've noticed that all the men in our family can cook. Lu Mingda was eating a meat bun and mumbled, "Don't generalize. I don't know how to cook. If I could cook, I wouldn't be so hungry." Then you deserve to be hungry.
You.
Lu Longzhong, have another baked flatbread. It's pretty good, Yi Beixiu said as he pushed one toward him. Is this how you treat guests? Then don't eat if you don't want to.
Ganqiao chuckled softly.
Master, eating and sleeping are not to be spoken of. Zhang Juexia couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing openly. Lu Longzhong, don't leave. We really hope you can stay with us a little longer. I didn't say I'd leave. Wait, I hear someone knocking on the door. Zhang Juexia listened carefully. It doesn't seem like anyone. There is. Absolutely someone. Beixiu, go check. Yi Beixiu slowly left the yard, and Zhang Juexia finished his bun and followed out. Lu Mingda's hearing was so good that he could tell someone was knocking on the door. Second brother Qin, it's you again. Could you knock a little harder next time? Qin Eryong scratched his head awkwardly. Last time you said I used too much strength when I knocked, so this time I just tapped gently and you said my voice was too soft. Is there something? Brother Beixiu, sister-in-law, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. I want to borrow your carriage to pick up my bride. You know how much I cherish her, so I want to give her the best. That's why Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia looked at each other. Well, if you don't want to borrow it, that's okay. I was just asking. But you must come to our house to celebrate the wedding.
Got it.
Then I'll go. Qin Eryong hesitated and kept looking back, seeming to be waiting for something. Go to the old house and ask if my eldest brother is free the day after tomorrow. If he is, have him drive the carriage to pick up the bride. Qin Eryong was so happy he almost jumped. Brother Beixiu, you're like my real brother. I promise I'll repay you well in the future. But the carriage isn't free for nothing. I'll have to spend some money. I understand. I'll go to the old house to find Brother Beishan. If my bride finds out I used the carriage to pick her up, she'll be so happy she won't sleep all night. After Qin Er-yong left, Yi Beishio explained to Zhang Juexia, I promised Qin Er-yong because I want brother to earn some money. Our carriage is also making money. Zhang Juexia headed home, with Yi Beishio closely following behind. Darling, I've realized this is also a way to earn money. You're so silly. If Uncle Yunhai finds out, he won't let you get away with it. It's like cutting off someone's livelihood. I didn't think that much. Don't do it again. After entering the house, Zhang Juexia put away the money from selling hawthorn jars, stretched lazily, and lay on the kong to rest. When Wang Guilan and the others arrived, Zhang Juexia was still asleep. Look how tired the kids are. Wang Guilan's words woke Zhang Juexia. She shivered and sat up straight. Grandma, sister-in-law, Siyun, you're here. Hurry, lie down first, then get up slowly. It's okay. Zhang Juexia got off the kong, slipped on her shoes, and poured water for everyone. She took a sip of tea, then went outside to wash her face, feeling more awake. Xiar, is there something you want to tell us? Well, I have something to ask. Mother, sister-in-law, I need your help with something important. She reached over from the bed and picked up a small purse she had hurriedly made. Take a look and see if you can make this. Wang Guilan examined it carefully first. I'm getting old. My eyes aren't clear enough. The stitches are too fine for me to handle anymore. Li Qin took the purse from Wang Guilan and looked at it seriously. The stitches are indeed fine, and the embroidery isn't complicated, but it still requires skill to do well. After that, she handed it to Siyun. Siyun looked at it for a while and gave a similar opinion. Just tell me, can you make this? We can, but it might be slow at first. Practice makes perfect. As long as we can do it, that's enough. Mother, since you can't do it yourself, please find someone who can help us. I'll clear out the storage room later. I'll provide the needles, thread, and fabric. As long as the finished product passes my inspection, I'll pay them 30 coins for each purse. Xiar, are you sure? Is there really such a good deal? Yes, Mother. It's because it requires sewing skills. Not everyone can do it. I'll go to the village and find someone. Mother, make sure to find someone skilled in sewing. People from other villages are fine, as long as they're honest and reliable. Also, tell them not to think they can get high wages just by pretending. Before starting, I'll test them and sign an agreement. My fabric is expensive, so if they mess up, they'll have to compensate. I understand clearly. I know what's more important and how to say it. Mother, if they believe they can do it, they can come to work tomorrow.
Got it.
Yi Beishio overheard their conversation and, hearing that his wife was about to clean the storage room, came in to ask which room it was. He went ahead to start working. The middle room is a bit bigger. When the time comes, I'll need your help to build a stove so everyone won't be cold. Yi Beishio nodded and went to the backyard. Li Yiqin couldn't wait any longer. Xiar, hurry up. While you're free, teach us. Zhang Juexia picked up the teacup and took a sip. The meat buns at noon are a bit salty. Don't you feel thirsty after eating? Li Yiqin and Yi Siyun looked at each other. It's okay. Zhang Juexia saw their expressions and knew they hadn't eaten enough. I bought quite a lot. Isn't it enough? Enough.
Come on, tell me.
Sister-in-law, are you hiding something from me? A few meat buns are not a big deal. I didn't want to mention it, but look at you, asking about it nonstop. Quickly teach me how to make these lotus seed buns. If I make one well, I can buy 6 meat buns. If you don't tell me, I won't teach you either. All right, I'll tell you. It's because third aunt, relying on being her daughter-in-law, keeps criticizing and insisting that the meat buns be saved for Bei Li and Bei Feng to eat. So no one else got to eat. The snacks you bought are quite tasty, and the sesame seed cakes your older brother bought are loved by all of us. Zhang Juexia suddenly stood up. No, I need to go find her. These meat buns were originally bought for everyone to share. What does she have to do with it? Big sister-in-law. Was it the same last time? Li Qin pulled Zhang Juexia down gently. Our family just settled down for 2 days, miss. You should stop causing trouble. It's just a few meat buns, not a big deal. Besides, we're all adults and we're not fighting over food with 2 kids. It's not about that at all. It's just that she's too interesting. She wants everything good. When her son has trouble, she runs faster than a rabbit. I've never seen such a mother. Did she leave the meat buns in the name of the kids and then sneak them into her own mouth? Lee Chin and Yi Suyun exchanged glances again. Zhang Juexia impatiently waved her hand. You two stop with the secret signals. I think I guessed right about this? Yes, both nodded simultaneously. Xiar, you're really amazing. You guessed it. People like her, selfish and self-centered, I've seen plenty of them. Forget it, don't be angry. If Grandma finds out, she'll blame us for talking too much. She told us not to tell you about this.
Why?
First, to prevent you from getting angry, and second, because family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. If others find out, they'll laugh their heads off. Zhang Juexia sighed. North Xiu has grown so big and still hasn't gone astray. It's a miracle. Bei Xiu has been raised by Grandpa and Grandma since he was a child. It's them teaching him, so don't worry about him going off track. Anyway, he's a handsome young man now, and he knows to care for others. Quickly teach us how to make lotus seed buns. I'm trying to earn some money to raise the kids. Yi Xin couldn't wait anymore, sister-in-law. Don't be angry. When I earn some money, I'll buy buns for everyone to eat, enough for everyone. Please teach us quickly. Save your money as dowry. When I go to town, I'll buy buns just for you all to eat, not for her. Yi Suyun shyly lowered her head. Sister-in-law. Look, since Sister Suyun is earning her dowry, I'll teach you now, Li Yichin said kindly. Yi Suyun and Yi Suyun studied carefully, and Zhang Juexia also explained thoroughly. In about an hour, both of them learned the skills. Big sister-in-law, you and Suyun can take some fabric home to make clothes. Your body isn't feeling well, so don't run back and forth.
All right.
When I get bored at home, I'll come with Suyun to visit you and have some fun. The village of Yez was small. Wang Guilon spent the whole afternoon spreading the news that Zhang Juexia had found someone to do sewing work. One pouch took 30 coins, and they didn't need to buy materials themselves. Everyone found this hard to believe. Wang Guilon was not in a hurry. Whether you believe it or not, just go to my grandson's house tomorrow and see for yourselves. My grandson and his wife said they don't want anyone who isn't skilled. Yes, Auntie is right. We'll go see tomorrow. Before leaving, Wang Guilon reminded them, you must go tomorrow, for sure. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu cleared out the storeroom. Dr. Liu is still at her house. When the time comes, let them go directly through the side door to the backyard. I'll remind Liu and Ganqiao to come when there aren't many people around, so as not to cause trouble. This needs to be arranged properly. After all, Liu is here to avoid certain people. When there are many people, it's best not to let anything slip. I don't know when he'll leave. I really can't understand him. He's a doctor, but he's not thinking about healing people anymore. Lu Mingda suddenly appeared in the backyard. What's going on? Are you trying to chase me away? Of course not. We just think that since you're not practicing medicine here, you shouldn't stay. Your medical skills are wasted. I used to help people all the time. I can take a break now. Yes. I'll tell you this. Don't mention me leaving again. When the time comes, I'll leave on my own. And when that happens, you won't be able to find me. Lu Mingda angrily left but soon returned. By the way, why did you buy so many chickens? To eat, Lu Mingda replied with a smirk. Have you thought about how to cook them? Not yet. In this cold weather, making chicken soup would be nice. Add some mushrooms you picked from the mountain and it will taste wonderful. Zhang Juexia looked at Yi Beixiu. Dr. Liu asked you to do some work. What work? Yi Beixiu was confused. Didn't we already clean out the storeroom? Oh, by the way, the other 2 storerooms need good locks.
I'll go do that now.
Zhang Juexia smiled as he looked at Lu Mingda, then pointed at Yi Beixiu. He's not cooperative, I can't do anything about it. Lu Mingda was so angry his beard twitched. When I first arrived, you seemed smart, but now you're so uncooperative. Yi Beixiu, go kill a chicken, and tonight your wife will make chicken soup for everyone. Yi Beixiu locked the door quietly, muttering, if you want chicken, just say so. All this talk about this and that I don't understand. Yi Beixiu was killing the chicken. Zhang Juexia soaked some dried mushrooms in hot water, waiting for the chicken to be cleaned, and then put into the pot to stew. Recently, they had been eating wild boar meat often, so chicken was less common. Thinking of the delicious chicken soup, Zhang Juexia also salivated. After dinner, they drank the chicken soup, and Lu Mingda told them stories all evening before finally letting them rest. After a busy day, Zhang Juexia was very tired and fell asleep immediately. Early the next morning, she woke up early, finished breakfast, and heard someone knocking at the door. Excited, she went to open it, wondering who it was, so eager to work, so early. When she opened the door, she froze. Who is it? Zhang Difu saw that the person at the door was Zhang Juexia and awkwardly smiled.
Xiaya.
Dad came to see you. With a loud slap, Zhang Juexia shut the door again. Go away, I have nothing to say to you.
Xia, I miss you.
I came early just to see you. You'd better leave now, or I'll call someone. Hearing the noise, Yi Beixiu hurried over. Wife, who's outside? I don't know, just a passerby asking for directions.
I'm not asking for directions. I'm Xia's there.
Open the door quickly. I have something to tell you. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu discussed. He's just standing at the door. If someone comes by, it'll be embarrassing. Then let's make him leave quickly. Zhang Juexia, angry, was about to go into the yard, but Yi Beixiu held her back. Wife, don't be angry. He's just your father. Maybe he really has something important. What could he possibly want? Just tell him to leave quickly, she said. Zhang Difu's feet were freezing, trembling from the cold, teeth chattering. Xiar, open the door and let me in. At least let me warm up. It's cold outside, and I'm your father, you know. Yi Beixiu opened the door. Father-in-law, come inside and warm up. When he said this, he carefully looked at Zhang Juexia. Seeing she didn't object, he let Zhang Difu into the house. Yi Beixiu poured a cup of hot water for Zhang Difu. He originally wanted to ask if he had eaten, but then looked at Zhang Juexia's face and decided it wasn't worth bothering. Zhang Juexia signaled to Zhang Difu, if you have something to say it. If not, just stay warm and then leave. Don't come back again. After drinking the hot water, Zhang Difu felt a bit better. Xiar, don't talk to me like that. You're my own daughter. Even Qiuyue isn't my real daughter, so I still get some benefits. Zhang Juexia knew that Zhang Difu's words were not sincere. Early in the morning, he came to bother her. She pointed at Yi Beixiu. You're the one who let him in. Now that he's here, how about you just let him stay? Zhang Difu slammed his cup on the table. Zhang Juexia, you've really turned against me. I came out early in the cold just to see you, and you don't even ask why I came. Instead, you point at me and tell me to leave. I'm your real father. When good things happen, I think of you first. You should be grateful. Zhang Juexia snorted. Good things? You think of me when something good happens? The sun must be rising from the west. You underestimate your father too much. Since your son-in-law is here, you asked me to talk about business, right? That's what this is about. Qiuyue wants to find someone to partner with her in business. She'll put in the capital, and you just need to watch the shop. When we make money, we'll split it. Isn't that a good thing? Zhang Juexia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Zhang Difu. What did you say? I said Qiuyue wants to open a shop and asked for your help. You've probably heard about the Li family's wealth. Qiuyue means that she doesn't want outsiders to get rich from her. We're all family, and now that she's doing well, she should help other relatives. Zhang Difu spoke confidently, as if Lord Li was his son-in-law. Zhang Juexia lowered her head and looked herself over. She looked like she was lacking money. Besides, if she really lacked money, Qiuyue wouldn't be so kind to help her. There must be something strange going on. Did Qiuyue ask you to come? Seeing Zhang Juexia's tone soften, Zhang Difu realized that, as Qiuyue said, money could make people do anything. No matter how tough Zhang Juexia was, she wouldn't ignore money. Thinking of this, Zhang Difu chuckled. Qiuyue mentioned this, and I thought of you and your son-in-law. The younger generation is still too young and not very useful. The only people who can help at home are you and your son-in-law. We are all one family, and family members don't speak, as if they are from different households. Did Zhang Qiuyue really say she would split the money evenly? Yes, she did. Did she mention starting any business? How would she do it? That's just a plan Qiuyue recently thought of. She hasn't decided what kind of business yet. Summer, you and Qiuyue are sisters. Help her think about what sells best in town to make the most money. Zhang Juexia sneered and shot a disdainful look at Zhang Difu, thinking they underestimated her. Not only was she pretending to care about family, but she also tried to trick her into revealing secrets, as if she was easy to manipulate. I'm just a girl from the mountains. I don't know what's happening outside. If you want to start a business, ask Qiuyue. She's Aunt Li's 8th wife. Aunt Li owns many shops, so just ask her for one. Zhang Difu smiled awkwardly. It's not that simple. Big families have many rules. Your sister isn't doing easy either, but she still wants to help us. She provides ready shops, and we just sell the goods. Summer, I heard that the most popular product in Manhwa restaurant is the hawthorn jam you made. It's me. What's wrong with that? Zhang Difu's face lit up with a smile. He stood up, rubbing his hands. Great. I knew my daughter was capable. When Qiuyue opens her shop, you take your jam there to sell. When it sells, you split the money. This is such good news. Is this your idea? Or Qiuyue's? Of course it's Dad's idea. When good ideas come up, I'm the first to think of you. Zhang Juexia kept staring at Zhang Difu until he felt uncomfortable. Of course, it's thanks to Qiuyue's reminder, or else. Yi Beixiu, how did this person come here? Send her out. Get her out of here. Early in the morning, don't dirty my land, Yi Beixiu said angrily. He grabbed Zhang Difu's collar and tried to pull him out. Zhang Difu shouted loudly, I'm your father-in-law. How can you treat me like this? Believe it or not, I'll report you for disobedience. Go ahead and report me. I'll also report you for trespassing. Zhang Difu was dragged out the door, kicking his feet in protest. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Wang Guilon approaching with a group of people, laughing and talking. He remembered the last beating and still felt sore. He didn't want to get into trouble again, so he lowered his head and ran away. Who's that? Running around like a fool early in the morning? Who knows? Maybe they're beggars from somewhere else. Bah, with his poor appearance, he can do anything casually, better than begging. Someone's spit accidentally landed on Zhang Difu. He didn't dare to make a sound, just hoping not to be recognized by Wang Guilon and quickly escape from Yijia village. He really is a fool. Could he also be mute? Someone else kicked Zhang Difu to see if he was mute. When that wasn't enough, they kicked him again. The person shook his head in frustration. He's really both foolish and mute.
No wonder he goes out begging.
Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu were inside, discussing. Zhang Qiuying heard something. She saw the money earned at Manhwa restaurant and became greedy. She really wants to get something good. I suspect she's too clever, or maybe she thinks everyone else is foolish. I need to go to the town and find Qianyulan. I must teach her a lesson. She thinks marrying Li the wealthy man and becoming his 8th wife makes her powerful. Wang Guilon was already shouting in the yard. Shower. I've found some women in the village who can sew. Come out quickly. Grandma, you first take everyone to the back courtyard storage. I'll come right away, Zhang Juexia replied. She turned to Yi Beixiu. The woman who makes pouches has been brought here. It's not good to go to the town now. I'll write a letter and ask my elder brother to bring the cart to take you to the town. Help me deliver this letter to Madame Li. That's all we can do. Yi Beixiu took the letter and asked Gonchao to help him call Yi Beishan from the old house. Zhang Juexia took a few deep breaths inside to calm herself before heading to the back courtyard. Wang Guilon brought about a dozen people and introduced each one to her. After the introductions, she felt her face go numb from smiling. She only remembered calling them auntie, big sister, or a few peers as sister-in-law or younger sister. Thank you all for coming. Before we start working, let's agree on a few things. I will teach you how to make the pouches first. These fabrics are valuable, so today is just a trial. If we can make them well, we'll continue. If not, we won't. I said each pouch costs 30 coins, which is true, but only if it meets my standards. Otherwise, I might have to ask for the fabric money back. Beishio's wife, don't talk so much. Your grandma already said everything she needed to yesterday. We're here to make money. It's cold outside, and staying at home wastes firewood. You have such a good job here. We should cherish it. Everyone, work hard and don't slack off. All right, let's get started. The first lesson was a bit difficult to teach. Gradually, everyone's understanding improved, and a couple of the ants' sewing skills were truly excellent, often offering helpful advice nearby. The 10 or so people brought by Wang Guilin not only did the work well, but also included 1 or 2 quick-witted ants. Beishio's wife, don't talk. She couldn't help but once again marvel that true experts are often among the common people. Yi Beishio urged Yi Beishan to hurry, heading straight to the Jinshui Townley residence. Although the gatekeeper at Li's house didn't recognize Yi Beishio when he said he was Zhang Jiexia's husband, the gatekeeper immediately welcomed him inside. Mr. Yi, please wait here for a moment. We will report to the master right away. While waiting, someone brought him a chair. Please sit down first. Before he even sat, someone inside called out, asking him to come in and speak. Yi Beishio met Qianyulan, who first looked him over from top to bottom before starting the serious talk. Yi Beishio handed over the letter Zhang Jiexia had written. Madam, my wife's wish is that Zhang Qianyue not cause trouble. She's just a concubine. I have my own plans. Tell Xiao'er not to pay attention to the Zhang family. After passing on the message, Yi Beishio was about to leave. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Xiao'er is a good girl, and since you are her husband, you must treat her well. I understand. Yes, Xiao'er has her Li family backing her. Remember what you said. Xiao'er is my wife. I will treat her well. Even without Madam and the Li family support, I will still take good care of her. Qianyulan nodded satisfactorily and waved Yi Beishio off. After Yi Beishio left, Qianyulan called in Granny Lu. This 8th mistress truly doesn't know her place. She hasn't even had the baby yet, and she dares to use the Li family's name to do business outside. I've checked. The master doesn't know about her actions. I told you, even if Li Genie is foolish, he wouldn't let his concubine run a business under the Li family's name.
So, what about this?
I'll go tell the master. Li Genie was surprised to learn about Zhang Qianyue opening a shop. How come I didn't know about this? Master, don't pretend not to know just because you like her. Of course I know. Madam, after all these years, I understand what kind of person I am. I don't rely on Madam for everything at home. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. That 8th mistress is your person, and now she's pregnant. I dare not interfere, but I am also thinking of the prosperity of our Li family. The 3rd younger brother in the capital needs to handle many matters and constantly needs money. Ingyu just took over the canned food business, which is said to be quite profitable. At this critical time, she can't let anyone hold her back. Fortunately, Aunt 8's sister came to inform her that if the 2 sisters quietly start the business together. Ingyu secretly checked and found out it was our family shop. How can we explain this to our eldest brother? Li Genie's face turned bright red, and his eyes stared at the ground as if he wanted to see a hole in it. She really has gone too far. Without rules, there can be no order. She truly thinks her unborn child is a special treasure. Originally, for her baby's sake, we kindly allowed her family to visit her, but it almost caused a big problem. Sir, maybe we should just forbid her from leaving the house, let her rest, and focus on her pregnancy, which is good for the baby too. Yes, this matter will be decided by the lady. I'll send someone to inform her. When Zhang Qianyue heard she was once again forbidden from leaving, she asked in disbelief, Sir clearly promised me I could move freely in the house. Why am I not allowed to leave the yard now? Aunt 8, you need to ask the master about this. Chun Chao tightly held the messenger and handed him a small purse. Big brother, our young lady is new here and doesn't understand the rules of the house. Please, tell the truth. Who did our young lady offend this time? The messenger weighed the purse and pointed toward the main courtyard. After he left, Chun Chao helped Zhang Qianyue into the room. Miss, think carefully. Have you done anything disrespectful to the lady recently? Zhang Qianyue shook her head. Then it's not right. The lady is usually very kind and good to all the ants. Why is she targeting me? Zhang Chuyue touched her slightly bulging belly. Have the other ants ever been pregnant? Chun Chao's mouth opened wide in worry. Miss, you must not say such things lightly. Once I have my baby, I will find a way to get back at those who have wronged me. Chun Chao agreed with Zhang Chuyue, but now they find it hard to even leave the yard. When she gives birth, her fate might be just as vulnerable. Originally, she came to serve Zhang Chuyue because she thought that a pregnant lady in the house would have a future. Now, everyone in the house knows that offending a lady is worse than offending the master, and life will be even harder. Zhang Difu returned to Dea village feeling dejected. Tian Kaihong hurried to greet him. What did your eldest daughter say? Did she agree? Zhang Difu shook his head. I'm cold and hungry. Quickly, get me some food to warm me up. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat, and you can't even handle small matters. In the future, when Autumn Leaf's child is born, you should earn some money to support the family. It's a good thing the child calls you grandma, or you'd be so careless. Zhang Difu's face turned purple from the cold, and he trembled. When I ask you to go with me to find Xiar, you refuse, and then you blame me for not doing things right. You raised a good daughter. If you don't go, who will? In the future, I'll go to town to enjoy life myself, and I won't let you go. Zhang Difu slapped Tian Kaihong across the face. Are you done? Hurry up and cook. If you refuse to go, which lover do you want to send? Say it. Thinking about today's trouble, Zhang Difu was full of anger and started hitting Tian Kaihong fiercely. After she reacted, she used her sharp nails to scratch his face. Phew, you old fool. How blind were you to marry someone like you? Seeing the blood, Zhang Difu became even more vicious. He kicked Tian Kaihong away. Are you still thinking about your lover? You're sneaky and unfaithful. I think you're just living too comfortably.
Cook for me quickly.
Say one more word, and I'll skin you. Tian Kaihong was scared by Zhang Difu. Her legs trembled, and she lowered her head to the kitchen to prepare him some food. Trying to burn me alive? Always eating plain soup and water. Are you feeding pigs? Didn't you say Zhang Chuyue gave you money? Hurry up and bring back 2 pounds of meat. I want to eat meat. She was hurt from the beating and dared not say anything else. She had to take the money and go to town to buy meat. The family's money was almost gone because Zhang Chuyue had been messing around with it. She had hoped that if Zhang Jiexiao agreed, she could earn some money to fill the family's gaps. Tian Kaihong clenched her teeth and cut 2 pounds of meat from the meat stall at the village entrance. Auntie, your family is doing really well now. Master Li from the town has become your daughter's husband, so you must have plenty of money to spend. Auntie just cut 2 pounds of meat. Is that enough? Tian Kaihong grinned. That's enough. After saying that, she covered her sore mouth, held the meat, and hurriedly lowered her head to leave. The butcher threw his knife into the basket. What's so great about it? Just because you married Master Li, he said, unwilling to speak further to these people. If you've got the ability, move to the town and stop living here. Tian Kaihong paused at her steps. She wanted to turn back and explain, but her face was burning with pain, making it hard to open her mouth. She lowered her head and kept walking forward. She thought about her family's debts, and her heart grew colder. Lord Li had married Zhang Chuyue proudly, giving silver and land, but in the end, everything was taken back by Zhang Chuyue to the Li family. She even sold 2 acres of land to get some money. Thinking of this, her chest hurt, and she muttered quietly, "Rich people are clever. Everyone knows you gave silver and land, but they don't know all that stuff came back to you. No wonder you don't have a son." After saying this, she slapped her own mouth in frustration. It hurt not only her face but her teeth too. Bah, what bad luck. Heaven help us, I hope Chuyue has a boy, and in the end, all the things in the Li family will belong to my good grandson. Tian Kaihong carried meat into the house. Zhang Gefu was already in bed, taking a nap. Bah, I was really blind to someone like you. All you do is bully at home, and when outside, you can't even make a sound, she muttered. Then she felt unsatisfied and started scolding Zhang Jiexia. Heartless thing, you think once you marry, you're no longer connected to your family. When my Qiuyue becomes successful and the lady of the Li family, I want to see how you flatter us. Zhang Jiexia kept sneezing inside the house. Wang Guilin asked kindly, Xiar, are you catching a cold? I'm watching you. Go to the front yard and do your work. Everyone in the house looked at her with concern. Embarrassed, Zhang Jiexia said, I'll go boil some water in the front to make tea for everyone. As soon as she left, the house became lively again. Grandma, your grandson's wife is really impressive. She married into the family just a few months ago, and the house looks so bright now. Exactly. I just came in and thought I was in some big household. Wang Guilin laughed happily. You all don't want to earn silver, so just follow what my grandson's wife teaches you. Yes, earning silver is the most important. Auntie, we're praising your granddaughter-in-law again. She's so capable and good at making money. If anyone marries her, they'll be smiling every day. Serves North Shio right, he's lucky. Has North Shio's leg been cured? Yes, it's cured. Xiar went with him to the county town for treatment. Tomorrow, after spring begins, he won't limp anymore. Look at how happy Auntie is. From now on, she can enjoy her good life. Zhang Jiexia brought over the boiled water. Everyone took a sip and then continued their work. North Repair's wife, I finished one. Can you check if it's okay? Wang Guilin signaled to her, call her Auntie. Lu Jinhua, the second daughter-in-law of Grandpa Ji Dong. Auntie, hello. Zhang Jiexia took Lu Jinhua's purse and examined it carefully. Auntie, make the needle tips finer and closer together. This can be considered passable. Lu Jinhua was very happy. Oh my goodness, with such skill, I earned 30 coins. I told my husband at home, but he doesn't believe it. Jinhua, look outside. It's already past lunchtime. We just want to earn money and don't want to go home. Zhang Jiexia took out paper and a pen to record everything. My goodness, the North Repair's wife can write? She can write a little. Wow, truly the best in Yi Village. Zhang Jiexia couldn't stop praising Dejun anymore. Ladies, aunties, sisters-in-law, let's go home first to eat, then come back. Okay, my kids are waiting to eat too. Everyone hurriedly left. Zhang Jiexia asked Wang Guilin to stay. Grandma, don't go. Soon, Big Brother and North Repair will come back. We'll eat together. As soon as they left, Yi Beishan and Yi Beixio returned. Yi Beixio brought back 2 big bags of buns. Are you opening a bun shop? To save cooking time. Lu Mingda saw this and complained, I just ate buns yesterday, and today I'm eating buns again. Won't I turn into a bun myself? Dr. Lu, I also brought back some dishes from Manhwa restaurant. We'll heat them up and eat later. Hearing about good food, Lu Mingda asked, heat up a jar of good wine too. Good wine needs good dishes. Madam, if you don't like buns, you can eat the dishes. When Grandma leaves, tell her to take the buns to the old house for everyone to eat. Zhang Jiexia understood. From yesterday's conversation, Yi Beixio probably overheard everything. She looked nervously at Yi Beixio, but seeing he was fine, she smiled and set the buns aside. Grandma, you heard that. These buns are a gift from North Repair for you and Grandpa. Later, let Big Brother carry them for you. Good, good. Wang Guilin smiled happily. The dishes from Manhwa restaurant tasted very good and looked better than homemade. Wang Guilin ate while complaining, that must cost a lot of silver. Yi Beixio picked up a tender, soft braised pork piece and put it in Wang Guilin's bowl. Grandma, just eat comfortably. These dishes are from Manhwa restaurant. Wang Guilin didn't believe it. Free? How could that be? North Repair, you're lying or making excuses. Old lady, let's eat quickly. Don't pay attention to these trivial matters. Whether the vegetables are sent or bought, your grandson is showing respect to you. Yi Beishan ate with his mouth full and greasy. It's just milk, you can eat without worry. Beixio, you still don't trust him? After finishing the meal, Zhang Jiexia pulled Yi Beixio aside. Why did the shopkeeper send us food? It's because we sent him some hawthorn jam. He made money. You don't know, when I passed by Jufu restaurant, his business was booming. He saw me on the street and wanted to invite me for a meal, but since you didn't go, he asked me to bring the food back. What did he say? He asked us to send some wild rabbits again, and also inquired if you had other food. Basically, he means that if we have good food in the future, don't forget him or go around him. The food in Zhang Juexia's mouth no longer tasted good. Truly, there are no free lunches in the world. Yi Beixiu looked worriedly at Zhang Juexia. My wife, did I do wrong in this? I didn't want to accept it at first, but I couldn't refuse the good intentions of a shopkeeper, so I took it. It's okay, anyway, he has earned money. Tomorrow, Qin Eryong will use a cart, and the day after tomorrow my older brother and I will go to town to deliver wild rabbits. You can stay at home peacefully. Yi Beixiu looked around and reached out to pull Zhang Juexia into his arms. My wife, I miss you. Zhang Juexia shyly leaned into his embrace, holding his waist tightly with both hands. The two quietly embraced, feeling each other's breath and heartbeat. Yi Beixiu gently stroked Zhang Juexia's hair and softly said, My wife, it's only been a morning apart, but I can't stop thinking about you. Zhang Juexia looked up into Yi Beixiu's eyes and softly said, I miss you too. Hearing this, Yi Beixiu's heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but lower his head to kiss Zhang Juexia's forehead. A blush appeared on Zhang Juexia's face, making her look even more shy and adorable. They embraced for a moment before being interrupted by voices outside. Beixiu's wife, we're back. Zhang Juexia left Yi Beixiu's arms, tidied her hair, and said, I'll go take a look. Yi Beixiu looked at her longingly. In the morning, Lu Jinhua returned home and announced it. By the afternoon, the eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Meiying, from Grandpa Li Jing's family, also came. Zhang Juexia knew Wang Meiying and greeted her. I've heard for a long time that Auntie's sewing skills are excellent. Now that you're here, I feel at ease. Wang Meiying listened to Zhang Juexia's words and felt warm inside. This child's words really make people like her. Zhang Juexia took everyone to the backyard storage room. Auntie, this storage room isn't locked during the day. You can come straight in when you arrive. I don't dare delay your time. North Repair's wife, what you said really makes us happy. Usually, at this time, we stay at home and don't go out. At most, we make a pair of shoes, but they don't sell for much. This year, with your business, we see hope. At least, we won't worry about the new year. I promise the children that once I earn money, I'll give each of them a piece of cloth to make a new outfit. Exactly, that's what I thought too. Everyone kept talking, but they didn't stop working. Zhang Juexia felt a little out of place standing there. Although she had already integrated into the community and was living well with Yi Beixiu, she still felt a bit nervous talking to the villagers. Beixiu is back. I asked him to help light the stove so everyone won't be cold. That's great. Not only do we have a place to keep warm, but we can also earn money. Wife of Beixiu, don't mind us coming every day. Yes, Annies, I need to remind everyone that this fabric is satin. We should also take good care of our hands during this time. Hearing this, everyone cheered up even more. Now we have a reason not to do housework. The once empty storage room was now filled with laughter. Zhang Juexia took the purse made by Lu Jinhua to the front yard. She asked Yi Beixiu to go to the back to light the stove, while she went inside to take out colorful string, thinking about tying a knot to decorate the purse, making it more beautiful. After a busy afternoon, Zhang Juexia finally matched a satisfying string to the purse. Its quality was once again improved. As it got late, the aunties and older women who had been working left. Tomorrow would be a new day. Because Qin Eryong was getting married, most villagers went to help. Yi Beixian had already set off with a horse-drawn cart to welcome the bride. Yi Beixiu finished breakfast and was also preparing to go to Qin's house to help. Husband, do you really have to go? Can't you stay? Wife, you don't need to go. There are plenty of helpers and you're not the only one. Do I need to bring a gift? We're all from the same village. Just help out. I'll go see if there's anything urgent and I'll be back soon. Go early, come back early, and don't drink too much. Yi Beixiu smiled and replied, My wife, I've noticed that sometimes you're quite nagging. Then he left slowly, smiling as he went out. Since injuring his leg, he has been reluctant to meet people. Except for his own wedding, which he had to attend, he hasn't been to such gatherings for a long time. When Yi Baixiu arrived at the Qin family, everyone in the village helping at the Qin house looked up in surprise. Yi Baixiu was confident and greeted everyone politely. When the village chief, Yi Jidong, saw him, he called him over to his table. Baixiu can read and write. When Qin's relatives arrive later, let him help with some writing. Zhang Juexia initially thought no one from her family would come to work today. Seeing the nice weather outside, she planned to dry the bedding. Just as the bedding was drying, Li Yiqin arrived with a few people. I thought everyone would be helping with Qin Eryong's wedding today. Well, Qin's wife isn't very social. Sending one person from each family is already a kind gesture. Baixiu's wife, I heard your carriage was lent to Qin Eryong for his wedding. You really have a big heart, don't you know? Li Yiqin quickly stopped the person from talking. Xiar, let's go work in the backyard. In the backyard, Li Yiqin helped Zhang Juexia scold the person. Auntie, we're here to earn money, not to cause trouble. Those old issues are in the past. Don't keep bringing them up. If you find it bothersome, someone else will be annoyed. I only meant well, just wanted to give Baixiu's wife some advice. Auntie, with my sister-in-law's cleverness, she can see through anything. People should look forward. When spring comes, Qin Eryong will help out at Baixiu's house again. Is that so? Li Yiqin was too tired to argue further. Just do your work properly in the future, so no one gets annoyed. Next time there's a chance to earn money, maybe you won't be needed. The person Li Yiqin called Annie blushed and turned pale, feeling uneasy. Baixiu's wife, it's all your fault for talking too much. If I speak again, I'll sew my mouth shut with this needle.
Li Yiqin smilat.
If only I could sew my mouth shut, I think she'd be happy. After all, we have no quarrel over money. Exactly. Now, I don't even want to close my eyes when I sleep. I keep thinking about making 2 more pouches today. Imagine, making 1 pouch a day earns 90 coins in a month. If I make 2 pouches a day, that's 180 coins a month. Everyone gasped in surprise. Wow, I didn't realize it was so much.
No wonder.
Li Yiqin stood up and clapped her hands. Ladies, big sisters, we've already settled the accounts, just now. Everyone knows what to do now. Since I have a baby now, I can't come often. Today, not everyone is here. Please, ladies, big sisters, come tomorrow when everyone is here and help pass the message. This is such a good money-making opportunity. We must hold on to it tightly. Xiar is kind and good, but she gets annoyed easily. If she gets upset, there won't be another chance like this to earn money. Be assured, North Mountain's wife, we will work hard in the future. Li Yiqin said all she needed to, and then went to the front yard to find Zhang Juexia. Zhang Juexia listened carefully to what Li Yiqin said and gave her a big thumbs up. Big sister-in-law, you have a strong spirit. Quick, pour me a glass of water. My throat is hoarse from talking. I'm doing this for you. The people in the village are like that. If you don't speak firmly, they might think you're easy to bully and cause trouble for you. Thank you, big sister-in-law. You're so thoughtful. Don't mention it, Xiar. I'm curious, though. North Xiu went to Qin Eryong's house. Are you really not worried or thinking of something else?
No.
I've met Qin Lianhua before. I think we're not comparable. With me here, Yi Baixiu wouldn't have anyone else in his heart. Besides, if Yi Baixiu really did something with Qin Lianhua, I would leave him. I have hands and feet, I can earn money, and I can live without anyone. Li Yiqin looked at Zhang Juexia as if she saw a monster.
Xiar, I truly admire you.
But I believe you and Baixiu will grow old together. I know Baixiu well. He wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Thank you, big sister-in-law. Did Grandma and Grandpa go to Qin Eryong's house to help? Don't mention it. With the relationship between our families, how could Grandma and Grandpa help at Qin's? You don't know how thick-skinned Qin Posey is. She went to the village chief's house twice or thrice, saying many good things. Think about it, if our family doesn't help, others will consider us. When Qin Eryong got married, their family probably didn't have anyone to help. Qin Posey is clever. She first went to the village head's house and then to ours. The Qin family are quite interesting. Maybe after Qin Er-yong's marriage, Qin Posey might change. I doubt it. But if Qin Er-yong's wife is sensible, maybe she can change their family's ways. Let's hope so. Xiar, do you know how Grandma persuaded Grandpa to help at Qin's? Zhang Juexiao was curious and urged Li Qin, sister-in-law, go ahead and tell me. Old Master and Qin's family asked us to help out. Why shouldn't we go? We should thank the Qin family properly. If they hadn't caused trouble and broken off the engagement with Beixiu, how could Beixiu have been so lucky to marry such a good wife like Xiar? Li Yiqin imitated Wang Guilan's tone, making Zhang Juexiao burst into laughter. All right, stop laughing. I just saw Dr. Liu at home and want him to check my pulse. I haven't been sleeping well lately. Zhang Juexiao quickly took her to Lu Mingda's west wing. Li Qin explained the situation, and Lu Mingda carefully checked her pulse. Nothing serious. Just relax more and take walks. Do I need medicine? Lu Mingda shook his head. Really? You don't trust my medical skills? Yes, I trust you. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Has Beixiu said when he'll return? No, he hasn't. Today I want to eat chicken. Without someone to slaughter it. How can I eat chicken? Then we'll eat it tomorrow. That's all we can do. Sister-in-law, don't go back yet. Come eat at my house at noon. Just keep me company.
All right.
Lu Mingda managed to tempt Zhang Juexiao's craving. She found a piece of high-quality pork belly, sliced it thin, and marinated it with household seasonings. She also made dough, placed it in a warm spot to rise, preparing to make pancakes. While fetching things from the yard, she heard the sound of horses running outside and thought Beixiu had returned, so she hurried outside. She pushed open the gate and saw Zhang Wei and Lu Chong in official uniforms, preparing to dismount. Big brother Zhang, big brother Lu, what are you doing here? Little sister, we went out on official business. The village nearby is not far from here, so we thought we'd come over for a meal. Welcome. Zhang Juexiao warmly welcomed Zhang Wei and Lu Chong into her home. My husband and I were planning to go to town and find you, she said. Mostly, my brothers just wanted to enjoy big bites of meat and drinks, so we came to your house, Zhang Wei explained. Where is brother Beixiu? He's helping out a family preparing for a celebration in the village.
Today really is a good day. Such a happy event.
Brothers, maybe we shouldn't bother sister-in-law today. Let's go join the celebration. Lu Chong strongly agreed with Zhang Wei's suggestion. Zhang Juexiao tried to persuade them. Big brothers, we have everything we need at home. Just stay and eat here. I'll go call my husband to come back and keep you company.
No, that's not right.
It's a special day, and I don't want to disturb the celebration. Dear younger sister, let's leave it at that. You tell us the way, and we'll go find brother Beixiu. Our brothers also want to share in the joy, attend the celebration. Wouldn't that be more fun? Zhang Juexiao saw that she couldn't persuade them to stay, so she had to tell them the way. Two big brothers, the celebration in the mountains might be a bit different from in town. Lu Chong interrupted her before she finished speaking. Young lady, the celebration doesn't really depend on town or mountain. As long as there are many people and it's lively, our brothers like it. After sending off Zhang Wei and Lu Chong, Li Yiqin came out of the house. Xiar, you, and the officials are so familiar now. I only know these two from when I bought the mountain land. That's already good enough. Just watch. If the villagers find out that Beixiu and the officials are close friends, his status in the village will change tomorrow. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? What does status matter? I just know two officials. It's not like I gained extra eyes. You're just sour grapes. Wait and see. Qin Er-yong's house is easy to find because there's a celebration and the entrance is crowded. When Zhang Wei and Lu Chong, dressed in official uniforms, approached, they startled everyone. When people heard they were looking for Yi Beixiu, they gasped. May I ask, officer, has Beixiu done something wrong? Why are you here looking for him? Zhang Wei wanted to tell the truth, but Lu Chong winked at him and deliberately said, Yi Beixiu has committed a serious crime. That's why we found him here. Yi Beixiu poured tea for them. Zhang Wei took a sip and said, You know, the water in these mountains is better than in the town. The tea isn't the best, but the water makes it taste good. At the same table, Yi Jidong finally realized what was happening. Not just him, but everyone in Qin Eryong's yard couldn't believe that these two officials were actually close friends with Yi Baixiu. Lu Chong looked at everyone's reactions and stood up smiling. That was just a joke earlier, don't take it seriously. My brother Zhang and I were passing by and heard someone in the village was having a celebration, so we came to join. Don't worry, we're good friends with Baixiu, just here for a meal. Despite the cold weather, Yi Jidong was sweating heavily. After hearing Lu Chong, he took a towel from his pocket and wiped his forehead. Baixiu, since these two officials are your brothers, why don't you introduce them to everyone? Yi Baixiu stood up and introduced Zhang Wei and Lu Chong. Lu Chong cheerfully raised his teacup. Everyone, today we've all met each other. Good, good. Qin Eryong, who was busy acting like a groom, listened to the lively scene in the yard and saw the two officials sitting and chatting over tea. He quickly turned around and asked what was happening. Eryong, you're really something. Our Yi family village has a wedding, and officials come to celebrate. You're the first. Qin Eryong's eyes widened like copper bells. Really? In broad daylight? We can't lie. Eryong, your brother Baixiu treats you well. You should help him out in the future. Not only did he lend you money for your wedding, but he also supports you. Those two officials are friends of your brother. Qin Eryong hurriedly moved away from the crowd and went over to Yi Baixiu's table to chat. Yi Baixiu patted his shoulder. They're my friends. I'll take care of them. You're the groom. Go do your thing. Qin Eryong and the two men, Zhang Wei and Lu Chong, bowed and then went to handle their tasks. Qin Eryong found Qin Posey. Mom, today's food can't be sloppy. Qin Posey looked upset. That will cost a lot of money. Mom, I'll earn more. If you mess up today, my future is over. Is it really that serious? Yes. The officials are here. If the food isn't good, we might get into trouble at the government office. Qin Eryong deliberately gestured around his neck. He was out of ideas. Only by doing this would Qin Posey listen to him. Grandma Qin was so frightened that she quickly slapped his hand. Bah! On such a happy day, talking nonsense. Today's feast, I've gone all out, and I'm sure everyone in the village will praise it. We didn't learn from old Ye's family. When Yi Baixiu got married, they didn't even have a proper celebration. Qin Eryong then frowned. Mom, let's not talk about the past. My sister has married again, and everyone has their own life now. Let's just move on. Grandma Qin threw down the tools in her hand. Stop talking about your poor family. You're her younger brother, and she didn't even show up for your wedding. Mom, my sister is no longer part of our family. Our Qin family has little influence in the village, and with what happened before. Today, I'm getting married. Everyone is helping us, regardless of past grudges. We want to make the feast nice, not just for the two officials outside, but also to thank everyone. Although Grandma Qin didn't understand what Qin Eryong was saying, she still followed his plan. No one in Ye's village expected that Grandma Qin, usually so stingy, would be so generous today. The guests at the feast wondered if Grandma Qin had been influenced by something, since she was usually so tight with money. In the kitchen, Grandma Qin was busy, as if she were a spinning top. She was so angry she slammed the lid on the pot. Your mother can't be influenced by anything. I just want you all to eat well and drink happily, but I don't even get a simple compliment. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have helped at all. Zhang Wei and Lu Chong also enjoyed the feast. On their way back to town, they specifically told Yi Baixiu to come visit Ye's village again for drinks. After seeing off Zhang Wei and Lu Chong, Yi Baixiu had already brought the carriage. Baixiu, I'll help you drive the carriage home. I'll also pick up your sister-in-law. My sister-in-law went to my house. She left this morning, saying she wanted to talk to your wife. I just checked the house and no one's there. She's probably still at your place. Hearing that his wife was with someone, Yi Baixiu smiled happily. Pang Xiujuan also went to help at Qin's today, as Wang Guilan specifically asked her. You usually get along well with the Qin family. They asked us to help, and I'm too old to do much work now. If you go with me and with your sister-in-law at home, it will be enough for them. Her mother-in-law had already said everything. If she didn't agree, it would seem like she didn't show respect. Pang Xiujuan was first assigned to wash vegetables, then to cook, and finally to wash dishes. She knew some of what was happening in the yard, and the other young wives of her age envied her. You have a good son. When you're old, you won't have to worry. She said, I don't worry much now. My son and daughter-in-law are so capable. Even a little leak in their fingers is enough for us. No matter what others said, Pang Xiujian just smiled awkwardly. From her voice, she recognized the two officials as the ones she met when she bought the land. Thinking of this, she felt so angry her teeth itched. If today weren't a happy day for Qin or Yong, she would have gone up and torn them apart. What's more, Yi Beixia was actually calling them brothers and friends. After Zhang Jiexia saw off Zhang Wei and Lu Chang, she felt uneasy, worried that the Qin family might cause trouble again. Li Yiqin comforted her. Beixio knows his limits, so don't worry. Hearing that, Zhang Jiexia felt relieved knowing Yi Beixio was also at the Qin family. She baked some pancakes and fried the marinated meat in a pot. Those who liked could put the meat inside the pancake. Those who didn't just ate it with the pancake. Lu Mingda ate happily, saying, I was planning to go home before the mountain closed, but now I don't want to leave.
Then stay.
Stay as long as you want. I really was right about you, he said. After dinner, Zhang Jiexia and Li Yiqin discussed how to make the purse look better. Xiar, you really know a lot, Li Yiqin said, holding a purse decorated with a net, feeling envious. Sister-in-law, I just want to earn more silver, so I think of many ideas. I don't have that kind of brain, but you can ask Suyun. I think she's clever and more skillful with her hands, and she also likes these little things. Great. When sister-in-law comes again, ask Suyun too. The two sisters-in-law worked together, chatting as they worked, and time passed quickly. Zhang Jiexia looked outside. I wonder if the wedding feast is over? I think you're thinking about Beixio, Li Yiqin said. Maybe I am, Zhang Jiexia admitted. Li Yiqin looked surprised. She thought Zhang Jiexia would be shy, but she spoke so directly. She didn't know how to respond. Zhang Jiexia didn't mind. If Big Brother is busy and not at home, don't you miss him, sister-in-law? Li Yiqin's face turned red. She gently tapped Zhang Jiexia and said, I really am shooting myself in the foot. When Yi Beixio entered the yard, he heard Zhang Jiexia's clear, bell-like laughter. His heart warmed instantly. He smiled, trying to walk faster in comfort, eager to see Zhang Jiexia. Li Yiqin quickly stood up when Yi Beixio entered, smiling as she looked at both of them. Your older brother is also coming, so I need to go home. Yi Beixio wanted to say something to keep her, but she disappeared quickly. Zhang Jiexia stood up and poured a glass of water for Yi Beixio. Drink some water first. Is everything going smoothly? Yi Beixio took the water and looked at Zhang Jiexia affectionately. My wife, you are so beautiful. He pulled Zhang Jiexia into his arms. Missed me? Zhang Jiexia smelled alcohol on Yi Beixio and pushed him away with a look of disgust. Are you asking if everything is going well? With me here, of course, everything is fine. Have you seen the bride? It's none of my business about the bride. I only have eyes for my wife. After saying that, Yi Beixio pulled Zhang Jiexia into his arms again, holding her face and kissing her hard until she almost couldn't breathe. Then he let go. Pang Xiujian pushed the door open, just in time to see the scene. It's broad daylight and you're not ashamed? I knew it. You are a fox spirit reincarnated, stealing my son's soul. Yi Beixio looked at Pang Xiujian in disbelief. Mom, how did you come in? Pang Xiujian glared. What? I come to my son's house, and it's not allowed? Yi Beixio protected Zhang Jiexia behind him. It's not that we don't want you here, but you came in quietly, and it scared us to death. Doing this in broad daylight at home. If you don't feel embarrassed, I do. Truly, a child without a mother has no manners. Zhang Jiexia rushed out from behind Yi Beixio. No matter what Pang Xiujian said, she would tolerate it for Yi Beixio's sake. But Pang Xiujian's harsh words were too much to bear. Before Zhang Jiexia could react, Yi Beixiu stepped forward again, protecting her behind him. His eyes turned sharp, full of anger. Mom, watch your words. I talked to my son, and I need to watch my words? That's a joke. In this town, which mother-in-law talks like that without considering her son and daughter-in-law? I didn't even serve her, and that was a great kindness. And now she wants me to watch my words? Bah, dreaming. Zhang Juexia could no longer hold back. She broke free from Yi Beixiu and said, "This is my home. Your sudden intrusion is wrong. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. And don't use my family upbringing as an excuse. I think Yi Beixiu is even more pitiful than I am. With a mother like you, I prefer being an orphan. Life is much easier." Pang Xiujian was spoken to by Zhang Juexia in 2 sentences, leaving her unsure how to respond. She only pointed at Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia, saying, "You really have gone too far, you." The workers in the backyard warehouse also stopped their work and listened to the lively scene. The third family's life is just too comfortable. If my son marries such a capable wife in the future, I will have to support her every day. Exactly, they really don't know their place. I think the third daughter-in-law probably can't compete with Beixiu and his wife. We shouldn't go to the front yard anymore. It's not our business. After all, we will need to earn money from Beixiu's wife in the future. That's right, no mistake. If Beixiu's wife isn't at an advantage, we can help her. Yes, hurry up and work. Earning money is the most important. Yi Beixiu had long been impatient. He reached out and took Pang Xiujian's finger away. "Mother, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't talk about those unnecessary things." Pang Xiujian sat down angrily on a chair. "Are those 2 officials who came today familiar with you?" Zhang Juexia immediately understood Pang Xiujian's intention and quickly tugged at Beixiu's sleeve. Yi Beixiu nodded slightly, indicating he knew what to do. Familiar, but not very close. Pang Xiujian turned her head. "You're lying. If you're not close, why do you call them brothers? Mother, do you understand acting? They came to our door, and I still want to keep face. My leg has been lame for so long, and no one in the village paid attention to me. I want to take this opportunity to regain some dignity. Mother, you saw how I performed at the Qin family today. Now, no one in the village looks down on me." Yi Beixiu's words made sense. After all, Pang Xiujian had already felt it from helping at the Qin family. "Mother, my status and theirs are different. They are officials, and I can't really treat them as brothers. I just did it for face." Pang Xiujian's expression gradually relaxed. "Since you're not close to them, that's good." She glared at Zhang Juexia again. "My son will have a status in the village in the future, so you must serve him well." Yi Beixiu asked Pang Xiujian irritably, "Mother, do you have anything else? I've been outside all day, and I'm tired. I want to rest properly." Pang Xiujian stood up and went straight outside. After walking a few steps, she returned to Zhang Juexia. "Stop always trying to my son. Mother, if you don't leave now, Beifeng will find her and cause trouble again." Pang Xiujian quickly moved outside. Yi Beixiu watched her walk away and looked at Zhang Juexia with shame. "Don't take my mother's words to heart. From now on, our door should always be kept closed." Yi Beixiu nodded in agreement. Yes, it should be closed, to prevent anyone from just walking in. Zhang Juexia gave him a meaningful look. "Isn't that Pang Xiujian? Usually, no one knocks when they enter someone else's house. I didn't know your mother was so easy to deal with. I thought she would make a fuss before leaving. I just told her a few casual words. Luckily, you only know the local officer. If you were a high-ranking official, your mother might really cause trouble." Yi Beixiu reached out and held Zhang Juexia tightly, rubbing his head against her back and mumbling, "Dare you say that again?" Zhang Juexia smiled playfully. "How does Lord Yi plan to punish me?" Yi Beixiu happily lifted Zhang Juexia into his arms. "It seems I need to be a bit more serious. You don't know how wrong you are." Zhang Juexia lay comfortably in Yi Beixiu's arms. I was wrong. Husband, don't be too wild in the daytime." "I know my limits," Yi Beixiu said. Then he gently laid Zhang Juexia on the bed, took off his shoes, and got on the bed himself. Darling, rub my legs. I might have stood too long today, and my legs hurt. I told you not to show off. Should I ask Lu Longzhong to look at it? No need to trouble him. Just rub my legs and it'll feel better. Am I some kind of magic cure that can heal all ailments?
Hememe, ye beikyu no det seriously.
Darling, don't take my mother's words to heart. Seeing how she treats you makes me feel bad, but I can't do anything about it. Do you understand that feeling? You're not just watching and doing nothing. You've been helping and protecting me all along. Darling, I've also wondered why my mother can't treat you as kindly as Nai and Auntie Da. If she were a little nicer, maybe I'd feel better too. Don't think too much. We can't change it anyway. Maybe because he had been drinking, Yi Beixiu quickly fell asleep. Zhang Juexia gently covered him with a quilt and quietly left the room. As she looked at the sky darkening, she hurried to the backyard to let the workers go home early. But as soon as she arrived, she was surrounded by people. Beixiu's wife, has your mother-in-law left? Zhang Juexia nodded. Your mother-in-law is like that. Don't get angry with her. If you get upset, it'll make you sick, and that's bad for you. Originally, we planned to go to the front yard to help you, but we didn't expect Beixiu to be so responsible, daring to confront his own mother for your sake. Exactly, Beixiu's wife. You don't know, my husband always agrees with his mother. He is always very obedient in front of her. My husband is the same way. Everyone chattered around Zhang Juexia, and although her ears felt a bit overwhelmed, she appreciated their concern. Dear ladies and aunts, it's almost dark. There's no rush to finish work. It's better for your eyes to rest early. Go home and relax. All right, we'll leave now. We'll come earlier tomorrow. Zhang Juexia saw everyone off and closed the door before going inside. She lit the lamp, checked the small bags everyone had made, then took out colorful thread, thinking about how to match it with the embroidery. This work was not easy. It required effort and thinking. She decided she would ask Yi Siyun to help her tomorrow. If needed, she could also find a helper among those who were sewing with her. She had a good sleep that night. Yi Beixiu got up early and went with Yi Beishan to deliver wild rabbits to Manfu restaurant. Zhang Juexia slept soundly. She didn't hear Yi Beixiu and the others catching rabbits or loading the carts. Only when Yi Beixiu left the house did he wake her up, telling her breakfast was ready, and to heat it up before eating so it wouldn't be cold. Zhang Juexia got up, dressed, and went to the kitchen. She saw only her own meal, so it seemed Lu Mingda and Ganchao had already eaten. She listened to Yi Beixiu's words, warmed her food, and slowly ate. The workers in the backyard had already arrived. Zhang Juexia boiled a pot of hot water to take over. Suddenly, she heard a loud knocking at the door, her heart tightening. Could it be Peng Xiujuan again? She hesitated whether to open the door when she heard someone outside say, Beixiu's sister-in-law, it's me, Qin Eryong. Your brother Beixiu isn't home. Do you need something? Sister-in-law, we came to see you. Please open the door. Zhang Juexia had no choice but to put down the teapot and open the door. Sister-in-law, this is my wife, Li Yulan. Zhang Juexia looked at the woman in front of her. She was dressed in a red wedding gown, her hair simply pinned up with a fine silver hairpin. Her eyes were bright, and she had two shallow dimples when she smiled. Li Yulan greeted her happily. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Juexia led the couple inside, intending to pour water, but Li Yulan stopped her. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Last night, my husband told me that you and Beixiu helped him a lot. Today, we came here especially to thank you. It's just neighbors helping each other. There's no need to be so polite. After Zhang Juexia finished speaking, the room fell silent. Li Yulan took a deep breath and said, Sister-in-law, we have another request today. Yesterday, I heard my husband mention that you need someone skilled with sewing. Can I try? Of course, yes. As long as your sewing skills are good, I need someone like that. But you're a newlywed, and your elders at home. Zhang Juexia looked at Qin Eryong. Qin Eryong looked indifferent and said, Sister-in-law, from now on, I will listen to my wife about household matters. Li Yulan was straightforward and said, Sister-in-law, our family is so poor we can barely eat. Qin Eryong borrowed money from your family to marry me. I will earn some money myself so no one can criticize us. As long as you're willing, you can work in the backyard storeroom anytime. Right now?
Yes.
Lee Yulan directly pulled away Chin Er-young's hand and said, Sister-in-law, you heard what I said. I will go work in the backyard now. You can go home. Chin Er-young was a bit reluctant but dared not argue with Lee Yulan. He could only turn around and go home slowly. Zhang Juexia took Lee Yulan to the backyard, and everyone put down their work to look over. She quickly introduced, this is Chin Er-young's wife, Lee Yulan. Chin Er-young is really lucky to marry such a lively wife. Second wife, you're going to work now. Your mother-in-law will be happy. I make the decisions at home. She doesn't get a say. Everyone gasped, thinking that the Chin family would be lively from now on. Li Yulan kindly took the fabric from Zhang Juexia and sat down, then asked Lu Jinhua for advice. Second wife, you really respect me. Besides my sister-in-law, your mother-in-law is the best at sewing in our village. You're letting me, a beginner, guide you? That's a bit unfair. Really? Is your mother-in-law's sewing really that good? That's no lie. Seeing Lu Jinhua hesitate and not want to teach Li Yulan, Zhang Juexia said, Annie Jinhua, don't hold back. Teach Yulan quickly. You can do your work beside her, and it won't affect you. I'm just worried my skills aren't good enough and I can't teach well, Lu Jinhua replied. Auntie Jinhua, don't be modest. Just teach her already. Zhang Juexia handed Li Yulan over to Lu Jinhua and went to the front yard to bring hot water. Li Yulan, lively and cheerful, was already chatting and laughing with the people inside, so she felt at ease. After Li Yiqin and Yi Suyun arrived, she went to the front yard and started thinking about how to make her purse look nicer. Yi Beixiu came to Jinshui town, first delivered wild rabbits to Manfu restaurant, exchanged a few words with manager Wan, then went to the government office to find Zhang Wei and Lu Chong. Yesterday at the banquet, there were too many people talking, so Yi Beixiu didn't say much to them. He thought since he happened to be in town today, he could have a chat with them. He also brought 2 wild rabbits for Zhang Wei and Lu Chong. When Zhang Wei saw the rabbits, he said, Great, now we have good food to go with drinks. Brother Beixiu, shall we have another drink today? Brother Zhang, I really don't need it, Yi Beixiu replied after a few casual words and was about to leave. Zhang Wei stopped him and said, I see your legs are much steadier than before. Next time you come to town, I'll take you to meet the tenants. All right, thanks, Brother Zhang. It's just a small favor, don't worry about it. Brothers will come to your house for drinks soon. Don't forget what you said, Brother Zhang. You must come then. After saying goodbye, Yi Beixiu got into the carriage. Yi Beishan asked curiously, Beixiu, when did you become so familiar with these people? I don't know. We just kept talking, and now we're like brothers, Yi Beixiu replied. Well, you're impressive. Where are we going next? Straight home, or? Let's go see the market.
All right.
The 2 men arrived at the market, wandered around, but didn't know what was missing at home or what to buy. Beixiu, I'll buy some pastries for your wife-in-law over there, Yi Beixiu said, feeling bored waiting in the carriage, so he got out and strolled around. Beixiu, is that really you? Yi Beixiu looked over and saw Lu Wanfeng sitting in a corner selling things. You kid, I was planning to find you after the new year. Didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Wanfeng was very happy to see Yi Beixiu. He looked him over and asked, Your leg is healed? Yes, almost. It still drags a bit when I walk, but it should be normal after the new year, Yi Beixiu replied. That's great. What are you selling? I brought some things from the mountains to sell. My grandma is sick, and I need money to buy medicine. Yi Beixiu came closer to look. Wow, there are quite a few hawthorns. I picked a lot this year. My grandma said they've all been bought. Today, I want to try my luck again, Lu Wanfeng said. Yi Beixiu was stunned. He wiped his nose and said, Brother, help me carry this bag of hawthorns onto the cart. Your life isn't easy either, no need to pretend to be rich. Maybe I can sell it all soon, Lu Wanfeng replied. What are you thinking? I told you to move, so you should move. Do you still have it at home? No, that's all there is. Why do you need this thing? Oh, I see. Is it because your sister-in-law is pregnant?
She's happy.
But I heard from our village doctor that people with a pregnant body shouldn't eat too many hawthorn berries. Yi Baixiu patted Lu Wanfeng's head. You who don't have a wife know more than me who do. If you have the ability, go marry someone.
You. Stop teasing me.
With my family situation, no girl would dare to marry me. Yi Baixiu changed the subject. Are you in a hurry to go home today? Yes, I need to go to the pharmacy later to get medicine for my mother. Yi Baixiu took out 200 coins and handed them to Lu Wanfeng. Here's some hawthorn money.
Take it.
I don't need that much. Then, put that package of stuff on the cart for me. Baixiu, I know you're helping me, but you also have a family. You can't do this. Why are you talking so much? These dried goods from the mountains are what your sister-in-law likes. Hurry up and get the medicine for your mother. If you have free time someday, come to my house. I have something to talk to you about. Once my mother's condition improves a bit, I'll go. Don't get lost. It's just at the foot of the mountain where we used to hunt and stay.
Got it.
Lu Wanfeng's things were gone. He carried the heavy copper coins and headed toward the pharmacy. Yi Baixiu saw a candy stall ahead, and without thinking, he went over to buy a small bag of candies from Zhang Jixia. Meanwhile, Yi Baixian also arrived and handed Yi Baixiu a bag of snacks.
Take this home and eat it.
I'm not a kid. You should give it to your wife-in-law. If you don't eat it, won't your wife-in-law and sister-in-law eat? Honestly, your wife-in-law said you're finally waking up, but I'm not so sure. Thanks, big brother. The brothers returned home, where Zhang Jixia had already prepared the meal. Yi Baixian stayed to eat with them. After eating, Zhang Jixia asked Yi Baixiu, I saw you take 2 bags off the cart. What did you buy? Darling, guess who I met? Can't guess? Do you remember the brother I told you about who went hunting with me last time? Yes. I met him. Do you know? The hawthorn berries we bought are from his family. Such a coincidence. His mother is sick, and they urgently need money for medicine. I helped him out and bought all his things. Darling, you won't blame me, right? Of course not. Everyone has tough times. I have seen his grandmother. She looks quite frail. Yi Baixiu told Zhang Jixia that Lu Wanfeng would come to see him in a few days. When he does, he plans to tell him about their recent plans. Whether he agrees or not, it's my heartfelt effort. He should agree. That way, he can not only take care of his grandmother, but also earn some money. It's much better than running into the mountains. The burden on him feels heavier and heavier. That's nothing. You have me. Zhang Jixia made a funny face at Yi Baixiu. He reached out and gently tapped her nose. I bought you some treats, he said, pulling out a small bag and handing it to her, signaling her to open it. Candy, Zhang Jixia smiled warmly. Thank you. Do you like it? Yes, she carefully put it away. I can eat one a day and it will last a while. If you like it, just eat it. When it's gone, I'll buy more. That won't do. Candy is tasty, but eating too much isn't good for my teeth. Listen to me, he said. Seeing Zhang Jixia and Yi Baixiu being affectionate inside, Li Yiqin pulled Yi Siyun to the backyard. Young sister-in-law, later you can come find us in the back.
Got it.
I need to get busy, Zhang Jixia said, holding a colorful thread and running to the backyard. Yi Baixiu was lying on the Kong bed, flipping through a book. After Zhang Jixia entered with a colorful thread, everyone was admiring her handmade pouch. My goodness, we thought this pouch was already pretty, but after doing this, it looks even better, she said happily. She took the opportunity to add, I hope all the aunts and ladies don't just focus on sewing. You should also think about how to make it look nice and practical, just like making your own pouch. That makes sense. Li Yulian curiously came over. Sister-in-law, can I try? Do you know how to weave the thread? A little, she replied. Zhang Jixia moved aside to let Li Yulian try. She watched from the side. To her surprise, Li Yulian's hands were very skillful, quickly transforming the colorful thread. What a good daughter-in-law. She was truly lucky for Qin or Yong. Sister-in-law, does this look okay? Zhang Jixia took the pouch and thought it looked nice. Sister-in-law, can I ask my mother-in-law to join me tomorrow? Of course. I hope more people can join, so the pouch will be finished faster. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Jixia smiled slightly and then focused on her work. She hadn't expected that her connection with the Qin family would be so deep. Thinking about it, everyone is from the same village, so they see each other often. Lu Shuiyan was forced by Li Yulan to make small pouches. Although Lu Shuiyan felt awkward, embroidery was her best skill, so when she worked on it, she forgot her discomfort. Li Yulan felt relieved. On the way home at night, she asked Qin Er-yong what was really going on, why people looked at her strangely. Qin Er-yong didn't hide anything and told her everything. Li Yulan thought this matter had already passed and didn't see the need to keep dwelling on it. Sister Bei Xiu doesn't seem like someone who argues, or maybe she never cared about it at all. If our mother hadn't gone to work, that would be foolish. Who would want to fight over money? I'll tell her that. From now on, don't worry about what happened with sister before. We should look forward. Maybe if sister really married brother Bei Xiu, life wouldn't be so bad. People are just born with different fates. Er-yong, I tell you, we must get along well with Bei Xiu's family. When you work for them, don't hold back. Do you hear me? I envy Bei Xiu's big house. I keep dreaming that one day, our family will have a house like that. If you dare to slack off, I won't forgive you.
Got it, wife.
A moment of love is worth 1,000 gold.
We.
After saying that, Qin Er-yong turned off the light. Zhang Juexia hurried to deliver the first batch of finished small pouches to Yao's fabric store before the first snow. As soon as she entered, shopkeeper Yao greeted her with a big smile. Zhang Juexia teased her. Looks like shopkeeper Yao has made a lot of money recently. Thanks to my sister, Zhang Juexia said, placing the bundle in front of shopkeeper Yao.
Take a look at this.
Shopkeeper Yao opened the bundle and examined each pouch. Well, I should have done this earlier and clung to you, my lucky star. It's not too late now, Zhang Juexia said. Shopkeeper Yao counted the pouches and then went inside to get the silver. This is 50 taels of silver. There are 150 pouches in total. We agreed on 200 coins each, which makes 30 taels, and the other 20 taels are the profit from the gloves. The gloves sold very well. Yes, you had a good idea. Shopkeeper Yao asked, do you still want to sell these pouches? Yes, of course. Why not? Do you have other plans? Zhang Juexia glanced outside. No way. I'll tell you, no matter how many pouches you make, I'll pay you the same. Even if you sell them in Shuanhe County, you won't get my price. I understand. I just wanted to clarify so I wouldn't do too much and then be pressured into it. Shopkeeper Yao finally relaxed. If you have any good ideas, come find me. I promise I won't let you down. Zhang Juexia felt the opportunity was right and took the chance to ask, Shopkeeper Yao, are you planning to take on an apprentice?
What?
You want to become my student? I'd be happy to. Let's prepare the incense and ceremony for the apprenticeship. I'm quite popular, but I must tell you, my heart isn't in this, she replied. I know you're easygoing. I was just joking earlier. So, who is it? Maybe I can consider it if I see your face. No outsiders here. Shopkeeper Yao has seen my family's young sister. Yao thought carefully, the quiet girl next to your eldest sister-in-law. Did you find someone? Yes, Zhao Xian, the third son of Zhao Xiang from Zhao Ji Woodworks Factory. I'm thinking that if she marries into the town, she'll have a skill to rely on and will feel more at ease. You really are a good sister-in-law. That's right. All right, since you've brought it up, I'll consider it for your sake. But I have a condition. If any good opportunities come up later, you must think of me, or I won't agree. Thank you, Shopkeeper Yao. I'll go home and talk to her. If she agrees, I'll bring her to become your apprentice. Yao was angry. You're playing me, Zhang Juexia? Shopkeeper Yao, don't be angry. I was just thinking that since you're so famous, I had to get your opinion first. If you disagree, I'd just be wasting everyone's time. Shopkeeper Yao was at a loss, shrugging his shoulders. It's lucky it's you. If it were someone else, I'd have already chased her away with a stick. Zhang Juexia chuckled. Thank you so much. Yao waved her off, urging her to leave quickly. Go back and ask about the apprenticeship soon. If you miss this chance, it's gone. I might even change my mind. Got it. Zhang Juexia took out 10 taels of silver. Please exchange this for copper coins. I need to pay the workers. Yao glared at her. You should have told me earlier. Still, he quickly helped her exchange the money and asked the shop assistant to put it on her cart, worried she might get tired. After leaving Yao's shop, Zhang Juexia breathed a sigh of relief. She only wanted to test if Yao was interested in taking an apprentice, and surprisingly, he agreed. Now, Yi Xiyun would be getting married next year, and learning some embroidery from Yao would be helpful for her. This time, Zhang Juexia also cleverly made a pouch, which looked good because of the nice fabric, and she matched it appropriately with a string. However, the pouch lacked embroidery, so it always felt like something was missing. Before the new year, she only managed to use up the fabric gifted by Yuan Yuan. After the new year, she planned to go to the county town, even to the capital city, to look around. She knew she would need 2 skilled people with her for that. Yi Xiyun was kind and quick to learn, and most importantly, she was someone she trusted. When good opportunities came, Zhang Juexia was willing to help her. Zhang Juexia sighed. She had thought the original lady's mother was very skilled at embroidery and could teach her some. But she tried and found her embroidery skills were limited, which showed she only loved it or perhaps just gave her a basic introduction. She passed by Manhwa restaurant. Manager Wan, with a big smile, came forward to greet her. Young Lady Yi, it's been a long time since you came to town. Some things kept me busy recently, so I didn't come. Manager Wan, business is booming, isn't it? Thanks to you, everything is going very well. Young Lady Yi, come inside and sit. Have some tea, rest a bit before you go. If you have something to say, Manager Wan, just tell me. I might leave if there's nothing urgent. The weather looks cold. I need to go home quickly. Manager Wan thought for a moment. Actually, I have no urgent matter myself, but someone is looking for you. Why don't you sit here for a while? I'll send a message to my assistant. Zhang Juexia looked at him cautiously. Manager Wan, I usually have good things, and I thought of you first. Please don't cause me trouble. Of course not. Then tell me who's looking for me. If you don't tell me, I'll pretend I didn't hear and leave right away. Young Lady Yi, don't be like that. Just give me some face. The person looking for you is someone you know, Mrs. Lu Hong. At this moment, Zhang Juexia's heart was calm. She didn't want any connection with the Lu family. She turned to leave. Manager Wan stopped her. I have some dealings with the Lu family. Please give me some face, young lady. Mrs. Lu has asked about you several times. She probably wants to talk to you. Let's wait patiently, okay? Mrs. Lu, you've arrived. Mrs. Lu, panting, came forward with a smile. Sorry to delay your work. If you knew, why did you let Manager Wan stop me? It's cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. Yes, inside is better. I'll have my assistant brew some good tea for you. You can chat while drinking. Zhang Juexia's face darkened. She was reluctant but followed Manager Wan and Mrs. Lu into the house. Manager Wan led them to a guest room and then left happily. After sitting down, Zhang Juexia faced Mrs. Lu. Tell me, what do you want? Mrs. Lu carefully examined Zhang Juexia and said, Yes, you look very much like Lin Yang. Zhang Juexia snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be a big shot. At this point, telling me that I look like my mother is useless. When you came to visit us before, why didn't you see that Zhang Qiuyue was pretending? Mrs. Lu sighed deeply. Child, I have my reasons. Zhang Juexia suddenly stood up and said, If you have reasons, what's the point of sitting here talking? Now that I am married and your son has remarried, let's just go our separate ways. It would be better if we didn't bother each other anymore. Mrs. Lu, why do you keep bothering me? Mrs. Lu reached out and held Zhang Juexia's arm. Do you want to hear about your mother and me? Maybe you still remember. When your mother was alive, she often took you to my house to play. You and Sanla were about the same age and played well together. That's how our families started thinking about an arranged marriage. But those are all in the past. What's the use of bringing it up now? Mrs. Lu continued, It's not your fault you don't like me. When your mother was seriously ill, she entrusted you to me, but I was too worried about other things and didn't help you. Stop talking. The old Zhang Juexia is gone. Now there is a new Zhang Juexia. Whether you and my mother get along or not, it doesn't matter anymore. I knew you blamed me for not letting you marry into our family, Zhang Juexia smiled. You really think your family is so wealthy? Do I really want to marry into your family? If you say you have reasons, then tell me why you don't want me to marry your son. Mrs. Lu lowered her head, without speaking. Fine, if you don't want to say, I will. Your family just looks down on me because of my background and thinks I'm not good enough for your son. You are indeed clever. Child, I care about the bond between me and your mother, and I don't want to ruin you. That's why I thought, since someone is willing to take your place, let's just go along with it. Sure enough, your family has such a clever plan. If I tell Zhang Chuyue that her current situation is all because of your Lu family, what do you think she would do? It's her own fault. If she didn't try to climb higher and replace you, she wouldn't have been dismissed. So if I marry into your family, I will be the one dismissed.
How could that be?
Child, don't overthink. This was all our Lu family's mistake. Actually, I was just overthinking. Men having 3 wives and 4 concubines isn't a problem. Samla can marry whoever she wants, and it's fine. By that time, you'll be living in the town and she will be living in the county. In fact, Samla can still be well taken care of. Zhang Juexia picked up a teacup and threw it. Bah, go ahead with your daydreams. I won't keep you company anymore. Mrs. Lu was so frightened she trembled all over, tears of grievance streaming down her face. You just didn't marry into my family. For your mother's sake, you should at least call me aunt. How can you talk to elders like that? Who are you calling an elder? Where were you when Tian Kaihong was mistreating me? Mrs. Lu cried even harder. Child, stop talking. This is all my fault. Blame me, okay? Since we've said everything that needs to be said, it doesn't matter who is right or wrong anymore. Zhang Juexia took a step and started to walk out. Mrs. Lu cried with tears like pear blossoms. Child, do you really not want to hear me? Zhang Juexia was speechless. Just say what you want to say. She sat down again, fiddling with the empty teacup in front of her. Mrs. Lu gracefully wiped her tears and took a small sip of tea to calm herself. I heard that the hawthorn jam sold at Manhwa restaurant was made by you, and that the good cotton gloves sold by Yaoji cloth store, a while ago, were also your idea. Mrs. Lu was quite curious. You found out about such secret matters? Child, doing business isn't as simple as you think. You haven't experienced how dangerous the world can be. Zhang Juexia looked at Mrs. Lu. If you want to say something, just say it. You put so much effort into it. Are you trying to warn me about the dangers of the world? According to old rules, your mother and I are old friends, and we're also considered relatives. In the future, if there are good opportunities like this, can you cooperate with our Lu family? Or you could sell us the recipe for the hawthorn jam. When Mrs. Lu said this, seeing Zhang Juexia remain silent, she continued, My husband and I have been working hard in the town for many years. We have some connections. If you sell us the recipe, you'll earn more than working hard alone to make and sell it. How much silver do you plan to pay for my recipe? Mrs. Lu smiled and showed a gentle smile. I knew it. You're not the kind of kid who doesn't appreciate kindness. You understand who is close and who is distant. How about 100 taels? Zhang Juexia looked down, unwilling to respond to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu chuckled awkwardly. Child, don't be upset. I'll add another 100 taels, so 200 taels in total. Look around. Who in our town would pay 200 taels to buy your recipe? I think this way. I bought your plan, so you don't need to worry about anything. You can focus on other things like gloves or similar items. Don't bother looking for Yao Tao anymore. If you come to work with me, I promise I won't cheat you. How much would I lose? Let's say I get 3 parts, you get 1.
How about that?
Isn't that sincere enough? Mrs. Lu, that's a clever plan. Truly worthy of the Lu family's head. But, unfortunately, angrily, Zhang Juexia knocked everything off the table. The servant outside immediately rushed in.
Get out.
Tell the shopkeeper I will pay whatever silver is needed. I'm not the kind of person who hoards or takes advantage of others. Seeing the situation was falling apart, Mrs. Lu stopped pretending. She pointed at Zhang Juexia. Who are you calling a villain? Whoever agrees is fine. Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful. If you refuse a toast, you'll have to accept a punishment. My husband can get anything he wants in this town. I want to see what tricks the Liu family has. If you're so powerful, come at us. But I wonder if your Liu family can handle the Li family? Mrs. Liu was surprised and widened her eyes.
What are you talking about?
The Li family? What does that have to do with here? I gave the Li family the recipe for the hawthorn jam. They are much more generous than you. Zhang Juexia sneered at Mrs. Liu and turned to leave. Outside, the sound of horse hooves and hurried footsteps followed. Shopkeeper Wan, where is Miss Yi? I am Li Zhong, sent by my lady to invite Miss Yi to the house. Shopkeeper Wan eagerly led Li Zhong inside, just as Zhang Juexia stormed in, furious. Shopkeeper Wan, if you want to keep earning money from me, mind your own business. She took out a piece of broken silver and placed it on the table. This is to pay for your teacup. Wan Shi didn't want to take it. He nervously wiped his sweat, picked up the silver, and insisted Zhang Juexia accept it. Li Zhong coughed nearby. Shopkeeper Wan, look at how angry our guest is. That's not right. Miss Yi, since Shopkeeper Wan won't take the money, it means she won't accept your apology. Just keep the silver. Our lady is waiting for you at the house. Don't keep her waiting anxiously. Zhang Juexia put away the silver and followed Li Zhong out. About 200 meters from Manhwa restaurant, Li Zhong stopped the carriage. Zhang Juexia jumped down. Housekeeper Li, thank you. May I ask what my lady wants with me? The lady simply heard that you were invited to Manhwa restaurant and asked the servant to come and support you, but she didn't say there was a problem with you. Zhang Juexia understood this and happily took out a piece of broken silver from her pocket, sincerely handing it to Li Zhong. Thank you for coming all this way, Housekeeper Li, as a token of my gratitude. Li Zhong didn't refuse and accepted it. Madam, I won't visit the mansion today. Please tell the lady I will visit another day. Li Zhong bowed and said, I will definitely pass on your words. Then he got into the carriage. Zhang Juexia watched the carriage disappear, then she jumped in, ready to go home. On the way back, she thought about Madame Lu's actions and felt angry. There are still such shameless people in the world. She was still young and felt she should give her a few slaps. Madame Lu looked at the mess in front of her, secretly angry. If she had known it would turn out like this, why did she do it in the first place? She sat for about half a quarter of an hour before leaving the room. Manager Wan came forward and, with a shameless face, said, Madame Lu, look at this. Madame Lu pretended not to see and continued walking ahead. Manager Wan looked a bit embarrassed. Madame Lu, you are a prominent person in town. Breaking someone else's things and just walking away doesn't seem right. Madame Lu turned back and glared at Manager Wan. It wasn't me who broke the thing. If it was broken, go find who did it. Manager Wan was angry. Madame Lu, is that what you call reasonable? You came out of that room. If I don't find you, who will I find? Also, today I offended Lady Yi because I was helping you. Do you know how serious this is? Sai, I tell you, I won't apologize, and this matter can't be settled. That's your business, not mine. Seeing that Madame Lu wouldn't listen, Manager Wan gave up on saving face. Everyone listened carefully. This person drank our tea, broke our teaware, and won't pay. Either pay or see the officials. Madame Lu, you choose. Madame Lu really had no more tricks left. She had to grit her teeth and take out a few pieces of broken silver, throwing them to the young man in front of her. The young man weighed the silver in his hand, then looked at Manager Wan. Manager Wan shook his head and raised 3 fingers to signal the young man. The young man stepped in front of Madame Lu. Madame Lu, you're also a prominent person in town and have seen good things. That set of teaware was bought by our shopkeeper for 5 taels of silver. Are you running a shady shop? Is it shady or not? Everyone in our town knows the truth. But I think if this gets out today, Mrs. Lu might lose face. Mrs. Lu hesitated for a moment, reluctantly taking out 2 taels of broken silver. This is all I have. If you want it, take it. She threw down the money and angrily left. Before leaving, she spat at Manhwa restaurant, saying, Phew, I won't come to this lousy place again. It's bad luck. Manager Wan watched her figure and jumped in anger. looking all proper, but she's just a scolding woman. Today, she tricked me. She's really not a good person. Then he shouted at the staff, remember this. If she comes back, don't serve her. Then, if Lord Lu Hong comes, should we serve him? Manager once snorted and slapped the young clerk on the head. Wasn't you just clever? Lord Lu Hong is Lord Lu Hong. Mrs. Lu is Mrs. Lu. They're not the same. If I don't make money, I'd be a fool. Besides, have you ever seen Mrs. Lu spend a penny in our restaurant? Remember this, if you meet Lord Lu Hong on the street, tell him we have good wine. I don't believe they won't spend their silver here. The young clerk nodded quickly. Smart move, boss. I've got plenty of tricks. If anyone tries to cheat me, I'll make sure they regret it. The young clerk felt a chill and hurriedly went back to work. Mrs. Lu was furious as she passed by Yaoji cloth store. Inside, it was crowded, and the shopkeeper Yao was busy. Her heart ached like a knife. Yao saw Mrs. Lu from afar and waved. Our shop has new purses, Mrs. Lu. Come take a look. Not only are they well made, but the style is fresh. They'll suit you perfectly. Mrs. Lu felt like she had swallowed a mouthful of blood. She pretended not to hear and kept walking. Yao put down the purse and looked around. Such fine silk. Can it catch Mrs. Lu's eye? A woman choosing purses snatched the purse from Yao. Yao, shopkeeper, this purse isn't good enough for Mrs. Lu, but it's perfect for me. Pack it up quickly. Yao happily packed the purse, thinking to herself, with your narrow eyes, what good goods could you see? Calling her Mrs. Lu is just flattering you. Mrs. Lu finally got home, but her chair hadn't even warmed up. Lu Hong returned home drunk and staggering. The matter is settled, she agreed, he said. Mrs. Lu was so angry she slammed her teacup on the table. You come back and ask about this? Why don't you ask me if there's anything important? Lu Hong didn't even lift his eyes. You're so old now, what could there be? What's more important is getting the job done. You. Mrs. Lu was so angry she adjusted her chest. Since you're so concerned about the matter, I'll tell you it wasn't finished. Are you happy now? Lu Hong raised his hand and slapped Mrs. Lu in the face. How dare you talk back to me? Don't forget who's boss. Then he suddenly realized. What? The job wasn't done? Who promised it would be? I even found a place to make the cans, but you tell me it wasn't finished? He kicked toward Mrs. Lu. She fell to the ground. You can kill me, but the job still isn't done. It was because you looked down on the Zhang family and disliked me long ago, setting up a marriage for San Le. Did I tell you to marry someone fake? If it weren't for your pride, insisting on being a reputable village elder, telling me to marry the Zhang girl, and then find an excuse to break it off, I wouldn't have felt sorry for her. I knew Zhang Qiuing was fake, but didn't expose it. Lu Hong didn't hold back and kicked Mrs. Lu again. You're stubborn. I wanted to save face, so I had you bring Zhang Jiexia back to take care of her. You said that a girl without a mother and no backing would be better off quitting the marriage. If I hadn't insisted, we wouldn't have gone to Zhang's house. Even I saw she was fake, but you told me if Sanlo accepted her, she'd have her mother's family to rely on. Mrs. Lu slowly got up from the ground. I knew this would end with you blaming me. Lu Hong, don't you have any responsibility for what happened? Now you're just watching Zhang Jiexia make money and feeling regret. I do regret it. I watched my money flow away to others, and I can't help but regret. That money should belong to our Lu family. Do you understand? You idiot. Lu Hong's fists pounded down on Mrs. Lu like rain. If you had a little kindness, none of this would have happened. Now, I'm a joke in town. Today I saw Li Genie, and I was so embarrassed I wanted to hit the wall. You think my life is easy? When I go out, people in the town point fingers at me. That's your own fault. If you had listened to me and helped Zhang Jiexia a little more, she wouldn't have to rely on others. She's an orphan girl who respects you as her mother. Her ideas for making money wouldn't be shared with others. Today, when you left, you swore to me how close you are to her mother. But her mother is gone, and you didn't even show your face. She can see through your act. Only I, the big fool, believed your words. If it weren't for your constant nagging in front of me, saying Zhang's family isn't good enough for your son, and if it weren't for your mother criticizing me every day, blaming me for hurting Sinlo, I wouldn't ignore her child. I think you have no real skills, just stubbornness. My mother and I have tied you up with a rope so you can't go out. Don't you have feelings for others? I only have feelings because you force me. After saying this, Mrs. Liu fell to the ground and cried loudly. Hearing Mrs. Liu's crying, Lu Hong felt upset and left the house without looking back, heading straight to Manfu restaurant. The young waiter praised Lu Hong a lot. Lu Hong waved his hand and said, "Bring me 2 jars of that wine, and a table of good food and drinks. I won't leave until I'm drunk." The waiter took care of Lu Hong, and then ran to invite the manager, Wan. "Manager, you're amazing." As soon as Mrs. Liu left, Lu Hong came here, he said happily. Wan glanced at the waiter and said, "He's a lucky god. He's been treated well." The waiter nodded quickly and ran out happily. Wan looked outside and sighed. "I've offended the real lucky god. What should I do now?" Zhang Juexia was in a bad mood on the way home and looked tired when he arrived. Yi Beixiu noticed his wife was not feeling well and sat beside her. "Wife, what's wrong? Who upset you? Tell me, I'll help you vent." Zhang Juexia leaned on Yi Beixiu and said, "I met a crazy dog that was barking at me. Luckily, I kicked it away." "Crazy dog?" Yi Beixiu quickly stood up and said, "Where did you see it? If it bites you, that's serious." He took a bow and arrow from the wall. "Wife, tell me where it is. I'll call my big brother to catch it so it won't hurt anyone else." Zhang Juexia burst into loud laughter at his appearance. "The crazy dog has already been taken care of by me. You should sit down quickly." "Really? Can I fake something this big? Come here, husband, let me lean on you."
I'm tired.
Yi Beixiu obediently sat beside Zhang Juexia, adjusting his sitting posture. "My wife, this way is comfortable. If it's not, I can move a little." Zhang Juexia's head rubbed against Yi Beixiu's chest, making him feel restless and uneasy. He took a deep breath to calm himself. "Husband, why is your heartbeat so fast?" Zhang Juexia curled up like a little cat in Yi Beixiu's arms, quietly listening to his strong, steady heartbeat. "Maybe because I'm too happy," Yi Beixiu said softly. "Happy?" Zhang Juexia looked up, blinking at Yi Beixiu. "Yes," Yi Beixiu nodded. "Because you are home." Zhang Juexia's heart softened. He reached out and hugged Yi Beixiu's waist. "It's so good to have you, husband." Yi Beixiu smiled and kissed Zhang Juexia's forehead. "It's better with you." They sat together, enjoying the peace and warmth. "Wife, forget about unhappy things. From now on, I will make sure every day makes you happy. Your words are so sweet. Have you been drinking honey?" "Wife, I haven't drunk honey, but I stole some of your sugar. It's so sweet." Seeing Yi Beixiu, Zhang Juexia couldn't help but laugh. "Wife, you finally smiled. Do you know? Your smile is the most beautiful. Do I look bad normally?" Yi Beixiu shook his head vigorously.
No.
"No matter how you look, you're beautiful. But I want you to smile every day." After talking, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu's bad mood completely disappeared. "Husband, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. You just watch."
Yes.
"You need to cook something delicious. This afternoon, I need strength to pay everyone's wages." "Wife, do I have my wages?" "That depends on how good this meal is. If it makes me happy, there will be a reward."
All right.
Yi Beixiu mimicked an exaggerated restaurant waiter and bowed as he left. He quickly caught a chicken from the backyard, and in a few quick cuts, the chicken was done. Lu Mingda heard the chickens cry and ran out of the room. "Today, I finally get to eat chicken. But I don't want chicken soup. I want fried chicken." Yi Beixiu scratched his head awkwardly. "Dr. Liu, today's chicken depends on my wife's wishes. Whatever she wants to eat, we'll make it." Lu Mingda was so angry his beard curled up. I don't care. I just want to eat fried chicken." After hearing the sound, Zhang Juexia came over. "Husband, listen to Lu Longzhong, just eat fried chicken. Wash it clean and cut it into pieces. I'll go fry it." Yi Beixiu moved quickly with his hands, bringing the chopped chicken to the kitchen. "Last time when I was in a bad mood, You made me chicken soup. I was thinking I'd also make chicken soup for you. Fried chicken is pretty good too. It's mainly that making fried chicken is tiring for my wife. I'm worried I won't get my wages this afternoon. Yi Beixiu looked sad, making Zhang Juexia laugh so hard she almost fell over. Yes, this is a bit of a big deal. How about I do it instead? Okay. Thank you, wife, for giving me this chance. After eating, the workers in the backyard started arriving one after another. They first whispered quietly, then looked eagerly. I just peeked through the door and saw the carriage at home. Beixiu's wife should be back from town. She's back, but we don't know if what we made has been sold. Li Yulan put down her work and looked outside. She had argued with Qin Posey several times just to be able to come here and work. Qin Posey felt that since she and Lu Xueyan went out to work, no one was doing the house chores. To avoid quarrels with Qin Posey, Li Yulan agreed to her, earning 10 coins a day. She and her mother-in-law split 5 coins each day. Lu Xueyan also agreed. Since she started working outside with Li Yulan, she felt much happier. In the front yard, Yi Beixiu still held on to Zhang Juexia tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhang Juexia helplessly shook her head. In her previous life, she never fell in love, but she saw her roommates date. Their clinginess was unbearable. Now, she was experiencing it firsthand. But was this man also so clingy? Worried that the people in the backyard might be waiting anxiously, Zhang Juexia broke free from Yi Beixiu's embrace and kissed him on the forehead. Be good, I'll be right back. Yi Beixiu looked at her sadly. I just want my wages. The silver coins Zhang Juexia brought back in the morning hadn't been put away yet. She took the coins from Yi Beixiu's arms and said, These are all yours. Be patient and wait. She carried the copper coins that shopkeeper Yao had exchanged for her in the morning and went to the backyard. Li Yulan, with sharp eyes, was the first to see Zhang Juexia and hurried over. Sister-in-law, that's great. We're really going to get paid. She took the copper coins from Zhang Juexia's hand as she spoke. When did I ever break my promises? If I say I'll do something, I won't change it easily. Zhang Juexia entered the house and was immediately surrounded by everyone. The scene was like wolves seeing meat. After Zhang Juexia found a central spot and stood firm, she said, Everyone, aunts, elder sisters, please sit down first. I have brought the money, and everyone will get at least 1 coin. Yes, let's listen to North Xioshi's wife. Sit down quickly, or we'll waste time. Lu Jinhua arranged everyone to sit. North Xioshi's wife, start giving out the money. Everyone probably can't wait. Zhang Juexia took the list of names and handed out the wages one by one. After everyone received their pay, they were all very happy. 600 coins. I never thought I could earn so much in such a short time. Me too. It feels like a dream, someone said, then gave a small twist on their thigh, grimacing in pain. Lu Jinhua waved her hand. Don't make a fool of yourselves anymore. Honestly, we should be most grateful to North Xioshi's wife. As Zhang Juexia was being praised from all sides, she quickly called for a stop. Maybe we should end here for today. After everyone has received their wages, you probably won't want to work anymore. Let's go home and share this joy. North Xioshi's wife is right. I need to go home and show my husband. I can make money now, and I don't earn less than him. North Xioshi's wife, I'll take a day off tomorrow to take the kids to the market and buy some good food. Lu Jinhua stood up. North Xioshi's wife, why don't we all take a day off tomorrow? Everyone has money now and wants to buy something nice for their family. Zhang Juexia smiled and agreed. All right, but I need to remind everyone. The room soon quieted down, and everyone's eyes looked toward Zhang Juexia. Remember, when buying things for your family, don't forget to reward yourselves. You've worked hard these past few days. Lu Jinhua patted her chest. Oh my, North Xioshi's wife, you scared me. I thought you wouldn't let us come anymore. Lu Jinhua's words also reminded Zhang Juexia. I think we should work until the beginning of the lunar month. I wonder if that's okay? Why not? Even though the lunar month is busy with the new year, without money, it's all for nothing. All right, then it won't delay everyone's New Year celebrations. North Shoshi's wife, after the new year, can we still come to work? I'll try my best to let everyone come. That's great. That's great. After everyone left, Zhang Juexia went inside the house with her purse and called Yi Beixiu. Is your leg okay? If it is, come with me to the old house. Very good. Lu the doctor just saw me and said I am recovering very well. He told me to throw away the stick and walk slowly. That's great. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu walk slowly through the village, greeting familiar people along the way. When they arrive at the old house, Wang Guolan and Yi Jishuan are talking inside Yi Yunqing's room, and they quickly invite them in. Wang Guolan looks at Yi Beixiu from head to toe and says, "My dear grandson, your leg is really better now. Thank heaven and thank our Xiar. Mom, let Beixiu and Xiar get into bed quickly. It's warmer on the bed. You see, I get so happy I forget things." Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu get into bed. Zhao Baofeng brings them water, peanuts, and some snacks. Big auntie, you don't need to be busy. Sit down quickly. Seeing you happy, I guess you're here to find Qiner and Xian. I'll go call them. Li Qin is probably sleeping, and she responds from inside the house. Xian quickly comes out with Zhao Baofeng. Brother Beixiu, sister-in-law, you're here.
Zhang Yuexia pulls Suyun to sit beside her.
Big auntie, you sit too. We won't wait for sister-in-law. Let her sleep a little longer. After everyone is seated, Zhang Juexia considers for a moment and then speaks. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, today I came to talk about Suyun. I found a master for her in town. Suyun is the first to lose patience. Sister-in-law, what master? Zhang Juexia laughs. What else? A sewing master. Everyone in the room is surprised. Xiar, you found a sewing master for Suyun? Yes, I just want to ask if Suyun agrees. If she doesn't want to, we won't force her. Zhao Baofeng laughs and pats her thigh. Xiar, there's nothing to say. Such a good thing. Of course we're happy. Big auntie, Suyun hasn't agreed yet. Everyone looks at Suyun. She hasn't made up her mind yet, but soon she nods. Sister-in-law, I agree. Xiar, we're just happy and forgot to ask who the master is. How much do we pay each month? Yes, and what's the ceremony for accepting a master? Zhang Juexia is confused. No, Mom, there are so many rules for accepting a master. I haven't asked yet. Then ask. Don't lose your manners. Mom, sister-in-law, let's talk about other things later. You haven't said who the master is. It's Manager Yao from Yao Cloth Store. Yi Siyun's face showed surprise. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened. Sister-in-law, you say Manager Yao wants to take me as an apprentice? Is this true? Mom, pinch me. Yi Siyun insisted that Wang Guolan pinch her. Wang Guolan was amused by her. Child, your sister-in-law wouldn't lie to you. Yi Siyun smiled and then started to cry. Brother Beixiu is lucky to have married sister-in-law. Otherwise, how could I have such good luck? Zhang Juexia helped her wipe her tears. You're about to be a bride, yet you're crying. Manager Yao has a good impression of you. She agreed first, and then I mentioned it to you. You're doing great. Yes, yes. Wang Guolan couldn't hold back anymore. Big sister-in-law, let's quickly prepare the ceremony for Suyun to become an apprentice. We should do this soon. Let's handle it tomorrow. Okay, Mom. Mom, there's no need. Manager Yao didn't say anything about a ceremony. These things, you child, such a big event like becoming an apprentice needs proper manners. Li Qin, yawning lazily, pushed open the door curtain and came in. Mom, what are you preparing? Wang Guolan smiled and acted mysteriously. Good news. Li Qin finally saw Zhang Juexia and Beixiu Yi. I was wondering why I heard people talking. What wind brought you here? Of course, it's this wind. Zhang Juexia picked up her purse, gently shook it, and a clear metallic clink sounded. Big sister-in-law, I brought your wages for Suyun. Li Qin and Yi Siyun looked surprised at the purse in front of them. Xia, you even brought the purse with the wages? Exactly, sister-in-law. Zhang Juexia took the purse and placed it in their hands. One for each of you. Yi Siyun opened her purse. Sister-in-law, I don't remember my wages being this much. Li Qin looked at the purse without opening it, then quickly opened it after hearing Yi Siyun. Xia, Siyun is right. I don't have that much in wages either. She said this while trying to return the extra money to Zhang Jiexia. Yi Siyun also wanted to do the same, but Zhang Jiexia stopped her. Stop, we're family. You've helped me a lot. Just take it as your bonus. Li Qin and Yi Siyun looked at each other, hesitating whether to accept the money. Then Yi Jixuan spoke, since you've been given this money, just take it. In the future, if the bride from Beishiu needs help, you too should support her. But the bride from Beishiu also needs to listen. We are all family, and we shouldn't let money cause any trouble. The wages you agreed on with them are final, no extra payments. The three nodded in agreement. Wang Guilin hurried over, saying, From our mountain area, we only have wild game to offer. I talked with Baofeng, and we'll bring 2 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. The rest of the gifts, we'll buy in town. Such a good occasion, we shouldn't be stingy with money. We need to gather 6 types of gifts.
Ye Jishun nodded happily.
Yi Yunsheng was nearby, smiling happily. Zhang Juexia saw that everything was arranged and called Yi Beishiu to prepare to go home. Wang Guilin stopped her, saying, Tomorrow morning, we need to leave early. We'll wait for you at home. Your grandpa, your uncle, and aunt, and Siyun. Can the carriage fit everyone? Yes, it can. Mom, I want to go too. Li Qin's pitiful look made it hard to refuse. Qiner, it's not that I don't want you to go, but your body might not handle the bumpy ride. After you have the baby, we'll go to town, okay? Siyun also said, Sister-in-law, I'll go with you then. Zhang Juexia stepped forward and touched Li Qin's slightly bulging belly. Sister-in-law, after you have the baby, I'll take you out to play, and they can stay home to watch the children. Although Li Qin really wanted to go to town, she could only agree for the sake of her baby. They fixed the time to go to town tomorrow. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishiu helped each other as they prepared to go home. Beishiu's wife, come over for a visit, someone called. Although Yi Beishiu and Zhang Juexia were a bit reluctant, they had to go. Mother, you want to see me? Yi Beishiu asked with a smile. Why have you become so proud that you don't recognize your own mother? She scolded. Yi Beishiu smiled and said, No, we have something to do. Pang Xiujuan glared at Yi Beishiu, and Zhang Juexia was also affected. You're very eager to give money to others, she said. Mother, my sister-in-law, and Siyun helped with the work. They deserve their wages. How can you say I'm giving money away? I didn't say that to you. I was talking to my son. Why do you speak up? Since you're talking to my son, I'll take my leave now. Mother, if you have nothing to say, I will leave now, Pang Xiujian said angrily, reaching out to hit Yi Beishiu, but Yi Beishiu dodged away. You know I am your mother, and your wife talks to me like that. Are you willing? Zhang Juexia thought that continuing this argument with Pang Xiujian was just a waste of time, so she turned and left without looking back. Yi Beishiu quickly followed her. Pang Xiujian was left alone, complaining to the air. Seeing Yi Beishiu come out, Zhang Juexia smiled with ill intent. Yi Beishiu held her hand and said, Stop smiling. Beishiu's wife, do you want to sit at home?
No, aún tie.
Further ahead, someone greeted Zhang Juexia and invited her to sit at their house. Yi Beishiu asked her curiously, I'm so grown up. Can't the Annie see that? Why do they only invite you to sit at their house? Because I am loved by everyone, a little cutie who makes flowers bloom. Zhang Juexia smiled and skipped a few steps forward. For some reason, she remembered Pang Xiujian getting embarrassed, and she wanted to laugh. Let me tell you, Li Yulan, when you married into our Qin family, you became part of the Qin family. What's yours? What's mine? It's all ours now. You still talk about your things and my things? My grandson favors you, but I won't spoil you. Zhang Juexia listened carefully and thought she heard Qin Posi's voice. Qin Posi was up to some mischief again. Qin Eryong's house is just ahead. Do you want to go see? Let's go. The gate of the Qin family was slightly open, and Yi Beishiu gently pushed it open. Li Yulan saw that it was Zhang Juexia and started crying, feeling wronged. Sister-in-law, please ask Brother Beishiu to call Qin Eryong back in the village. Qin Posi jumped up and said, Let me tell you, today, even if you call the King of Heaven, I still say this. The money you earn must be handed over to the family. Have you seen any young wife with money? They all give it to the elders for safekeeping. Li Yulan cried and argued. When I was working, Eryong agreed that I could keep the money I earned. You didn't say anything. Now that I just received my wages and Eryong isn't home, you change your mind and ask me for the wages. Zhang Juexia finally understood. Eryong's wife, I am here today to take back the wages. Li Yulan stopped crying, and Qin Posey stopped causing trouble. Everyone looked at her. Li Yulan asked weakly, sister-in-law, why was the wages I earned taken back? Qin Posey, annoyed that her gains were gone, asked nervously, yes. Isn't that her rightful money? Zhang Juexia glared at Qin Posey. My money, I can choose to give it or not. It's none of your business. Furthermore, now that you know, this money is what they deserve, Granny Qin said with a shy smile. I'm just worried because she's young and doesn't know how to save money, so I help her keep it. You really are kind, someone said. You've saved most of your life's money, but your life is still like this. Who are you to tell others what to do? Besides, the money she earns through hard work, who would believe you're just saving it for her? Qin Eryong ran home, panting heavily. As soon as he entered, he asked Granny Qin, Grandma, what are you causing trouble for? Why aren't you enjoying a good life? Go ask around. Who can earn 300 coins just by doing chores at home? When Granny Qin caused a fuss, many neighbors gathered in the yard to watch. Hearing Qin Eryong's words, they all looked at Granny Qin. Granny Qin, you're too ungrateful, someone said. Exactly, others agreed. Granny Qin, feeling wronged, raised her head. What do you know?
Our family is ruled by me.
Besides, I don't believe that if your wife earns silver outside and doesn't give it to you, it makes you happy. Of course, it makes me happy. Our children know how to earn money. They understand how to live. They're happy just to be able to do that. And just now, North Repair's wife also said that's her hard-earned money. Why are you jealous? Grandma Qin, in the past, your family was run by you, but look at how life turned out. You probably know better than anyone, the neighbors laughed. Eryong, your grandma is old and confused. You can't just follow her. Otherwise, your family's life will fall apart, they said one after another. Granny Qin lowered her head. Qin Eryong quietly advised Li Yulan. Lu Shuiyan timidly stepped out of the house, placing a worn pouch into Li Yulan's hand. Yulan, I'm giving you the money I earned to keep safe. Mother, how can I take your money? Yulan, I've been soft all my life. If I had stood up for myself, my son wouldn't have to borrow money for his wedding. And my poor daughter wouldn't have such a difficult marriage. From now on, I'll give you the money I earn. I trust you to manage the household. Granny Qin looked up and sharply glared at Lu Shuiyan. This time, Lu Shuiyan was not afraid. She boldly stepped forward. Mother, you're old now. As everyone said earlier, you've been in charge for many years. If life could have been better, it would have been by now. Old people tend to get confused easily, so don't worry about young people's affairs. Li Shuiyan spoke so much for the first time. After she finished, she felt both nervous and relieved. Today, she finally stood her ground confidently. Zhang Juexia saw the moment was right and added, Eryong, if I find out that your grandma took the wages your wife and mother earned, I won't pay them anymore.
Why?
Because I keep their wages safer here than with your grandma. Qin Eryong understood Zhang Juexia's good intention and winked at her. Grandma, you're old and should enjoy life. From now on, we will do whatever is best to honor you. You don't need to worry about household matters. Qin Posey usually listened to Qin Eryong and nodded in agreement. But she still had one thing on her mind. Eryong, ask Bei Xiu's wife if she still wants to keep her wages. If you don't ask for your grandson's wife's wages, I won't take them back. The decision is in your hands. Yulan, Grandma doesn't want any money anymore. But you must promise her to give birth to a healthy baby boy soon. Li Yulan shyly lowered her head. The Qin family managed the wages issue well. Zhang Juexia and Yi Bei Xiu helped each other as they went home. Not far out, Li Yulan called out to them. Brother Bei Xiu, sister-in-law, thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't know how to handle it. You did very well. Keep working hard. Life is made by yourself, so don't worry too much about others' opinions.
Yes.
Li Yulan watched Zhang Juexia and the others walk far away before turning back home. Qin Eryong praised Li Yulan a lot, and only then did she forgive him. Our mother is on your side and even gave you the housekeeper's authority. Just enjoy it. What am I enjoying? In our village, I'm the only new daughter-in-law feeling oppressed. I just got married a few days ago and Grandma was shouting and yelling in the yard, making so many people laugh at me. I've lost face. Qin Eryong came close to Li Yulan and patted her back. Don't be angry, wife. Grandma is like that. I'll take care of her, and I promise she won't hold you back anymore. That's more like it. I just want to work hard for our family and make life better. I understand you. Qin Eryong couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly pulled Li Yulan onto the bed, calling her wife over and over. Tired from the day, Zhang Juexia fell straight asleep. Early the next morning, snowflakes drifted down. Zhang Juexia was very happy to see the snow and ran around the yard happily. Yi Beixiu was a bit worried. Make sure the snow doesn't fall heavily, or it will cause trouble when you return. Lu Mingda looked up and observed the yard for a while.
Jiaxiu, you can go with peace of mind.
As long as you leave early and come back early, it should be fine. Dr. Lu, you also know how to read the weather? A little. You're so amazing. Teach me when you have time. Lu Mingda was surprised but quickly returned to normal. If you want to learn, I will teach you. But I have to wait until I come back from the town. Can you help me deliver this letter to my junior brother, Li Yidong?
Sure.
Originally, Yi Beixiu didn't plan to go to the town, but seeing it snowed made him a bit uneasy. Wife, you take the carriage, I'll try to drive. Zhang Juexia first looked at Yi Beixiu, then at Lu Mingda. Lu Mingda gave her a reassuring look, so she moved inside. Yi Beixiu drove the carriage to the old house. Wang Guilan, Yi Jishuan, Yi Yinsheng, Zhao Baofeng, and Yi Siyun had all changed into clean clothes and were waiting at the door. They were happy to see Yi Beixiu's leg getting better. Yi Jishuan helped Yi Beixiu tie the things he brought outside the carriage. Once everyone was seated, Yi Beixiu set off. Wang Guilan lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the falling snow with some worry. Why did it have to snow today? If it hadn't snowed, things would be so much easier. Zhao Baofeng disagreed. Mother, if this had happened before, who would have dared to think? I think, no matter what the weather is like for us, Siyun's apprenticeship is a great opportunity. Yi Jishuan looked at Zhao Baofeng with admiration. She was his eldest daughter-in-law, whom he had agreed to marry in the beginning. Over the years, she had never disappointed him. Zhao Baofeng turned to remind Yi Siyun, once you've become a disciple, you must learn skills well. Don't waste such a good chance. Although Yi Siyun was a bit impatient, she nodded. Mother, you've said that so many times. You're making me annoyed. You're such a child, Zhang Juexia smiled. Siyun, having a mother to nag you is such a blessing. Wang Guilan gently embraced Zhang Juexia. Good girl, I will love you forever. Zhao Baofeng also agreed. From now on, Annie will take good care of you. Zhang Juexia felt a strange warmth. These people had no blood relation to her, but they always made her feel some warmth in small moments. Yi Beixiu, who was rushing to catch the bus outside, felt very sad. He secretly promised to treat Zhang Juexia better in the future. As Lu Mingda said, the snow stopped falling when they reached the town, but it was still cold. The cold wind made people shiver, and they didn't even want to talk. Yi Yinsheng and Zhao Baofeng cared a lot about Yi Siyun's decision to become a disciple. They bought 2 jars of wine, some tea snacks, a box of sweets, a piece of meat, and 2 wild game from home, making 6 gifts in total. The group also went to Zhao Ji Woodworks factory because Yi Siyun was engaged to Zhao Xian, so they thought they should tell them. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiang and Li Ju were at home, but Zhao Xian had gone out to work. When Zhao Xiang and Li Ju heard about Yi Siyun wanting to become a disciple, they were very happy. They knew that if she learned the craft well, it would benefit their Zhao family. Li Ju asked carefully, is the master going to learn from really the boss of Yaoji Cloth Shop? Yes, my sister-in-law helped me arrange everything. Oh, this is such good news. Boss Yao is an excellent embroiderer and doesn't take apprentices easily. Many families in town want their children to learn from her, but she always refuses. After saying this, Li Ju sincerely said to Zhang Juexia, "Niece-in-law, we should thank you properly for Siyun." Zhang Juexia didn't dare to show off in front of the elders. "Auntie, we're all family, no need to thank me." Wang Guilin looked outside and said, "We need to leave quickly. If we miss the lucky time, it won't be good." Li Ju nodded quickly. Zhao Xiang urged her, "Getting a master is a big event for the child. You should go with Suyun." Li Ju happily agreed. "We have 2 jars of good wine at home. I'll bring them along." "No need, no need. We've prepared the gifts. As long as you go, we'll be happy." Zhao Baofeng pulled Li Ju without hesitation and headed outside. The Zhao and Yao families were not far apart. Because of Li Ju joining, Yi Jishuan and Yi Yunxing couldn't squeeze into the carriage, so they walked to Yaoji cloth shop. The shopkeeper Yao, busy inside, saw the crowd and quickly put down her work and came out. "You're here so soon? I thought it would take a few days." Zhang Juexia smiled and replied, "Good things should be done quickly. Boss Yao, should we talk inside the shop, or?" Yao looked around and saw many people. "Let's go to the backyard." Zhang Juexia also visited Yao Jibu, Zhuang's backyard for the first time. She carefully looked around and saw it was just a simple courtyard, kept very tidy. Once inside, it felt like the owner was a straightforward person. Shopkeeper Yao led her into the house and asked her maid to serve tea. Zhang Juexia introduced herself to everyone, and only then did they sit down. Wang Guilin was confident and spoke a few sincere opening words. Then Li Ju started talking about the apprenticeship ceremony. Yao's shopkeeper was not modest. She had already promised Zhang Juexia she would take her as a disciple, and she genuinely wanted to do so. Yi Suyun was also pleased. If Zhang Juexia wanted to become her apprentice, she would be very happy. But she knew that becoming a master and disciple was also about fate. She and Zhang Juexia got along well. She sat on the main seat, accepted Yi Suyun's tea, received her gift, and gave some advice. The apprenticeship ceremony was then considered complete. Everyone laughed happily, especially Li Ju, who said with a smile, "My family's head has already booked a table at Manfu Wine House." Shopkeeper Yao, "Please do us the honor." "Mrs. Zhao, you're too kind. Suyun has become my disciple, and I will teach her sincerely. Let's skip the banquet." "That's not possible. My head has already arranged it. Besides, my uncle, aunt, and relatives have come from far away. We should all sit together and have a meal." Hearing this, Yao's shopkeeper wisely kept quiet and agreed with a smile. Zhang Juexia then remembered to ask Yao's shopkeeper, "Have you arranged the teaching schedule for my sister? It's getting cold now, and if it snows, it won't be easy to travel. After eating, I'll teach her some simple things first, and she can take her homework home. When you come to town, bring her along, and I'll teach her based on her progress. When spring comes and the weather warms up, she can stay with me for a while, and we'll start proper lessons." "And what about the tuition fee?" Yao's shopkeeper thought for a moment. "Suyun is also considered my official disciple now, and I've decided not to take more students. I get along well with Juexia, and for her sake, I'd like to waive the fee. But if I don't accept a fee, it might break the rules among peers. So, I'll just ask for 6 taels of silver as a token. But there's an old saying, a master leads you in the door, but cultivation depends on yourself. Whatever she learns in the future will be her own fortune. If she lives here and the shop needs her help, I will pay her wages." Master Yao is so kind and understanding. The Yi family members are very grateful. Yi Yunxin quickly took out some silver and handed it to Master Yao, saying, "The child will be in your care from now on." Li Ju thought of the silver and started to argue with Yi Yunxing. Yi Yunxing insisted that he should pay the silver. "Dear relative, I appreciate your kindness, but Suyun hasn't married into your family yet. The silver should come from our family. Please don't argue about it. Otherwise, how can we have the face to eat lunch?" His words were straightforward but reasonable, so Li Ju didn't insist further. Master Yao took Suyun to the inner room, while everyone else sat in the main hall drinking tea and chatting about family matters. Zhang Juexia felt he didn't have much in common with the elders, so he left the courtyard. When Yi Beixiu saw his wife come out, he followed him. "Wife, thank you," he said. Zhang Juexia didn't answer him but asked, "How much do you think a house like this in town costs?" Yi Beixiu shook his head. "I really don't know. Maybe we can ask around." "Wife, do you like it?" "A little. You see, there's a busy street in front and a quiet yard behind. During the day, working outside, and at night, having a cozy little courtyard to sleep in. Waking up refreshed the next day to work again, that kind of life is quite comfortable." Yi Beixiu remembered what Zhang Juexia said. "Wife, since you like this kind of small courtyard, I will work hard to earn silver in spring and buy you one." Zhang Juexia blinked. "I remember what you said." Master Wan, hearing that Zhang Juexia was coming to eat today, was so excited his beard almost curled up. "Master Zhao, I'll send someone with a carriage to pick up people from Master Yao's place." Before Zhao Xiang could stop him, Master Wan ran off to make arrangements. After Zhang Juexia left angrily that day, Master Wan wanted to go to the Yi village to apologize, but business at the restaurant was too busy, and he couldn't leave. Today, when he heard that Zhao Xiang invited people from Yi village, he approached and asked a few more questions. He found out who was coming to eat. Master Wan was puzzled. "Master Zhao, do you have relatives in Yi village or Yi Beixiu's family?" Zhao Xiang chuckled. "My third son is engaged to a girl from the Yi family who is actually Yi Beixiu's cousin." Master Wan was again amazed. Watertown really is small. "Master Zhao, you have good judgment. You already arranged a marriage for your son. The Yi family in Yi village is truly a good family." "Thank you, shopkeeper Wan, for your praise. Today's 2 banquet tables are thanks to you, as you supervised the kitchen to do a good job. Zhao is having his first meal with his future in-laws, and today is also my 3rd daughter-in-law's apprenticeship banquet, so we must be careful. Shopkeeper Wan, you can trust me to handle this matter. I promise it will be done well for you." Without Zhao Xiang's words, shopkeeper Wan, who is clever, will do his best for Zhang Juexia and make sure the meal is perfect, so no one will say anything bad. The carriage sent by Manhwa restaurant arrived at Yao's house, and everyone was very polite. After explaining the reason, everyone prepared to go to the restaurant for the meal, arranged by Li Ju. Zhang Juexia still sat in her own carriage, so she could keep company with Yi Beixiu. As the carriage approached the restaurant, Lu Mama, who was with Qian Yulin, called out to her, "Miss Zhang, it really is you. I saw your carriage from afar and thought it was you, so I hurried over a few steps to catch up." Zhang Juexia got out of the carriage.
Liu Mama, hello.
"What is this?" Zhang Juexia explained about her younger sister wanting to apprentice with Yao's shopkeeper. She also called Yi Beixiu over and introduced him to Lu Mama. Lu Mama carefully looked at Yi Beixiu. "I saw him at the mansion that day, but from far away, so I didn't get a good look. Miss Zhang, your fiancé is really handsome, tall too. He's a good young man." Hearing her compliment, Zhang Juexia felt proud. "Thank you, Lu Mama." Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was waving at her, so she politely exchanged a few words with Lu Mama before walking into the restaurant with Yi Beixiu. Shopkeeper Wan, waiting for Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu to arrive, was feeling anxious. When he saw them come in, he hurriedly greeted them with a smile.
Beixiu, monsieur, hello.
Yi Beixiu politely nodded and bowed to shopkeeper Wan. Zhang Juexia also smiled and greeted him. "Thank you, shopkeeper Wan, for taking care of this today." "Of course, it's what I should do," shopkeeper Wan said. Seeing that Zhang Juexia seemed normal, he felt relieved that the matter was completely over. Inside the room, Wang Guolan and Yao shopkeeper were politely deciding who would sit in the main seat. Li Ju was nearby, smiling. "Yao shopkeeper, today you are the guest of honor, so don't be modest." Zhang Juexia agreed. "That's right, auntie. You're right. Yao shopkeeper, please sit down quickly." After everyone arranged their seats, they sat down, and the dishes were served one by one. They ate and chatted about everyday life. In the town, Yao shopkeeper and Li Ju knew each other well, so everyone listened to them talk, occasionally adding a few words. Halfway through their meal, they heard the sounds of rock-paper-scissors games and cheers from the men after drinking. This made Zhang Juexia feel a bit annoyed. He called over a young waiter to ask what was going on and learned that the next room was occupied by Lu Hong and some of his friends. Manager Yao immediately got angry. Go tell them to lower their voices. They're disturbing our meal. The waiter felt a bit embarrassed, as all guests were important, and he didn't dare offend either side. Bring the landlord here. I want to speak with him. Manager Wan didn't delay and quickly came over. As he pushed open the door, he heard the noise from the next room and shook his head in disgust. He called the waiter over. Go bring a pot of wine to Lu Hong's room and tell them there are female guests next door, so they should speak more quietly. The waiter hurried off to do this. Manager Wan then entered with a big smile. Congratulations today, Manager Yao, on gaining a new apprentice. I'll add 2 more dishes later as a small gift. He always wore a friendly smile, which helped calm Manager Yao's temper. Manager Wan, although everyone here is a guest, some reminders are necessary. If this goes on, it could affect your business. His words were direct but careful. Only clever people could stand firm in the town. Manager Wan nodded happily. Don't worry, I've already arranged for this. You all enjoy your meal. Maybe the wine the waiter brought helped, as the noise from the next room lessened. Everyone started chatting again. They talked about local gossip, women's talk, which was quite popular. It seemed that Li Ju's social skills had improved since her last visit to Ye's village for a marriage proposal. She was very good at controlling the conversation. When she sensed a lull, she quickly found a new topic. She shared funny stories, making everyone in the room laugh nonstop. Lu Hong, feeling a little tipsy, heard the women's laughter and pulled at his collar. That manager Wan just sent a pot of wine and left us like this. Why can they laugh loudly, but we can't?
No, I need to talk to them.
Feeling emboldened by the alcohol, he took his cup and, wobbling slightly, pushed open the door to the next room. Only Manager Yao and Li Ju recognized Lu Hong and stood up in surprise. Manager Yao pointed at him angrily. Hurry and get out. You've entered the wrong room. Lu Hong hiccuped, and the strong smell of alcohol made everyone in the room cover their noses. Li Hong struggled to stand firm, mumbling unclearly, so, the lady guest Old Wan mentioned is Yao Tao. You, brother. It's been a long time
since I saw you.
Let's have a few drinks together. Shopkeeper Yao was furious as he slammed the table and shouted loudly, Quick, call your shopkeeper. Zhang Juexia also stood up, saying, Who are you? You've entered the wrong room. All the women here are guests. If you don't leave now, we'll report you to the authorities. Li Hong burst into laughter. You, young lady, you really are interesting. Reporting to the authorities? He staggered forward a few steps and patted his chest.
You,
young lady, you're interesting. But don't you want to find out? Find out? I, Li Hong, am well known in town. Who am I afraid of? Reporting to the authorities? That's funny. Hearing that the intruder was Li Hong, Zhang Juexia froze in surprise. Li Hong thought his name scared people and chuckled, hiccuping loudly. Looks like my name, Li Hong, is quite famous. Young lady, are you scared now? Shopkeeper Wan, sweating heavily, hurried forward to pull Li Hong back. Look at you. You've drunk too much and can't remember which room you're in. Li Hong pushed Shopkeeper Wan. I'm not drunk. Who said I am? I still have things I want to do. Why am I being dragged out? Shopkeeper Wan used all his strength to pull Li Hong out and called a few assistants, saying impatiently, Hurry up and take him away. He's really troublesome. Li Hong struggled, but with many helpers, he soon gave up. I just want to talk to the female guests. What's wrong with that? Then he started rambling loudly, saying things that were hard to listen to. Worried, Shopkeeper Wan grabbed a rag and covered his mouth.
Sorry about that.
The other guests in the same room, bored and afraid of getting into trouble, quickly left. Shopkeeper Wan, this guest is invited by Li Hong. Let him pay for the meal, they said. Now, the tavern was quiet again. But Zhang Juexia and the others were still stunned. Wang Guilin asked Li Ju in confusion, Is the atmosphere in our town really this bad? If we were in our mountains, If a man did such a shameful thing, he would probably be despised by the villagers, and in serious cases, he might be expelled from the village. Li Ju couldn't quite explain because she had never seen anything like this before, especially since the man involved was someone she knew well, Manager Yao. Zhao Baofeng patted her chest to calm herself and also comforted Yi Suyun and Zhang Jiexia. Manager Yao had been holding back her anger. She knew she would get her revenge someday. She forced a smile and said, "Let's not ruin our mood over someone who doesn't matter." Li Ju muttered unhappily. Lu Hong doesn't seem like that kind of person. What's going on today? Drinking makes people braver. What else can happen? Madame Zhao, let's not talk about him. Where did we leave off? Oh, it's funny. We were just talking about Lu Hong's family. They've been busy looking for a shop to open, saying they want to start a business. Their family has always been farmers, buying land and growing crops. They used to look down on us merchants. Now they've married into the county town family, maybe because they think their third son will go to school in the future, which costs a lot of money, so they're paving the way for him. Li Ju looked outside and then relaxed, saying, "I've heard from neighbors that their third son hasn't come back since he got married. When they divorced and remarried, it caused a big fuss. When Lu Sanla remarried, they held the wedding in the county town. I heard Lu Hong bought a 2-courtyard house there to please his in-laws. Their eldest son even argued with him over it." Manager Yao nodded and said, "That explains why they're opening a shop. They must need money. Honestly, Lu Hong is just a show-off. Over the years, he's only relied on his wife's embroidery skills to buy some land and live off rent. When his wife's eyesight worsened, they relied on their 2 daughters-in-law to do embroidery and support the family. He paid for the third son's education and bought a new house. The capable sons probably have opinions about all this." Li Ju was very surprised. So Lu's family is like this? When their eldest and second sons chose wives, many families in town wanted to marry into their family. Manager Yao sneered. "What's so good about their family? Marrying into their house just means free labor. Their men are mostly useless. Except for collecting rent, they spend most of their time drinking with friends. The people they associate with are all unreliable, running away faster than rabbits when trouble comes." Li Ju suddenly realized, shopkeeper Yao's words are true. It was lucky that my distant niece was not chosen by the Lu family back then. Now she is married into the county town and is living very well. Wang Guilin listened carefully and understood the point. This is what happens when the top beam is crooked and the lower beams are tilted. With her father being such a terrible person, what kind of son could he raise? Shopkeeper Yao smiled happily. Grandma is right. It's better not to marry into such a family. After saying that, she looked meaningfully at Zhang Jiexia. Zhang Jiexia kept a calm face, leisurely eating her food and listening to the gossip. Wang Guilin still sighed. "You see, for us ordinary families, we don't plan so much. Whether it's our daughters-in-law or granddaughters-in-law, once they marry into our family, they are our children. My husband and I love them very much, and we wouldn't treat them like animals to be used." Shopkeeper Yao raised her glass. "Cheers to Grandma." Grandma's words are very wise. Whoever marries into your family is truly lucky. Li Ju also agreed with Wang Guilin. "Back then, my husband's family from Yi Village told me the family traditions were good and wanted to marry into that family. I have 3 sons, and I truly understand what Grandma means. When a daughter-in-law marries in, she should be loved. It's all about mutual respect. When I grow old and can't walk, I rely on them to take care of me." Wang Guilin took the opportunity to say, "Our Suyun is also lucky to have such a good mother-in-law like you." Li Ju smiled and replied, "Suyun is also very good. My husband and I are very happy with her. Our Zhao Xian even likes her a lot." Suyun's face instantly turned as red as a red cloth, and she shyly lowered her head. Seeing her apprentice being teased, shopkeeper Yao quickly stepped in to protect her. "There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's not talk about the younger generation's matters. Let's discuss something else." The atmosphere in the room soon returned to normal. However, Wan Zhonggui felt uneasy. Wan Zhonggui hesitated outside for a long time but finally decided to apologize and make amends. He hated Lu Hong deeply. Doing this at his restaurant was a real loss of face for him. But he understood that, as a businessman, guests are always welcome. So he swallowed his anger and doubled Lu Hong's bill for today. After all, he was someone who got dizzy after drinking, and he couldn't remember what dishes he ordered or how many jars of wine he drank. Thinking this way, Wang Zhonggui felt a bit better. He took a moment outside to compose himself, then patted his face to steady himself. Although I am at an age where my face is full of wrinkles when I smile, I still try to make my smile look nice. Holding a tray, I knocked on the door with a big smile. Only after getting permission did I enter. Shopkeeper Yao didn't show any respect to Shopkeeper Wan and directly scolded him. We are about to leave, and Shopkeeper Wan only just appeared. It's all our fault. Everyone, please stay calm. I am here to apologize and to bring some good wine. Really, I don't deserve it. Li Ju was also a bit angry, since she paid for the meal today. Shopkeeper Wan, with all this fuss today, how can we feel safe bringing female guests here to eat in the future? I'm truly sorry, everyone. This was definitely our restaurant's mistake. How about I treat everyone to this meal? Li Ju got even angrier. Shopkeeper Wan, what do you mean? Our Zhao family doesn't need your silver. Shopkeeper Wan was out of options. He looked at Zhang Juexia. Young lady Yi, we've known each other for a long time. Please help me say a good word.
Sigh.
Zhang Juexia, believing it wasn't her money, chose not to speak and ignored Shopkeeper Wan. Suddenly, footsteps outside disrupted the awkward atmosphere. May I ask, which room is Miss Zhang Juexia in? When Zhang Juexia heard someone was looking for her, she was curious, but still came out of the room. I am Zhang Juexia. Hello, Miss Zhang. I am Li Shun from the Li family. Our Lady sent me to bring some gifts to congratulate your sister on becoming an apprentice to Shopkeeper Yao. Li Shun brought the gifts inside. Qian Yulin was thoughtful. There were 3 gifts in total. 1 for Zhang Juexia, 1 for Shopkeeper Yao, and 1 for Yi Xiyun. Zhang Juexia hesitated about accepting the gifts when Li Shun quietly said, Miss Zhang, would you mind speaking with me over there? Zhang Juexia followed Li Shun to a corner. Li Shun explained, Our Lady wants to give you face. The gifts aren't worth much. She also said that you bring much more to the Li family than these gifts. Don't worry about it. She also said that when you have free time, you can come talk to her. After giving her instructions, Li Shun respectfully bowed and left. Zhang Juexia took a few steps outside, but was stopped by Shopkeeper Wan. Young lady Yi, I am truly sorry about today's matter. Shopkeeper Wan, there's no need for me to explain. As long as the invited guests and those who paid are taken care of, this will all be in the past. This is the reason. I feel guilty about it. Last time, it was Mrs. Liu. This time, it's Lu Hong. Look at how much trouble this has caused. Maybe I really upset the Liu family. Manager Wan forced a smile and said, Last time, I was really wrong. Manager Wan, I have a suggestion. Next time the Liu family comes to dine, you should take back the frustration you've been holding. Otherwise, they might think you're easy to bully. That's why they keep doing disrespectful things at your restaurant. As the saying goes, you need to watch the owner when you hit a dog. Clearly, the Liu family doesn't see you, Manager Wan. Zhang Juexia's reminder was on point. It all depends on how Manager Wan understands this. After thinking for a moment, Manager Wan cursed under his breath and left angrily. Zhang Juexia entered the room. Madame Yao looked happily at her. It's thanks to you that I also received a gift from the Li family. Not at all. Yi Xiyun also stood up.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
We're all family, no need to be polite. Wang Guilan and Zhao Baofeng had some doubts, but held back from asking about the details. They only said that since Zhang Juexia received a gift, she should thank the giver properly. Li Ju, however, was smiling happily. As the top household in town, if she told her family that her future daughter-in-law received a congratulatory gift from Madame Li, her neighbors would be envious to death. She couldn't help but ask Zhang Juexia, your niece-in-law, are you very familiar with Madame Li? Not exactly close, but I know her niece, Li Ju nodded. Although there were some unpleasant moments during the meal, it ended on a good note. On the way home, Yi Jishuan and Yi Yinsheng were already tipsy and sleepy. Wang Guilin took the chance to ask Zhang Juexia, "Who is Madame Li? Why are you so familiar?" Zhang Juexia shared a few things she could say with Wang Guilin. Wang Guilin only reminded her, "We're just ordinary folks. When dealing with big families like theirs, you need to be a bit cautious."
I know, Grandma.
I'm getting old, so I might talk too much. Don't find me annoying, Xiar. Not at all. With your guidance, our days will only get better. Then Zhang Juexia remembered to ask Yi Xian, "How did you feel on your first day of apprenticeship?" Yi Xian stuck out her tongue. "Sister-in-law, honestly, it felt like a dream. Not long ago, you led me into Yao's fabric shop for the first time. And now, just a short while later, Manager Yao has become my master." Su Yun, shopkeeper Yao, is a straightforward person. She likes to speak honestly and doesn't like to beat around the bush. People like her are easy to get along with, which is why I trust her and introduced you to be her apprentice. When you're with her, you must also be honest. If anything happens, tell her right away and don't hide anything. I understand, sister-in-law. I like such a teacher. I will learn well and try to become a person like her. Good, I believe in you. If you encounter something you can't handle, you can also tell me. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will probably trouble you often in the future. Yi Beixiu left the old house and Wang Guilin invited them to sit at their home. Both shook their heads at the same time. "Grandma, I'm tired after a long day. Let's all rest for a while." "All right then." Yi Beixiu watched everyone go inside before turning to head home. However, Peng Xiujian ran out of her house. "Tomorrow, I want to visit my maternal grandparents. You can come pick me up then."
I'm Buse.
Yi Beixiu waved the whip and was about to leave. Peng Xiujian pointed at Yi Beixiu and started scolding him. "Mom, speak a little louder so Grandpa and Grandma can hear." "So what if they hear? I can scold my son, and they can't do anything about it." "Third uncle, my mom wants to visit my maternal grandparents. You'd better not let her go, or she might cause some trouble." Yi Yunliang looked at Peng Xiujian with a dark face, then greeted Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu quickly got on the carriage and left. Peng Xiujian muttered irritably, "It's so hard for a mother to use a carriage. It's easier to just ask someone else for a favor." "Who's someone else? Are my dad and mom outsiders?" Peng Xiujian was speechless after being challenged. Yi Yunliang glared at her. "Be careful what you say in the future. You just said you wanted to go back to your parents' house. Did you ask Peng Qi to find out about the land purchase? Do you believe that?" Peng Xiujian's heart skipped a beat. "Tomorrow I'll go back. I just want to ask him about that. I'll go with you." Peng Xiujian was a bit flustered. That kid's father is also feeling cold today. Beixiu isn't taking us there. Maybe we shouldn't go either. My father-in-law's house. I haven't been there in a long time. I want to take this chance to visit them. They're all doing well. Oh, my stomach suddenly hurts. Dear, I think I might. Maybe we should talk about this another day. Peng Xiujian hunched over, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. Yi Yunliang had no choice but to help her inside. "Let's wait until another day. But we must hurry to buy the land. Before the new year, we should take care of this big matter." Next spring, everyone, including brother and the others, has started farming, but our land still hasn't been assigned. Peng Xiujian hesitantly tried to cover up the matter. Yi Yunliang helped Peng Xiujian into the house, and Wang Guilin called him over, saying she had something to discuss. After giving a few instructions, he poured a cup of hot water for Peng Xiujian before going to Wang Guilin. Peng Xiujian watched Yi Yunliang's back and felt lost. What should she do now? She originally planned to take Yi Beixiu and herself back to her parents' house to ask about Peng Qi and Peng Hao, to find out who stole their money. Since Yi Beixiu knew some officials, maybe they could help recover it. But she didn't expect Yi Yunliang to want to go back with her. If the money was missing, her cover would be blown. Then she'd be in big trouble. 40 taels of silver. Thinking of this, Peng Xiujian's stomach really started to hurt. Wang Guilin called Yi Yunliang over, mainly just to sit together and chat as a family. When they returned from town, Li Ju and Zhao Xiang bought a few boxes of snacks and insisted they bring some. After some back and forth, Zhao Xiang put the snacks on the cart. Just now, she decided that Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia would take 2 boxes. Wang Guilin specially told Yi Xin to leave some for Bailey and Beifeng to eat, since they are the youngest at home. When Wang Guilin told Yi Yunliang to leave, she asked him to take 1 box. Your wife has been much calmer lately, and that's thanks to you. I'll tell you, our family may not have rules against mistreating wives, but you still need to manage things well. What plans do you have after the new year? Yi Yunliang then explained about buying the land. Wang Guilin sighed. You're already a father of 2. You need to have your own opinions. Not long ago, you bought some land before the prices went up. Thanks to Yunhai. Tell me, how can a woman handle such matters? Yi Yunliang didn't look happy hearing Wang Guilin talk about his wife. Mother, you're talking about my wife. She's not just any woman. Look at her. She's out working every day. Anyway, you're getting old. You should rest more. I've got this under control. Yi Jishuan, standing nearby, glared at Yi Yunliang. What you said isn't wrong, but you don't have the same luck as Baixiu's wife. What does your wife have that compares to Baixiu's wife? Dad, am I really your son? I knew that now Baixiu's family is doing well, and everyone is rushing to flatter him. Yi Jishuan took off his shoes and threw them at Yi Yunliang, hitting him. Are you speaking human words? If you weren't my son, I wouldn't bother with you. I'm telling you, if something really happens, don't come crying to me or your mother.
Just get lost.
Nothing will happen. You're always talking about these pointless things, Yi Yunliang said, brushing off the shoe print on his clothes and hurriedly ran outside. After a few steps, he remembered he hadn't brought any snacks, so he turned back, grabbed some, and then ran off. Wang Guilin scolded angrily. You're just a confused fool. Yi Jishuan comforted Wang Guilin. Enough. Don't be angry. Children will have their own happiness. Anyway, we've separated the family, so let them handle their own lives. We should rest now. We've been running around outside all day. I feel like I'm falling apart. Oh, my wife, my back hurts. Help me give it a massage. Yi Jishuan groaned, and Wang Guilin, no longer feeling angry, quickly stepped forward to massage his back. Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia returned home. Yi Baixiu parked the carriage, and Zhang Juexia hurriedly closed the door. She understood Yi Baixiu's thoughts well. My mother won't come.
Don't worry about that. Why?
Third uncle found out my mother was going back to her family and was worried, so he decided to follow her. So, it's nothing to do with me as his nephew. Zhang Juexia nodded, seeing that Yi Baixiu looked normal. She knew this poor kid was already used to it. Yi Baixiu pulled Zhang Juexia inside the house. My wife, today's really good. I finally get to hug and kiss my wife. But then he remembered that tomorrow the backyard would be back to normal, and his lips pouted. If only we hadn't built so many storages in the backyard. Now we don't even have a private space. People don't come into our house. They just enter through the side gate into the backyard. What does that affect you? My wife's time with me is shorter. When we kiss, I'm afraid they'll hear us, and I don't dare make noise. Also, it's not as easy to hold my wife now. Yi Baixiu listed many things they couldn't do seriously. Zhang Juexia smiled and pushed him gently. Aren't you ashamed? Wife. How do you write the word shame? I think I really don't know how to write it. Yi Baixiu rubbed his chin against Zhang Juexia's face. She giggled and tried to dodge. I find your skin getting thicker. Or maybe it's because my wife teaches me well. Yi Baixiu held Zhang Juexia's face with both hands and kissed her. Wife, you're so beautiful. They had a good night's sleep. Zhang Juexia's days returned to normal. The backyard was filled with constant laughter. Lu Mingda finally voiced his opinion, saying, Tell them to speak softer. It's disturbing my sleep. It's late at night. You're still sleeping, she replied. Do you understand winter storage? This is called health preservation, he said. The sun is already high in the sky. How can you still be a doctor? I don't care. Just tell them to lower their voices. Got it, she responded. Zhang Juexia also started to think about this matter. Yesterday, Yi Baixiu had many opinions, and today Lu Mingda did too. She felt her private space was somewhat affected. She still had many things to do next year, And if things continued like this, it wouldn't be good. She thought that perhaps she could find a few flat spots on the back hill. If not, she could build a small workshop in spring just for handcrafts. As she thought about this, she began to worry again. This year, she had only managed to get some luck, and next year, her purse might not sell as well. But then she remembered the eager faces of the women and aunties, and she hardened her heart. When there's a way, there will be a road. If necessary, she would go out to find new markets. People can't be kept from living. Zhang Juexia, full of worries, went to the backyard. Everyone saw her and greeted her with smiles. She also happily responded, "Ladies, aunties, everything went well yesterday. Thanks to you, everything's fine." Bei Xiu's wife, she spent all her earnings, and the whole family is quite happy. But I feel sorry, this money hasn't even warmed up in my hands yet. Everyone laughed again. Zhang Juexia hushed them, "Speak softer. There are important guests in the front yard." She deliberately lowered her voice to comfort everyone. "We've spent the money, but we can earn more." Lu Jinhua also looked happy, Bei Xiu's wife. "You don't know how proud we were yesterday. Before, the men went hunting on the mountain for silver, and we just mended clothes at home. Honestly, we didn't make much money. But yesterday was different. The money we brought back was quite a lot. My husband's look at me has changed. My husband is the same. When he drinks, he even asks if I want some. That never used to happen," she said. They kept talking about the changes in their families. Zhang Juexia genuinely felt happy for them, but when she thought about next year, she started to worry again. Lu Jinhua saw Zhang Juexia frowning and smiling alternately, and she also became worried. "Bei Xiu's wife, do you think we can keep earning this much money for long?" "I can still guarantee until the new year," Zhang Juexia said honestly, not having any better ideas yet. "It's okay, Bei Xiu's wife. You shouldn't worry about this matter. If there's anything we can do in the future, just think of us." Zhang Juexia nodded. After she left, everyone's mood dropped a bit. Some people started sighing. Lu Jinhua comforted everyone, saying, "Let's not be ungrateful. Compared to previous years, this year has been good. Although Bei Xiu's wife is younger than us, she's generous and polite. We can't hold her back." Li Yulan also agreed. "That's right. Bei Xiu's wife has work to do, so we should keep working here. If there's no work, we can think of other ways." The mountain folk are always so optimistic. Soon, everyone was back to normal. "Who do you think the important guest at Bei Xiu's house is? They've been staying a long time. We shouldn't ask about that. Just do our work well." Lu Jinhua's words stopped everyone's curiosity. Zhang Juexia also came out of her house. She decided to visit the old house and talk to Li Yiqin and Yi Xiun. Maybe she would get some ideas. The news about Yao Zhonggui taking on a new apprentice spread quickly in town. Some familiar people came early to celebrate and also wanted to see which girl caught Yao Zhonggui's eye. Yao Zhonggui simply shrugged. "The person isn't here. Don't look anymore." "Is she not from our town?" "No." "All right then." Though some found it annoying, Yao Zhonggui was pleased because as soon as they enter her shop, they bought something. Lu Hong also woke up from his drunkenness. The young clerk at Fulfo restaurant was waiting outside to get paid and leave. Lady Lu couldn't help but complain, "What kind of delicacies did you eat?" A whole table of dishes cost 10 taels of silver. Lu Hong, still sleepy, stared at the red mark on his hand and shook his head, trying to remember but failing. The young clerk quickly handed him a note, saying, "Old Lu, when you left the restaurant yesterday, you told us to come get the silver this morning. You said if we didn't send someone, it was because you looked down on us. All the guests here can testify that our shopkeeper was worried about your complaints, so he sent me." Lu Hong, who cares a lot about his reputation, waved his hand and shot a glance at Lady Lu, saying, "Stop the nonsense. Just give me the silver. Wu Zhonggui is my good friend. He wouldn't cheat me." The young man rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "You're really trying to trick our boss without any way out. But our boss isn't a good person either, so tricking you is just part of it." Mrs. Lu reluctantly handed over the money to the young man. "Your restaurant's food is so expensive. I wonder who will dare to eat there in the future." There's no need for Mrs. Lu to worry. Our boss is also worried. The reservations are all booked until the Lunar New Year, and there's no way to cancel them. Our staff are worried whether they can go home early for the holiday this year. Mrs. Liu felt embarrassed and was made to look foolish early in the morning. Lu Hong pretended not to see and scolded Mrs. Liu. Are you a ghost? Help me pour a glass of water. I'm so thirsty. When the young man saw he had the money, he didn't want to argue anymore. He respectfully bowed and said, Old Master Liu, you are busy. I will take my leave now. Our boss said we have a few new jars of good wine at the restaurant. Since he knows you like it, he kept some for you to try when you have time. He also said that most people don't recognize good wine, but you do. These words made Lu Hong happy. Good. Tell your boss I will definitely come. The young man was about to leave but was stopped by Lu Hong, who asked, I got a little drunk yesterday. Did I do anything inappropriate? Mrs. Liu hadn't yet moved on from the news about Yao Tao taking on a disciple. She muttered to herself, didn't she say she wouldn't take any disciples? Why is she doing it again? Lu Hong glanced at her sideways. Remember when you two were good friends? Look at you, nothing to show for it. She runs a fabric shop and manages the business well, making it thrive. Mrs. Liu shot a sharp look at Lu Hong. I'm not lacking anything. Back then, I could embroider all those difficult designs. The land we have, I stitched every bit of it myself. All right, enough. Don't bring up your past. Anyway, you're not earning money now. I suggest you open an embroidery shop too, take on a few female apprentices, and sell some embroidered goods. Master, you want me to show myself now? That's nothing. I don't even want to look at your face these days, let alone others. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll find you a place. Master, let me think about it. Think. Look at Yao Tao's business. Money flows in like water. Once you decide, it'll be too late. But Lu Hong rolled her eyes impatiently. Don't refuse the good and take the bad. You often say Yao Tao isn't better than you. Well, show me your real skills. I tell you, Sanla is a scholar, and you know how expensive studying is. I'm out socializing every day to earn more money. She'll need it later. Mrs. Liu was moved by Lu Hong's words, but I don't have experience running a shop. You'll have to help me. Our family's business, I'll definitely support you. Then I'll go find a shop now. We should seize the New Year's season and make a good profit. Lu Hong left without even finishing her meal, rushing off. Mrs. Liu was left alone in the room, lost in thought. Zhang Juexia stepped outside, and the cold wind made her feel calmer. Though she hadn't traveled far since coming here, she had seen the world before and wouldn't be easily stumped by small matters. She quickly thought things through and made her decision. She didn't need to go to the old house, so she smiled and returned home. She asked Lu Mingda, Lu Doctor, can you tell me what the weather will be like? Will it snow soon? Lu Mingda pretended to calculate, probably in the next couple of days, definitely. Really? When have I ever lied? Should we go to Shuanhe County? Lu Mingda shook his head like a rattledrum. I still think this place is more interesting. I won't go. Your lady will miss you, so you should at least send a message to let her know you're safe. I'll write a letter. Please take it to her. Who exactly did you offend? You can't go home and are stuck in this mountain village every day. I enjoy staying here with you. After Lu Mingda finished the letter, Zhang Juexia also prepared to leave.
Je BQ insisted on accompagning her.
It's good to have company on the road, so neither of them would feel lonely. Dr. Liu, I plan to return before the snow falls. There's enough food and drink at home. You and Ganchao shouldn't be too polite. Lu Mingda waved his hand, indicating he understood. Ganchao looked sad. With Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu gone, he was left alone to do all the chores at home. He felt overwhelmed. Yi Beixiu's carriage was faster than Zhang Juexia's, and they arrived in Shuanhe County before lunch. Hubby, let's find a guest house first, eat well, and then handle the important things. Let's go to Fulian, said Yi Beixiu. When they arrived at Fulian, they checked in, and then went out to find something to eat. Initially, Yi Beixiu wanted to eat at the inn before heading out, but Zhang Juexia insisted on trying the street food outside. She had already inquired. The inn's young clerk told her there was a nearby lamb noodle shop that was very good. She took Yi Beixiu out to try it. As long as Yi Beixiu didn't walk too fast, his limp wasn't obvious. They enjoyed the lamb noodles slowly and then strolled around the market. Zhang Juexia asked around and visited several famous embroidery shops in Xuanhe County. The embroidery in Xuanhe was more delicate than in Jinshui town, and many skilled embroidery women worked there. She tried to sell her handmade pouch, and the price was about what manager Yao had said, similar to hers. She met a friendly shopkeeper who advised her, "Your pouch is very clever, but it's missing embroidery. If you add some decorations, it won't look so plain. Your fabric is top quality, and it will surely catch the eye of ladies and young misses. The price could even double." She then took out one of her embroidered pouches to show Zhang Juexia. "Miss, yours is like this one. Honestly, the material isn't as good as yours, but the embroidery is very fine. I could sell this for at least 2 taels of silver." 2 taels of silver? Zhang Juexia looked at the shopkeeper in surprise. The shopkeeper smiled and took the pouch back. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask how to find the embroidery girls," she said. "Miss, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you about that," the shopkeeper replied. The shopkeeper gave a polite gesture to see them off, so she had no choice but to leave. Zhang Juexia was also confused. She asked several shopkeepers about the shop's items, which were very popular, but whenever she inquired about the embroidery girl, they would immediately become unfriendly. This made her quite puzzled. Originally, she planned not to trouble Li Yingyue and to handle things herself if possible, but now she had to ask for her help. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu arrived at Li's residence. Coincidentally, Li Yingyue was not at home. When she asked the gatekeeper when she would return, he just shook his head. On the way back to the inn, Zhang Juexia felt a bit down. "Hubby, why are we worrying so much? After the new year, there will still be endless work. I only wanted to exchange the fabrics given by Madame Li for money, but in the end, we invested even more. Wife, don't worry about anything. I support whatever you do," Yi Beixiu said with bright eyes. "I want to build a new workshop on the back mountain and invite a skilled embroidery master to teach everyone. Then we can find ways to sell what they make in Jinshui town and Xuanhe County," he said happily. "Don't worry about the spring work, wife. Just focus on setting up the workshop," he added.
All right.
"But finding a good embroidery girl is hard. I've thought about it. If we could just invite back a talented embroidery girl to teach everyone, not only the women in our village, but also those down the mountain who are willing to work for us. I can help them earn money," she said. "Wife, you're so kind," Zhang Juexia chuckled. "I'm not as good as you think. I just want us to earn more silver. That purse we just saw, we sell it for 200 won, but others can sell it for 2 taels of silver. That's 10 times more. If our purse could sell for 2.5 taels, how much silver would we make in a month?" Zhang Juexia became more and more excited. She decided she had to start the workshop. After wandering the streets until they were tired, they returned to the inn. As soon as they entered, they heard someone shout, "Brother Beixiu, is that really you and Lady Yi? Brother Li? Brother Zhao?" Li Dong and Zhao Long stepped forward to greet Yi Beixiu. "Brother Beixiu, your leg has healed well. Thanks to you," Li Dong said with a puzzled look. "How come you guys are in Xuanhe County?" he asked. "We just came here," Li Dong said with a smile, pointing at the two of them. "Let's go to the guest room. I'll ask the waiter to prepare some hot dishes so we can eat and drink together." Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia did not show humility either and followed Li Dong into the guest room. Zhao Long turned back and told the waiter, "Bring us 2 more pots of hot wine." Soon, steaming dishes and wine were served. Li Dong stood up and raised his cup. "This one I drink first as a toast. If we don't meet here, a few days later, Brother Zhao and I plan to visit your village to find you." Li Dong drank it all and then said, "Thanks to Lady Yi for helping us connect. We not only got the canned goods, but also formed some ties with the Li family. We made money, and doing business has become much easier." Zhao Long then raised his cup and expressed gratitude as well. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu said a few modest and thankful words, stopping there. Zhang Juexia asked Li Dong, "Brother Li, do you often deal with the Li family?" "I go to buy supplies with Brother Zhao every 10 or 15 days, so I naturally deal with the Li family. Have you seen Miss Li Yingyue?" "Miss Li has been busy lately. The canned food business is booming. I heard she even sent someone to buy a batch of oranges from the south to make orange canned fruit.
Oh.
Zhang Juexia understood. Li Yingyue had been slowly planning according to her advice. It seems her initial decision was right. Li Dong noticed the worry on Zhang Juexia's face. Lady Yi, since we are here together, we're not strangers. If something's bothering you, feel free to tell us. Maybe we can help since Miss Li isn't around. Zhang Juexia shared her concerns. Li Dong and Zhao Long also looked troubled. It's really hard to find skilled artisans, especially ones willing to go into the mountains with you. No rush, take your time. If not, think of other ways. I'm also curious, how do embroidery girls from those workshops come about? Do you know how many years it takes to train an embroidery girl? Li Dong held up his hand. At least 5 years. A well-established embroidery workshop has a strong background. They recruit apprentices every year, and over time, the embroidery girls are trained. That's true. If I ask around about embroidery girls in the workshop, I'd be breaking into their territory. No wonder they ignore me. Do you think I could pay a high price? That's difficult. Zhang Juexia sighed. I'll wait until I meet Miss Li Yingyue and ask her then, see if she can help. Li Dong and Zhao Long also comforted her, saying they would do their best to find out about it. Can I buy a skilled embroidery girl from the pawn shop? That's possible, but it's a gamble. Pawnshop people are sharp. Skilled artisans ask for high prices. Never mind, I will go see with my husband another day. After putting aside her worries, Zhang Juexia sat down peacefully to eat and drink. After a few cups of hot wine, everyone started talking freely. Li Dong asked how Zhang Juexia knew Li Yingyue, and Zhang Juexia described how they met. I see. Miss Li is really a good person. When my brothers showed her your letter, we were quite nervous, but she just waved her hand and told her people that as long as my brothers came to buy goods, no matter how much, they would get the lowest price. That's why I call her and her sister's friends. Actually, Miss Li is also quite remarkable. Her family situation, Yi Xiaonyang probably knows some about it, right? Zhang Juexia shook her head. That's the downside of being from a mountain family. Others know her background clearly. But if people don't say it, she can only find out by asking or hearing rumors. Miss Li's father has 3 brothers. Her father is in the county town, the second in Jinshui town, and the third is an official in the capital. I know these. Li Dong looked around and then said mysteriously, their father has 3 brothers, but only Li Yingyue's father has a son, Li Qi, her older brother. Because Li Qi is the only child of the Li family, he's spoiled and indulged in everything, eating, drinking, gambling. He's useless himself, but he thinks he's very impressive. When we went to buy goods that day, I heard the Li family say he wanted to get involved in the canned food business because he saw how well Li Yingyue's canned food was doing. Miss Li obviously didn't want that, and I heard there was some disagreement between the siblings. Zhang Juexia listened and couldn't help but worry for Li Yingyue. This was her promising business, and she wouldn't want others to interfere. Big Brother Li, is your place far from here? Not far, just on the edge of the city. Tomorrow, please take me there. Zhang Juexia tossed and turned all night. Yi Beixiu lay awake, looking at the dark surroundings, then gently turned over and hugged her. It's still early before dawn. Go back to sleep. I've got everything under control. Zhang Juexia responded softly, lying in Yi Beixiu's arms, listening to his heartbeat, and gradually falling asleep. Early the next morning, she was awakened by voices outside. After breakfast with Yi Beixiu, she went with Li Dong and Zhao Long to find Li Yingyue. When Li Yingyue saw Zhang Juexia, she was surprised and happy. What wind brought you here? I missed you, so I came. Li Dong and Zhao Long brought her in, then went off to handle some business. They planned to go to another place to sell canned food, and then return to Shuanhe County. Li Yingyue let Zhang Juexia enter her room and found a young servant to sit with Yi Beixiu outside for tea. Zhang Juexia looked around and said, everything looks nice. Li Yingyue still seemed energetic but a little tired. She poured a cup of tea for Zhang Juexia and personally handed it to her. We just finished a batch of goods, and I was worried about mistakes, so I stayed here. No wonder the gatekeeper said you weren't home yesterday. Li Yingyue sat closer to Zhang Juexia. Tell me,
What do you want to see me about?
How do you know I came to see you about something? Based on your personality, you wouldn't come without a reason. Zhang Juexia then explained she was looking for an embroidery girl.
Iniwa pa siya tugtfuli.
I've noted that down. I'll get back to you in a few days. Thanks. Let's talk. Come on, I'll show you my workshop. I tell you, our workshop in the city is already running. You wouldn't believe how busy we are. I plan to send our canned goods to the capital before the new year, so the officials and wealthy people there can taste them. Zhang Juexia took a walk around the workshop. Li Yinghua did a great job, and Zhang Juexia thought she worried too much. They could set up such a big operation quickly, so she wasn't worried about her unmotivated older brother. Seeing the managers waiting outside, probably for Li Yinghua to handle something, Zhang Juexia stood up to leave. I have other things to do, so I'll stop here for today. Li Yinghua didn't stop her. Sister, I've taken note of what you need to do. Just go ahead and do it confidently. When you have free time, I'll invite you to the county town, so we can talk more. After leaving Li Yinghua, Zhang Juexia went to Deji Tang and handed Lu Mingda's letter to Madame Lu. Madame Lu insisted that Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixia stay for dinner. They refused for a long time before finally leaving. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixia went to the dental shop. The tooth workers looked at them suspiciously when they heard they wanted to buy an embroidery girl. Only after that did they say there were none available. Zhang Juexia didn't give up. If your shop had an embroidery girl for sale, how much silver would it cost? The tooth worker held out his hand and waved it in front of Zhang Juexia. 50 taels of silver? Add a 0 to that. Is it that expensive? From the moment you entered, I could tell you're not from Xuanhe County. Honestly, you don't seem to understand the market. Skilled embroidery girls rarely sell themselves. Think about it. Everyone has skills and can support themselves.
Who would sell themselves?
That made sense. Zhang Juexia could only leave disappointed. Yi Beixia went ahead to catch the carriage, and she stood at the door of the pawn shop waiting. A young couple was arguing outside the shop, and she became a curious onlooker. My wife, listen to me. Can we save some money on the silver? We just bought a house in the county town. Usually, it's just the two of us, plus a maid and a nanny to serve us. That's enough. Why spend this unnecessary silver? What do you know? All my friends bring 2 maids when they go out. Plus, you need to get a long-term servant. And a gatekeeper, someone has to report when visitors come. And a coachman. Of course, you need your own carriage to go out. The glamorous young woman pointed her finger as she counted expenses to her husband. Her husband, looking a bit scholarly, seemed impatient. My wife, I already told you, we don't have that much silver. We need to save. The young woman stomped her foot. If we don't have money, go ask your parents. Before we got married, they said they'd provide everything I wanted. I just came to buy a few servants. The money is for you, so don't feel bad. I'll tell your parents they want you to have the proper status here in Xuanhe County. Otherwise, who would look at you among all those big families? Clearly, the scholarly husband was moved and followed her into the pawn shop. As she passed by Zhang Juexia, she whispered to her husband, "Look at her outfit. She's here to buy people." Just as she turned her head, she saw Yi Beixia helping Zhang Juexia onto a carriage, feeling a bit jealous inside. With her attire, how could someone look so good as a coachman? No, when they buy people later, she'd pick a handsome coachman. Thinking about the coachman, she became annoyed. She hadn't bought the carriage yet. Of course, Zhang Juexia didn't know that, as a curious onlooker, she was being noticed. Once on the carriage, Yi Beixia asked Zhang Juexia where to go. Back to the inn. Let's rest there. If nothing else, we'll go home this afternoon. Let's go tomorrow. We finally came out, and I want to look around the county town.
All right.
Yi Beixia entered Filian. The young clerk took the reins and told them someone was already waiting for them in the guest room. Yi Beixia and Zhang Juexia exchanged glances. They knew many people in the county, so why was someone looking for them? "You're finally back," said Mrs. Lu Mingda, standing to greet them as they entered. "My husband has been staying at your place for days. Sorry for the trouble. I brought some things. Please take them when you leave." "Madame Lu, you are too kind." My husband and I truly like having Dr. Liu stay at our home. Moreover, it was Dr. Liu who healed my husband's leg. Helping to cure and save people is his duty. Madame Liu sighed. It's also thanks to you that he has a place to stay. I didn't prepare anything valuable, so please don't refuse. My husband might have to stay at your house longer, perhaps even through the whole year. As women, Madame Liu's words made Zhang Juexia feel uncomfortable. Madame Liu, what did Dr. Liu do to offend someone? Madame Liu shed tears of sadness. I'm also puzzled. He's just a doctor. How could he offend anyone? But just now, I received a letter from him saying he can't come home yet. Madame Liu stepped forward and hugged Zhang Juexia. Please take care of my husband. Zhang Juexia comforted Madame Liu and explained what Dr. Liu did every day at her house. Rest assured, Madame Liu, we will take good care of Dr. Liu. Madame Liu held Zhang Juexia's hand. Thank you so much. After seeing Madame Liu off, Zhang Juexia frowned and looked at Yi Beixiu. Do you think, what did Dr. Liu do to offend someone? Why can't he come home even during the New Year? Do his enemies also not celebrate the New Year? Yi Beixiu shook his head. My wife, let's not think too much. Since Dr. Liu is safe with us, let him stay peacefully. That's all we can do now.
Ye Beiqiu's clarity impressed Zhang Juexia.
He patted her back. Let's go back to our room for a nap. Tonight, I'll take you out to eat. I heard from the waiter that there's a restaurant nearby with very good food. Hearing about food made Zhang Juexia excited, but she remembered there was still time before evening, so she went inside to rest. In the afternoon, Yi Beixiu accompanied Zhang Juexia for a walk. They ate delicious food at the restaurant and visited the Shuanhe County night market, buying some snacks. Tired from walking, they returned to the inn. Yi Beixiu promised Zhang Juexia he would go shopping with her tomorrow to buy 2 dresses and some jewelry. Maybe because she was tired, Zhang Juexia slept very soundly that night. When Yi Beixiu woke her up, it was already dawn. Get up, we have a lot to do today. In the afternoon, we'll go home. After breakfast, they went to the fabric shop. Shuanhe County's fabric shop also sold ready-made clothes. Yi Beixiu picked out 2 outfits for Zhang Juexia. Zhang Juexia was surprised and thought, this person has good taste. The colors and styles suit her well. She picked up the clothes and measured them. The young clerk nearby explained, there is a special ladies' fitting room upstairs. You can go try them on. If anything doesn't fit, someone will help you make adjustments. He then said to Yi Beixiu, Sir, you can go upstairs and have some tea while waiting for your wife. Yi Beixiu asked Zhang Juexia to go upstairs to try on the clothes, while he sat down and drank tea. After trying on 2 outfits, Zhang Juexia felt both were good and decided to buy them. The young girl happily wrapped them up for her and then took her downstairs. When Yi Beixiu saw Zhang Juexia come down, he stood up and asked, How do they look?
Do they fit?
Zhang Juexia smiled and held up her bundle. They're all here. Then, let's go. Husband, maybe I should also buy you some clothes. I've already bought enough clothes for you, no need. After paying, Yi Beixiu took Zhang Juexia to buy jewelry. Zhang Juexia didn't know much about these things and thought she could just pick any piece. But Yi Beixiu disagreed, saying Miss Li mentioned that in a few days, you'll be invited to the county for social events. You need proper jewelry. Zhang Juexia had to patiently choose, and after looking around, she picked one and said, Maybe this one. Clerk, please bring me this one. The 2 ladies, both wanting jewelry, made the young clerk feel a bit overwhelmed. Zhang Juexia looked up and saw the person next to her, feeling she looked familiar. After thinking, she realized she was the young lady she saw at the jewelry shop yesterday. Li Yiran was stunned. The person in front of her looked very familiar. She remembered meeting her at the jewelry shop yesterday. Zhang Juexia made a gesture inviting her to go first. Li Yiran immediately felt annoyed. She was a noble daughter from the Jiyu family, and her husband was a scholar. She had a bright future ahead. How could she have the same taste as her? Li Yiran looked Zhang Juexia up and down with disdain. With her outfit, she dared to come buy jewelry? She ignored Zhang Juexia and turned away, saying, I don't want it anymore. Zhang Juexia was speechless. She had been kind to her, but she didn't appreciate it. She deliberately asked, "Would you like to try this hairpin? Do you think it looks good on me?" Yi Beixiu had already noticed the disrespect from the other woman toward Zhang Juexia. He loudly said, "My wife is so beautiful. Anything she wears looks good. I brought plenty of silver today. Pick whatever you like." He glanced at Li Yiran, feeling furious. Li Yiran clearly heard Yi Beixiu's boast about his wealth. She looked around for someone but couldn't find anyone. "I was so angry that I couldn't hold back. Lu Sanla is truly in need of a lesson. Every time she wants to buy something, she finds 100 excuses." Seeing Li Yiran turn around, I knew she was looking for me, so I quickly walked over. Li Yiran imitated Zhang Juexia, picking up a necklace and measuring it in her hand. "Husband, does this look nice? In the middle of winter, you wear it around your neck, but no one can see it. Pick something else." Li Yiran gritted her teeth and picked up a ring. "What about this one? You already have a similar one. Choose a different one." Li Yiran was so annoyed she almost gave up. She picked up a big, round gold bracelet. "How about this? We don't have it at home, and I can wear it this season." My heart sank. How much silver would that cost? I thought about how to persuade Li Yiran to give up the bracelet. "My wife, look at this one. It's very finely made." Li Yiran looked at the delicate bracelet in my hand and almost felt like vomiting blood. Yi Beixiu was watching them from nearby. "Humph, I'll teach you to disrespect my wife. Just wait. Retribution is coming." He deliberately pulled Zhang Juexia over to stand opposite Li Yiran. "My wife, this bracelet looks good on you. It suits you. Try it on." Zhang Juexia thought Yi Beixiu was childish, but she also felt the sting of the knife from across. She politely extended her hand and put on the bracelet. "It looks nice, but it's a bit expensive. Husband, maybe I should try that one." Yi Beixiu pretended to be angry. "Try what? Such a delicate bracelet. Are you looking down on your husband? This one is fine, and this necklace and this ring are also good." The young servant assisting Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu watched with wide eyes. Just moments ago, he had looked down on them, thinking they were just here to take a quick look and then leave. Who would have thought they were big customers? Li Yiran was so angry her chest hurt. She glared at Lu Sanla, but he didn't react at all. She looked at Lu Sanla's eyes and realized he was staring fixedly at the woman across from him. A loud slap echoed through the jewelry shop, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Sanla covered his face in disbelief. "You dare to hit me? You deserved it. You lecherous man. You're so distracted by other women." Lu Sanla grabbed Li Yiran and tried to leave. "You're crazy." "I'm not crazy, Lu Sanla. If you look at other women again, I will gouge out your eyes." Zhang Juexia paused while trying on a bracelet. "Lu Sanla?" She also tiptoed to look over there, curious. Yi Beixiu was already annoyed by the young couple earlier. The woman was irritating, and the man was even more bothersome. If his wife hadn't intervened, he might have stepped in to slap them. They were so bold. Yi Beixiu gently took Zhang Juexia's hand and examined it carefully. "Not bad, my wife. Let's buy the whole set. Isn't it too expensive?" "It's not expensive as long as you like it." Yi Beixiu asked the clerk to pack the jewelry and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Li Yiran angrily ran back into the jewelry shop. "Such a useless person. I must buy this bracelet today," she said. Lu Sanla chased after her from behind, trying to pull Li Yiran back. He bumped into Zhang Juexia at the door. Lu Sanla didn't feel like chasing Li Yiran anymore. He just stared blankly at Zhang Juexia. "Do you really not recognize me?" he asked. Zhang Juexia was confused. This person was interesting. He wasn't even chasing his wife, but asking such nonsensical questions.
"Who are you?"
"Why should I know you?" she replied.
"I'm Sanla."
"Who is Sanla?" Lu Sanla's face showed displeasure. "You really don't recognize me?"
"예배교 부셋리우 산레아시데."
"Who cares about Sanla? You better stay away from my wife, or I won't be polite." Yi Beixiu was strong and pushed Lu Sanla back several steps. Once Lu Sanla steadied himself, Yi Beixiu had already led Zhang Juexia away. Such a crazy person. Zhang Juexia said without looking back and got into the carriage. Lu Sanla watched the carriage disappear before coming back to himself. Li Yiran had already bought the bracelet and was showing it off to Lu Sanla. Lu Sanla nodded mechanically. Li Yiran was angry and pushed Lu Sanla again. "Are you still thinking about her wife?"
she asked.
Lu Sanla suddenly sat down on the ground. This made passers-by cover their mouths and laugh. A grown man is so weak. He just gets pushed and falls over. Li Yiran was embarrassed and angry, stomping her foot. She took her daughter and went back to her mother's house alone. Lu Sanla struggled to his feet after a long time and slowly walked home. When Li Yiran got home, she complained to her mother. Before we got married, Lu Sanla boasted that their family was rich in Jinshuitan and that they never ran out of money. After we married, he wouldn't let me spend a single cent. Yesterday, I went to buy a gift and argued with him. Today, I went to buy jewelry and argued again. Mother, do you know? He even dared to look at other women in front of me. Wang Shuang sighed. When I didn't let you marry, you insisted on it. Who can I blame? Mother. Li Ji scolded Li Yiran. Have you caused enough trouble? Where is Lu Sanla? I don't know, Li Ji pointed at Li Yiran. There were so many students at the county school back then, but you only liked him. Now you're causing a fuss again. Listen, Lu Sanla is the most likely to pass the imperial exam this year. You need to treat him better, understand? Li Yiran's eyes lit up. Father, you really mean that? Then I would become the wife of a scholar. I'm your father. I wouldn't lie to you. He's a man, so show him some respect outside. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Li Yiran glared. He dares. Then she took her maid and went to show off her bracelet to her old friends. Yi Baixiu and Zhang Juexia had lunch in the county town, bought some things, and were ready to go home. It had been almost 3 days since they left, and Zhang Juexia was starting to miss home. Yi Baixiu smiled. What home are you thinking of? The one you should be thinking of is right here with you. Then I thought about it too. You know, we came out for nothing and we spent quite a bit of money. Money earned is meant to be spent. My wife looks beautiful, and I'm happy. You're such a chatterbox. They laughed and talked as they prepared to leave the town. Good man, please help. My father is sick and can't walk. Can we ride in your carriage out of town? Yi Baixiu quickly stopped the carriage. Zhang Juexia also leaned out of the carriage and saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old, supporting a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked very pale and weak, almost falling over with the slightest breeze. Yi Baixiu looked at Zhang Juexia and then asked the boy, Where are you going? My home is about 10 miles outside the town. My father is sick, and I came with him to see a doctor. We lost time in town and missed the ox cart back to the village. The boy took out about 10 coins from his pocket. Good man, I have money. Can I pay you? Please help us out and give us a ride. Zhang Juexia got out of the carriage and told the boy to take back his coins. Help your father get on the carriage. Thank you, you're so kind. Zhang Juexia helped the middle-aged man onto the carriage, and once they were settled, Yi Baixiu started to move on. As they left the town, for some reason, the soldiers guarding the city suddenly increased, and their checks became stricter than when they entered. When it was their turn, Yi Baixiu honestly explained the situation. The officials lifted the curtain to look, then let them pass. Zhang Juexia saw the middle-aged man's face was full of pain and asked the young boy, What illness does your father have? It's an urgent illness. He was fine yesterday, but today he has a stomach ache. What did the doctor say? The boy pointed to the packages of medicine he carried when they got on the carriage. The doctor said it's just from overworking. We should go home and prepare medicine for my father. When you get home, you must take good care of your father. The boy only nodded in response. Zhang Juexia thought he was shy and didn't say anything more. She wrapped herself up tightly and ran to the front of the carriage to keep company with Yi Baixiu. When they reached the village, the boy mentioned, Yi Baixiu stopped the carriage. He insisted on taking them to their home, but the boy refused, saying they shouldn't delay their return. Zhang Juexia took out a box of snacks from the carriage and gave it to the boy. Eat it when you get home. This time, the boy didn't refuse but accepted it and bowed to Zhang Juexia. With no patience on the carriage, Yi Baixiu sped up. My wife, I just remembered something. The troublemaker we met today said his name was Lu Sanla. Didn't you say who cares about his name? Dear, I told you about the past. I've long forgotten it.
얘 베이키 uçak folili.
My wife, I believe you. But I worry that he can't forget his past. Then just remind him more often in the future. Yi Beixiu excitedly waved the whip. That's what you said. Zhang Juexiao was tossed around, exclaiming, Yi Beixiu, you're crazy. Slow down. My wife, I'm happy. I may not have told you about the past, but I'm not stupid. I heard a lot, and today when I saw Lu Sanla, I realized I am better than him. Better than him in what? In everything. Even in the wife I married, I am better than him. What did you say? I said I married a better wife than him. Yi Beixiu was truly letting himself go, shouting loudly, my wife, I like you. I am so happy today. Ahua also seemed to notice his odd behavior, constantly rolling her eyes and growling to show her displeasure. Before dark, they arrived home. Lu Mingda saw them and started grumbling, you finally came back? I thought you forgot the way home while playing. Of course not. Dr. Lu, your wife asked us to bring you something.
Really?
Lu Mingda was faster than a rabbit and went to get the things from the carriage. Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu looked at each other and smiled. Lu Mingda put the things inside the house and suddenly remembered, you've been gone for 3 days, and 3 groups of people have come looking for you. 3 groups? One is a woman shopkeeper named Yao from the town, your mother-in-law, and your grandparents. Aren't they 3 groups? Did you tell them where we went?
I did.
They all said they would come back in a few days. Zhang Juexia felt relieved. She was too tired and needed to rest. She had a good sleep. Early in the morning, before getting up, she heard someone banging on the door. Yi Beixiu, with a stern face, went to open it. When he entered, his face darkened even more. Pang Xiujian entered and started muttering, you really don't know how to live. In our village, how much silver does it cost if a family goes to the county seat for 3 days and doesn't return? And it's so early, and you're still getting up. Our family is truly unlucky. Yi Beixiu decided he couldn't bear it anymore. Mother, that last comment is more suitable for grandparents.
You.
Pang Xiujian seemed to realize her mistake. When she couldn't argue, she raised her hand to hit Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu dodged quickly. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? If you're not busy, I need to get going. You come with me to your maternal grandparents' house. I'm not going. Are you going or not? I have things to do. I won't go. Let Uncle San go with you. Pang Xiujian sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum, crying and making a fuss. Such an early morning disturbance was really unlucky. Zhang Juexia, originally trying to ignore her out of respect for Yi Beixiu, decided she wouldn't tolerate it anymore today. If she wanted to make trouble, she could go out and do it. This is my son's house. I can do whatever I want. Pang Xiujian pretended to be defiant. Zhang Juexia brought a basin of cold water and poured it on her. Pang Xiujian immediately got up. Why did you splash water? It's my house. I can do whatever I want.
You.
Honestly, Pang Xiujian's fighting spirit was weak. She was strong when she was confident, but weak when challenged. In the end, she just kept talking. Zhang Juexia decided not to indulge her this time. Go back where you came from. Our family doesn't welcome you. If you really think your son's place is your home, I'll go find Uncle San now and ask if he's willing to divorce you. If he does, you'll be homeless. Yi Beixiu, and I will take care of you. Or you can choose to divorce Uncle San voluntarily. Anyway, you're just Yi Beixiu's mother. Our standards aren't high. You wicked woman. Are you trying to make Bailey and Beifeng motherless? That's what you said. You married Uncle San, so Yi Beixiu is an orphan. According to the rules, both I and Yi Beixiu should call you third aunt.
You.
What do you mean you? Hurry up and go back. You're already bothering me enough. Coming to cause trouble so early in the morning. It's clear life is too comfortable. Yi Beixiu, if you don't leave soon, go to the old house and call Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle 3. Today, let's settle this face to face. Clear things up so some people don't get too full of themselves and think they are invincible. Pang Xiujian thought Yi Beixiu wouldn't go, since she is his mother. But Yi Baixiu responded very firmly, "Mother, I will go now. Some things need to be made clear." Seeing that Yi Baixiu had no hesitation, Pang Xiujuan started to leave. She quickly grabbed him. "Baixiu, I don't want you to go to your maternal home anymore. Don't go." At this moment, she seemed to notice something and looked at Yi Baixiu in surprise. "Your leg is really healed? You're not limping anymore?" "Yes, it's not limping. This leg really can be cured." Pang Xiujuan muttered to herself as she left. Yi Baixiu watched her back with mixed feelings of disappointment. Zhang Juexia sighed and hugged Yi Baixiu from behind. "I'm happy now. From now on, my man will be a strong and upright man." Yi Baixiu held Zhang Juexia's hand tightly to ease the slight chill on his body. Pang Xiujuan, in a daze, returned home. Yi Yunliang had already prepared things and insisted on taking Pang Xiujuan back to her parents' house. Yi Yunliang was also anxious. After the new year, everyone was working the land at home. If he had no land to farm, no one would go hunting with him in the mountains. He's too timid to go hunting alone. Now he just wants to buy land quickly, so he can start farming next year. Seeing Pang Xiujuan standing still, he shouted loudly, "Don't be so ungrateful. Have you ever seen a woman whose husband is willing to go back to his parent house? Hurry up." Pang Xiujuan knew she couldn't avoid it, so she had to steel herself and go. On the way, she was nervous, trying to think of a reason to justify the 40 taels of silver. She thought all the way but couldn't come up with anything. Coincidentally, both brothers of the Pang family, Pang Yu and Zhou Erniu, weren't home. Pang Yu and Zhou Erniu were there to entertain them. Yi Yunliang was very disappointed. After saying a few words, he was about to leave. Zhou Erniu couldn't wait for them to go, so she wouldn't have to cook for them at noon. Before leaving, Zhou Erniu pulled Pang Xiujuan aside again. "Your Baixiu has been married for a while now. Has his wife shown any signs of pregnancy?" Pang Xiujuan shook her head. "That's good. You also know about Xiaoqing. She's reaching marriageable age, but still no one has taken her. Though someone like her, it's good if she can get married. But she is not my granddaughter. She is your niece. We also need to find her a good place, right?" On Tuesday, and I looked around and quietly whispered into Pang Xiujian's ear. Pang Xiujian's eyes widened. "Mother, this can't happen." "Why not?" "Once the marriage is settled, what can he do? I tell you, Qing may not be very clever, but she is your eldest brother's only daughter. I wouldn't feel comfortable if she married elsewhere." Pang Xiujian's expression softened a little. "Our family doesn't mind if he has debts outside. That's already good. His wife has been married for a while, and she's not pregnant yet. As the mother-in-law, you should keep an eye on her. Besides, we're rushing to marry Qing to your family because we trust she'll be taken care of by you." Yunliang, who had been waiting nearby, grew impatient. "Xiujuan, hurry up and leave. There's still a lot of work at home. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You're the one causing trouble, and I chased after Pang Xiujian. Think carefully about what I said. I need a clear answer in the next few days." Pang Xiujian replied impatiently, "Got it." Yunliang asked Pang Xiujian suspiciously, "What did mother say?" "She's acting strange. I tell you, I must buy that land. I know you want to buy land. I specifically told my mother to pay attention," Pang Xiujian said, feeling guilty as she glanced at Yunliang. But today, she was lucky and avoided a disaster. Early in the morning, Pang Xiujian caused a fuss, which made Zhang Jiexiao feel very unlucky. She was busy cleaning the house. Ye Baixiu also looked upset. "My mother sighed. We might as well tell the grandparents directly and call her third aunt from now on." "If you agree, I have no problem," Zhang Jiexiao said. "All right, I'll talk to them another day," she replied. Zhang Jiexiao was busy cleaning every corner of the house, wiping everything she could. When she was exhausted and gasping for breath, she heard the sound of horses' hooves outside. She put down what she was doing and went out to see. "Is this Zhang Jiexiao's house?" a voice asked. She recognized who it was and smiled. "Master Yao, coming quickly." Master Yao entered the yard, saw Zhang Jiexiao, and pointed at her. "Where have you been these days?" You're hard to find. Come, get ready to go back to town with me. Zhang Jiexia pulled him inside. It's a big matter, but you should rest a bit, have some tea before heading back to town. I'm too excited to wait. Hurry up and call your husband. We'll be on the road, talking as we go. Manager Yao rarely looked so serious, so Zhang Jiexia didn't dare to hesitate. She asked Yi Beixiu to go and arrange the carriage. But Manager Yao stopped her. Don't waste time. We'll find a horse-drawn carriage this afternoon to bring you back. Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu were quickly loaded onto the carriage and set off again. Once she was seated steadily, Zhang Jiexia asked, Manager Yao, are you planning to kidnap me and my husband? I must tell you, we don't have much money. Manager Yao waved his hands quickly.
I didn't mean that. Don't accuse me wrongly. Then tell me, what do you want from me?
It's like this. Lu Hong found a shop in town, saying he wants his wife to open an embroidery shop. But because of the price, he hasn't settled with the landlord. I don't want to compete with Lu Hong and his wife, so I thought you could take over the shop. This was sudden, and Zhang Jiexia was stunned. Yi Beixiu saw her expression but didn't say anything. They only heard the sound of galloping horses outside. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Manager Yao said, I know about this. I might have been a bit abrupt, but I just don't like those two. They're complete hypocrites. But I also told Manager Yao before that I don't want to compete with him in town. Manager Yao glared at her. Doing the same business makes us competitors? Have you ever thought about working together? I'm not the kind of person who can't share opportunities. I just don't want Lu Hong and his wife to open a shop. If they do, with their cleverness, they might upset the balance in town. It could even make life harder for others who rely on embroidery for a living. Zhang Jiexia believed what Manager Yao said. Her goal in going to the county was also to help the villagers learn a skill to make a living. She immediately decided, I'll take this shop. You haven't even looked at it yet. Don't act on impulse. Look first. Manager Yao already helped me check it. You're really clever. This shop isn't far from mine, just a few shops away. It used to be a food shop, but the owner got old and went back home to retire. The tenant left, and the owner cleaned it up again. Everything inside is new. The owner is out of town and doesn't come back often. Why did Lu Hong and the landlord have a falling out? Definitely about the price. The landlord wants 12 taels of silver a year for rent. Lu Hong insisted on paying 10 taels and even claimed that once he liked a shop, no one else would dare to take it. He thought to himself, who does he think he is? I can't believe this. I was just about to get you involved. Shopkeeper Yao, is that shop for sale? Are you interested in buying? Yes, I am considering it. Then let's go ask about it later. On the carriage, only shopkeeper Yao and Zhang Jiexia were talking. Yi Beixiu was nearby, just quietly listening. I haven't slept well these past few days. Always thinking about this. You're not even at home and it makes me anxious. I'm here to help. That's the kind-hearted shopkeeper Yao. The carriage stopped at the shop that shopkeeper Yao mentioned. Shopkeeper Yao accompanied Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu inside to look at the shop. The owner's surname was Lu, named Lu Xia. He looked to be in his 30s, gentle and well-educated. This shop was left to me by my father. I don't have a good business mind, so I rent it out. Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu examined the shop carefully. Its layout was similar to that of shopkeeper Yao's, with a shop front in front and a courtyard behind. Mr. Lu, are you selling the shop? Lu Xia was stunned. He had hesitated between selling and renting before. Usually, families in town didn't have many who could pay so much silver at once. Most people only asked about renting, not buying. Lu Xia couldn't help but feel excited. You want to buy? Honestly, I live in a neighboring county and don't have much time to manage the shop. If your offer is reasonable, I might consider selling. Zhang Jiexia liked dealing with honest people, simple and straightforward.
Just tell me your price.
If it's fair, I'll buy the shop. Shopkeeper Yao also chimed in, offering kind words. It was all about neighbors helping neighbors, so Lu Xia wouldn't ask for an unreasonable price. Actually, Lu Xia was also holding back some frustration. His cousin Lu Hong was related to him, and he only quoted a rent of 12 taels of silver a year to keep peace. But Lu Hong said it was too high and wanted him to lower it to 10 taels. Lu Xia wasn't naive. He checked several shops and 12 taels a year was already low. He insisted on not lowering the price. Lu Hong took advantage of Lu Xia not living in town, spreading rumors that the shop was already his, making it pointless for others to try to buy it. He even threatened Lu Xia, saying he would eventually have to come to Lu Hong to rent the shop. Lu Xia was frustrated. Renting the shop made him angry. Now, someone wanted to buy it, and he had to seize this chance. First, to avoid having to run back and forth in the future, and second, to show Lu Hong that I can stand on my own. Let him see that leaving him doesn't mean I can't handle things. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xia said, I grew up in this town, and I know shopkeeper Yao well since I was young. So I won't play hardball. I'll sell everything for 180 taels of silver. But don't try to haggle with me. I won't take the furniture or the house. You can move in and live right away. Zhang Juexia quickly considered the prices here. Yi Beixiu tugged at her sleeve to signal that the price was okay. She looked at shopkeeper Yao, who nodded slightly. Zhang Juexia understood. Lu Xia was eager to sell the house and added, if you buy my shop, you don't need to clean it up. You can start using it directly. If everything is in place, you can open tomorrow. Zhang Juexia was amused by Lu Xia's words. We seem to be destined. Our names both have Xia in them.
Deal.
She hurriedly added, I was in such a rush that I didn't bring much silver, so I can only pay a deposit of 10 taels now. Deal, Lu Xia said eagerly, about to go inside to write the contract. Shopkeeper Yao added, no need to write a deposit. I'll cover the rest of the silver. Let's just exchange money and goods now, and then go to the government office to handle the paperwork. Thank you, shopkeeper Yao, Lu Xia and Zhang Juexia said together, making Yao smile. Zhang Juexia held the house deed as if she were dreaming. She had finally joined the ranks of shop owners. Yi Beixiu also smiled, though he had only come to town to sell game and never thought about settling down here. Lu Xia was leaving for the neighboring county soon and asked Zhang Juexia to give him a day to pack. No rush, take your time, she whispered to Lu Xia. If Lu Hong gets impatient and tries to rent a house again, don't tell him the shop is sold. Lu Xia understood her meaning and nodded politely. You've helped me so much. I'll make sure to handle this small matter for you. Shopkeeper Yao invited Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu to her house for some water before they went home. Not just water. You need to cook me something, or I won't have the strength to pay back the silver. You better flatter me these days, or I might refuse to return it, Yao said, pointing at her. I'm not afraid, she added. If you don't pay me, I'll have my apprentice come and collect it. All right, I won't dare, she replied. I need to flatter you well, or what if you mistreat my sister again? Because you are so thoughtful, and for that little bit of money, I am willing to do bad things. Hurry up, tell me what you want to eat. After this village, there won't be another shop like this. Today, the shopkeeper is in a good mood and wants to treat everyone. Then I won't be polite either. Zhang Juexia had a full belly, ate until she was satisfied, and then rode home with Yi Beixiu in the carriage. Shopkeeper Yao, I will come again tomorrow. Back home, Zhang Juexia's first task was to count the money. They still had 180 taels of silver, which they could take out, but after doing so, their silver was much less. She frowned and thought carefully about how to spend the money wisely. Yi Beixiu comforted her. Think about it. We now own shops in town. Doesn't that make you happy? Yeah. Zhang Juexia put away the property deed and started talking with Yi Beixiu. Yi Beixiu was more concerned about how to handle the shop, whether to use it himself or rent it out. Since we bought the shop, of course, we should use it ourselves. That's the best plan. I already have a rough idea, and we'll discuss it with shopkeeper Yao tomorrow. If we agree on this, maybe we won't need Li Yingyue to help find a seamstress. Yi Beixiu's face lit up with joy. Really? Of course, she replied confidently. They had a good night's sleep. Zhang Juexia slept very soundly, without dreaming. But when she woke up, snow was falling outside. She was happy to see the snow, but worried about what would happen if it snowed heavily while they were returning. Lumingdao looked at the sky and said, Hurry back before lunch. If you come back before then, it's not a big problem. But you must return before lunch. If it snows heavily in the afternoon, you might not be able to come back. Dr. Liu, I'm not too worried. Yesterday, my husband and I went to town and did something big. We bought a shop. Now we have a place to stay when we go to town. Lu Mingda was very happy for them but still advised them to return early. Yi Baixiu was also worried about home and wanted to come back sooner. On the carriage, he naturally quickened his pace. Ahua, being hurried along, rolled her eyes repeatedly. She was telling him, "Got it, no need to rush me." When they arrived in town, they went straight to shopkeeper Yao's house. Zhang Juexia placed the silver in front of shopkeeper Yao. "Count it. If I leave and it doesn't match, I won't take responsibility." Shopkeeper Yao put away the silver. "I still trust you.
Tell me your plan.
If you still owe money, you wouldn't be in such a hurry."
How do you know so much about me?
I've been doing business in town for many years. I've seen all kinds of people, but someone as charming as you, I've never seen before. You must have drunk a lot of honey this morning. Your words are so sweet. If you don't want your husband to catch a cold outside, just say so. Shopkeeper Yao threatened Zhang Juexia. She didn't want her to be cheeky, but she also wanted to quickly learn Zhang Juexia's next plan. For some reason, ever since she met Zhang Juexia, she subconsciously wanted to get close to her and was willing to listen to her ideas. It turned out she was right. Since following Zhang Juexia, she had earned as much money in a short time as she used to in a year. No rush, let me think. I want to know if there's any news from Lu Hong. Shopkeeper Yao sneered and said, "Lu Hong is still dreaming. You don't know how shameless this person is. As soon as you left, he drunkenly came to cause trouble with Lu Xia. He even boasted that in a few days, Lu Xia would have to come begging him. He really thinks he's something special," she added. "Anyway, enough about her. Let's talk about your ideas," Zhang Juexia said, sharing what she saw and heard in Xuanhe County with shopkeeper Yao. Yao sighed. "We still lack a good embroidery girl." "How are your embroidery skills, shopkeeper Yao?" Yao shook her head. "Not the best in our town." "Do you know who had the best embroidery skills back then?" Zhang Juexia didn't know, so she took a sip of tea and waited. "Your mother, Fong Lan, counts. Fong Lan is Mrs. Liu. As for me, I can only be third." "You're very familiar with my mother." "Not exactly close. At that time, I was just a little fan admiring your mother. I can tell you see me differently now." "I thought it had something to do with my mother," she said. "Maybe a little. But you live more freely than she does, and you're luckier. At least your husband is much better than the men she married." Zhang Juexia remained silent. Yao looked up and asked, "I hope you don't mind about your father."
He's no longer my father.
"The day before I got married, I cut ties with him." Yao was surprised but nodded in approval. "That's straightforward. Let's not talk about this. I've already decided. As you said, I don't want my shop to compete with you, shopkeeper Yao. Do what you think is best. We'll just call it a strong partnership. But I still have one thing to ask for your help with first." "I knew it. You give me a sweet treat first, then a stick. Just tell me, what is it?" "I want to borrow a skilled embroiderer from shopkeeper Yao, and I hope this person can stay with me at my house to help teach the people in my workshop. Also, in a few days, I plan to use your connection with shopkeeper Yao to recruit some apprentices. I want to train a group of embroidery girls who belong to me." Shopkeeper Yao thought for a moment, then said, "The second thing is easy. I am happy to help more women learn to earn a living. As for the first, let me think about it." Zhang Juexia didn't rush him. She stood up and looked outside. The snow was falling more heavily now, covering the ground with a white blanket. Yi Baixiu was no longer in the yard. He was probably taken somewhere else to drink tea. Zhang Juexia was worried the snow would get worse and was about to leave. Shopkeeper Yao clapped his thigh and asked, "Are you picky about age?" "Not really. I just want her to stay at my house for a while, to settle down and teach the villagers embroidery skills. But I promise I won't shortchange her on wages. That person is perfect. I'll ask her now. If she agrees, you will have helped her." Curious about who this person was, Zhang Juexia wanted to know the answer soon. "Shall we go now?" "Yes." On the way, shopkeeper Yao explained about her. She's quite unfortunate. After her husband died, she was driven out by her in-laws because she didn't have a son. Her own family also didn't take her in. She lives alone with her daughter. Usually, she does some embroidery work for me or she would have starved long ago. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia felt uneasy. Shopkeeper Yao was angry again. You think she's pitiful? There are even worse cases. She earns a little, but her family often comes to ask for money. If she doesn't give it, her sister-in-law in her rented house will cry and shout for her. She can't afford a private house. She lives in a big shared courtyard with several families. When her family causes trouble, the neighbors get upset. It's really frustrating. She's an orphan mother, and if you don't help her, at least don't make things worse. People like her are truly unfortunate. You haven't seen the worst. The reasons they give for asking for money are quite strange. Either she's sick or there's some problem. If she doesn't give, they make a fuss. As they spoke, they arrived. At the crowded courtyard, shopkeeper Yao asked a child, "Which room does Songyu live in?" The child looked at them cautiously. "Are you here to see her?" Shopkeeper Yao gave Zhang Juexia a knowing look and smiled. "Take me to her. We're her friends, not her family." The child turned around and ran away, loudly shouting, "Sister Jean, someone is looking for your mother." At this moment, Zhang Juexia saw a woman with very neat hair, wearing patched clothes, push open the door. Songyu saw that the visitor was Manager Yao and hurriedly went to greet her, saying, "What wind blew you here? You are a distinguished guest. Please come inside." After Manager Yao and Zhang Juexia entered, Songyu nervously rubbed her hands and said, "The house is too simple, please don't mind." Manager Yao waved her hand and said, "We are old friends, no need to be polite." Songyu tried to pour water, but was stopped by Manager Yao. Zhang Juexia carefully looked around the small house, which was filled with a single clay bed. With her and Manager Yao inside, it was hard to even turn around. Just then, the door opened, and a girl about 10 years old timidly looked at them. Songyu pulled the girl forward and said, "This is my daughter Jean. Jean, go call someone." Wang Jin hesitated, unsure how to address Manager Yao and Zhang Juexia. Manager Yao took the initiative to introduce herself, saying, "Your mother and I are old friends. Just call me Aunt." She then pointed to Zhang Juexia and said, "She is young, so call her sister." After greeting, Wang Jin was chased out by Songyu, who said, "Mother has something important to say, go play." Wang Jin bowed and left. Manager Yao praised such a good girl. Songyu sighed, "It's only this child who gives me the courage to keep going otherwise. She thinks I am from my family, afraid I will be bullied. Though I am scared inside, I still..." "Sai, let's not talk about this anymore. I wonder what brings you here today, Manager Yao." Manager Yao didn't hide anything and explained everything. She then pointed to Zhang Juexia and said, "I brought her here too. If you have questions, just ask. You need to think carefully whether to go or not. It's your decision. You don't need to consider my feelings and don't force yourself." Songyu didn't even think twice and said, "I'll go. Honestly, as long as I can escape this suffering, I want to go anywhere. Besides, this is a good opportunity to earn some money." Songyu agreed, which made Zhang Juexia very happy. The embroidery girl issue had troubled her for days, and now it was finally resolved. Sometimes she thought she was truly useless. Despite being from another world, she knew nothing. She really felt like she was holding back someone from her past life. Songyu then asked Miss Zhang, "When can I go? There is already a place for you to stay at home. You can go anytime." "And the wages?" Zhang Juexia thought for a moment. After all, he was a skilled craftsman. On the way, Manager Yao also talked to her about the wages. "You'll earn about 1 or 2 silver coins a month. I'll buy back the embroidery you do at normal prices. I won't treat you unfairly. If you're worried, we can find someone to sign a contract." Manager Yao added, "It's best to sign a contract so everyone feels secure." "I trust the person Manager Yao introduced," she replied. "But I don't want more people to know where I'm going."
Don't worry about that.
"As long as you don't tell anyone, they probably won't find out." "You don't realize how far her house is," Zhang Juexia said, nudging Yao. "Be quiet. If you keep talking, Lady Song might not dare to go. Song Yu shook her head quickly. No, I want to go as far as possible. I just need some time to pack.
All right.
The snow might get heavier. When it stops and the roads are clear, I'll come to pick you up. Lady Song, just bring your belongings. We have everything you need at home. You don't need to start a fire, just eat with us. We always have enough food, and it's all for you and your daughter. Tears welled up in Song Yu's eyes. Everyone says I, Song Yu, am a lucky person. I didn't believe it at first, but now that my luck has come, Manager Yao, Miss Zhang, you truly are my benefactors. Manager Yao sighed. Zhang Juexia comforted her. You shouldn't say that. Lady Song, you're capable yourself. After leaving Song Yu's house, Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio said goodbye to Manager Yao and prepare to go home. Passing by Fulin Inn, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Beishio to stop the carriage. She found a trading caravan heading to Shuanhe County to send a letter to Li Inyue. She had found a suitable embroidery girl, so she didn't want Li Inyue to be distracted. She wanted her to focus on the canned food business. The caravan told her the letter would arrive that same day. Only then did Zhang Juexia feel at ease and get back on the carriage. On the way, she discussed with Yi Beishio where to settle Lady Song and her daughter. Help me prepare another storage room at home. Let's settle them in the backyard first. After the new year, we'll build a new house, and then they can move out. That's all we can do. I used to think our house was big, but now it feels small. I don't want to raise chickens and wild rabbits in the backyard anymore. Think about it. In summer, the smell would fill our bedroom. So, where should we keep them? I've already thought of that. The back mountain is so big, they need a place to stay. Yes, that's right. The two of them talked as they hurried home before lunch. The snow was falling more and more heavily. Zhang Juexia thought that the mountain road was difficult to walk, so she went to the backyard to tell the workers to stop working until the snow melted. Lu Jinhua was the first to speak. Beishio's wife, with this snow, isn't it better for us to stay at home? The road is hard to walk, but we can overcome that. Exactly. Maybe we can take some back home to cook. No, it's too cold at Beishio's place, and at our house, it's so cold we can't even stretch out our hands to work. Everyone was talking, and Zhang Juexia started to feel a bit overwhelmed. All right, if anyone wants to come, they can. As long as the snow isn't too thick and it doesn't block your way, I have no opinion. Everyone finally stopped talking. After Zhang Juexia left, a woman muttered softly, Beishio's wife seems so kind, but when she speaks, I feel a little scared of her. I feel the same. Don't be afraid of her. Qin Posey is tough too, but she's been tamed by her. That's real skill. Our Yejia village has had many years, but only now do we have such a capable person.
Exactly.
Yulan, is your mother-in-law doing well? Li Yulan smiled. Yes, she's been good lately. Since my mother and I are not at home, if she wants to argue, someone has to argue back. That's right. I really hope life can just go on like this. Zhang Juexia made hand-pulled noodles and also prepared some meat sauce. On a cold day, eating noodles makes you feel warm inside. While eating, Zhang Juexia thought about hot pot. Do we have mutton for sale here? Lu Mingda put down his bowl and looked at Zhang Juexia. Why, are you craving something tasty again? Of course. Yi Beishio looked at Zhang Juexia regretfully. There is some in town. You didn't say anything this morning. I was busy and forgot, she replied. Maybe I can go to the village this afternoon. There are sheep farmers in our village. If you want to eat some, I can buy a sheep. Is it expensive? Not too much. Anyway, it's cheaper than pork. Sheep eat grass and are easy to raise. The meat has a bit of a smell, so not many people eat it.
Oh.
In the afternoon, Yi Beishio really carried back a sheep. Zhang Juexia watched eagerly, saliva almost dripping. She thought of lamb skewers, whole roasted lamb, hot pot, braised lamb, lamb soup. So many ways to enjoy lamb. Seeing her look, Yi Beishio knew his wife was craving it. He smiled and asked, kill it? If Zhang Juexia hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the food.
Yes.
The lamb was placed in front of Zhang Juexia, and everyone looked at her. How should I eat this? Does the house have sesame? It should. My grandparents plant some every year. I'll go find some. Yi Beixiu was so proactive that Zhang Juexia had to give him face. Go quickly and come back soon. Yi Beixiu brought back the sesame, and Zhang Juexia asked him to sharpen the kitchen knife a bit more on the stone. She then sliced the lamb into thin pieces. Yi Beixiu didn't ask why she was doing this and obediently went to work. Zhang Juexia found some lamb bones and chopped lamb ribs, added water to the pot, and started boiling bone broth. After finishing these tasks, she made sesame peanut paste, which is the soul of hot pot. Just thinking about it made her saliva flow. The kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. Lu Mingda and Gong Chao peeked in, wondering what dinner would be. Zhang Juexia kept it a secret and shooed them away. Once the sesame peanut paste was ready, she asked Yi Beixiu to find a clay stove from the storage room. She tested it and found she could place the iron pot on top. She lit a fire underneath, and it really looked like a hot pot setup. This was the most similar thing to a hot pot she could think of at home. Zhang Juexia washed 2 winter storage cabbages and soaked some dried black fungus. After the bone broth in the iron pot boiled, she added sliced lamb meat that Yi Beixiu had prepared. The hot pot was now ready to serve. Outside was snowing, but inside the house it was warm and Lu Mingda was eating happily. Yi Beixiu wasn't to be outdone. Wow, I didn't expect this to be so delicious. Wife, your skills are amazing. Whatever you touch turns into something so tasty. Lu Mingda knocked on his head with chopsticks. Foolish boy, your wife is incredible. You're lucky to have her. It really is delicious. Gong Chao, who usually didn't speak much, nodded repeatedly. Although Zhang Juexia was captivated by the fresh taste of the lamb, she still felt that the hot pot was missing something. She missed wide noodles and chive sauce for dipping. There were no various green leafy vegetables either. But in this cold winter, being able to eat hot pot was a good enough reward. Yi Beixiu scooped some lamb slices into her bowl. Eat, wife. If you like it, I'll go buy another sheep tomorrow. Lu Mingda didn't lift his head. Yes, after finishing this one, we'll buy another. Gong Chao looked at Zhang Juexia eagerly, hoping she would agree quickly. Zhang Juexia nodded in agreement. This lamb can be eaten in different ways. Tomorrow, I'll boil the sheep's head and offal to make lamb soup. The minced lamb can also be used to make lamb dumplings. If you have barbecue seasoning, you can also cook and eat with it. Barbecue seasoning? Yes. When we go to town another day, we should visit the grocery store. Wife, you must remind me. Okay. It snowed heavily for 2 days and finally stopped. During these days at home, I mostly ate and shoveled snow. In the yard and on the roof, I kept clearing snow. Watching the thick snow, I kept thinking how lucky we are to live in the new house. If those 3 thatched cottages hadn't been so old, they might have collapsed under the snow. I wonder how the villagers are doing? I shook my head. Anyway, at this time, families with some food to eat don't go hunting in the mountains. After snow falls, they clean the snow more often, so it's not a big problem. The main issue is that our old thatched house is very old. No one comes to the backyard, so it feels quite lonely. The snow is too thick, making the road hard to walk. Zhang Juexia thought they might be going crazy from being cooped up. She asked Lu Mingda, "Can you check if it's still snowing?" I looked yesterday. It probably won't snow again soon. Once it's February, who knows? The snow is good. The few acres of wheat you planted will benefit. Zhang Juexia liked to hear that. Farmers hope their crops will grow well. Yi Beixiu was restless and told Gong Chao to clear the snow outside the gate. Then Zhang Juexia remembered the chickens she bought earlier. They were still in the backyard. It's so cold, feeding them costs a lot of grain and they're not growing anymore. It's better to kill and eat them. She told Yi Beixiu and Gong Chao to kill all the chickens. Although they were puzzled, Yi Beixiu listened and quickly did as she said. That's one reason Zhang Juexia was willing to live with Yi Beixiu. Husband and wife could discuss things. Most importantly, Yi Beixiu obeyed. She didn't have to argue much, and the task was done. Lu Mingda had been killing sheep or chickens these days. Although he was happy, he couldn't help asking Zhang Juexia, "Are you planning to stop living like this?" Zhang Juexia smiled. Dr. Liu, my husband hasn't asked that yet. You're the one asking. I'm just curious. Winter is for eating better food so we can resist the cold. That's true. But how will you eat all these chickens? Juexia, you're clever. Think carefully. I don't want chicken soup today and fried chicken tomorrow. Eating the same thing every day gets boring. It seems I've spoiled your taste buds. Gong Chao, who was busy plucking chickens nearby, looked up and nodded in agreement. Young Lady Yi, I can't even imagine. What if next year I go back to the county town with my master? How will we eat? Lu Mingda slapped Gong Chao on the head. You little brat, after all these years, I've been drinking the northwest wind for nothing. Gong Chao stuck out his tongue, feeling a bit stubborn. You said the food young Lady Yi makes is tasty, but the dishes from the madam aren't good. Foolish boy, if the madam's cooking isn't good, don't say it out loud. I still want to keep my dignity. Besides, if your master hears you say that, we might not get any food at all. Gong Chao looked up and thought for a moment. He was really scared and quickly went back to plucking feathers. Zhang Jiexia was speechless. It's good enough that someone is cooking for you. Don't pick at everything. Hurry up and work. It's so cold outside. If you don't mind the cold, I feel cold too. In the kitchen, a row of chickens was placed in front of Zhang Jiexia. Yi Beixiu happily stepped forward. Madam, I think what Lu Longzhong said makes sense. I want to try a different way to eat these chickens. But you can't put all of them here. Hurry up and put them in the storage to freeze. I'm just trying to let the madam choose the leftovers before putting them away. Zhang Jiexia smiled. It's not a beauty contest. Let me choose the leftovers. When Yi Beixiu bent down to take the chickens outside, Zhang Jiexia suddenly had an idea. Wait a moment. Do you really want to change the way you eat these chickens? Yes. Then let's try a different way. Zhang Jiexia asked Yi Beixiu to leave 4 chickens. She decided to make roast chicken. She quickly got to work, using the little knowledge she learned from TikTok. First, she arranged the chickens and set them aside to drain. Then she went to the main hall, found the sugar Yi Beixiu bought for her, took a few pieces and put them in a bowl with a little hot water to dissolve. She spread the sweet syrup evenly over the prepared chickens, ready to fry them. When Yi Beixiu heard the noise, he came in to help heat the oil. Zhang Jiexia put the fried chickens and all the seasonings from home into the pot and started boiling. During this time, she went to the main hall to brew a pot of tea and grab some snacks. She and Yi Beixiu watched the pot and sipped water together. Lu Mingda, smelling the aroma, peeked in and asked, when will these chickens be ready to eat? This takes some time. They need to stew for a while after boiling to soak up the flavor. If you're hungry, you can eat something else first. Lu Mingda took a deep breath. No need. Just smelling this aroma, I can wait. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Jiexia exchanged smiles. As long as you're not afraid of being hungry, we can wait. Good food is worth waiting for. I'll wait. Zhang Jiexia took out the cooked roast chicken. She looked at the tempting, shiny chicken on the plate and couldn't help but salivate. Come try it. How does it taste? Lu Mingda eagerly stepped forward, tore off a chicken leg, and started eating. After a few bites, and prompted by Zhang Jiexia, he finally responded, delicious. The way you cooked this chicken is really good. Is that all you have to say? Yes. Lu, does this roast chicken not sell in the town? No, I've eaten it elsewhere, but your cooking is much better. Zhang Jiexia was pleased. She took out 2 more chickens, placed them in a basket, and handed them to Yi Beixiu. While the chicken is still hot, hurry and take it to the old house so Grandpa and Grandma can try it. Yi Beixiu nodded happily and went to the old house. Lu Mingda watched eagerly, noticing 2 chickens missing from the plate in front of him. Zhang Jiexia smiled at his possessiveness. There are still chickens ready to be slaughtered. I'll make them into roast chicken later, so you can eat as much as you want. That's more like it. When Yi Beixiu returned, both chickens, even the bones, had been cleaned thoroughly. He urged Zhang Jiexia to quickly prepare the remaining chickens into roast chicken, so they would have ready dishes for drinking. Lu Mingda also thought this was a good idea. This really is a good snack to go with drinks. When Zhang Jiexia first made it, she was nervous, relying on her memory. worried she might not succeed. She decided to practice with 4 chickens first. If she could get it right the first time, she wouldn't need to bother. With her experience from the first attempt, she became much more skilled. She adjusted the seasoning slightly, and after turning off the stove, she asked Yi Beishio, "If I sell this recipe to Manhwa restaurant, how much silver do you think I could get?" Yi Beishio was surprised at first, but quickly calmed down. "What do you think, wife? I just want to recover the money we spent buying the shop." "Husband, what do you think?" "That's a good idea. Then we'll wait until the snow melts, and when we go to town to pick up Songyu, I'll bring some to Wanzhongui to try." "That's my plan. Since Manfu restaurant is the main restaurant in our town, selling the recipe to them probably won't bring in much silver. Besides, I plan to run this business ourselves in the future. Whatever idea you have, I support it. After the new year, once you've established the outside business, I'll help organize the back mountain as you suggested. If you could tidy up as I suggested, it would be a great achievement." Yi Beishio smiled and said, "You must reward me well when the time comes." Zhang Juexia's face instantly turned bright red. Yi Beishio looked at her with a mischievous smile and asked, "Wife, what are you thinking? Have you decided how to reward me?" Then he leaned in and kissed her on the lips, saying, "Smells so good." Zhang Juexia wanted to push him away, but he was too strong, so she could only whimper and lean into his arms. They had a good night's sleep. The women in the village couldn't hold back at home. They called their husbands and children out and managed to clear a path from the village to Zhang Juexia's house. When Zhang Juexia saw them, she was both happy and surprised. She then looked at the winding road and smiled, telling Yi Beishio to quickly go to the backyard shed and start a fire. Yi Beishio held some firewood and muttered, "You should know I brought roasted chicken for the grandparents today. You have no idea how difficult the road was yesterday." Lu Jinhua took the firewood from Yi Beishio and said, "It was Yulan's idea to sweep the snow." She kept pulling Er Yong to help clear the snow in the village, and seeing that, everyone came out to help. When there are more people, it works faster. It didn't take long to clear the road. Li Yulan was tidying up the table nearby and said, "Mostly, everyone was just waiting at home, feeling anxious." "Exactly. We wanted to work hard today, but it's only 20 or 30 cents, Zhang Juexia said. After coming out of the backyard, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Beishio, "How many days will it take for the road to melt enough to go to town?" "Probably a few days," he replied. "Can we go to town now?" she asked. Yi Beishio thought for a moment and said, "It snowed, and the roads are slippery. For safety, we should wait a few more days." Though anxious, Zhang Juexia nodded and said, "Let's wait then." Yi Jishuan came with Wang Guilan. Zhang Juexia suddenly remembered that the old couple had visited a few days ago, and she had been busy and forgotten to visit them at the old house. She went to greet them and took them into the main room. "The house is warm. Grandparents, is there something you need?" Wang Guilan took the tea from Zhang Juexia and hugged it, saying, "Child, we can't just visit your home whenever we have nothing to do." Yi Beishio didn't believe her and asked, "Grandma, are you really okay?" Yi Jishuan added, "Your grandma just misses you and also wants to ask about Uncle San's land purchase." Zhang Juexia and Yi Beishio looked at each other and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle San's land purchase has nothing to do with us." Wang Guilan glared at Yi Jishuan. "Old man, if you can't speak properly, don't talk. Let me take a sip of water. I can't wait any longer." Yi Jishuan angrily turned his head aside. "You understand, you speak." Wang Guilan pointed at Yi Jishuan and then said to Yi Beishio, "It's like this. Your third uncle has been acting strange at home lately, insisting on taking your mother to buy land. Your mother believed what your uncle said, but both your uncles are nowhere to be seen. I was thinking of asking if your mother has been here or said anything. That day, she did bring me back to my maternal grandparents' house, but I couldn't go because I had family matters to attend to, so I didn't agree. It seems this matter is about what I guessed. It's related to your two uncles. Your mother, well, I think your third uncle is the most wrong. He's confused. Such a big matter, and he's not paying attention. Now that it's almost happening, he's panicking again. I think it's too late." Seeing Wang Guilan about to get upset, Yi Jishuan quickly comforted her. "Remember what we said on the road? Children will have their own happiness. There's no need to worry about everything. Look at you. You've barely spoken, and you're already upset. Wang Guilin waved her hand. Forget it. I won't mention it anymore. They brought this on themselves and must face the consequences. I don't care anymore. Did Lu Longzhong say that when you went to the county town? Was everything smooth? Grandma, everything was fine. When I have time, Xiaer and I will take you and Grandpa to visit the county town.
Jejishun nodet apreciativeli.
Old lady, look at Beishio. He really isn't wasting his love for us. After seeing Yi Jishuan and Wang Guilin off, Zhang Juexia asked Yi Beishio, what was that silver you brought back last time? What's the story? My two unworthy uncles, no matter how much I tell them, they wouldn't dare say the money was given to me. So, we don't have to worry about it. I was really afraid they might betray you. If Grandpa and Grandma find out, what will happen to you? Don't worry, this isn't so easy to forget. We're grown-ups now, and we'll have to pay a price for what we did. Should we give the silver to Grandpa and Grandma instead?
Ye Beikyu gleret. No.
I told you, we won't let them get away with this. The silver is in our hands now, it's ours. This was the first time Zhang Juexia saw Yi Beishio get so angry. She kept quiet. After all, it's their family matter, and she'll follow his lead. Since there was no way to go to the town, Yi Beishio and Zhang Juexia cleaned out the innermost room in the backyard storage. At that time, they hadn't planned for anyone to live there, just temporarily placed a bed. In this cold weather, if they didn't set up a heated bed, it wouldn't be suitable for sleeping. Yi Beishio also called Yi Beishan to help set up the bed. While they were busy inside, the women working in the storage room grew impatient. Is someone coming to Yi Beishio's house? We haven't heard of any relatives from outside. Could it be your wife's family coming? Lu Jinhua disliked gossip the most. Just do your work. They're cleaning the house, and they don't need to report to you, someone replied.
Exactly.
I'm just asking. Think about it. If someone comes to live next door and they think our place is messy, they might not let us work here anymore. Yi Beishio listened to their chatter and felt uneasy. He frowned and went inside. My wife has invited a master to help. Once the snow on the ground melts, he can come over. Lu Jinhua quickly pulled Yi Beishio aside. Beishio, what master are you talking about?
Be clear.
Someone to teach embroidery, he replied. Oh my goodness. I thought you were joking, but it turns out your wife really did invite a master for us. Li Yulon was very happy. That's wonderful. I knew my sister-in-law keeps her promises. She said she would do it, and she really did. Yi Beishio patiently responded with a few nods and quickly left to avoid more questions. Zhang Juexia finished her work in the front yard and went to see how Yi Beishio was doing in the backyard. She didn't see him and was soon surrounded by everyone. She talked with them for a while and explained Song Yu's situation. When the master arrives, we must treat her with respect and learn as much as we can from her. After the new year, I plan to pay everyone based on their embroidery skills. Really? Of course. If you learn embroidery well, you might earn a silver or two for a single piece, someone said excitedly.
Wow.
Can you really earn that much?
Yes.
Yi Beishio's mother-in-law used to be a skilled embroiderer. I heard that her 10 acres of good land and brick house were all earned through embroidery. Is that not true? But, sister-in-law Yi, at our age, can we still learn? If we can't learn the complex patterns, we might not even master the simple ones. Take it slow. The master has already been arranged for you. So, after the new year, we won't have to worry about work anymore?
Yes.
That's great. Sister-in-law Yi, you've really helped us a lot. Dear aunts and elder women, I will still rely on you in the future. After finishing this batch of work before the new year, we will go home to celebrate. After the new year, you can come back whenever you like. I will always welcome you. Zhang Juexia reassured everyone and also gave a special reminder about Song Yu. Don't wait for Song Yu to arrive and then ask many questions, which might make her uncomfortable. She chatted with the elder women and specifically asked Li Yulon if she had any thoughts. Li Yulon told Zhang Juexia that she would seize this good opportunity, study hard, and strive to become a helpful assistant to her in the future. This touched Zhang Juexia's heart. She encouraged Li Yulan, and they shared a few secret tips on how to settle in at home. Gong Chao was outside shouting loudly, "Brother Beishio, someone is looking for you up front. Go take a look." Hearing the noise, Zhang Juexia also came out. Yi Beishio's long legs had recovered very well, and he was already in the front yard. "Wanfeng, is that really you?" "Beishio, you're good. If I didn't recognize this place, I might have thought I went the wrong way. Come on, let's go inside for tea." Yi Beishio pulled Lu Wanfeng toward the house, and Wanfeng wanted to refuse but had no chance. As soon as they entered, Zhang Juexia pushed the door open and followed. Yi Beishio quickly introduced Lu Wanfeng to Zhang Juexia. "My wife, this is the Wanfeng brother I often mention to you." Lu Wanfeng shyly stood up and called out, "Sister-in-law." Zhang Juexia smiled and thanked him, knowing that Yi Beishio had been supported by him during his tough times. Lu Wanfeng scratched his head shyly and said, "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. Yi Beishio and I are brothers. It's only right we look out for each other." Yi Beishio told Zhang Juexia about his good brother. "My wife, Wanfeng, and I are true brothers in life and death. We used to go hunting in the deep mountains together." "Beishio, stop talking so she won't worry about you," Zhang Juexia said, rarely seeing Yi Beishio so happy. It showed how true Wanfeng was as his friend. She didn't want to hold him back, so she said, "Husband, you all chat. I'll go cook some food so your good brother can eat at home."
All right.
Zhang Juexia prepared some simple home-cooked dishes and tore apart a cooked chicken. Lu Mingda was also considerate, bringing Gong Chao to eat with Zhang Juexia in the kitchen. Yi Beishan was more interesting. After finishing his work, he left without saying a word and went straight back to his old house. In the main hall, only Yi Beishio and Lu Wanfeng were drinking and eating together. Yi Beishio happily drank a few more cups. "Brother, who would have thought we could sit here, drink and chat?" Lu Wanfeng also seemed a bit tipsy. "I'm really happy for you. We brothers don't need to say much. Everything is in the wine. So, have you thought it over? We made a promise when we went hunting. Whoever has the skill to stop the other from hunting should lend a hand. Now, I can't promise much, but after the new year, I can help you farm. Soon, I'll take you to the back mountain to see the wasteland we cleared." Lu Wanfeng nodded in agreement. "Since I came to your house, I've agreed to this. Grandma is getting old, and I don't want her to worry all the time. I just want a peaceful life." After sending Lu Wanfeng away, Yi Beishio kept talking about him and Lu Wanfeng that night. He held Zhang Juexia's hand. "My brother is a true friend for life. I understand."
Thank you, wife.
The next morning, Yi Beishio kept complaining about a headache. Lu Mingda rolled his eyes. "I hate people who drink and then just talk all night without sleeping. If you don't have a headache, who does?" Zhang Juexia asked kindly. "Dr. Lu, do you need some medicine?" "No need. His health is fine." "I'm really impressed. Last night he was so lively. I still have a headache. I need to get some rest too."
Zhang Juexia ganti massaget yebekus temples.
Yi Beishio squinted and shyly asked, "Did I say anything foolish last night?" "No, not really. But you did talk a lot about the past, and you mentioned that you and Lu Wanfeng both liked a girl." Yi Beishio quickly pushed Zhang Juexia's hand away and nervously asked, "Did I really say that?"
Yes.
"That's impossible. Lu Wanfeng said he liked her, and I never had any other thoughts. I didn't even look at her twice. How could I say that?" Zhang Juexia couldn't help but laugh. Yi Beishio suddenly realized, "Wow, you lied to me. I'm just curious. What happened to that girl later?"
Yebeku siket.
"I don't know. She probably got married. Lu Wanfeng's family situation isn't good. Not many girls would want to marry into that. Then let's work hard together so your good brother can get married and have children."
Yes. Yebeku enjoyed Zhang Yuekas massage gridili.
"Wife, you're so good. Tell me, what do you think I'm good at?" "Everywhere." This cheesy pickup line made Zhang Juexia shake her head. "Today I'll rest at home. Tomorrow we'll go to the town, because we have several things to do." "Yes, my lady," she replied. The next day was sunny, perfect for going to town. Because of the snow, there weren't many people around. Zhang Juexia first went to see shopkeeper Yao to report. When Yao saw her, he grinned. I guessed you'd come these days. Are you visiting me or your new shop?
Zanju Xiao ded yao a basket.
I made some delicious food.
I brought you a piece to try.
I'll go see shopkeeper want to discuss some business. Later, I'll visit my new shop. How does that sound? Yao took the basket and said, All right, go and come back quickly. I have good news to share. I've been waiting to tell you. Zhang Juexia promised I'll be back soon. Shopkeeper once saw Zhang Juexia and hurried over warmly. Brother Bei Xiao, Lady Yi, it's been a while since you last came. I wanted to come, but the weather was bad, she replied. Yes, yes, Wan said, leading them into a guest room. A young servant brought tea. Wan then asked, Lady Yi, what good things have you brought us this time? You're really amazing at guessing. How did you know I brought something good? Wan pointed at the basket and smiled. It smells so tempting. Zhang Juexia took out a roasted chicken and gestured for Wan to try. Wan didn't even use chopsticks. He tore off a piece and started eating. After a few bites, he exclaimed, This chicken is delicious. Did Lady Yi make it?
Yes.
When it's snowy and boring at home, I thought of making this. What do you think, Wan? It's great. If I remember correctly, this is roasted chicken. I didn't expect Lady Yi to know how to make it. Zhang Juexia thought, I can make anything as long as the ingredients are right. Whatever you want to eat, I can cook it. Wan asked with a smile, Would you like to share the recipe for this roasted chicken? With the new year coming, wouldn't your restaurant want to make some money? Wan grinned widely.
Of course I wanna.
Lady Yi is straightforward. Just name your price. Zhang Juexia held up. Wan understood immediately.
Deal.
He then went inside and took out a silver note worth 200 taels. Lady Yi, you're generous and I'm happy to. Keep this silver. I'll have someone learn the recipe quickly so we can start making money. Zhang Juexia was in the kitchen, teaching the chef how to make roast chicken. Afterward, she hurriedly went with Yi Beixiu to their new shop. Shopkeeper Yao had already opened the door and prepared hot water, waiting for them. Seeing Zhang Juexia looking refreshed and energetic, she knew she had succeeded in her task. Shopkeeper Yao picked up the teapot, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. Drink some water quickly. Thanks, Shopkeeper Yao. Aren't you going to tell me some gossip? Hurry up and tell me. I was planning to keep it a secret. You don't need to keep it secret. I already know. I bet Lu Hong's expression was priceless when he heard the shop was sold. Shopkeeper Yao clicked her tongue. His expression was quite rich. First, disbelief, then furious scolding, and finally, storming off angrily. Is that all? What else could there be? Zhang Juexia found it boring. Maybe he won't smash the shop. Maybe I can make a few more coins. Shopkeeper Yao pointed at her with her finger. You're so naughty. You don't know that Lu Hong has been acting crazy these days, asking around everywhere who bought the shop. Imagine if he finds out I was the one who bought it. What do you think his expression would be? Shopkeeper Yao looked around but didn't see Beixiu. She lowered her voice. He would regret it terribly. Zhang Juexia felt bored. Later, I'll write a notice to recruit apprentices. I need to keep the master's part a secret. Basically, the more mysterious it looks, the better. That's a good idea. First, get our reputation out there. Then, when business picks up, we won't worry about sales. Shopkeeper Yao was very envious. Your business sense is impressive. I also need to hire a clever young assistant. I can't do everything myself as the shopkeeper. Let's go, Shopkeeper Yao. Borrow your people to help me write the notice. I really feel like I've shot myself in the foot, making work for myself. You're complaining a bit early. There will be plenty of work for you later. Yao glared at Zhang Juexia. Can't you speak properly? I help you with things and I don't get paid, not even a polite word. Shopkeeper Yao, does politeness cost money? If it does, I'll say a few more words.
You.
After Zhang Juexia settled everything, she prepared to go to the big courtyard to pick up Songyu. Shopkeeper Yao waved her off impatiently. Hurry up and go. I'll come back tomorrow. Before she could finish speaking, she heard someone outside shouting, Is Brother Beixiu here? Zhang Juexia hurriedly stuck his head out. Brotherly? Li Dong was overjoyed. Is it really you? I was passing by outside and saw the carriage at the door, so I called out. It's so good to see you. Do you have something to do? Li Dong took out a letter. Miss Li asked me to give this to you. Zhang Juexia took the letter. Yi Beixiu, hearing the noise from the courtyard, ran over. He led Li Dong to the backyard. When Li Dong learned that this was their new shop, he was even happier.
Great.
From now on, if you come to Jinshui town, there will be a place to drink tea. You're always welcome. When will you open for business?
예배이큐 스밀렛.
That depends on my wife's arrangements. Li Dong made a knowing expression, smiling as he followed Yi Beixiu into the house. Zhang Juexia opened the letter from Li Yingyue. Everything was as she expected. She was indeed busy and couldn't help with the embroidery girl's affairs. Originally, she planned to entrust it to her aunt, who was the wife of the county magistrate. But after receiving her letter, she decided not to do it. At the end of the letter, Li Yingyue also asked whether her trip out of the city that day had gone smoothly. She mentioned that Shuanhe County had been attacked by bandits. That day, they spotted a suspicious person and almost caught the bandit leader. Unfortunately, he escaped in the end. Hearing this, Zhang Juexia's heart pounded with worry for her safety. However, Li Yingyue told Zhang Juexia that she had top-notch guards around her and didn't need to worry. She also specifically warned Zhang Juexia not to stay out too late when traveling between the town and the village. If the shop opened, she could invite Qian Yulin, who had already been informed in her letter. After reading the letter, Zhang Juexia immediately wrote back to Li Yingyue, asking Li Dong to deliver it to the county town. Li Dong was excitedly talking with Yi Beixiu about the bandit trouble in Shuanhe County. He reminded them again to be careful when going in and out. But don't worry too much. These bandits probably only come down from the mountains in winter because they lack food and clothing. I've been in business for so many years, and I've never actually encountered them, Li Dong said. After saying this, he looked around and lowered his voice. These bandits are just opportunists, stealing from the rich to help the poor. We're not even qualified to do that. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia forced a smile that was even more awkward than crying. Hopefully, Brother Li is right. We have things to do and need to rush home today, so we'll take our leave first. Li Dong didn't say more. He put away the letter and left with them. Zhang Juexia told shopkeeper Yao to keep the door tightly closed in the meantime. Master Yao's words are similar to Li Dong's, but he says there's no need to worry. These bandits still have a conscience and have been like this for many years. The people in the town live peacefully. Master Yao then quietly whispered to Zhang Juexia, even a big family like the Li's, they always give offerings willingly each year. Really? Otherwise, how could they stay peaceful for so many years? Zhang Juexia, though still doubtful, nodded. Hurry and go fetch Songyu. When you arrive, I'll have the staff send her a message to pack her things. Don't let her wait too long. Yi Beixiu and Zhang Juexia arrived at the big courtyard, where the people helped Songyu load her belongings onto the cart. An older auntie also advised Songyu, you're lucky to have met kind people. Just follow them and live peacefully. If those troublemakers come again, we won't give them any face. Songyu wiped her tears and politely responded. Her daughter, Jinjia, also said goodbye to her friends. Jinjia, where are you going? Why are you asking? Are you going to tell her grandparents? The little girl, feeling wronged, tearfully shook her head. No, I just want to know where Jinjia is going, so I can play with her later. Childhood friendships are so simple. Zhang Juexia smiled and told them, next time I come to town, I'll bring Jinjia to visit you. But this must stay a secret. Otherwise, Jinjia might be taken away by bad people. The children nodded seriously. Songyu waved goodbye to everyone. After the cart left the town, she finally relaxed and said, I really owe a lot to Miss Zhang. Otherwise, Jinjia and I wouldn't have had a peaceful year. We're helping each other, I guess. When we get to my home, you don't need to hold back. Just treat it like your own house. Songyu nodded while holding Jinjia. Is the person outside driving the cart your husband?
Yes.
Songyu felt a bit embarrassed. Look at me, so clueless, calling him miss. I wonder if he'll be mad. He probably won't, Zhang Juexia said with a smile. Then I'll call you young lady Yi. And him old Master Yi from now on. Zhang Juexia chuckled. Whatever you call us, but old Master Yi might not like that.
Why?
Because it makes him sound old. We're just ordinary farmers, so calling each other brothers and sisters is fine. There's no need for more. Songyu was not stubborn and agreed, all right then. I'll ask a favor, call me Sister Song. I'll call you Big Sister and Big Brother. Zhang Juexia nodded happily. By the time we got home, it was almost dark. Songyu was settled in, and they had a simple meal before preparing to rest. Songyu was very happy with her new home, saying, "This place is much better than the one in town. Next year, I plan to build a row of houses outside so you and Sister Jean can move out and not have to share with us. It will be much better then. Thanks to your help, Sister Jean. You should thank Aunt Zhang." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." Zhang Jiexia was not comfortable with people thanking her, so she waved her hand and said, "Big Sister Song, you should rest now. If you need anything, just tell us, and we will gradually get it." After seeing Zhang Jiexia off, Songyu touched the warm bed and looked around at the new things in the house, feeling satisfied as she hugged Sister Jean and cried happily. "Finally, we are out of hardship. Mom, do you think my uncle and aunt can still find us?" "They can't." Jean Jier smiled as she took off her shoes and got into bed. "Mom, this is wonderful. I like it here." Mom likes it too. After returning to the front yard, Zhang Jiexia pulled Lu Mingda aside to ask about the bandits. Lu Mingda was calm and said, "It's been years since those mountain bandits appeared. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't bother us. Just relax." Hearing Lu Mingda's words, Zhang Jiexia felt less worried. She had many things to handle herself. She carefully stored the silver notes and chatted with Yi Beixiu on the bed until she was so sleepy she couldn't keep her eyes open. Then she went to sleep. After breakfast the next day, Zhang Jiexia first introduced Songyu to everyone in the backyard and specifically told Lu Jinhua to take good care of her. Lu Jinhua patted her chest and said, "Beixiu's wife, you can rest assured." Then Zhang Jiexia and Yi Beixiu went to town. Shopkeeper Yao had already posted notices about hiring apprentices and helpers, but no one had come to ask yet. Zhang Jiexia was not in a hurry. She asked Zhao Xiang to modify the shop according to her instructions. She also planned to leave one room in the backyard as her and Yi Beixiu's bedroom, turning the rest into embroidery spaces. Zhao Xiang agreed happily, saying, "I heard the shop was sold, but I didn't expect you two to buy it. This is quite a coincidence." "It's just a lucky coincidence." "Uncle, how long will this work take?" "It will probably have to wait until spring to start." "All right, I'll get it scheduled." "Uncle, you can go ahead with your work." When Zhang Jiexia was about to pay the deposit, Zhao Xiang refused, saying, "We're relatives, so we shouldn't do that." After Zhao Xiang left, Manager Yao came in. "I've done all the work you arranged. Just watch over things these days. I'm busy on my side too, so I might not have time to pay attention."
All right.
Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu looked at each other nervously in the shop. Yi Beixiu paced back and forth anxiously. "Why is no one here?" "Stay calm. Take it slow. This shop won't open in a day. Besides, we have to wait until after the new year to get everything ready. What if no one comes at all?" Zhang Juexia comforted Yi Beixiu. "One person missing isn't a big problem. Oh, we need to go to the government office later to say hello to Zhang Wei and Lu Chang. Since we open the shop in town, we should let them know. Also, I need to inform Madam Li. We'll need her support in the future. Anyway, since no one is here now, why don't we go now?" "Good idea." The two finished their errands and had lunch outside before returning to the shop. "I didn't expect things to go so smoothly." What surprised me was that Zhang Wei and Lu Chang were both at the government office, and they both agreed to come support us on opening day. "That's nothing. Madam Li said she would come on opening day too. She even promised to invite some friends. That makes me happy. Our shop will mainly earn money from wealthy ladies and young misses. If she can invite them, I'll have less to do." Zhang Juexia looked happy, confident that she could keep the customers close. "Shopkeeper, do you need staff here?" Zhang Juexia and Yi Beixiu looked at each other. "Go check outside." When the young clerk saw someone coming out, he was nervous and didn't even lift his head. Shopkeeper, I heard you're hiring staff here, so I came. Zhang Juexia recognized the voice and said, lift your head. Is it you? She remembered that this was the young clerk from the bookstore she had teased recently. Are you no longer working at the bookstore? The young clerk smiled awkwardly. The shopkeeper doesn't want me anymore. I came here to try my luck. Zhang Juexia just looked at him silently. The young clerk couldn't hold back. Sorry to bother you, shopkeeper. I'll leave now. You're so unconfident. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already leaving. He scratched his head. With my past performance, it's no wonder the shopkeeper wouldn't want me. Tell me, why did the bookstore manager fire you? The manager's distant nephew came and bullied me. I had no choice but to come out looking for work. Is it because you're rude to customers? The young clerk's head nodded like a drum. I dare not anymore. After you gave me a lesson, I won't dare again. What's your name? Where do you live? My surname is Ding. I just arrived here. My family gave me the name Dingman. We live in the town. I have an old mother and a brother. Can you read? A little. All right, if you're willing, start working now. Dingman was surprised. So soon? What? Not willing? Willing. Zhang Juexia left Dingman and found someone to sign a contract. I checked. The workers in the town earn 300 coins a month. We'll pay you the same. If you do well, your pay will increase. Boss, don't worry. I will work hard. Let's agree now. The way you treated me before is not allowed to happen again. If it happens one more time, you pack up and leave, and I will make sure you can't find work in the town. I understand. Dingman's attitude made Zhang Juexia quite satisfied. After all, that time she also learned a lesson from him. Dingman found a new job and felt happy but also nervous. He thought the female boss seemed kind and polite, but always gave off a tough vibe. Zhang Juexia, meanwhile, was too busy to care about Dingman's thoughts. She gave him instructions on his tasks and then prepared to go home. Dingman looked at Zhang Juexia in disbelief. Am I supposed to run the shop alone? Yes. Is there a problem? No. Your job is simple. Clean the shop, and if anyone asks about an apprentice, just record it. I've already taught you everything. If there's something you can't handle, find Manager Yao. He'll deal with it. Got it. Zhang Juexia had already gotten into the carriage and saw Lu Hong staggering over, drunk. Anyone catching their breath? Dare to steal my shop? He's really got guts, he said, casually grabbing a tool and walking inside. Although Dingman had some work experience, he was still scared. Sir, if you have something to say, please do so. Don't do this. Lu Hong disdainfully patted his chest. I do what I want, and I don't need you to teach me. He straightened up and rubbed his eyes. Where's the boss? Let him come out and talk to me. Dingman had no choice but to muster his courage and honestly say, our boss isn't here. Not here? Lu Hong looked around but couldn't find him. He stepped forward and grabbed Dingman's collar. Tell your boss that Lu Hong has been here. Dingman kept responding. Also, tell them that I, Lu Hong, am not someone to be bullied easily. Let them wait and see. I will definitely give them a lesson. Lu Hong's timid attitude made Dingman lose his temper. Master Lu, please calm down. I will definitely pass your message to our shopkeeper. You see, I am just a messenger. Please forgive me. You are a kind person, so I hope you won't hold this against me. Otherwise, when our shopkeeper comes, he won't forgive me. Lu Hong let go of Dingman's hand, feeling unsatisfied. He kicked the bench at the door, but he kicked too hard and winced in pain, cursing as he left. After Lu Hong left, Zhang Juexia finally told Yi Baixiu to hurry and leave with the carriage. Madam, why didn't you let me go inside to look around just now? If I can't handle a drunk troublemaker, why should I ask the staff to do it? Husband, let's go. I don't think this person will come back soon. Why? Because it's boring. The person we're looking for hasn't shown up, and there's no opponent. If he had a brain, he would have checked when the shopkeeper is around. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep his face. Yi Baixiu nodded in agreement. Zhang Juexia thought to herself that Lu Hong was too annoying. She wondered how to get rid of him once and for all. If he drank too much, he might cause trouble, and her business could be affected. Back home, Song Yu was already teaching. Seeing how serious they were studying, Zhang Juexia didn't bother them. After dark, everyone dispersed. Zhang Juexia asked Song Yu, "Are you tired?" Song Yu shook her head repeatedly. Just chatting with everyone made the day pass so quickly. It feels like it went by in a flash. If you need anything, just tell me. Big sister, how many times do I have to tell you? You're not annoying, but I am. I don't want to go out much, so you don't have to trouble yourself with me anymore. Zhang Juexia smiled, feeling she might have been a bit too talkative. Song's sister, what do you think about the people in our village? It's only been a day. I can't tell much. Zhang Juexia took out a small pouch from her bag, a sample she bought in the county, and handed it to Song Yu. Song's sister, can you tell me if this embroidery pattern is good? Song Yu examined it carefully. It's not difficult, but they need to practice until they are skilled. Hearing Song Yu's words, Zhang Juexia felt reassured. Yi Beixiu had already prepared dinner in the front yard, waiting for them to come and eat. Song Yu pulled Zhang Juexia's arm. You are really lucky. That stubborn person of mine, I never got to eat a single meal he cooked before he died. And my mother-in-law, she always looks at me with disapproval because I haven't given her a grandson. Zhang Juexia comforted her, saying, Sister, with your good cooking skills, you can support yourself even if you leave them. When Sister Jean grows up, you'll enjoy your life. That's true. Thinking about the hard days before, I won't mention it. But, even though the mountains are cold, people are kind. After dinner, Zhang Juexia asked Song Yu to teach her some embroidery techniques before preparing to rest. Yi Beixiu teased her. Are you trying to become a scholar? You're working so hard. If I could take the exam, I would have already. I'm just trying to be prepared, so I don't go into a fight unready. I feel like this matter has been pushed onto me, and if I don't understand some things, how can I talk with experts? My wife always gives me good advice. You're so talkative. Yi Beixiu moved closer and said, My wife, today I washed my face until it was very clean. Please take a good look. Such a handsome face, and he came close on his own. Zhang Juexia couldn't help but feel moved. They stayed up late into the night before finally calming down. Husband, do you want to have a child? Yi Beixiu remembered Lu Mingda's advice. Of course I want children, but only after you're healthy again. Do you prefer boys or girls? As long as it's yours, I like either. Yuck, don't be so dismissive. Be honest. Then let's have a boy and a girl. I find Sister Jean from Song's family especially adorable. Zhang Juexia wondered what their children would look like. Before she could even close her eyes, she was startled by a loud knocking at the door. She shivered. Yi Beixiu also got out of bed quickly, nervously dressing. Don't be afraid, I'll check it out. He hurried out the door. Zhang Juexia, now fully awake, sat up. She listened as Yi Beixiu opened the door, followed by crying. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Such a bold person to run out of the house and disturb their sleep. She muttered as she put on her clothes and went outside. Yi Beixiu brought someone in. It was Peng Xiujian, her hair messy, crying loudly, clutching Yi Beixiu's hand tightly. Xiu'er, my good son. Your third uncle wants to divorce me.
He wants to leave me.
Yi Beixiu tried several times to pull away from Peng Xiujian's grip. Stop crying first. If your third uncle wants to divorce you, there must be a reason. Peng Xiujian started crying again. Yi Beixiu got anxious. If you don't tell me the reason, I can't help you. Furthermore, it's late at night. You are not sleeping, and others need rest too. Peng Xiujian tried to pull Yi Beixiu's hand, but Yi Beixiu avoided her. Child, right now only you can help me. If you give me 40 taels of silver, your third uncle won't divorce me. Okay? My good son, now I only have you. Zhang Juexia was about to from watching. People might think it's a scene of motherly kindness and filial piety. Yi Beixiu's face darkened. He frowned. Mother, I don't have that much silver. Besides, you suddenly ask me for 40 taels. If I sold myself, I still couldn't come up with it. You do have it. I heard they say your family is probably the best off in our village now. Your wife's sewing work must have earned quite a bit of silver. Mother begs you, please help her. Without those 40 taels, your third uncle will really divorce me. What about Bailey and Beifeng? They're still young and can't be without their mother. Zhang Juexia grew more upset for Yi Beixiu. She pulled him aside. You haven't told me what's going on. Why should we give you silver? 40 taels is no small amount. Our silver didn't come from the wind. When Zhang Juexia said this, Pang Xiujian suddenly started acting wild, rushing at her. If Yi Beixiu hadn't quickly protected her behind him, she would have been knocked down. I'm talking to my son. What's it to you? Mind your own business. You're out of line. Yi Beixiu was furious and trembling. Our family doesn't welcome you.
You should leave now.